Hello, hello. So, okay, there's still echo. I've got to be careful here. Let's see. There's echo. Hmm. Hello, hello. All right, good, good. I think the sound is good now. Yeah. I thought I should, start something here. Regarding this topic. Um, I guess I should wait for a few people to join. If we have up to three people, I think we are good to go. Let's see. To start with, I would like to share some information about what has been going on around the world and how they relate to how the last 60 years has, the events of the last 60 years. Let's see. So I would like to share some information. All right. So um, I think this topic is important because I feel like there is um, there is an opportunity here for us to do better for our people. Um, the window is opening because there is a flux in the power dynamics in the world. Clearly, the Chinese are emerging, and the West is seeking to curtail that power because they understand that if the Chinese keep advancing, it will mean that the Chinese will build alliances and reshape the world in their own image. So they want to stop the Chinese. Obviously, that's the nature of the beast. They have the right to do that. It's up to them. The same happened in the 60s or 50s with the Russians and that's the Soviet Union at that time. And there was a massive struggle then. Um, the Soviet Union wanted to do their own thing, and the Americans didn't like it so much, and it resulted in the Cold War. And because of that struggle, a lot of countries, not two major ones anyway, that were once controlled by the West, became nuclear powers. Because of that struggle with the Soviet Union. The reason why, because they are struggling with the Soviet Union, it gave space for the other groups to start getting their act together. Africa had a chance then. That's the time when Nkrumah came along and a few other leaders, Lumumba, they all came along and they all went because Africa didn't have enough of the same organization that the Eastern nations did. You could also argue that we also have the unfortunate or fortunate um, issue with resources. We have a lot of resources that the world needs. So the way they looked at Africa was different from the way they looked at, say, China or India, and so they felt, and we're also closer to them. So they have to worry about the fact that if we are at their backyard, they don't want us to just become big and strong and come and have a repeat of what the Moors did in Europe for 800 years. So hence they really kept a tab on Africans. I think that's what happened. It would be crazy for them not to have tried that, and I think our leaders should have known better. They took it for granted and they lost out. China got free, India got free, Pakistan got free, Israel got free, even Iran, North Korea got free, but not one African country has managed that. The only African country that managed that is South Africa. But when Mandela was about to be released, they decided that, you know what, we don't need a nuclear weapon anymore. Let's keep it in the storage and destroy the plants and, get rid of any sign that it actually existed in this country. Thank goodness the South Africans didn't give up the fissile material, which is still in South Africa today. And so that is that. Now we are here today, and the world is also going into a flux again. Similar to what happened in the 50s and 60s and 70s. This time, it might actually be bigger because we are talking about two major countries now. We are talking about Russia and China, and if maybe even India. So, and because India is such it makes a big difference. We're talking about billions of people now tussling with the West. It's not only Soviet Union anymore. Small Soviet Union, large country, but not a massive population. Now it's almost maybe 3 billion even competing with the West. So it's a bigger situation we are facing here. And Africa needs to know how to maneuver this situation. And the sooner we start thinking about it, the greater the chances that we are going to get out of this, Malay that we have been in. And for once, we can pass on a legacy to our children that we can actually be proud of. I can tell you right now, many of our forefathers in the last 200 years probably cannot be able to say that. So, like I said, some of the lessons we will need to learn is from the mistakes that we made in the past. I heard about how the Ghanaian, Kwame Nkrumah, some of the things he did, some great work he accomplished during his time, and some of the things I felt he could have done better, like taking more people along with him with his vision of Africa, because it seemed to have been a kind of ideology of the elites. And when you do things like that, generally it doesn't tend to go well. If you want to do some stuff like, you have to start from the ground up, not up down, and that is something we need to learn from this time. Because when you start it from ground up, it's harder to dismantle. It's really hard to dismantle something that starts from ground up because everybody in the system has bought into it. At least the majority has bought into it, and that's how Lenin succeeded. Lenin succeeded with Russia because it was built from ground up. The same thing with China, ground up. If they have to overthrow whatever authority is in power at the time, they will do what they have to do to get out of the mess they are in. Sooner or later, Africans will learn similar tricks. And right now, I don't know any African leader that is even looking to build from ground up. It's almost like it's against the rule to do that. They don't want to, fully embrace the people. Even Kagame, that we people like to praise, and he's very aloof too. He's still quite aloof. No one, not one of them want to tell the people, you know what, you are my people. Even nationally, they don't even do. They barely do that. They don't. They rarely embrace their people and say, "You are my people. Let's work together. Let's sort our mess together." I think the Ethiopian leader did that to an extent during the war, and he did that even before then. But most people were viewing him with suspicion. So there is something about Africa right now that it appears we are. It's like an absentee landlord situation where nobody is manning the shop, and our leaders are behaving as if they are awaiting the colonial powers to return, and that is completely unacceptable for this generation. And many of these leaders, they don't know that they are doing something seriously wrong. They don't know. We just all assume that they know. When they show up in front of you, they will sound like us. But it's little compromises. That's how it happens. They will compromise one thing here, the other guy will compromise one thing there, and before you know it, you get what you get. And Africa is not one country. So it's easy for different events that seem unrelated to lead to the kind of outcome we are getting. And that's why it mystifies a lot of people. Because if you stand in front of those leaders, they are not going to tell you that that with their eyes open, they sold our people out. They will never admit that. But yet they did. What lessons can we learn from that? That is a scary situation to be in, because when you stand in front of these leaders, it's easy to point fingers now. When they tell you some of the things they did, some of the things they had to avoid and all the rest, you'll be like, okay, then why are we here then? Why? That's why we have to keep an eye on the dial. And for me, that dial is very important for me, because it's the dial that indicates that you are in control of your destiny. And when you want to make any decision that moves you away, your people away from that dial, you know you are making the wrong decision. If one of your decision involves compromising your people's security in any way, you are doing one of those things the leaders that you don't like have done in the past. You might think it's a little compromise, like, oh, it's not bad, let them just solve Facebook. No, it is that bad. Let them just Google. Most of the major nations don't allow their countries use Western media outlets like Google, Facebook. They don't. Why? But the whole Africa is on it. We are submitting our details, all the things we do, WhatsApp, family meetings, all our discussions are all there. They are not our national leaders. This thing, our national leaders don't control these things. It belongs to Western powers. Sooner or later, these things will start mattering, because they are the ones that make decisions. They know when you're pregnant before you do. They know the kind of decisions you can make. They know when you're planning something. They know how to look for the right cues, not what you say. So I just thought that I should have open this discussion up so that people can actually come in and contribute to this, because there's quite a lot of stuff that has happened in the past that I think our people can learn from. When I checked the history of what India did, the Chinese first, what they did, and how they got to the point where they, decided to develop their own technologies and got out of the control of Western powers. And you can see that these guys were not playing around like most of our leaders did. They were not playing around at all. They were taking their peoples very, very seriously, knowing full well that there are consequences for not, taking these things very seriously. So let me see. I can share this quickly. All right, so that's it there. Let's do that. So I looked up the Chinese nuclear technology when they were building it. The Russians were trying to convince them, you know what, we'll protect you. You are under our umbrella. It's all good. Don't worry, you don't need anything. They were like, no, we are not buying it, man. They are not. They didn't buy it at all. Even if and they were friends with the Russians, like next door to the Russians, friends with the Russians. The Russians were helping them build their nuclear power plants and for nuclear weapons and all the rest of it. And the Russians decided, the Soviet Union at that time decided, like, you know what, let's go and talk to the Americans. Let's see whether we can hold hands, kumbaya, and all the rest of it. The Chinese were like, no, 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 we are not having it. Look at that. They said, although Soviet officials assured China that it was under the Soviet nuclear umbrella, the disagreement widened the emerging Sino-Soviet split. In June 1959, the two nations formally ended the agreement on military and technology cooperation. That's the Russians literally pulled out of everything from that the Chinese said, you know what, if you are not going to continue supporting that, forget it. I'm not going to accept Even you, my friends, assurances. You see, that is the dial. That's somebody that understand that dial. If he moves, if this guy assures you, like, don't worry, it's all good. We're not going, what's the harm? Just, we are friends now, aren't we? The Chinese was like, no, that means that I have to wait for you and dream that you are on your stall whenever trouble comes for me. No, they refuse to accept it. That is the kind of thinking we need. If we don't want to make the mistakes of the past, that's the kind of thinking that we need. That's the kind of thinking that would have meant our forefathers when the Europeans came and told them, you know what, let me just give you mirrors and all the rest of it. Don't worry about the guns we are carrying or the kind of ships we build. Don't worry about it. You are okay. We'll help you out with your neighbors and all. No. The moment they said that, our ancestors could have just said, if you don't give me your sheep, go the other direction. And while they are going, you go to your next door neighbor and say, those people, they don't mean you well, oh, because these guys just refuse to give me the special things that they've got. There are things they are not sharing. If no friend will not share everything they've got with you, no true friend. Maybe embarrassing, secrets, they might hide it, but not when they mean you well. So this is the kind of thinking that we need to start taking on board. The moment you start feeling like, nah, this deal looks like it's not very good, it's probably not very good at all. Move away from it. If you feel like some policy that you're pursuing is not very good, move away from it. Encourage family members and all of them to start moving away from it, because that is what it will take. It's a very thin line. It's not that straightforward. People generally think it's a very straight line where, oh, you know what, the white man just brought this in sign, people are going to die. That's not how it works. It's a very, very subtle instrument that they use to undermine our nation. So I will put the link out there, so people can be able to come on. It looks like let me see, how do they post? Okay, let's do that. Okay, so that is one of the lessons one can learn. The way the Chinese behaved is a very good indication of any smart person, and the Japanese behave that way too. But when you look at the case of this in Africa, they never even bothered in that direction. They spent more time trying to, you know, avoid even independence. In the case of Nigeria, they literally delayed our independence by more than 6 years. I think about 6 years, because both sides thought, one side thought, we cannot live with these people. They are too much. They are too more advanced. They are too advanced than us. And I don't know how they got there, but I feel like if the Southerners had done a bit of, conversation, like the way we are talking now, talk more with the Northerners, reassure them more, maybe we wouldn't be here. If we're not busy doing too many of the tribalism stuff that we still see even on the online today, maybe we wouldn't be here today. Maybe Somalia would not have so many this in that long war. Maybe Sudan would have been better off today. Maybe Nigeria will be, reaping the benefits of all the resources that they've got. Just simple decisions, not to make things about the smaller threat. It's a very simple mathematics to me. If I see a bigger threat out there, and something happens that is not of greater concern, I will be more like, okay, which one should I go for first? Should I go for the lion or the mouse? No, you go for the mouse. Because no, I'm sorry, you go for the lion. You go for the lion, because the last thing you need is while you are busy going for the mouse, the lion comes and consumes you. Our leaders go for petty things. Till today, they are still doing it on the continent. You talk to them, they keep going on and on and on about the Fulanis and going on and on about the Northerners. If you go to other parts of Africa, the same this thing that you see. We are going to make the same mistakes if we do that again. And it's scary because it's written in black and white. When they first invaded this Lagos, another Yoruba man was standing in the boat that they were using to come and invade Lagos. It's always like that. They always use our own people because of the same thing that we are still repeating. How their children can come online and still do these things today, it just mystifies me. And some of all these people are more than that. They are more than qualified, very intelligent people, educated people. I don't understand. I try to understand how people can know something but not translate it to how they actually make their decisions and how they act. That is something we need to start understanding how to do better. Because I think it gives us an advantage if we learn that trick. Some people that our approach should be push the North Africans aside, push the East Africans aside. That is how we can get somewhere with this issue. That's in terms of getting the continent together, because you can't trust them, all kinds of stuff like that. I don't know whether that is the correct this in approach, because in reality, it's not. It doesn't even matter. It really doesn't matter, because it could be that an event can occur that means that I'm completely wrong. The guys that think that we should be extremists will be proven to be correct. But I believe that if you want to have a better chance of, overcoming these problems, is to try to trace the path that led to this problem in this first place and avoid it. Part of it is the fact that we were completely divided. The whole place, nobody believed in each other. Everybody was, the Europeans can come in and pick us apart. We all know this. It's not even a secret. It's not a secret at all. The question is, how do we tailor it into our lifestyles? How do we internalize it and apply it when making decisions? Because in the end, that's the only use it's got. Everything else is entertainment. You want our children to be having the same entertainment in the next 20 years. The next generation comes in and they will just be like, you know what, this is all we've been left with. Let's just keep fighting each other. I don't even think we'll have the opportunity to do that kind of fight. Our children won't have that opportunity. Because by that time, in 20 years' time, do you think the Chinese situation, the Indian situation would not have been resolved? It would have been resolved by that time. Where would we be when all that has been resolved? That is the key question. That is the question. Where would we be? Because if we don't get out of this, whatever is going to befall us after that time is going to be too heavy. It's really going to be really, really heavy for us to bear. Except somehow the world sees the light and thinks, you know what? All this meanness to each other is not the way out. Somehow Christ has come down from heaven and all religions have been proven right. Let's all hold hands and the world is at peace at last without our contribution at all. What are the odds of that happening? If you ask me, not very likely. This world punishes the weak, and it will punish us harshly this time. So we have to keep that in mind when we talk about these topics. Um, the window is open. It's really, really open right now. Any African country can break free if they wanted to. What are they going to do? Invade? Good luck with that one. They will try everything they can do, but invasion, they don't have the scope right now to start invading any African country because they know that is going to trigger even a stronger reaction against them. And I think our people need to be brave about it. There is no, what is there to be worried about? We are a billion strong. We are everywhere too, all around this in the world. To target us now would be a grave mistake. And African leaders need to understand that and start pushing along and doing what they need to do to actually build their nations. Not these so-called fake nations that we have right now. These are nations that are basically caretaker nations. They are just there awaiting for our nations to fall to the control of the people that took over our countries before. They are too weak. They are too weak. They can't stand on their own. If God forbid uh, we fail to get out of this mess that we are in, it's just too weak. And I can't get my eye off that issue because it's at the core of all the other things. You can see that with the way the Chinese responded. If I show you the story of India, it's practically the same thing. I show you the story of Iran, it's practically the same thing. These people decided that enough is enough. We are not going to take it anymore. We are not going to trust anybody. Look at Iran, look at Ukraine. Ukraine trusted the West and Russia. Russia that China did not trust. Ukraine trusted them, gave up all these nuclear weapons and handed it to Russia. Look at what's happening today. Any people that outsource their security to others have forfeited their right to survive. You can't you can't guarantee your security when you forfeit it to other people. It's hard enough guaranteeing it when you have control over it, not to mention when it's in the hands of a totally different group of people. Ukraine is paying the price for the error that they made. God forbid South Africa gets to pay that price too. So anyone that wants to come in can come in. Let me remove this, stop the sharing so that we can trash this out. I especially welcome Tanzan if she's there. And I Can Fire, Mo, you're welcome. I don't know if I've got the link out there. Let me know if the link is out there. I'm not reading, so I've been talking for quite a bit. Let's see. I'm just checking the comments. Let's see. Let me highlight some of the comments. Yeah, you guys forgive me. This is just my second stream. I'm not exactly an expert at this. So let's see. Oh, when that Tazy, you're here. Oh, that's oh, when that Tazy is here. Eh? Oh, nice to have you. Ah, nice one, nice one. Yeah, you're gonna drive me crazy, but still, it is what it is. Yeah, Tanzan is here. Ah, that. So what's happening? Where are you guys? Where is the link not there? I thought I gave the link out. What's happening? Okay. Oh, I thought the link was there. Let me see. I hope I'm getting this link right. Let's see. Let me put that again. Uh, let's see. Yeah, it's there. This guy got it. Yeah.
Yes,
Got
to Niger.
wow, Mo, you got in here first. Nice one, nice one. Don't worry. I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna fight you here.
No, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna find anybody myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a question to Niger.
Yeah,
Basically,
go ahead.
you were advocating for basically African to find some sort of common ground to unite on and basically defend our nations. Again, I believe that Pan Africanism is not the solution. Do you have any other solutions that would work in uniting Africa in terms of like common ground? Because there's certain aspects in, let's say, there was a majority of the people agreed on something. There's still going to be certain Africans that are not going to agree to it because of their differences. So, what can you do to unite and give basically Africa a moral common ground that can actually unite the people to take a massive step forward?
Mm. You see, I think we have to start from the top premise. I have to admit to you, I'm not a very good Pan Africanist from the technical definition of Pan Africanism. If it is, people that believe in an ideology to have Africans, take take care of their affairs and stuff like that. I don't have the way I approach it is from more of a common sense approach. If that makes me Pan Africanism, so be it. Because it's like saying, you are tall. If you are 6'2", as a tall person, and somebody says, I don't agree with tall people, what are you going to do with that? You are just tall. you
Yeah,
can't you can't change what your nature is, just what you are. So
yeah,
if you are doing something that is Pan African and you hate Pan Africanism, then you have a paradox there. You see what I mean?
yeah,
If you are talking about common defense, that is Pan-African approach to solving. In other words, just saying, let's cooperate together so we for our own interest, for our own common interest. That's basically what Pan-Africanism is to me. It's not. I don't believe in this idea where, okay, I wouldn't say I don't believe, because everybody shares, they have their own opinion, but that's the way I look at it. I look at it like, if you do anything that is helping the African continent to strengthen itself and improve its this thing, its prospects. That I see that as Pan Africanism. Guess what? One of the things that make that so correct is that I didn't come out saying I was Pan Africanist, but yet everybody call me Pan African because of some of the things I espouse. It's not because I'm a student of Pan Africanism. I barely know anything. Today I was just learning that Kwame Nkrumah
Yo, hold
actually
on.
went to.
I don't have
you
no I don't have no
Oh
data.
no.
I don't listen. I don't have enough data. So let me
Okay.
speak. Let me
All
speak.
right.
Let me
Oh
say this,
no.
right? You
You're
know the
welcome.
right. Let me tell you. Um Somalia is invited in Pan Africanism. All you have to do is just stop being a narcissist. You feel me? I mean, it's not Pan Africanism stopping Somalia. It's their own self. I mean, every all we saying is love. You feel me? Just and we'll forget about a lot of stuff. You feel me? But don't remind us. You feel me? So
You see,
so
too, Niger,
I
this is where
I
people
think
make the mistake with me.
no,
Just
hold
because
on,
I'm not
hold
a Pan
on.
Africanist doesn't mean that I don't want the well being of Africa. This is where a lot of people basically assume what I
So
want is the
Mo,
downfall of Africa.
all
Mm.
I'm doing is inviting you back in Pan Africanism and begging you to have a second thought. You feel me? Even though you're a red nigga, we still invite you. You feel me?
What is a red nigger now?
Mhm.
What is that? When you see, I think more from what he said that he wishes well for Africa. I think, and if he's willing to put his his money where his mouth is, then for me that qualifies somebody to be Pan African. You see, if you are sitting on the continent and doing stuff against the continent or not even caring about it, yes, I
I
cannot
have data.
necessarily say you are Pan African. You are not purposely being Pan African. Some people just having children, you can even say, "Oh, that's Pan African," because they are helping improve the continent population, and you can argue anything to be Pan African from that point of view. I just feel like we should be careful about saying this group is Pan-African, the other group is not, because everybody has something they are going to offer.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I already defined Pan Africanism. If you Somali and you love Somali, you are Pan African. You want the development of Somalia. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is when you don't want equal development for the rest of the continent. You see me?
What?
That's my problem.
Mm.
If and okay, so I'm saying, therefore you have to join hands, share the fuck what you got, and make progress happen. If you
Listen,
plan to
this is
be,
where
if
you're
you
confusing me.
listen, if you plan on being a selfish scumbag, that is not Pan Africanism because you're not an island. You feel me? We want to we want Africa to get powerful enough and stop the infighting so Africa can extend its hands to people like me who is 3,000 miles away. You feel me? And the Solomon Islands where black people are. We wasting time because we as men scuffling. You feel me? We scuffling too much. We not what you call it. Justify what is good and embrace what is good for the whole
Listen, I can
team.
fire. This is
Yes.
my assessment of your ideology of Pan Africanism, and I'm sure that the Africans in
Why
this
do you
planet can
have to
also
assess
agree.
me though?
You see?
Why don't you assess yourself? Why do you have to assess
Listen,
me? Hold
no,
on,
no,
wait. I'm
no.
gonna say
I'm
this
not
to
saying in
you.
a negative
Hold on.
way.
I'm
It's
gonna
just I'm
say this
assessing
to
your
you.
look, look,
I'm gonna say this
look.
to you. I
I can.
I
Can I finish my
am a
sentence?
nobody. Hold on. I am nobody in the scheme of things. I am not important. What what I'm saying is stop individualizing things. You feel me? Stop it. Stop it. Stop speaking about me. Never speak about me again.
I am
Let
not
the
individualizing.
hold
I'm
on.
just
As I'm
assessing.
saying,
Listen,
tall boy, just hold on and let's eradicate the petty thought. Let's eradicate the petty thought. Let's do man shit and stop arguing with us about what's good for you. What's good for you? What's good for Somalia? What's good for Somalia and Kenya? What's good for the Somali Bantu plus the Somali ones that's there? What's
okay,
good for
brother.
Ethiopia
I'll
and
answer it.
Somalia?
Listen, I was gonna look. I was gonna point out a few things. Firstly, I was
Oh,
gonna point out the assessment of your ideology of Pan Africanism or what you think Pan Africanism means. Again, I'm sure the Africans in this panel can also agree with me when I say that you're simplifying basically Africans coming together. You're making it sound so simple and so easy that it can be
because it
done within
is.
a day. No, let me finish, Icon.
No, it's
And I'm
not
sure
done
that the
within a
Africans,
day.
brother, let me finish. I'm sure the Africans also in this panel understand that uniting their country is hard enough, let alone uniting the continent. Where there's so much tribal ethnic tensions within their own country. Do you know how hard and difficult it would be to unite the continent?
But
When it's hard to
the continent
listen,
is
listen. I
uniting
was gonna
right
finish my
now.
point. I can listen.
As we
I can,
speak, the
I can,
continent is uniting.
look. I was gonna land. Listen,
Mm.
I was gonna say it's difficult to unite a country, and it is much, much, much harder to unite a continent. That's why I say it's easy for you as a non-continental African to say these stuffs because you don't understand what it's like to be
But
in Africa
but
and how tribal
but
toxic it
boss,
can get.
but boss,
So
you
Okay, let
again,
me
I'm
let
educate.
me
speak.
ask more. Let me ask more a question. So you said it's easier to unite a country, but it's a lot harder to unite a
No, no,
continent.
I said it's difficult to unite a country because of the tribal ethnic tensions, and it is much harder to unite a continent. And I'm trying to explain to
Okay.
Icon as a non-continental African, who's
Mm,
simplifying this to make it sound like it's so simple when it's not.
mm.
That's what's trying to make
Yeah,
it.
I want to ask you now because I really want to understand what you think about do you think it will be hard to unite the continent? I know, to be fair, country one is a lot. For me, to unite the country is even trickier. If you can manage to unite the country, continent, I would have thought it would be easier because it's international organizations, they can talk to each other. Nations already do. That's
It,
how you
it,
cross borders
I
already. So,
wouldn't say I wouldn't
so
say it. hold on to
It's,
Niger. I wouldn't say it's easier, but I want people to look at things like this. Have you ever stand over someone's shoulder and watch him play chess? You-
Mm,
Uh, do you know that you see move that he don't see?
mm,
You feel me? So it's like, so me being someone of the Caribbean, that's how it is. You feel me? You the one who playing the game on the continent, but
mm,
people outside can show you what to play.
you see,
mm.
So,
That's a
so
good analogy to an extent.
what are
to
So
you gonna
win
ask me,
the
please,
Tunaja?
game.
What are you
But
gonna
let
ask me,
let
see,
let,
Tunaja?
let I think I can find. Please let Mo say
oh,
something so that we get. You guys can. Okay, go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
Mo.
You see, I was gonna say Tunaja as well. I wasn't gonna say much. I was gonna ask you because you seemed like you were gonna ask me a question before you got
Yeah,
interrupted. So yeah.
I wanted to know why it's hard to unite the continent. Why it is harder? What do you think is the main reasons why that would be harder to do?
Okay. For me, I would say it's harder to unite a country because there are so many tensions within a country, like certain countries. And I'll give you an example, right? Even the countries that you think that are the closest actually have hatred for each other, i.e., Morocco and Algeria. They've
No,
had
sorry,
border
sorry,
clashes.
sorry. I was referring to the continent. Why would it be harder to
Okay,
unite the
because this
continent?
because countries don't get along. And examples would have
Mm,
to be look at the countries like Algeria versus Morocco, where they had border clashes. You're gonna have to look at countries like Ghana and Nigeria, Nigeria versus South Africa, Somalia versus Djibouti, Somalia versus Ethiopia, and Somalia versus Kenya. You're gonna have to look at Egypt versus Ethiopia. You're gonna have to look at Eritrea versus all of these countries I've just listed have extreme hatred for each other.
I wouldn't say in the case of Nigeria, Ghana, in the case of Nigeria, Ghana, and Nigeria, South Africa, I wouldn't say it's extreme. And I think even Egypt and Ethiopia is not extreme. Maybe
Oh, it's
Algeria,
extreme.
Morocco is a bit harsh.
It's
Algeria,
extreme.
Morocco one is a real thief. They've shed blood for it.
The reason why I say Ethiopia and Egypt is extreme is because Egypt is all again. You know that recently Egypt met with the Djibouti president and they
Yeah,
spoke about the dam. What
yeah,
happened is the Egypt consul invited the Djibouti consul and they went and spoke about the dam. They tried to
yeah.
convince the Djibouti because again Ethiopia and Egypt. Let's say if they went to war, Ethiopia can collapse the economy within weeks if they used half of their military to block off the dam. Egypt's finished. So they need an ally who's powerful, who has a modern military, who has a country that that has missiles and has some sort of defense, some sort of military advancement. They can't do it with Somalia. They can't do it with Eritrea because Eritrea doesn't have the capability to take on Ethiopia. So they're doing it with Djibouti. That's why, again, and Djibouti also is loyal to again, I hate to say it, but it's loyal to the Arab League. So you're seeing now what's happening with him meeting up with the snake, as I call him, the absolute fat oil prick snake that is Umar, the president of or the dictator of Djibouti. I'm not calling him fucking president. He's an eternal dictator. Um,
Hmm.
he's met up with Egypt prime minister, and now they're trying to work together on how to get that down on Egypt's side.
Okay. You see, what I see there is that I think I don't know how the people can be able to nudge their leaders in the direction of having a more Pan-Africanist view. But I think maybe there is something that can be done if we think about it, because these things is because nobody bothers to think about them. Because I saw what so that's Swahili Nation. I've forgotten his name. I'm sorry. What he did. He went to Ethiopia and he really went. Telling the people what needs to be said. That Africans need to be coming together. There is nobody doing it on the continent right now.
you see
It's
what's
scary.
happening. I want to say something. Some of these bougie leaders, right? They think they are tricking the crowd by establishing that they are Pan Africanists, right? So they have put the name Pan Africanist in Africa on prominence. That's why you have a lot of Africans either for it or against it because their leaders is proclaiming that, but not in action. So some of them, some of the leaders are really, like like Museveni. Yes, you are Pan Africanist, but you too much. You don't. So that means it exclude you out of the benevolence of Pan Africanism. You the people in what you call it, what Uganda is mostly Christian people. You have not have any type of black liberation formulated in the people's mind. So it's like you're a waste of time. You see me? What I like about him, he nobody can get the minerals if his people don't get no minerals. So that's what I like about him. So he's a Pan African. But I'm
mm,
just saying that um Pan Africanism is also smart. It's not something stupid. You see me? So
mm,
that's the leaders are some of the reasons why a lot of people is against Pan Africanism because there is no what you call it. Um, a lot of leaders have no moral aspect towards blackness. You feel me? Therefore, they
mm.
just have the word Pan Africanism in their goddamn stupid ass mouth. Especially what's his name that building the goddamn church, Adoa, um, Ado.
Ado. Yeah, Kofi Ado.
Yeah,
Kofo Ado, yeah.
you
He's
fucking
looking to build
talking
a
about
church, isn't he?
this guy building a church bigger than Notre Dame.
Yeah, there's one. I
See?
think one of the biggest church in the world is already next door. I think that's Ivory Coast. I just saw that recently in this channel that the biggest
Yeah.
church in the world is in Ivory Coast. They are busy building churches when we
Bro,
should be
some of
building
these
things that are useful for our people.
bro, some of these people need to disappear. They are continuing
You see, True Niger,
colonization.
Yeah.
this is why I
See
say,
me?
what's it called? I've said this multiple occasions as well. I've said again, these African leaders deserve capital one punishment. They
Same with
deserve
the
what the
Arab.
Chinese
Same with
Revolution.
the same with the ones that be conflicted and confused with Islam. They are
Mm,
Again,
so
no, no,
fucking
listen.
stupid.
You
You
can
see
be
me?
Muslim as long as you put your country
You
and
see,
again,
look at this one in look at this one in fucking South North Sudan. They won't let
it's
the fucking country go. You
brother,
see
it's too
me?
complex over there. You have to understand there's many ethnic tribes that are fighting for
Bro,
power
it
currently.
is one thing complex in everything, and it's Islam. Don't tell, stop.
It's not,
Just
it is
stop.
not, it is not.
I,
And the reason
Then,
why I
see,
say North
okay,
Sudan,
okay, okay,
mm,
okay. If it's not conflicting them, why is it not unifying them?
no, no, no. Again, this stretches back, like a long time ago.
You see,
No,
that's what.
brother,
Hold on.
North
Listen,
Sudan.
just
Listen, I'll explain. I
listen.
can listen.
Hold on, tall man, chill out. Just, can you just fucking just
Bro,
sit
you've asked a
aside?
question, and I'm
I
going to
know
answer it
you're
for
in
you.
defense of your shit, and that's hypocrisy. Just leave me alone. Let me fucking speak. Because I'm not telling no lie on no fucking body. Just leave me the fuck alone.
To
Let
Niger,
me
you
speak,
clearly
bro.
heard me. I'm not being
can we
Can
take
I
it?
defensive.
speak,
Yes,
bro?
yes. I
Can I
see.
speak?
I can
I'm
fire,
not.
please. There's no need
I'm
to swear
sorry.
at him. Okay,
But
thank you.
but but this bro keep fucking sorry. This bro keep interjecting in people in my conversation as if I'm speaking to you. You not fucking sorry. You're not the only goddamn Islamic person, bro. Just leave me alone. Let me speak. Now, what I'm saying, bro. If something, listen. If it's not cold, it's hot. Listen, just hold on. Just I'm telling you, if it's not negative, it's positive. That's just life. So if it's not unifying you, that's what's dividing you.
Mm,
Stop playing. We need to stop playing. Okay, why is okay the South, which is goddamn Christian, why they not so smart? Why they're not so warfying, and arrogant like the people in Islam? But they're not so smart because they're giving away their shit because people white people live easier in their communities. I, I'm from Jamaica. You got children can't fucking hold on. You got people who don't pass 20. A lot of young men don't pass 20. But you have some crackers who has his store and he gets to see 90 years old. You feel me?
Mm.
What the fuck you think is doing that, bro? Oh, and Christianity, hold on, Jamaica has most churches almost in the fucking world per
Mm.
square mile. Why are we so stupid? Why are we warring like that? Why you think so? If it's not unifying us, that's what's dividing us. Negative and
Yeah.
positive. That's how life is.
Mm. I can fire. Please let's let the other
I'm done.
members
I'm
of the
done.
panel speak because many of them have none of them have said anything. So
Nigel, stop,
I don't know.
stop, man. I'm not fighting down your mic, bro. Stop, man.
Yeah, I know because it's just Comrade Che was here after Auntie Editing Mo, and so please introduce yourself and say something about the topic. Please try to keep it brief. I'm sorry because I think I'm just getting the hang of this.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you to Niger for having me, and hello, good evening over here to the other panelists. But yeah, back to what Tu Niger was talking about. I agree. It's hard time we as the people, and especially those of us in the continent with voting power, should really have this mindset to stop all of these mistakes that happen, because we're gonna end up in the same place. But I just want to talk about Pan Africanism for a bit. For me, Pan Africanism is not that complex. So I just think it's simple. It starts at home. Before you start talking about continental unity, I think you should start in your own home country. If you claim to be a Pan Africanist and you have tribal mindsets, or you think you're a Santiman, so you think you're better than the Lagomba man, or Igbo, you're better than Yoruba, you're not a Pan Africanist. I think that's where it starts from. I think that
Mm.
if I think that if we start applying Pan Africanism at home, it makes this whole impossible dream of continental unity much more feasible. Because I think that the reason why the Pan Africanist goal of a United States of Africa, be it economically or politically, has never materialized is because we don't have stability in our individual countries. I like to compare with the EU. European countries, especially Western European countries, are very stable. So it made a lot of sense for all of them to decide to have a single currency. The French were okay
Yeah.
with it, the Germans were okay with it, the Dutch were okay, because they know that the economies of those countries are all stable, the institutions in those countries are all stable. There was nothing wrong with that. You look at Africa, I don't think Ivory Coast and Ghana can even agree to have the same currency, because you have the French meddling in the Ivorian economy. And in Ghana, we don't have that. Ghana, we have our own issue going on. You see what I mean? If there's
So
stability,
what do we what from the lessons of the past? What do we do this time differently? Because, like I said in the title, the window is open right now. What do we do this time to just do away with all these issues that we
Tunaja,
have been facing?
yeah,
Yeah.
Chinese playbook, Chinese
for
playbook.
for
Look at the Century of Shame and copy that. Read that book, understand it, and look what the Chinese did. Copy it from word for word. That's the only way Africa's going to move forward. If we have some sort of revolution where the young guys or the young people stand up to these cowardly elders that are leading the countries to doom, then that's the only way.
Mm,
yeah, I
go ahead.
he's not wrong. He's not wrong
Mm.
at all, because it might sound very radical and extreme, but sometimes when you want immediate a departure from the norm, sometimes a sharp departure is necessary. The Cubans did it. They were the
The
playground.
president, hold on, the president of Ivory Coast and their parliament need to go, die or go. The president of goddamn Cameroon
Mm.
and his fucking goons either go or
Yeah,
die.
that Cameroon one
Hold
definitely
on,
needs to go. It's been there too
wait,
long.
wait. The president of goddamn Gabon, them bitches act like fucking Gabon don't exist on the fucking continent. They need them and the royal bitches need the fucking no, they're not doing nothing for nobody. These are the things that I'm talking about. They super rich and all that shit and act like they don't fucking care about nobody. Shoot down the fucking plane for fucking the footballers from Zambia. These people need to pay for that bullshit. You feel me? Listen, man. I'm telling you, some of these people need to go, need to be invaded, bro. I'm telling you, somebody need to fucking take on a Russia fucking. I think Ethiopia maybe need to take on a Russia type of shit, where Ethiopia decide that bitch, all of you gonna name Ethiopia. If you make every motherfucker gonna name Ethiopia, you gonna have all of
Why
you gonna have to call
Ethiopia?
your fucking countries Ethiopia. You feel me? Too
You
much
want them to
fucking
name their country Ethiopia.
yeah.
Why?
The whole continent needs to be renamed. Uh, well, or you understand? So what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. Africa needs to be ruled by one fucking regime.
Yeah,
You see
Africa.
me?
But
I
is that
do
not
And
going
let
to
me
be
Everybody
get
believes.
but
extremely
what?
bloody? That okay? Let's paint that picture. If you take China for an example, China has got how many million people when they
All
did
right,
their
look at it
revolution.
this way.
If
Look
it
at
is
it
in
this way.
Africa, it's going to be like international war.
I'm gonna show you a tangible behave a
let me
tangible
guess. You
thing.
want
Hold
Ethiopia
on,
to rule?
I'm gonna show you something tangible, right? I think Ethiopia should build 50 or okay, say 55 luxury homes, right? And once an African leader gets elected as president to his country, him and his family spend 4 years in Ethiopia and go home on vacations once in a while. What I mean is everybody from their prospective country should stay at the African Union daily and run the countries from there. You feel me? The reason why I said that is these people too individual. There is nobody fucking to question their fucking little actions. Like this bitch ass little new president from fucking Malawi, that Zambia, that fucking talking about some bullshit about US fucking collaboration with military in fucking Zambia, and I be like, who is these niggas? Like what the fuck? You feel me?
And can I clarify something
I
as
mean
well?
like I mean
Look, listen
like
to this.
these
Look,
people be causing like you just like it's peaceful as fuck, and
so
then
Niger,
you
Yeah.
just
and the reason why I said earlier about these presidents capital one point, because again it's just what's called point of observation. If you observe things, you get to see the reality of things. I've seen the observation of Africa won't change because again most of these presidents of these countries within Africa say the things that the people want to hear, and then when they get into power, they tend to do the total
so what
opposite.
you think about that plan?
So again,
What
let
you
me
think?
finish. I can let me finish.
Yeah,
So
but
this
you
is why
didn't
I
let me
say I can let
finish.
me
Hold
finish.
on, you didn't let me finish, bro. You
I
need to
can.
have some
You're
respect.
speaking. I muted my
You
mic,
don't
brother.
even
Have some
say I
respect.
can give me a second. You don't even
I
say I
can.
can give me a
I
sign. You just cut in.
I
What do
can.
you think about
I
that,
muted my mic when you're
Senator?
speaking. Show the same courtesy.
Go
Look.
Okay,
go.
go ahead.
So again, when I was again, what was I? What my train of thought before I got interrupted again.
About
I
executing leaders.
You
Oh yeah.
usually have
So
nothing to
I
yeah.
don't
say.
know why
So
we are talking about executing people. I'm not before they go and
yeah.
start
No, that's not
flagging
the thing.
us.
So
Yeah.
that's why I said again the reason why I say this is because of point of observation. When you get to see things play out, you know the outcome. And I've seen the same rhetoric with these presidents of Africa. And I meant that the part where I said capital one punishment maybe as a bit too far. Maybe I meant it as a joke, not as
Mm,
actual seriousness. But you see the train of thought with these presidents. You see the how they how basically what they do when they get to the office and how they act and how
mm,
they promise they were going to do things and act. It's two complete different polar opposites. They say one thing and do the totally opposite. So that's why I
mm.
say Africa won't change unless you have a spine. You have a leader within that
Mm.
country that
So
has
what
actually cares about his
what the
people.
brothers
Sorry, I can fire. I used to think when people say capital one punishment, or like, get rid of these leaders and all that. I'm beginning to see the logistical um, um, prudence in that way of thinking about things. That's literally, if you try to flesh it out, you start seeing why there is some logic in it. And if you look at leaders that did that, like in Ghana, where Rollins came in and cleared out quite a lot of leaders that came before him, and there was barely any coup that succeeded, and he ran the country for how many years and handed over to another government. Until today, Ghana is one of the most peaceful countries on the continent.
Look at
What
China.
he did,
China's the same
yeah,
thing.
exactly. So
Let
because
self
what
science,
that means,
let self science come in.
why I said the logistics is that when you clear all those potential traitors that have relationship already with your potential saboteur enemies overseas, it will take them a long time to build on new assets, because they consider these people assets.
To
Because
Niger,
100%.
answer my question to Niger.
go ahead. What's the
What you
question?
think? What you think about what I said earlier about having the African leaders spend their term at the African Union in Ethiopia?
If they do that, they will lose touch with their own people, and that could be
How?
extremely terrible, because
How? You
Ethiopia
have
is very far
no.
from
It's like
Nigeria.
this. It's like this. It's like this, right? Nothing goes on in any country except through the African Union. Do you understand?
You
So
see,
this is
what you are saying is it
that's what
sounds
I'm
good
saying.
on
You gonna
paper,
say
but
it
you
gonna
have to.
demoralize the people. But
See,
this, listen,
mm,
let me say something to you, right? I'm just saying that as a hypothetical thing. I'm not saying that's something that that's something that I would do if I fucking have a dictatorship going on. You feel
mm,
me? But in real art, that's why I come with different solutions. In real time, under our powerlessness, all we can do is bribe the ministries of education. You feel me? I'm
yeah,
saying in our powerless state, which is the natural state of what we in, right?
yeah,
All we can do is go fund ourselves in terms of find ways and means to fundraise. You feel me?
yeah,
Use those funds to bribe the ministries of education. What I mean, dictate for them, because what we need is sensible people. You don't know which president is which as a kid, but one of them is going to be president. You understand? So what
mm,
you do is influence African teaching in terms of Marcus Garvey, Patrice
mm,
Lumumba, books of conscious people, especially who they killed. You see me?
mm.
You have to,
Okay.
I would say,
I see your point there, but I'm not so
Do Niger.
sure it's a good idea, because I think that's a heavy lift. Let's put it that way. It's going to be a lot more tricky to do. I think
yeah,
our
but
priority should
hold
You
on.
be
see,
What
getting
what is
ourselves.
it? But it's
See,
money. Hold on. Wait,
can I
wait.
make a point before? Listen to
But
this,
it,
Do Niger.
yeah,
listen, listen,
there are
you
other
gotta
two people that
understand.
haven't said anything on the panel. Sorry, there are other two people that haven't said
That's
anything at all.
self-science,
Let's just give them a bit of courtesy so that they
of
can be
course.
able to contribute. Self science and Mwandatezi. Sorry, I think Mwandatezi came first. Mwandatezi, can we have your opening statement? Please don't tell us to go to school. All right.
Yeah, man. I see today there's a lot of active imagination in the panel. I see we might as well just, just start playing house or something. Because I don't know what my brother Ikonfa is thinking that any leader, it will never happen that a leader will go to Ethiopia and start ruling Africa, or Ethiopia starts conquering Africa. Those are just things that will never happen. Personally, I don't think that will ever happen. But what I think will happen is, first of all, I think let me address what the first thing I was talking about,
Who the
Islam.
fuck face is that, man?
Yeah.
What kind of cracker face is that? Go ahead.
What?
That not you,
He got
understand.
triggered by the face.
That that thing.
Oh. Oh, and oh yeah, yeah.
Icon,
I
you're
got,
so
I
silly.
got
Okay, okay, okay.
Africa.
Let me say my
Oh,
point. Let me give my point. Let me give my
Oh
point. Uh, First of all, when it comes to the, I don't believe. I think all the religions in Africa are useless. There is no. I don't think there's no good. They're all useless. They are failed. If their job was to unite or instill morality or do, I don't know, whatever the job of a religion is to do, it's not done. It's failed.
It
All
does
of them.
install morality, but that's another argument. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that was just my first point. Second
it
of
has
all,
not done
I
it.
don't, I don't think there will be a uniting Africa is going to happen. Like guys just come together and sit and unite. In fact, I think personally, I think East Africa community it will be the one to take like probably a huge chunk already.
They
Congo has
lead in the way. They lead in the way already.
yeah
What country
the
you from,
Congo,
brother? By the way,
yeah.
what country
I'm
is the brother
Kenya,
from? You?
From Kenya.
Oh, Kenya.
So
Okay.
East Africa community will probably take over. Will probably the way it's happening. Congo is already inside the East Africa, so I think it's one of the biggest trading blocks. Probably by the end of
Yeah.
this decade, since it's already in, it's
no
now
South
East
Africa
African
gone.
community
I
stretches
think
from
South
the
Africa and what they call Zimbabwe, all of those I think gonna join East Africa.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So far right now, I can see that right now it's East African community stretches from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. It's like it has access to both. So already it's like one of the it's the
Brother,
most
what countries are
strategic.
in the East African Federation again? I forgot.
Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and Congo.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
Damn.
thank you.
so it stretches from Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. So it's the most strategic trading bloc in Africa at the moment. So I see. By the end of this decade, two more countries joining. Then it will be just now. It will be like a superpower. It doesn't matter what other countries say. Whatever it's decided in the East African community, it will hold sway.
True
I
that.
Mm.
was gonna say, I was gonna interject as well and say that you know that 80% of the world's oil goes through the Gulf of Aden into the canals in Egypt, and the country that has basically the access point is literally Djibouti, and you could tell because there's so many military bases there. But that's the reason why that they have to invest so much in Djibouti, and that's the reason why they have to, again, they have to give the guy, the president of Djibouti, Umar, they have to give him multiple things for him to be happy and let them stay there. Because
Mm.
otherwise, he can just let the Chinese, the Russians, many other countries book in there and get rid of the Americans. So they have to kiss up to him, and I think that's the reason why they're giving him money, they're giving him weapons, they're giving him modern tanks and whatever. There's a lot of trade
Mm.
that's going on behind the scenes that we don't
Mm.
know
Well,
about
you
that I've
see,
seen myself.
what you said just now just reminded me about how Ethiopia gave away Djibouti. You see,
Arab
No, no,
you
no,
see,
people.
not Djibouti, Eritrea, yeah.
Eritrea. Oh, was it Eritrea they gave away or
Yeah, what happened
Djibouti?
is they gave it to the
Okay,
Italians or some sort of back deal that happened with them, yeah.
yeah, because they
It's
knew.
not
I think
it's
it
not
was Djibouti.
giveaway.
I think it was a French
They
or
did
something
Icon
that they
Fire.
signed
They
a
did.
deal with French or something. That
It's a military takeover by Italy. What are you all
Brother,
talking
listen to
about?
me, listen to me. I
they
You
am
know there
don't
from
was
know
a
that
what
deal.
region. Brother,
you
I'm
don't
from the
know what
Horn.
you're
I know.
talking about, man.
You can
It's
have
a
Abby come on here who's in Habasha and he will explain
Mm.
to you.
hey,
Icon,
let
I
me
know.
speak. Hold on. I don't listen, I don't
Icon, you
claim to
don't know,
know
brother. You
everything.
don't know.
There,
You're
there was
Jamaican.
a
You don't know about the
deal. There
whole.
was a deal that
So
took
you are
place.
telling
No,
me
I
that
can
you,
fire. This is important because we could learn something from it. Because there was a deal that took place where an Ethiopian leader gave away land to foreigners, not thinking about the consequences. They knew the foreigners
who
knew
who
they were
who
going to
who
build this. The Ethiopian leader, the foreigners knew they were going
you
to
can
build this
call a name?
canal.
If you can't call names, you don't know nothing then. Because I can call
Icon,
names.
Okay,
Hold
let
up,
me get
Icon,
man.
the
Wait,
names.
man.
You know what?
Icon.
I'll be
I know
What's
quiet.
his
about the
Let me
name?
Horn
get the
politics.
name.
What's his
I know about
name?
the Horn
What's his
politics.
name?
I know what goes on in that region.
Let me talk to Mo, cause Mo, you talk too much.
Brother, you're speaking of something that you don't know.
what
I know
about
about
the?
the Horn
Hold on,
politics. You don't.
I'm asking you. Stop cussing, man. I'm asking you this.
Cussing, what?
Stop cussing. Stop
When did I
arguing, bro.
cuss? Are you not
Stop
hearing what I'm saying?
arguing then. Okay. What about the battle of the Battle of Adwa? Do you know about it?
Yes, I do. And do you know what happened after the
So
Battle
I'm
of
gonna
Adwa?
ask you this. I'm gonna ask you this. Did
Do you know what happened
Ethiopia?
after it? Answer my question.
Can I ask you something, bro? Just stop the talking. My God,
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
bro. So I'm asking you this, right? Did the Ethiopians go to Italy and bring the Italians to come and fight them,
Do you
or
know
did,
what happened for them
or
to reach
or
the agree?
or
Listen,
or did the Italians come and occupy Eritrea and invaded Adwa? You feel me? Ethiopia, in which they lost, and
listen.
they
No offense, but I'm not getting
maintained,
educated
in
by you.
which, hold on,
I know
in
what
which,
happened.
quiet down, in which they maintained occupation of Eritrea from
Oh my
from
days.
in the 18th century up
Tunaja,
to when Haile Selassie was there.
Yeah.
He
Hello.
brother, I'm
he
going to
came
go right
in.
now. But I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say a final word.
Bro, I
Because
can't
again,
take how Mo is, man. He don't allow
listen,
no. It's like
I
you
know what happens.
aspire.
Listen,
I
listen,
think you
listen,
aspire or something. You
brother.
come to
You
cover
word.
people.
Listen, listen. You're
You
you're
come to cover
Rastafarian, yeah.
people's word,
But I
bro.
know about the home politics because
When
I live
people
in that
putting
region.
out their
I can't
word,
find, I can maybe if you
so why
let
you
him
don't tell
talk,
this guy to shut
then
up when
Exactly.
both of
somebody
you to
Tunaja,
talking?
he's not letting anybody else talk.
see. It's good that you know so that both of you can get to the bottom of the matter. He talks, you talk. He talks, you talk. Because
But
there's
I
so
wasn't
there is
done.
this
I
guy.
wasn't done. You
See, this guy hasn't
supposed to
even
wait
said
until
anything.
I'm done.
So why are we getting upset? Look at
No, Tunaja, I'm
self-science.
just
He
saying.
hasn't
I'm
said
just saying.
anything.
Look, Tunaja, I'm
But I'm
saying
not.
right now, this icon fire fella just keeps on interrupting everybody, and when somebody does it back to him, he gets emotional. You have to let people speak.
No,
That's
you
all. That's
talking
what. That's what I'm
about
trying to say.
giveaway, and
Okay,
that's a lie.
when you guys exchange one more, self-science will say something because he hasn't said anything at all. You see,
Yeah,
so
let
just
self
make
science
it
speak because I
brief.
don't want to hear icon fire.
Okay, okay. Self-science, you are welcome. Sorry about the delay. Just forgive me. I'm gonna be learning doing better. I think I've improved this time. Yeah. Please,
You are
make your
doing
opening
fine too,
statement.
Niger. You are doing
Thank
fine.
you.
Hello, everyone on the panel. I, you know, as usual, I'll start with an analogy. If you live in a neighborhood and you have we have all lived in some kind of neighborhood where there's coming together and all this stuff. I think the two things that prompts people to want to come together and have groups or act in imperatively in neighborhood is that there's an impending threat. One, and two, for economics that can be put into maybe repairs. Maybe they need to build a swimming pool or something. So I think for the whole of Africa, what I see that is that we know that some of us sense it, but it's actually the fact. Some do not know, but for the most of us, we feel that we're being taken over gradually. Therefore, that we have a sense of we're feeling that there's a threat, and therefore we're calling for some kind of coalition to, try to tackle this threat when it does happen.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the second point is that I think that one of the problems that we have is that we're not economically together. So therefore, if if a country goes to take loans from the IMF and other, these things out there, we find out that they are automatically enslaved. Like we see the China, sorry, like we see in China and your sorry, um, but what I just wanted to say in short is if economies can be built inside the continent, then smaller countries can go to these companies or these bodies and take loans there and maybe for better deals because we expect that an African company or an African body will be more in touch with other African countries. This is just my opening, and I'll come back to say some more stuff.
Yeah, Mo, let me just read this to you. They
Mo
said,
is Mo is gone.
oh, Mo is gone. Okay, so I wanted to
And
him to talk
Tunisia.
about, what happened with their territory, how the French, why they got involved in that region. They knew that the Suez Canal was going to be built, even with Ethiopia. So it's just like our leaders don't see into the future what the other group is doing, and we make reckless decisions that resulted in so many military bases in that region right now because we didn't see the Suez Canal being built by the British. So that's the kind of stuff I feel like we need to be learning lessons from that. That was a massive strategic error because Ethiopia had access to the sea then, and Eritrea, but they just signed lands away that resulted in them losing control, access to the sea because they didn't
Okay,
see the
guys,
future.
I have a question.
But
This is
at the
just thinking.
time they didn't have an option.
Nah,
No, no, they
okay.
had an option. They could have. Oh no, they did. They could have decided not to sign that deal because they were not defeated at that time. They signed an agreement to loan the land over to the French or something or the British. Then after the stuff expired, that's when those nations became independent because they couldn't return back to Somalia because these Western countries supported them to become independent because they know that if they return back to Ethiopia or Somalia, that will cease reduce their power over those territories that they put military bases. So this is the kind of stuff, the
Okay.
chess game that they
So
were playing. The
Yeah,
Swiss
but
canal
oh,
had
okay,
not been
let me
built,
ask you this.
but they knew it
Let
was
me,
going to be built.
yeah, okay, let me ask you
it
this,
was a
guys.
trick.
The Red Sea and
Mm.
the Suez Canal. Is it strategic for Africa or just other parts of the world? Because as
For them,
Africans,
it
it's for
could be
them.
for us
For us,
because
it's not strategic. It means nothing to Africa. We don't a lot of
if
No,
you see,
strategy.
think
Tezzy.
about it, if Kenya wants to ship something to Europe, it will be useful to Kenya. If Tanzania wants to ship stuff to
Yeah.
Europe, it will
But
be useful
okay,
to them.
but Nigeria doesn't even use it.
No, no, Nigeria doesn't care.
You
I'm
see.
gonna say
So,
this. I'm gonna say this to Wanda Tezzy, right? Um, the raw materials in Ghana, I think, is not for just Ghana people. It's for also Wanda Tezzy in Kenya. The raw materials in Kenya, like the animals. Who does can Kenya say they don't want Ghana people to come see the giraffes? Because the giraffes is for us. Same with what's underneath the ground. So all raw material is for all Africa, including the sewage canal. You feel me? All benefits for from Africa is for Africa. But okay, we can overrule um the north because these little bitches in Egypt, in which they deserve something, we can eliminate that. As one that Tezzy said, chill out for a minute and watch it. Just grow our south. You feel me? You feel me? From Chad to bitch ass Niger and to Gambia. You feel me? We maintain growth in all to South Africa. We maintain growth to all of these regions. That's
Can,
what
can
we're
I
supposed to be
can I
focused on.
interject for a moment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I can't fire, but it
Yeah.
sounded more like egalitarian communism than it sounds Pan Africanism. Because what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying,
what
practicality makes
oh
sense, but
yes,
it's basically communism, saying the resources in Ghana belongs to all Africans, not just Ghanaians. In
yes,
theory, that sounds perfect. I agree with it. But
yes.
in actuality, it's close to impossible for the people living there to perceive it in that
Alright, this
manner.
not that's not what this it's not how I see it. This not what I'm talking about. It's not like, oh, every every piece of gold gone travel to Kenya and put in one that Tezzy's hand. That's not how I'm looking at it. It's like I'm looking at it like use whatever in Ghana to do the best for the people, that the people can grow and extend their hand to their neighbors. You feel me? And the neighbors should grow that they can extend their hands to Ghana. You feel me? So all of that gonna just convulge into growth for everybody. In which that would be the raw materials in technicality, it would be sharing for everyone. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So basically, you mean that the resources in Africa should benefit Africans first
Yes,
and
yes,
foremost?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
okay, I see.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that is clear.
Yes,
And
sir.
yeah, that is common sense that we should be applying. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the Ghanaian government purchases most of its oil from Nigeria or Angola, which are top oil exporting countries right there in Africa. I don't think so. Same for rice. You
But
know, I
Ghana
don't
gave
know. The leaders, the common sense is
Ghana
just
got
it's
oil,
a
but they
headache.
gave it away practically.
Could you come again?
Ghana have oil, but they gave it away practically.
Oil is the reserves are we're still getting a hang of it. Sure, we can start selling it, but it's nowhere close to the likes of Equatorial Guinea, Angola, or Nigeria. But yeah, we do have oil in commercial quantities that we can sell. But you're right, the agreements is so brain cell killing because
Ghana shouldn't be. Let me tell you, Ghana is silly. Our the president, that little Christian president, he has some ideas. I think he was. I'm not sure what got into him about the year of return. I can't believe it's just a strategic move from him to make money. I don't know what happened to him, but he did it. But I'm saying this, right? This guy brought um VW, that's Volkswagen. He brought BMW, all of these to be made what you call it compiled in Ghana after you have Kantanga, in which every president, every minister should get a car from Kantanga. No, everything you should get from Kantanga. You feel me? He, this guy is so weird. You should use your oil to make more electricity, or make when in that refinery, you make a refinery and fucking make your petroleum jelly, your petroleum, your fucking whatever they make with oil for Ghana, first. You feel me? I'm thinking that's what they're gonna do. I'm thinking that's what Nigeria gonna do, because Nigeria now is gonna build this gigantic fucking oil rig, right? And I'm wondering if that's what gonna generate Nigeria's electricity. You feel me? And
No.
not that alone, is they gonna make things for convenience to Nigerians. You feel me? I mean
Mm.
Nigerians, not the elite. I'm talking about Nigerians. You feel me? So these things I still want, it's there, but I still wonder about it, because these little niggas is like listen, I'm telling you, this is what it is, man. I'm telling you, this is what our problem is. That's why I have these type of solution. Our problem is we don't mind seeing beggars on the street. We don't mind seeing them old, and we don't mind seeing them young. What that means is our moral standard is in decay, because what what how he got there. You feel me? How did he get there? Even if he's uneducated, how the hell did he get there? You know why? Because we are putting them there.
Uh,
Either
I'll speak to that.
purposely,
I'll speak to that icon fire. I think the
yeah,
problem why I'll speak of Nigeria particularly is that Nigeria showed some kind of promise when it first got independence, but unfortunately the coup and the civil war just destroyed everything. And so
No,
what?
no, no. I don't want you to. I don't want you to could. This what I'm trying to say. Um,
And
maybe I'll go off because my battery dying. My battery is dead, so I'll go off.
okay,
But
so
this what I'm saying. Hold on. This what I'm saying though, right? If we don't have a moral teaching, we done for because what happened is everyone hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Because what happened is we are immoral. You see me? We have immoral thoughts. We bother each other. We the worst to each other. So even if Nigeria never had those coups, we would be a immoral, white loving people. You see me?
Yeah, but
It's only
I just want to point.
I
hold
can
on.
fire. Okay,
No,
sorry, I can
no,
fire asked me for a name. The king was King Menelik, and let me
I know what
show you
his
what he
name
did.
was.
Yeah, you are evil then. King Menelik of Shiwa, a southern Ethiopian kingdom, recognized the Italian occupation of his rivals' lands of Bogos, Hamasian, Akele, uh, Guze, and Syria in exchange for guarantees of financial assistance and continuing access to European arms and ammunition. So you see the problem: we sell away our people, sell away our land for what? Those things that don't do you any good anyway. You literally are enthroning foreigners into your territory. That is the consequence we are still living with till today, and we don't want to be making that kind of silly mistakes anymore. Just last week, American AFRICOM is looking to put a base in Zambia, and some Zambians are resisting it now. We really need to start stopping these things from happening. I don't know how our leaders can just come in and allow foreigners to just come into our territories. It's crazy. And
Bro,
we
I'm
should be
telling
making
you,
that
let me
referendum
I'm gonna
now.
say something to you. I'm gonna say something to you. Some
Yeah,
of
go
our
ahead.
leaders, I'm gonna say something deep, right? Some of our leaders maybe do listen, they are you have listen, a lot of us don't understand what's real how white people roll. White people are very terrible people. See me? They might be bribing them, they might blackmail them. You feel me? They a lot of them don't know. I'm telling you, some of Africans think white people is something to play with. You feel me? And I'm telling you, they don't know. White people will set you up in terms of they'll fuck with your sexual life. They'll put cameras everywhere. They'll watch you and they'll send things for you, send people for you. You feel me? I might catch you in some type of sexual interlude that must not be publicized. You feel me?
I can't fire.
So, so,
I still feel a need to put my point across because
so
I
I'm
think
trying to say to you that,
it is.
yes, sir. Wait first. So I'm saying to you that a lot of them is too friendly with white people, and they get caught up because white people have some shit on them. Go ahead,
Self
Okay,
science.
science.
okay. So what I was trying to say about earlier was that Nigeria had a sense of enthusiasm, and there was a lot of morality back in the 60s. You know, there's immorality all over the world, but if you grew up in Nigeria, you'll know that way back there was some sense of godliness, of kindliness, and all that. So what eroded that, I see, one of the stuff is that when the war occurred and it became an all-out grab for power, and it became more uh, e- either north or south. Everybody wanted the power for his tribe. The natural governance that the governing party, a king or the president or whatever, gives out, that general also becomes the culture of a community, that eroded as well because people started doing things selfishly. So the military now took over and they did things by power. Now that stole the power from people And so I think we have been in a
All
malaise. We the people
right,
who have been,
Mr. Nigeria.
wait, let me
Mr.
make my point. Let me make my point, sir. We the people who have been in a malaise for a long time, thinking that authority and power must come from up. It does come from the top, yes, but when it starts to fail, people need to take power into their own hands. And so what that means for everyday people now as Africans is that we have to start building new power structures. And
mm,
because you just mentioned the crisis somewhere, Zambia pushing back. See, what we can do to as Pan Africanists is that we can have organizations where if Zambia is pushing against something, we go
mm,
flood the internet. Those of us that can travel to Zambia, we go join
mm.
them and we push against that stuff as long as we know what it is really about. We meet with the top players and we do that and we take power and put power back into the people's hands at whatever level we can get that power. That's just what I wanted to say for now.
Yeah, I think that let's say somebody wanted to, because like one of the things that is clear in my mind is that we have to learn from history just by what we saw here. There are one major lessons. We should never outsource our security and survival to others. That's one big one. Anytime any decision puts us in even remotely close to that situation, we should avoid it. And secondly, we should never accept foreigners on our territories. The ones that are existing, we should be looking to roll them back.
All right.
Definitely no new ones. That's two things that I think that is clear. There are
So
probably
to
more that will
Niger.
come out of this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, those things that you saying. All right. I'm gonna talk in your language, in the Toyu language, science and Niger. Well, let me tell you, my youth. You see, let me tell you. You see, my youth though, my youth are talk about sweet Nigeria and all that stuff. To me, let me tell you, the problem bigger than Nigeria right now, bossy. You see me? The problem bigger than Nigeria. A whole heap of other African country. All of them have the same problem, just like Nigeria. You don't feel like say una in a no bubble like you alone, una alone experience these things. You feel me? So what me I try to say to you say the problem what we the solution must be a general solution for everyone, because if you look at it, everyone have the same problem. You see what I say? Go check it out. Everybody have the same type of dysfunction. You see me? So to me, what me I try to tell you say, okay, you don't have the power for formulate no type of
Mm,
revolution or no type of what you call it um security apparatus.
mm,
You see me?
yeah,
So
mm,
me I try to tell you say, alright, make we try formulate some type of funding brethren where we can do some invest in cause let me tell you, okay, you have 2 million 200 million Nigerian, right? 200 million Nigerian. How the
mm,
hell, how the hell you are gonna touch? How the hell you are gonna touch all of them? How the hell how you gonna find a way for impact everybody? Let me tell you
mm,
how. You see, right now, there is one educational structure that is touching two things in a Nigeria that is practically putting hands on every Nigerian. Well, three things. Two things: religion and and education. You see me?
mm,
So you have to understand, say, religion is driving us nuts. Education is the pie, is the cream on the cake. You see what I say? So what me say to you say, if you don't have art, why me emphasize on education is because what are the
But
knowledge
you see,
of self. What
you
is
see,
that?
my concern is that you see what I said. The topic is about the opening window. So if we start saying that we have to go for education stuff like
Yeah,
that, I fear that we will just be passing the
but
buck to the next
but what
generation again.
but
Yes, yes, I
to
agree.
Niger, to
Nigeria is
Niger.
right on that.
The up what I know? The open with are. What you say? What are? Which window open? Which one?
The
Because
window, yes,
there is many windows, But which one open?
the window of Africa becoming militarized and industrialized, so that we
No,
can be able
that
to reclaim our destiny. The
no,
window is
that
open
is
right
not
now.
the window that's open. Me notify you which window open.
Okay, which window
Is
is open then?
the information window.
Yeah,
That is what open.
yes, true.
The
Okay, that
information
too is
window.
open.
What
But
you know?
that is
What you
part
know?
of it. No, that is
To
part of
Niger.
it. But I think it's
I
also on the ground. There
I
is
I beg.
opportunity because
I
of what
beg.
is happening
To
within the
Niger. I
Russia
beg.
and China and the West.
To Niger. I beg. I beg.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
don't mean to. I don't mean to. I don't listen. I love you. Yeah, my brother.
Mhm.
I don't mean to object to
No, no,
to
you are
to,
adding. You are adding to
to
it. You
your
are adding
stuff.
to it. I don't think you took anything away when you
Yeah.
said
So
information
so
window. I agree with that.
yeah. So what may I try say to you? What may I try say to you? What I mean by information is um 10 year 10 year 5 7 years ago, no communication towards Africa, you diaspora, China, everybody can just talk one time, right? So
Mm,
the information what me have, you can get it. You see me? What me I try say to you is because information age open, you have to get information to the children. You understand? This is not no overnight revolution. Don't ever do that. You will mad. You will walk in, you will eat out of the garbage. You see me? If you think this is an overnight revolution, this is a revolution where it take stamina and drive and resilience. You see me? And it
mhm,
take and it take thought and it take
mm,
particular actions. So you can't just go out and act. You have to organize your actions because this is a
mm,
well-oiled, organized system that you're going up against, and you have to understand how to go against it. If we
mm,
are being mentally trapped, in which the machine is ongoing in mentally trapping us like a conveyor belt. That's how we walk it. We sliding out like on a conveyor belt after we Christianity influenced us, taught by a stupid education, a lacking education system. You feel me? That don't
mm,
teach you, that don't master engineer. Like, don't try to teach everybody how to be a goddamn engineer. It's like, bro, how
Okay,
you understand? So
brother.
what I'm saying is we need to get since the in listen, you can hear about John Henry Clark. You can hear about the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. These are books. You can get them in audiobooks, all that stuff.
Yeah,
These need to be
brother,
broadcast. Listen,
brother. But you
these
know, we
need
need
to
to
be
act.
broad.
We
Hold
also
on,
need
hold
to
on,
act.
1 second, 1 second. These need to be broadcast in secondary schools. You feel me? Where it's on the mic or something, where it's talking about the liberation of yourself. Stand up for yourself. Uplift yourself. Be proud of your blackness. All that stuff must be taught in primary school, secondary school. You understand? So if
yeah,
you
but
don't get your people to have um a moral compass towards blackness, in which the ugliest of us is ranked and equal to everybody,
See, I can
That's
find.
what I'm trying to
I
say.
agree with what you are saying, but in terms of doing it, it's not a bad thing to do. Of course, it's a very positive thing.
It's
However, like I said, you have to be time conscious. We don't have all the time in the world to sort all these things out. We have
then
to
then
somehow.
then hold on. Then
Mm,
make sure you take over the education system totally then. Because there is
mm.
no other way. You don't have a team, bro. How,
Yeah,
how are you
see,
how are you going to get a team that is already functionable?
Yeah, but there are soldiers. Soldiers are gathering in the US, in Nigeria. People are listening to all these things in all over the continent, and people are gearing up. And so
yeah.
we have
That's a good
we
thing.
have
That's a
to.
good thing.
Let me give you an example. When the US wanted to attack Ethiopia, they were trying to create an
No
idea
more.
that Ethiopia was
Mm,
doing this, and then win the narrative war, and then move in there. One of the powers that Africans all across the continent had, they utilize. You will see hashtags all over the internet.
Yeah, we won that narrative. We
Yeah,
won that
we won
narrative.
that narrative. So what? How did the US, after they lost that narrative, what did they quickly do?
The
Before
Agua. They took
before
away Agua.
I'll give you one. I'll tell you something else. The before, it was just CNN in Africa, but a racist 2 months or 3 months later, the racist Fox News now went to
mm,
Africa. What
yeah.
are they trying to do? What they are trying to do is now have two divergent narratives that will split Africans into two
Mm,
groups. So the next time they bring up a narrative like that, Africans will be split fundamentally.
mm,
So therefore, we have to act. And one of the powers we have now, as you rightly said, I can fight information. So we have to use
mm,
that as soft power that we get on code. When Zambia is saying this against China, we all get
mm.
on code. When
Yes.
Ethiopia is saying this against US, we all get on code. So there are things we can do right now. That's my point essentially.
Yeah, but how do you
I
but
agree with that point.
me and you think that way. How do you get us coordinated? Listen, if you talk about Africa, right? You talking about these billion people. Okay. Christianity is stronger than us right now. You feel me?
Hmm?
You listen, these things have been structured to make what's happening happen by
Mm,
coordinating how we think. You're not gonna get no. Listen, I'm from Jamaica. You have Rastafari. These people hate Rastafari, oppose
mm,
Rastafari, don't play reggae music,
mm, mm,
don't like anything conscious.
mm,
Now everybody's shooting each other. Them that don't like Rasta or whatever is not safe in their house or their neighborhood. So what I'm trying to say to you is in Africa you have a set of people will go down with the ship of wickedness. I'm talking about the Christians. They
mm.
will they will dispose of consciousness. You got to keep your mouth closed around them. They will dispose of you, bro.
Yeah, but
See,
okay.
but you see, people's religion is one thing.
So
I think
so
you
what
see,
I'm saying, no,
I can
no,
fire.
you
I think where you are, sometimes I feel like you step too far into the future. And I see, I don't disagree with one thing you've said from that point of view. The only thing I worry about is timeline. When you don't have a timeline, you don't have a timeline. And self science said, the information is out there. I think that if you want to organize, one of the things one has to do is really consider the structure you want to use to actually get information out there. Like you talked about, funding is essential. If you want to have funding, you have to think about, okay, what is the source? Is it going to be a business? Is it going to be a mega millionaire that is going to be funding it? But when you fund these type of things, you have to fund it in the sense that you have to have an element of security, because I believe that everything you do, if you don't have an element of security, it's going to fail. So you have to shield the people that are operating in it to an extent so that they can properly do their job without being compromised. And you can do most of these things anonymously. We are having this conversation, yeah, not totally anonymously, but we are not doing it publicly. There are a lot of people that fund political parties that we don't have a clue. They call them shadow money. The same thing,
Yeah,
you can get into that shadow world whereby you
that's
are
what you
operating, but
think.
nobody
Hold on.
knows where the source is.
So what you think I'm talking about?
Yeah, but
What you think? What you
we are
think
talking
I'm
about
talking about?
education. I see, but when you want to do that from the point of view of education, I believe more in the act of mass advertisement, mass publicity,
Yes.
because when
Yeah, but
that one
you know
reaches
that's what
everybody
you.
quickly.
Okay, okay. Why one way?
No,
Why one way?
no,
It's
I'm
like
not
this.
saying it's one way. The other way takes longer. I'm not saying you shouldn't do
Yeah,
it.
but what I'm trying to say to you, to Niger, is what I was saying is important, so we could go both ways. So
Mm,
okay, we could try to go the ministries of education to see if we could restructure education system. Also, we go on our own individual or public drive. You see me, in which public education is good, but it only goes so far.
Okay, I can find. Let me tell you, if I were to take this to the board of education in my country now and put this idea forward to them, it might take another 5 years or
Yeah, but what if you hold on? No, no,
for
no.
them to even
What if
consider
no,
it.
no, no? Wait, superpower, super scientist. What? Guess what I'm saying? Guess what I'm saying? What if you had 500,000 US and you said um t make the secondary schoolers are I'm this paying for a subject in secondary school where they study the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey. Here's the book, or here's the books. What if you say 500,000 right there? See it there? What you think that would take 5 years? With whose
No,
money?
it will take considerably less, but it will still need to take a
Yeah, so
process.
that's
It
what
will
I'm
still,
saying. What if you promise them and make them fucking be aware? Sorry, make them be aware that the money's right fucking there, in which they need it like god damn it. You feel me?
yeah,
And you say one thing,
it will
just
still take
make
a
the
process. It will still take a process, and my country is very complex, so that even with money, some people will not accept it. So it will
yeah,
still
but
take a
yeah,
process.
but the government say so. You see, that's the difference. See me, all right. The people never wanted the government in their bank book, but
mm,
the government did that, and I don't hear nobody saying shit. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is listen, the government is the problem, but not the government, because the government is the people, and the people is the government. So anybody else would be still unfortunate, because you have a moral decay in everybody's mind, because they are being taught one way by one institution, and that means whoever figured out that stupid ass information, if you in infrastructure, if you leave it alone, you lose. That's what I'm
mm.
saying to Niger. You feel me?
Yeah,
Okay,
If we decide
so
to let
you see,
let
my thing is I have a sense of urgency with my approach to things. I think we really need
you
to
have
have a
to
sense of
go
urgency.
but what listen, bro, I'm telling you, how do you stop a wheel from moving? Put a wrench in it,
Yeah,
because this is what
as
I
quickly as
uh,
possible.
yeah, but this, you don't understand the machine, bro. I'm telling you, you don't understand the
But
goddamn
we do know, but
machine.
we understand the machine already, though.
Bro, bro, I'm
But don't
telling
we
you,
understand how that
it's
we
the
have been
machine,
brainwashed? We all know
bro.
that already.
Yeah, but if you, so you are saying that use
Yes.
security, you saying that use security and leave and don't focus, don't really take notice, or don't really pay, don't really, just leave education for now,
Oh no
and
no
and
no
No,
no!
no,
and
I
you
leave
see.
have
the
I'm
and
saying the
leave the
kind of
church for
education we
now.
need now. I'm
But
saying
the
the kind of.
security.
Okay, let me give you a reason. One solid scientific reason why education is very important, because and why it is also can be done very quickly is because human beings can be reprogrammed very very quickly. That's within this in a day. You can turn people's mind against something.
Perception.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perception, that they will start perceiving something. So it means if you really want to change, capture the people's mind, you have to have a catalytic event. You have to do something that attracts a lot of attention, something that goes viral, or have a massive campaign out there that is
No.
funded that
No.
people are going to see. Why?
To
Yeah,
Niger. I'm gonna say something to you, right?
yeah.
And don't see it as nothing um
Mm-hmm.
insulting. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
Africa, Africa itself is backward in terms of the moves. Sorry, in terms of the moves that white people make. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the moves that white people make, Africa is backward. You know why? This is why I'm saying everything that Africa is facing, we in the West experienced it before.
Mm.
You see me? Everything that Africa is facing from the system, we in the diaspora faced it before.
Yeah.
So I don't want you to go in a battle that will be a fleeting illusion, to be attained, to be pursued, but not attained. You feel me? I want you to go in a battle that is strategic enough for us to win. You understand? Listen, take away, listen, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Only yourself can free your mind. What it means is we have a mental liberation to do. It has nothing to do with the physical. So it's not totally security, but it is security, because security of the mind means security of the physical. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is the things you are experiencing, what I'm saying is to combat this in for winning, not for instant gratification. You feel me? Going on a march, whatever, all that stuff, we did it. We all did it. We did it before. We did it so many times. So I'm warning you that no. You see me? You have to address the Ministry of Education that is structuring the people's mind. It takes 20 years for someone to grow. How do you get a baby to be stupid by the time he grows up? And how is it everybody that is at least almost nuts and hard to communicate, hard to deal with, hard to do all of these things? How do you do it? By the education structure, because everybody has went through it. You
Mm.
feel me?
Let me just show you something. How quickly human mind.
Yeah.
You see the power of just one page, just one
That
page.
that looks
So
crazy.
this does not require a whole educational system.
How
Because
how
people can be conditioned very very quickly if you have the space to do it, and that is the scariest bit, that Africans have never had the space.
but that's if, right?
especially with
You know,
technology through Nigeria today,
hold
Yes.
on. You see, you see,
people can be changed, their minds can be
okay.
changed in hours even.
You see what we doing?
Exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
You see what we doing right now? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna tell you something. I understand what you see. I understand all of these things that you talk that you showed, right? I understand all of it because I understand. It's like so that's why the tribe does it too. You feel me? It's the same thing with the tribe. It's a mindset.
90%
Okay,
will need
so
to
this what I'm
sacrifice themselves.
yeah. So this what I'm saying, big boss. You feel me? This what I'm saying. You would have to take over the media for these things to happen, right? You would have to take over the media. This what we doing is 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 a good way too. You feel me?
Yeah.
Only if we make Pan Africanism win in these conversations, in
Mm.
whatever space. You feel me? If that's the only way. This you see this the only way we can really make a major impact. That's why I come on this type of thing, and that's
Mm.
why I fight hard against people like Mo because he is
Okay,
onset in
okay,
negativity because of this Arab shit. He's on the offensive against positive.
okay, but
You see
Mr.
me?
I Can Fire, we're all here and we're all Pan-Africanists in action or in words or some way. So I think we should just focus on, the best, the solutions and the things that we can talk about that can make anybody who's listening to
Yes.
this to gain
So
something in the next 30 minutes.
I'm suggesting to you, super scientists, right? I'm
Self-science.
suggesting, okay, it's the same thing, self scientists. I want to call you super scientist, bro.
Okay.
Okay. All right. This is what I'm saying, right? Um, you need to go interject in all social media spaces where you can go on live and toss Pan African Pan Africanism at them and be very defensive about it because these people are very defensive, very insultive, and you got to be ready for it because Pan Africanism got to win, and what we're doing is fighting minds. So this these platforms is the best way to carry information and to prove to each other who is wrong from who is not wrong, and make somebody prove Pan Africanism wrong because it cannot be done. You feel me? As I seen them, they try a whole lot of times.
Yeah, I
It
agree,
cannot.
and that is how we need. That is why we need to make our platform very informative, very insightful, and you know,
But
not just a
on the
place where we
ground,
come to spill emotions and over spill emotions, but where facts come out so that people listening can know that, oh, this is the truth.
let
And
me
I,
tell you, on
okay,
the ground, you gotta control the TV and you gotta control the radio. Gotta have these powers. If you don't have these powers, I'm telling you, it's not possible. You have to control television. You got to control the radio. You gotta have these programs on television playing to the people. You feel me? If you don't do it that way, you have a set of dogs. You gotta control um Nollywood. You see me? If they resist, kill them. You
no,
see me?
no, we won't kill them. We don't do that in my country. But I
What are you
get what you are
talking about?
saying.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Any
I,
means
w- I-
necessary. This is not no time to be playing. They put in too much bleaching people on TV, so they glorifying not loving self. These people need to die. You feel me? They
no, no,
glorifying white
no,
Jesus every day. Bro, stop playing.
no.
You
They
need
don't
to
need
stop
to die.
having
They don't need to die.
sympathy,
But we get your point.
bro.
And
If
no,
if they no, all right, tell them to change then. Go ahead. Tell them to okay. Tell them to okay. Fire every bleaching girl
no.
and make sure only real black girl come up. Go tell them that. Will they do it? No.
That's the easy
So
way out. Pan
what you have
Africanists
to
we have to be smart. We have to be hardworking. and we have to be audacious. I
Well,
can
I'm
agree with
sorry.
that.
I'm just
But we're not.
talking hypothetical. You feel me? I'm just talking hypothetical. But
Okay then.
you feel me?
Okay then. Okay then.
But
Mm.
I'm not. I'm not advocating for no one to do that, because if you don't have the follow up in terms of controlling stuff, don't bother with that. You feel me? But these medias need to be controlled, bro. If okay, you have to formulate. Okay, this is ground shit. You have to formulate a syndicate called fucking Nigerians in black, and when a president come, you go and give them your constitution and tell them the other constitution don't matter. You go against this constitution, you go, bro. Or you take pictures of him in weird positions and tell him that you gonna fucking I'm gonna expose you if you don't do
Mm.
this or do that.
Can we let Tazy say something? He's been here for quite a while, and we don't even give him. You know, I can't fire. Please, sometimes you want to be conscious of other people and call them in so that they can engage with you, because they can also enrich your knowledge. You understand? Tazy, I don't know if you are there.
Yes, I talk too much. I'm sorry.
I've been listening. I've been listening. I'm waiting actually
Yeah,
for.
you are super patient. You know, you can remain quiet just just there. You know. So, what do you think about what we've been talking about so far?
Yeah, okay. Personally, I don't think if I'm going to like maybe address the topic, what can we do? What with the window about the window? I don't know. You know, sometimes we can talk about things that will never happen, and I don't know if that is constructive. You know, I don't know how
Yeah.
when you talk about.
How about
I
the
know you're
video? I
talking
don't know if
about
you saw
me.
the. Did you see the video?
I know you're
Yeah,
talking
I saw
about
the
me.
video. I saw the video, and
Yeah. So, what
yeah,
does that say to you about how easily minds can be changed?
yeah, okay. The problem is that we also underestimate our own leaders and our own people, our own because I feel like I see a lot of intelligence. Not we might not know it, we might not see, but when I look at these leaders, the way they operate, our leaders in Africa, not many of them, but I see there's a huge number of leaders. I see them operating in an interesting intelligence. You know, the way we're complaining here, but I see them operating in silence. Like right now, when we talk about information, that the leader of Ethiopia wasn't he already didn't he win the information war in his own country, right? You find also in I see it in many in Uganda. I see it the information war leaders in Africa right now. They are in fact I think they are ahead. I think they are ahead of the rest of the world when it comes to information. This thing this what did it show that manipulation of the masses. I think African leaders are ahead. I don't think because some
Hmm.
leaders, my friend, you look, people think that these leaders are like the Museveni guy.
Yeah.
People think he's unpopular. You know, until you go to
Hmm.
Uganda and you realize, no, no,
I
man,
like
Hmm.
him. I
he's
like
not
him,
as
but he needs
popular as
to.
you think, bro. This is just things that people don't know. That sometimes you can even argue that he genuinely wins elections. Like people,
Hmm.
I like him, but he needs to chill out now, man. I,
You see,
the
but you
problem
see,
is,
Tazy. Okay, sorry. I will go with you. We'll go to and fro for a bit. I can fire. Please be patient with us. See. The thing is, okay, yes, he's popular. I've said it before that our leaders, it's easy to think that they are like dictators and evil and compromising people. They don't. Many of them don't necessarily do it like clearly with an open eye. They often think that they're just compromising one little thing here and there, and before you know it, the whole house of cards is falling apart. Hence why it seems like they are ahead, because they have clear conscience. Have you not been in a situation whereby people are accusing you of all kinds of things behind your back, but for you, you know that if somebody stands in front of you, they will not be able to say that in front of you, because you will give them information that will completely disarm them. This is what our leaders do. When we stand in front of them, when we hear what they say, suddenly we'll be like, okay, it's not. I would probably do worse if I was in his shoes. So it tells you that the stuff we are describing, we truly don't understand it fully. You see what I mean? So maybe there is a point. You know what you said. The Ugandan leader is actually popular, and maybe the people don't blame him for the situation in his country. Maybe it's revealing some truths to them that the people forgive him for. Like they forgive him for the fact that the country is not doing so well. So we don't know fully, but one thing I can see from afar is that, come on, that country is not doing so well. The country is so poor. Why is he
Yeah,
not
and
doing better for his country?
when you see from afar, what you're seeing is international media. That is also
Mm.
something you have to realize, that when you look at news about another country, you're not looking at them from their local news. You're looking at them from the
Okay, let me
international
check
news.
Uganda out now. Let's do some checking. Let's see Uganda as an example. Because this exercise is also important to see some of the perception we have for our leaders, whether they deserve some of the criticisms that they are getting. Because that is also is part of the things we don't want to be repeating. Because if we keep divorcing ourselves from our leader when it's unfair, then that is a mistake.
I think
When
they
the
have
way is
oil
fair,
in. I think they have
Yeah,
oil in
yeah,
Uganda.
they have oil and they're already building a refinery. In fact, the refinery is an investment between Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania.
Let me
They,
tell
they
you
have,
something, Mister you 70. He you he's just there too long to me. But
yeah, but
he
he's
don't.
leaving. But
Yeah,
guess who's replacing him? His son.
his
He's
son.
prepping his
I
son.
know his son. So
Yeah,
so, but I'm
I don't
saying
mind.
this, right? I don't like that either. But I'm saying this, right? I'm saying that what's his name? Museveni. He's not going to make no foreigners rob the country. That's what I
No,
like with it. You
in
feel
fact,
me?
to Niger, Museveni should be your favorite leader. The way he's been upping his spending on military. Actually, I think
mm,
Uganda has a very high military per person. He's been doing all the things you say. So I don't even know why you dislike him when it's like he's listening to you.
They
no, I think
making lux they
I only
making luxury
question him
buses.
because of the length of time in office. He's been there very long, and I have not seen any highly great achievements for that length of time.
Wait,
So
they making luxury buses.
yeah,
Yeah, they're making buses. They make phones too. They make
uh,
electric. Yeah. So it's not. It's. I'm telling you, like it depends on what lens you watch. You watch
But
this
it's
guy.
some Chinese people, it's some Chinese making the phones.
Nah, but yeah. But you see, the thing is, they're made in Uganda, and the technology, the knowledge of making it is also in Uganda. I saw the video. I saw last year.
Eventually.
You see,
Yeah, yeah.
all you need is
That's
black
nice.
people.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yeah. You see. That's the thing. He's thinking like that's what I'm saying to Niger. He's like he should be your favorite president in Africa.
oh no, you cannot be. Let me show you some things. Let me share some things that you cannot. You see, the thing is, he does. I think he probably did some things right, but there's still a lot of things for him to
Yeah,
But
yeah.
fix.
I
Obviously,
don't
he
think
put
his
back.
son should I don't think his son should take power. It's not gonna look good.
Now,
That's
actually,
Uganda there. That's
That's
Uganda
some royalty shit.
population, and that's Uganda's military size. You see what I'm seeing there? That is 46,000 was 46,000 this in soldiers, and which is not
Not
population is
enough
how.
even 100,000.
for 45 million people. That's one soldier defending
Okay,
about a
no, you're
thousand
looking at
people.
2018 military and population of
Okay,
2020.
let's because
Okay,
2022. I
Google.
think this
Let,
is
let, me-
called
let me
also
let, let,
2022.
let me guide you because I know the article. Google Uganda upgrades military spending.
Okay, let's do
Uganda.
that quickly. And Uganda upgrades
It's a news article.
inventory. Let's see. Yeah, they do. That's good. Ukrainian wrap up Ugandan aircraft upgrade. Okay, Ukrainians wrap up Ugandan aircraft upgrade. So they were wrapping up their aircraft. Okay, Ugandan People's Defense Force.
Go to the
Uh,
news article,
okay,
news
under the news.
section.
Okay,
Yeah.
now Armed Forces Minister, East London. Okay. Uganda cut. Let me see. So let me just make straighten this thing. Uganda
Oh,
cut. Move this out of the way.
military spending. I think you military spending. I don't know.
Is it here? I can't see it. Search your topic. Dictator Museveni's son. Oh God. Okay, but that's okay.
Cedric,
I shouldn't
Cedric,
judge.
you
To
don't have
face.
no good. You don't have good receipts, Cedric.
Nah, nah, I do. I do. Actually, I told you Uganda. You didn't listen to me. Military spending. Upgrade
Okay,
military
military
spending.
spending. Okay, sorry. Let's do that. We have to be. Let's see. Military spending. Let's zoom out a bit. Catching up with. I don't know. You up? Okay, Uganda ups military expenditure in arms to
Yeah,
catch up with this thing. Let's see what they say there. You say although Kenya leads in regional military spending at 1.1 billion. Oh God, 1.1 billion trailed by Uganda. 1. Okay, they are just, oh my God, Jesus Christ. See, okay,
What,
this
okay.
is
No,
Tuna?
this
no,
is
no,
Tuna,
no,
celebration
what?
no,
of mediocrity. See, let me
no.
show you this. Hold on. I think let me show you what we are talking about here. This is a country
Cedric,
of
calm down.
45 million, and look at what a small country like Sri Lanka can do. Sri Lanka population, let's see, 20 million, isn't it? Let's see where we get from there. 21 million. And Sri Lanka, let's see their military. That's a relatively poor country. That's why I'm choosing it. Um, that's why I'm choosing it. And you will see their budget for their military. That is their military size. Are you seeing that? That is
Yeah, but
scary.
now, but it collapsed.
300,
But it's collapsed.
300,000.
No, it's not collapsed. It's still very much there. It's almost 400,000 put together. And look
But
at
the
their
economy
military
collapsed.
spending. Oh, who cares about economy? When you see, you can afford the economy to collapse and come back as long
If
as
you,
people are not
if
interfering
your
with your
military is
business.
good.
Exactly, you can afford. Russia was once run by the mafia, but today look at them. Because once you are okay, they spend 2 billion. This see, are you going to tell me Sri Lanka has more resources than Kenya or Uganda? No, they don't. These people
But
are
the
richer.
military
You know,
collapsed.
China
The
was
economy
run by the
collapsed.
mafia
People
too.
can't afford food
Yeah.
in that country. So I don't understand how you can. That's it's a really it's a balance.
Why you
If
say they are collapse? They collapse. They are still a country. Sri Lanka is a
they have
country.
defaulted on their loans.
Okay, let me go to their this
No,
thing.
no, they haven't
Who
collapsed.
cares whether they default on their loans? That doesn't even matter. If you think about it,
They
that is not
install
the
they
issue.
install the old president. The old president. They install the new one, the old one.
Look,
Yeah.
look at that,
Look at
look at
that.
that, look at
Look
that,
at
look at
that.
that, look at what they said. He said to solve its economic crisis, Sri Lanka must demilitarize. You see what
It's
you
true.
see the kind of agenda that they have. They are telling them to demilitarize. So
It
they
is
become
true.
more vulnerable.
But
Yeah,
That
now
is
they
the
are already
worst thing that they
vulnerable.
can
They are
ever do.
vulnerable.
and they're the ones who destabilize their country,
Exactly.
right?
Whom are the ones that own the banks?
Okay,
This
all right. I'm gonna ask you this, right? I'm gonna ask you this. So where's the help for?
look
Where's the
at the
help for?
agenda. Then look at
Hey,
the agenda.
to Niger, to
Sorry. Go
Niger.
ahead.
You have some respect, man.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, where is the help for Sri Lanka? Everybody talking about shithole Ukraine. Where is the help for Sri Lanka? Is they going hold on? All this love, is they gonna just watch Sri Lanka fall? You understand? They're the ones who destabilizing these people country, and then force. That's what they did in Reconstruction. They destabilize your shit and then tell you you have to restructure, and then it's all pain for Africa.
Mm.
And how
This
can they
thing is
hold
Dominic.
on?
Yeah,
And
sorry.
how can wait? How can they all restructure all at once? And then we all try to figure out what to do. If we all try to say we can't do all things all at once, but these people was able to reconstruct um Africa all at once. How the fuck?
I think here we are losing touch of who we are supporting. Are we supporting the people or the regime? you know, because now it's looking, because now you can support the regime. Yes, they require big military, but the people are starving because they can't afford food. So
Who?
I don't understand
But the people will starve even more without the military. That's what you are
no,
missing.
no, no,
They will
no, no.
starve
It's
even
not.
more. The reason why they are suffering has nothing to do with military. Even when you have a strong military, you still have economic issues. You see what I mean?
No, 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 no. You don't
Alright,
have economic.
Oh my God!
alright.
Come
Watch this.
on, man, Daisy. You can't put the blame down to the military. The military is probably why they are not as bad as Africa right now. The
They
military
are
is
worse.
probably the
They are
reason
worse
why.
than Africa. They are worse than
No, they
Africa.
are not. They are
Yeah,
spending
but
more
you
on their
can't
defense
compare.
than your
Look,
country.
okay, look at
Niger,
the
hold
economic.
on, man.
Yes, the military. I think this is the myth.
Wait, Tezzy,
We,
wait, Tezzy. You can't compare goddamn Sri Lanka with Africa, bro. You can't do it. Stop doing that, man. It's just a little spot. These people, don't have the resources of Africa. You can't compare them. You feel me? Just stop playing. Leave Sri Lanka alone. Let's come back in Africa and deal with Africa. You feel me?
okay, let me.
Because Sri
And
Lanka is no
look at the corruption
comparison.
index of corruption index of Uganda. So it's quite low too. Not very far from where Nigeria is. Nigeria is below it, but not that far. And if you look at their this in GDP too, you will find that it's a little bit low for a country of that size. So let's see. And that is a relatively rich country. When you think about it, they have a lot of natural resources. Uganda and GDP. Boom.
What you think caused them
Which
to
is not
be?
bad. Look at that. That's not bad. And 37 billion. Okay. Let's say Sri Lanka GDP is of a head country that you're talking about. Smaller population. Look at their GDP. So this is the thing. Is that guy doing such a great job? Maybe by African standard, where we celebrate mediocrity, maybe that
Yeah,
is a good job.
But
But we
but
can't.
you
yeah.
know the
That's
How
a
long
problem
are we
with
going to
small.
that.
put up with
But
this?
you the one who just said that's not bad. You
That
feel
is
me?
very bad. A country twice twice smaller than
So
Uganda
that's
generates
very
more than
bad,
twice the GDP of this in Uganda, even with that big
bro. You know
military.
what that is telling you? The people are not even having fun.
The military. Okay, my brother. Tonight, I think
The
here we have
people, the
a.
people are stressed.
Okay, okay. Let's not. I think we are mixing economics and military. The military does not reduce your GDP. You can spend all of it in the military, and you still have the same type
We
of
can't
GDP.
argue. We're not gonna argue that. Yeah, we understand. I understand that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So what happens is here. Let me tell you. Let me explain.
Yeah.
Right now, we look at the economy of Sri Lanka. What is the right now? People in Sri Lanka are going through economic crisis. The government has defaulted. It is official.
I think that's where the Somali people come from.
Sri Lanka.
I
Like
must say,
Nigeria.
you know what? You know what he just said? I just looked at one of their officials. He actually looked like a Somali. And I thought about it. It's funny this guy mentioned that. I actually thought he looked like Somali. Oh my God. I can't believe he just said that. Why did you say that? I can fire.
Because I know their history. Let
Oh my. Because I was just looking at one
me
of their
tell you something.
pictures.
Let me tell you
Whoa.
something. Let me tell you something. Ethiopia and Somalia made India and Sri Lanka.
Mm,
You hear?
wow. Mm, that's
It
probably
is
true.
it is Ethiopia and Somalia who populated those areas thousands of years ago.
Wow.
You hear?
Yeah. Let me just say, I wanted to find
Along with
that
along with
information.
along with some Bantus.
Hmm. So
That's
you said
why
you
they
joined Sri
that's
Lankan.
why they look alike so much, and that's why they have so much. But it's Islam
And
causing
also Uganda is landlocked.
it's
Hmm.
Islam causing the rift, though. You feel me? We could live
Yeah.
in peace, but it's Islam causing the rift with Somalia and the Bantus. It's Islam causing it. I'm telling you.
But
Yeah. So are they not Muslims?
Huh?
I thought Sri Lankans were
They're
Muslims.
Hindus, I think.
They
They
mix.
do this.
They mix. They have
They
Hindu.
do this.
They
They do
mostly
this.
Hindu.
I think I've seen
Oh.
their.
I'm trying to find that image that I saw. I could have sworn that guy really looked Somali, man. I was like, whoa. I wanted to
Just
comment
bring
on it, man.
no. Just bring up pictures of. Just say pictures of Sri Lankans.
Yeah, I
You
think
feel
Sri
me?
Lankan military. That's what I typed. Let me. What
Just
I
go
wanted to
to
just
random
re-jog my
people.
memory. That's the guy there. That's the guy. You see that guy?
Yeah, that's a
That
Somali.
guy looks Somali. I'm telling you, I was like,
That's
that
a
guy looks
Somali
Somali.
guy.
I was beginning to think that wasn't the right link. That
So,
you
to
were-
Niger, to Niger,
yeah.
you never noticed the connection,
See,
But look
this
at the
one really
article.
looks Somali. Yeah, he could be in Somalia, and
bro,
nobody would be able to tell the
bro,
difference.
Look at
bro.
the article.
Somali,
Look
hold
at the
on.
article. The name that
Somalia
is
used
using
to
is
hold
obvious.
on. Wait, Tizzy, 1 second. Somalia actually used to control um most of India and goddamn Sri Lanka, bro. Actually, and they are seafaring people. They used to go there. They even have leaders there,
Hmm.
Somali leaders who was great down that way. Remember,
Wow.
Somali people used to control fucking Madagascar. I think
Wow.
Madagascar is named after Mogadishu.
Hmm. It's really sad though. You see, one data that they often release that many African countries don't release is they said available for military service. You see, 5 million males are available for military service, and females 5 million. If you go to Nigeria, you will not see it. I don't think. I'm not sure Uganda will have that information too. Let's see whether the People's Defense Force available for
Where
military
where
age.
where is where is Tanzan? Because I heard she go off on
Yeah,
Muzungu.
yeah. I think Tanzan was something else yesterday. I have to
She
give it to
went
her.
off on that Muzungu, man. I'm
Yeah,
glad she did.
yeah. She really came on. I've never seen her like that before. People are surprising me these days, man. That is losing it. That is
Yes,
really,
no,
really getting
no, too
striding.
Nigel. Let me tell you what it is, man.
Mm,
We too weak, and we need to assume our goddamn strength, and we need to use our goddamn strength um with good. And you see, she directed her bad energy the right way. You feel
mm,
me? That's what I'm telling my people. We need something to teach us where to direct our bad fucking energy. I'm telling you, listen, man. Um, um, the cream people living too safe in Africa.
yeah.
The Arabs living too safe in Africa. You cannot let them walk past you and look you in the eye. They need to be reduced. That's if they alive, they walk past you and look down.
Mm,
Hear me? Let me tell you something, man. We too weak. We too soft. We too scared. You feel me? Ain't no Lebanon should have no goddamn store um in your community, in your cities. You feel me?
yeah.
Either you burn it down or dispose of these individuals. You feel me? Secretly. Because if you let me tell you, the real revolution on the ground today, if you don't target these motherfuckers who are there conspiring against you, you feel me? You
Yeah.
don't see when they're doing it, but they are. You feel me? And
Mm,
taking your money out the country, taking your resources just because they have. To me, if you can't win, nobody should win in your zone.
mm,
You feel me? That's how I see it.
yeah.
If you can't benefit, nobody should benefit. You feel me? I, it's so funny to see. I hear Chinese in bushes fucking mining gold. How the hell you survive?
Mm,
You feel me? How the hell you get to do that? Why are we so friendly, bitch? You feel me? that a bitch can be in bushes in our shit. Same with the goddamn Kenyans and this fucking tourism shit. Having people look at animals, which they should be fed by the goddamn animals. Man, we too nice. We need to
Tracy,
have a reputation where, oh, I'm scared to go
we are
there.
beyond too nice. We have become almost immature from
Yeah,
what we see. Look at what people built. Taste it so that you understand that
where is
military
that?
power is synonymous with growth in economy.
Where is
Without
that?
you don't, this is Singapore, a country of 5 million people, and they have a military that is almost 300,000. 5 million people, 300,000. That is even more tilted towards like it's even more than that of
All
this
right,
in Sri Lanka, and they are not even exactly at war.
but I'm gonna say something to you, son. To Niger, right? If
Mm,
all right, all of those beautiful things that you're showing, right? But
mm.
don't that look like somebody care about the people? Like
Yes.
like the people themselves care about each other. All right, I'm gonna say this to you, right? How the fuck how the hell you have a government and have pure dirt roads?
Mm.
Because the government thinks that what you thinks that's what you deserve. Because and the
Look at what they
people,
said. Hold on, let me
oh,
show you what they said. They said the look at that. Just look at the this thing. Their main agenda for the reason why they did what they did, why they have such a strong. He said the stated mission of the Singapore Armed Forces is to deter armed aggression and to secure a swift and decisive victory should deterrence fail. So this is what people do. And as a matter of fact, I've seen some of their countries when they do these things, they will say if a big power comes to fight them, and even if
It's
the big power
45,000
defeats
active.
them,
Remember,
but they
what
will
am I
destroy
seeing over there?
45,000. No, are you not seeing 240 40
Oh, that's
reserve?
reserve.
But that's military too. They are keeping them in reserve just in case they need them. But African countries don't even know what they call reserve.
I don't
Like,
know. I don't know if you know. Are we sure we don't have reserves? Okay, let's
no,
see.
we
Let me
don't.
check.
With odds, Nigeria doesn't have reserve. It's only Egyptians that have reserve. In short, not Africans do what they are supposed to do. They have reserves, but
But
many of our black countries don't at all.
To
this
Nigeria,
was
what do
maybe
you think is the
we
reason
need
for that,
need to be interested.
specifically in Nigeria?
I think it's the same thing that is affecting other African countries. Their leaders have somehow been compromised to believe that defense is not their should not be their top priority. I think that is the trick that is happening there. I don't think they are opening just saying, "Oh, we shouldn't go for defense." But by the time they talk about even just getting loans for simple things or any simple infrastructure, to them they will feel like, "How am I supposed to ask these guys for that I'm about to start building a massive military?" They are going to freak out. It's like that kind of girlfriend that you go out with. It's like she's so doesn't want to do you to near any other woman. Then
Mhm.
suddenly you tell her that you're going to be spending the evening with another woman somewhere else. She's going to completely freak out, and that is how our African leaders have been conditioned to think that their priority should be making sure the people have good food, have good health care, which they are not even providing
In the
because they are
first
missing
place.
the point.
And
Because
that's
Let me
many of
let,
us still think like that.
that's the
Casey
point.
was thinking like that a moment ago still.
That's
let
the
me ask
point. I
you.
want to
hold
speak.
on. Act of war. My name is Icon Fire, but I'm not sure what you call pseudo. But you could tell us your other option. I'm talking about unity. What's your other option?
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm asking. Do you think there will be a Pan African war?
War?
Hmm.
The
A
war
Pan
is
African war.
already, let me speak. Let me say this. The war is already going on, but the war is a mental war. It's not actually physical. It's a mental war. You understand? It's war of spirit, of overwhelming wickedness and thoughtfulness and what you call it confusion against real stuff. logic, and which is Pan-Africanism. You see, I'm telling you, you can't act without your mind. Nobody acts without their mind. So all actions, what you see physically, is what's going on in the mind. You feel me? So it's a mind war going on. You feel me? That's why you have so much mediocrity. It's to keep your mind in the status quo what they already have since 500 years. Go ahead.
Okay, but brother, what do you mean exactly by war? Pan-African, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
No, no, not you, the
okay,
East
sorry.
African
No, yeah,
brother.
me. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
talking about a war in Africa, war between African countries.
Mm. Well, personally, I feel that for West Africans, I think that we're not likely to go at war with each other. We might have internal problems, but uh, there's a little bit of brotherhood, and countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia have suffered so much that we have learned from that experience. Not even those people in the countries, but we neighbors have also learned from their experiences. I don't think in West Africa right now we're going to go to war against each other. We might have internal problems, rebels and all this stuff, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
I think that there's some truth there. African countries are not in any mood to start fighting each other. I see these things. It can be a little bit heavy sometimes when we are talking about them. But the conversation needs to be hard to an extent. Okay, so I like to try to get somewhere with some of the things we've just discussed, like you know, ensuring that we try to we should stop, not try, we should stop more military bases being built, and have a policy of looking to roll them back. And that is the mindset we want to start taking on. And the next one is to ensure that we don't allow foreigners to put up too much strongholds on the continent.
Mhm.
And part of it is also to ensure that even social media, we try to start restricting the access to Western media, because clearly, if they can have access to all your data, they can influence your decisions. It's just science.
We need a propaganda apparatus
Agreed.
where
Mm,
we put
yeah.
we try to influence bad propaganda against CNN, Fox,
Mm,
BBC. So we need to tell our people that these things you're not supposed to watch anymore. We need to stop watching these things and all of that stuff. Formulate some type of propaganda. Paint them like they monkeys or some shit. You feel me? Do something. You feel me? We have to
yeah.
do things like that, like spread our own propaganda. You feel me? So we need a propaganda. That's why I say we gotta have control of the medias, because we need to have our propaganda apparatus. That's why I say somebody, some Pan Africanism got to take over Nollywood. Because why you don't fucking make a Marcus Garvey movie? Who the fuck are you people?
That
Why
is
you
a
don't?
very good point there. That is a very
Yeah.
good point there. I
Why
think,
you
yeah,
don't?
it's a good
Why
point.
you don't
Nollywood
make? Why you don't
media.
make a Patrice Lumumba movie? Who the fuck are you? Why you don't make a Steve Biko? Why you don't make a Cabral? Why you don't make none of these people movie? You pieces of shit people making white people movie, all of that shit, and cheating movie. All these scandalous little people, they annoy the
Mm,
fuck out of me. You feel
yeah,
me?
that
And
is
they
a very
out of
powerful
and hold
tool.
on, they out of control. I'm telling you, if
Mm,
you go and advise them to say do some positive stuff, stop playing like that, they will maybe disrespect you wicked. You maybe have to shoot the bitches. You feel me? Because they ignorant. You feel me?
yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm not playing. These people. These people are relentless with wickedness.
They don't play, and I think it's a very good point you made. That I didn't pick up on that. The Nollywood aspect. We need to start tilting the videos towards
Propaganda apparatus. You got to
empowering
find
our
a
people.
way to reach the people.
That's very very good point there. So
That's a brilliant point, actually.
let's I think we
Thank
should
you,
have
sir.
a bit of fun here. Let's find out who is the worst military in Africa. Which one should
Man, why you
who
go? Why you know to Niger?
which
That
one is
is
the worst?
that is scandalous. Stop,
Why is
man.
it scandalous? It's not scandalous because
Yes,
that's
it
something you
is.
want to discourage. See,
It is. It is
if you want to,
scandalous,
okay, so
man.
it's okay for to find the prettiest one. You don't want to shame the worst one.
I talk solution. We
Yeah,
already know
that
the
is part of the
problem.
solution. Shame them out of being so weak. Maybe that's not
Leave
the
the
bad
people.
thing.
Leave the people alone. You have listen, man.
But it's
You
not the
don't
people
see.
though.
You don't see to Niger. You have the solution, not
Okay.
them. You have the solution. You feel me? Finding a way to figure out how to get the propaganda machine in your hands, in Pan African hands, is the best way to go. You have to listen. You have to get people on Pan African side to win. People are all around. How you gonna make them do things in cohesiveness?
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I think there will be a Pan African war. I don't. I think
See, we are going to have discussions even with some Nigerians soon because there's going to be an election in
Right
Nigeria
now, I'm
next
about to
year.
fight goddamn to Niger because he is so fucking determined to talk about this goddamn security shit that he has no power over.
But what you would rather talk about education instead? I just said Nollywood
But
idea
you
was a
have
very great one.
power. You have
Yeah.
power to influence that to Niger. That's what you have to.
But so
You
do we have
cannot
power
put
to
your
influence the military too, though?
you
I can
cannot
find. We
put
still have
your
power to
hat
do that.
where you can't reach it. How are you going to influence a set of wicked motherfuckers to take care of you?
Because that is if you don't start from there, you are not. You believe in me, you're not going to get anywhere.
It's
You
not
will
gonna
not.
happen to Niger. To Niger, come on, man.
Let me
You
tell you
you
something.
you
Okay, let me
serious?
first.
You gonna
Can I finish
you
my?
serious?
Let me just say
You gonna
something so
hold
you
on.
understand what
You
I'm
gonna
saying.
hold on. You gonna order those brigadier generals. You gonna
Yes.
tell them to move the Pan African way.
See, let
That's
me
what you
let you
gonna do
understand
to
something.
Niger.
Let me show you what I mean. See, brigadier generals like money too. Brigadier generals like power too.
Them bitches will slap you across the room to
Hold
Niger.
on, I've spoken to them too.
You
So
sound like you
don't
have
assume that I've not spoken to
you
people
some.
like that.
I think you some royalty kid or something. You have money. Your family
I
was
don't. I
royalty.
don't.
How,
See, let
then
me tell
how
you
the hell
something.
you talking that shit?
Because see, it's not like they are all hiding under the hood. They are all there in public. You can see them, and they are all reasonable people.
So to
So
Niger,
when you
are
see,
you just gonna take care
can
of?
I can fire? Come
Are
on,
you
let me
gonna
say
just take
something
care
now.
of? Are you gonna just take care of Nigeria problem?
Let me say something. Okay, see, let me tell you how you do this. Because one, if you as a public citizen supports the military to get stronger, do you know what you are doing? You are displacing the the rulers that are in the country right now. In other words, because they too want to be like that. They want to be stronger. They want to build more, and the brigadier general want to make more money because you'll be buying more weapons for them. So
You're
you are
not
now
seeing
joining the military
you're not
industrial
seeing the
complex
bigger
of your
picture.
nation.
You're not
See,
seeing the bigger
okay,
picture
what
to
am I
Niger.
missing here? I'm telling you that if you support the military, they are more likely to support you. If you support that they should grow stronger, and it's going to because that's their job to strengthen their nation. Many of them already have that instinct. You don't need a lot of convincing. Every time I talk to them, not one of them say, "Yo, no, not a good idea." All of them sound just like us. You'll be surprised
All
how they
right, I
sound like
want to
us.
say this. I want
Have
to
you
say
spoken
this,
to
right?
any of them before?
I want to say this, right?
Speak to your
I, I'm
Jamaican
gonna,
military and find
I'm
out.
gonna talk Jamaican. I'm gonna talk Jamaican, right? I'm gonna talk about Jamaica, right, bro? Our military is being is being is by the government, right? Our military, this is what our military is supposed to do. Our military is supposed to take care of us, right? But to me, in my view, our military is trained to brutalize us. Our military is funded, and we are paying for the uniforms, guns, what the fuck ever. We are paying them. We, the citizens, are paying them, right? All these people do, they sit down in the fucking barracks every day, ready to be deployed on us. They don't even
True,
form.
true.
Wait, too, Niger. They don't even form. They're not even instructed to form the little lazy little bitches, right? But they are ready to shoot out your head. Shoot your head in the fucking wall. So I'm saying this to you, goddamn too, Niger. You feel me? I'm saying this to you. You all are fucking avoiding the big picture. You feel me? Yes, you talk about security, keeping yourself safe and all, but your army is immoral. They're ready to be deployed on you. Shoot your ass up after you give them uniforms and pay them to feed their stupid ass kids. You feel me? I'm not playing. We know I know what's going on, bro. I'm telling you, you cannot. These people, listen, bro. Why you have dirt roads? The governments have money. Even wanting to do it can do it without money. Even wanting to
True.
do it can do it. If I'm running goddamn country and we have prisoners, these prisoners along with the soldiers will build the fucking roads. Just because I don't want my glorious, beautiful people to walk on no goddamn dirt road. I need the children shoes to be clean when they go to school. I need AC in the schools. Primary, basic, primary to tertiary. Every school is supposed to have AC. You see them type of care, you see those type of care from any stupid ass government in your country or any other country in Africa?
But
They have
Mr.
they have the potential to do it.
Mr. Ican, this your point is totally against the empowerment of the African military. Uh,
No,
Exactly. We've
no,
given you
I am
reason to
not.
believe that.
No,
See,
listen,
I
I
can
am
fire.
not
I hear the
against.
point you made. I hear the point you made about the military will turn on you. But I just also gave you evidence that people can be turned around very, very quickly
See,
if you
see,
give them the right leadership. You
see,
see what I
see.
mean?
I'm not against um expansion of military. I'm not against that. You feel me? But I'm telling you this, bro. If it's not a military that bows down to the citizens, it's not your military,
Exactly. No, no, I
and
agree with you on that one.
They're not working
See,
for you.
the military I'm talking about here is a military that is going to actually work for the people. They are going to build bridges. They're not going to, like you said, they're not going to sit down in the barracks. They're going to come out and do things while there is nothing. They will be building, defending the borders, be really, really active. That's what I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about the one that just go out kicking civilians. And no military really wants to do that. They actually want to serve and do the job that's what gives them fulfillment.
I
I don't think
know,
any
I
soldier
know,
gets fulfillment
I
for kicking
know,
people along the streets.
but some stupid ass person gonna deploy them on you.
Yeah,
You
but
feel me?
that's the thing. Now, the bigger a military is, if you look at the world, the bigger a military is, the more they actually toe the line. They tend to toe the line more than when you have a rabble that cannot even do the job. You expect one person to defend 1,000 people. Nobody will be disciplined because you've just sent them on a goose chase. Really, they
Yeah.
cannot
All
succeed.
right. But to Niger, why do people have to get disciplined? Imagine this. Just imagine this, right? A people with a good moral understanding. Do you have to deploy? Do you have to have the army deployed in those communities? No, because they will be turn into abiding citizens in which the government is not doing nothing in opposition of the people. You feel me? But right now, the reason why the people are in discipline is because the government is teaching them to be stupid while doing things that is not um convenient or conducive to the to the good living for the people. That's
And
what's going
Mm,
on, right?
I can fire. Can we let St. James talk? I'm really not very good at this, you know. St. James has been here. We didn't even let him say anything. Please, can you introduce yourself and welcome, eh?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening to everybody. And I was just calling to congratulate you, you know, for your new channel.
Yeah,
You
thank you,
know,
thank you.
I hope he accomplishes what he needed to accomplish.
I hope
How
so
often are you
too.
gonna come online?
Yeah, come online.
How often you gonna come online? Like,
Yeah, at least weekly, and there could be times when I have a lot of free time. Then I'll come
okay,
online more often. And I guess when I get better at it, you know, so I'll be coming online more and more often and have more
okay,
productive conversations about these things.
okay. Yeah, I was just calling you to tell you that I'm gonna call back later in a half an hour and
All right.
add my 2 cents to the conversation. It's kind of interesting. I'm enjoying what everybody is saying.
Respect, St.
Yeah.
James.
All right, I'll call you back, man.
St. James. All right. Later.
Thank
To
you.
Niger, you know what I can understand
Mm,
about you? How the
yeah.
hell you just started your channel and your shit so big you don't even have videos and your channel is big as fuck? How the fuck you do that?
What?
I think, let me tell you, I think you have been going on, you've been
Uh,
having a propaganda machine to grow
what?
your channel before you have a channel.
I didn't do anything. See, I got frustrated
For
because, you
four
know,
years,
I
for
was.
2 years, for 2 years, me and you be talking. We be talking on this shit. It's your propaganda scheme to grow your channel before it started.
No, I didn't plan it at all. I think one of the days when I was on the channel and it was all about cursing and abuses, I just thought, you know what, this is too much. Maybe it's a good idea to start something where there's not too much. See, I don't, there's you can abuse anybody, say whatever you like, but when it gets to a point where it looks like that is the whole purpose, then it misses the point. There's nothing, there's no light being shed. So that's why I just thought, okay, let me do some of my own thing and see how it goes. And yeah, because I've been on a lot of channels, maybe that's why it looks like I'm growing. I'm not growing. This is my second video, unbelievable. So
Yeah,
I think,
and look,
yeah.
almost 1,000 views on your videos. How the
What, a
fuck?
thousand views? Where did that happen? See, I don't know.
How
I think
you get
maybe because
more than how you get more than 100 views?
I think it's because I go to other channels a lot. Maybe that's why.
yeah.
Yeah, you have,
Uh,
it's your propaganda plan, man.
I just want to understand. I just want, because you see, I tell you, I talk to people. I've spoken to military officials, and they will tell you what they think about the situation in their countries and what the way forward. And many of them don't sound so dissimilar to us. This is what people don't fully understand. I can fire. I encourage you to speak to your any official that you meet in your country and tell them I support increasing the size of the military. I hear what they say.
Bro, Jamaicans are some ignorant bastards. And that's not the
Ah,
only thing. That's not the only thing. Jamaica is not like we not is are if how can I do that? It's like Jamaica shit is so far reaching for me. Like like I don't have money to say, okay, I'm somebody who is prominent, so somebody will take me serious. These people, you have to be white for them to take you serious. Not just
mm,
white. You feel me? And they
mm,
will take you serious. You feel me? You cannot address Jamaican government and you black. You feel me? You don't understand.
Mhm.
It's not
And you are
easy.
black. It's the only white people that talk to them then.
I'm sorry. It's like, okay, Paul Kagame came there and yeah, we'll give you respect and all that stuff, but we ain't in nothing with they ain't in nothing with Africa, bro. I'm telling you. And they ain't conditioning the people to be in any involvement with Africa, except for the Rastafari community. They don't have no interest. These people know that gold, diamond, every motherfucking thing is on African soil. And you know this, bro? Jamaican government never have tried to reach out to um um Nigeria. None of them. Don't you know
Mm.
this?
Yeah,
Why you
they've
think?
not. But they did though. They did recently, to be fair to them, and
Hey,
they
come
actually
on,
signed
man.
agreement
Hey,
with Ghana.
listen.
No, they did. They
We
did.
existed. We existed from 60s. We got independence, bro. Stop playing.
See, they even
We
took
could have.
out the
We
queen
could
is
have.
no longer. They want to even get rid of the queen. I think they've
Bro,
already
but
done it
I'm trying to
from being
say
their
to
head of
you.
state and all.
I'm trying to say to you that if we had any interest, we would have find a way to have get some connection going. Even though
Mm,
some of us went to Tanzania back in the day and Ethiopia. But if it was listen, what I'm trying to say to you is connection could be better. You feel me? All right.
mm,
We was Jamaica was invited by Haile Selassie in the AU in the organization of African unity back in the day,
mm,
and Jamaica paid no attention to that.
mm.
So Jamaica could be part of the OAU before it became the AU.
Yeah, but what you are saying now is that, oh, because Jamaica was like that then, so there's no need for you to try something now. I
Yeah,
say
no, no, no,
speak to
that's not
them.
what I'm saying. But I'm saying that me, I know I can speak. I know I can. You feel me? But
Mm,
the arrogance is so enormous that I prefer to talk to African people than speak to goddamn some Jamaicans.
Okay, Mr. I can fire. I'm going to charge you because your points here have been thought provoking. Some have even made me feel like I've lived the first part of my life as a loser. But now that you have charged me like that, I'm also going to charge you to do
Yeah.
something about Jamaica to make the people more conscious or to connect
I
them.
mean, we have the Rastafari movement, in which that's way bigger than me, and it's in Jamaica. It's what grew me. It's what taught me the real intelligence in life. So the movement is there. You feel me? It's just uh you have a set of people who have set themselves against um Pan-Africanism and consciousness. I yes, I, only only the the growth of Africa and the and taking and putting on back clothes on Africa's nakedness can make most of Jamaicans come around. You
yeah.
understand? Can make most of Jamaica.
I still don't agree because like a couple of years ago I started something about about in my country about getting people to be more aware of what's really going on in the world, and it's more based on economics. But I never knew that this pan-africanist world existed, and now although that fell apart, but now that I'm with you guys understanding, I'm getting more inspired, more motivated, and I see that if I had known this what I know now from being in these panels a couple of years back, I wouldn't have let that stuff fall apart. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should try to hold ourselves accountable in so like if what you are saying now is making me feel I have to do something, then I feel like you yourself I can also speak. If you
But
have pointed out the problems in your country.
you see me now speaking like this. I
Yeah.
am not new. I am not new. I've spent 30 years speaking practically like this with a little more maturity. You feel me? But
Are you
since I
mature
was
like this? If so, how were you?
huh?
I'm sorry. I say if you are mature like with all this fire, how would you have been back then? But yeah.
Yeah, because I was like 20 years old when I started speaking like this and upholding loyalty to Africa. You feel me? So
mm,
so so I have been doing this fight in Jamaica. You feel me? A lot of people have heard me from Jamaica in Jamaica. You feel me? So this work is not new. It's just you catch me at this point, but we have been doing it and we continue to do it. You feel me? Because I know our people need this what you'd call it preview of what they should do before they experience before they make the mistakes. It's like people like the Caribbean is trying are even some most Black Americans, the Pan African Black Americans are trying to give Africa hints before they make the mistakes. You feel me? Like we have been there. Don't do that. Do this, and then you won't have to go through that. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's what that's how
mm.
that's where I'm at.
I feel like there is another dimension again that we made a mistake in the past. You know, I don't want it to get too. I guess we are a bit fewer here now, so it shouldn't get too rowdy.
Burn
In
the
terms of
fire. Burn the
yeah,
fire.
yeah, in terms of religion, um, because it was used in a way to divide us and you know, basically take over the continent and get us to the situation we are now. So, you know, earlier on, I can fire. You were having a conversation about this, and it turned a little bit hot. And is there a way one can, rationally look into these things and find a middle ground? That can actually enable us to work together in terms of our national, our economies, our defense, our education stuff without, religion putting a wedge between us on the continent.
But I already told you we have to win
Mm,
we have to win mediocrity and propaganda.
mm,
Therefore we have to put emphasis and dominance in the education system, in the media houses, particularly um the TV, that's Nollywood, and the radio. You feel me? So if
yeah.
we don't find a way to control what people hear, you feel me? Because that's what's happened to us. Christianity is a form of censorship.
Mm,
So it's they gonna be like, oh, it's not like you not hearing anything. It's not like you not seeing anything. It's not like somebody's not talking to you, but it's the wrong people talking to you, and it's the wrong things you hearing. So it makes you feel like you in a normal world, but because you're so censored, you don't get to see the real world. You feel me? So that's what
mm,
Christianity does. It's like a horse in a race. They put on blinkers on you, which you cannot look beside you. You have to just look straight forward. So
mm,
people do need blinkers. So, but we need a Pan African blinkers, or we need Pan African to put on blinkers and have the dominance of what we see. You understand? So only
yeah.
there will be any victory. You feel me? Only there will be any victory, because now you gonna have some people who are proud to be African, proud to be black. Know that they are the first people that wrote. Know that everybody that is writing and doing math learned it from them. Will have confidence that they are the inventors of mathematics, therefore will dominate it. You feel me? Same with writing. They will dominate it. You feel me? So that's what I'm trying to say to you.
I wanted to share these funds, this thing from Mugabe.
But when
So,
we have said two terms,
Hold on, did you hear it?
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, perfect. About
but
leaders.
when we have said
Tezi, listen to this.
two terms, we have not done much. And 2 terms was like 2 weeks. So we want to go more. So you want another term, and you must find an excuse. The first term I served, oh no, it was not a real term. But you were there for 5 years. Oh no, it was Parliament which chose me. I should have been chosen by the people, so that one does not count. And the others say it counts.
You see, that is the thing with our leadership. They get into office and they get comfortable and they don't see any reason why they should do anything. Then when it's time to leave, they remember that they've not done anything for their people. It's a sliding scale. They don't see the damage they are doing. Like
So
Museveni
there
doesn't see the damage that he's doing.
so there is where the men in black the men in black come in.
Yeah.
I have another argument for that actually. Yeah, so yeah, Museveni doesn't. Museveni is not an ideal leader. That one I can. It's obvious that all his flaws are obvious for everybody to see. But if if he makes himself well, okay, he's succeeded by his son, which it's looking like that might happen. I don't know. I'm not seeing any. When the military supports his son, I don't know who's going to resist really. But now, if his son becomes
Let me
that,
tell you what.
okay,
Sorry,
let me make
continue.
my point. Let me make my point.
Yeah, yeah.
If his son becomes the president, what he has done there, what they have done there is that they have brought what is called stability in leadership. They have brought like there is
Okay.
predictability in their leadership.
You
It's
mean a
like
monarch? A
it's
monarch. That's
and
what they brought.
taxation. That is very. People don't underestimate that in a country.
Yeah,
It's very valuable.
I get that. I've forgotten what it is called. I think power transfer is very, very important because a kind of succession is very important that
But is he a
it
Pan
is smooth.
African? That
Uh-huh.
the son, is he a Pan
His son. Okay,
Mm,
there is like I said in East Africa community. It's probably there is this sentiment I'm seeing in the East African community
Mm-hmm.
where I don't know if it is the remnants or hangover from colonization or something. I don't know, but there is there is this feeling of aristocracy, you know. So
mm.
there is that even when
Have
they
you ever
entertain,
seen him? Have you ever heard of him do anything
they're
for
doing something right now in Congo.
who?
There is a joint East African.
You
They
mean
actually
military, right?
there's a joint. They actually commissioned an East African. Is it strike force or something?
Right.
Yeah, but there's going to
Yeah, but
be.
I'm not talking about those thieves. I'm talking about, did this nigga does have this nigga been heard of doing anything kind to black people? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, this nigga old too. So what have he done with all that fucking money his stupid ass, his
I
crazy
think
ass daddy had?
sometimes we just have to deal with what we have. Eh? You don't have to. Sometimes we just have to
No,
deal with
I'm
what
just
we have.
saying,
There's nothing.
I just want to ascertain if this nigga is good for us or not.
He's
You see me?
he's not the best, but he's also not the worst. That is the best you can.
You know
That
what?
is
You know what I
a,
once. You know what I don't like. I don't like these leaders' posture. This is the posture that these leaders take, including Museveni. Now, what the hell Museveni doing in goddamn Arabia? What's wrong with these
He's
little
in
people?
Arabia. I didn't know he was in Arabia. I
How
don't.
how how these how Africa? I, these people do not have enemies. I swear, Africa. It's like these people is looking at the world as if the world have never done them anything. These people deal with white people like white people have never ever done anything to them. These people is dealing with these little stinking Arabs like the Arabs have never done anything to them. They cut off our people balls. They
Yeah,
cut
yeah,
off
but
our people's balls. We not mad? I mean, we friends again? That's how we that's how what the hell you doing in Arabia?
I can find. I think African leadership rides on the ignorance of the people, and I think that age has to come to an end fast. Like we need everybody to get to know have the information, the truth that that has been put out about where we really stand with everybody and with ourselves. I feel this will force the leaders themselves to make a change when they get the idea, the notion that their populace, their people are no more stupid and no more ignorant. They'll just have to change. But for now, as long as we remain stupid, they still gonna keep riding the wave.
It's true. And then when because we stupid, any leader go, it's another stupid person gonna come in.
Yeah.
So nothing gonna change unless we change our minds. You feel me? And create wise people.
Yeah. And this is just the beginning.
Just like what Tunai just said, that we gotta find a way to make our leaders that so much that if they take one out, one and the other one falls in real quick. You feel me? With the same state of mind, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So we need a mental a Pan African black loyalty mental factory.
Exactly.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Where only these people are produced.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And the only way to do it is to
Get
assume the ministries of education
the
and
education,
formulate.
the media, the information,
Yes,
the soft place, the soft power places. Yes.
yes, all of the soft power places, because they are real powerful. They're powerful more than hard power.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Because what Tunija is talking about is hard power, in which if the people is silly, the military have a harder job. You feel me? All
Yes.
right. If you're talking about security, let me tell you, security for Africa right now in the global sphere of things,
yeah,
Mm.
tonight,
Africa
okay,
needs to go
I can
ahead,
find.
Toby.
I
Go
can
ahead,
find.
Toby.
I've got. Let me. Tonight I've put a video of Museveni. I think you've seen this video before. I put.
Let me check it. Let me just see. I don't think I've seen it.
Nigeria,
Oh,
someone is trying to get on.
oh yeah, yeah. Sorry. Oh, H block. Yeah, hi. Welcome, H block. Okay, is there a link? There's no link here on the
No,
private chat. You mean?
it's not on the private chat. I'm sharing the video. I don't know. I think you have to.
Ah, okay, yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. Let me add it to the stream. All right, cool.
Whereas actually things are very easy. There's a third word, brotherhood, undugu. These people are trying to unite. Are they really very difficult to unite?
You got some
But
knowledge
they are similar people.
but I don't know what he's teaching his people, man.
Makwa. I'm speaking with that man there.
I saw this before.
Is Eluya from
He's saying
Western
everybody in the
Kenya.
borders are
You
related.
can go into DRC. I can go to Bunya and address a public meeting in my local language, and they will hear what I'm saying. Bunya in Congo. President Kagame can go to Ruchuru and speak in Kinyarwanda, and people will understand him. Ruchuru is a part of
He's really telling them
Congo.
that part of the Congo is for
My
Uganda
daughter
and
here,
part
the
of the
minister,
Congo is
can
for
go and speak Luo
Rwanda.
in
You know,
Mahagi.
right?
Yeah,
Mahagi Paul, they will
can I
understand
hear
what
he's saying?
she's saying. You must have heard people during the olden days, they used to say that Idi Amin was a Congolese, was a Sudanese. It is partly true. Because Idi Amin's tribe, the Kakwa, go deep into Congo, the Kakwa. So first of all, there are these, here in Kenya, the Bateso, they are here. The Luyas, Mzee Moi's tribe, the Kalenjin, they are in Uganda. The Turkanas, apart from stealing my cows, but
Tukanda steals cows. That's fucked up.
so
Hey,
these
shout
are
out to my
all
brother
linked people.
Niger. This is my first time coming to your
But
channel, bro.
above all, we have,
You're welcome. You're welcome.
as His Excellency Kenyatta was saying,
Hey, what's
we
up?
have
Hey,
what Europe does
Daisy,
not have,
Daisy is showing us one of the
a
greatest
common
leaders in
language,
Africa.
Yeah, absolutely.
Swahili.
Hey, I love the channel, bro. So
Why
far,
don't we
everything is
use this
perfect.
What's up, H Block? Stop
Hey,
social
my
disrespecting me,
big
infrastructure?
bro.
bro, Econ Fire.
Ghana's,
You know, what's going
apart
on,
from
brother?
stealing,
Yeah, just stop disrespecting me and we cool.
Hey, man, that's just brotherly conflict, bro. That's nothing. I don't
Nah,
take
nah.
anything to
Listen,
heart.
man. Let me tell you this, H Block, about this. Pause that for a second. Pause for a second.
Yeah,
Oh, who's the
I think
black?
he has paused it. I
All
think
right.
he has paused it. So
Let me say something to my brother that's H Block. Right? We should not disrespect each other unless we really mean it. We need to make sure when we dissing our brothers is real enemy shit, or we don't diss. Let me tell you, I'm the same person every day. I don't change. I just deal with goodness to my bro every day. Once I change, it's hypocrisy. You feel me? So I just like, if I'm dealing with love, I just deal with love every day. And if I'm dealing with hate, I just deal with hate every day. So for my brothers, that's all of them, Somali, Ethiopia, all of them of the South. It's just love for everybody. You feel me? So when I hear objection towards love, that's where I come in with self-defense. But go ahead, H Block, my brother.
Yeah, I got you, Econ Fire. I mean, like, you know, like me and you, we go at it sometimes, but it's nothing. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, you my brother. Every black man
Let's
is my
just
brother.
cuss
That's how I see
without
myself.
saying deep stuff. Let's cuss without saying deep stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Like,
You feel me? Like, I can say Somalis are fuckeries, and you can say Jamaicans are fuckeries. That's good.
look, here's the thing, though. At the end of the day,
your volume is low.
look,
Yeah, you know.
at the end of the day, me and you, we agree with a lot of things. We agree black first. That's,
And
you
we
know,
are, the two of us are Rastas.
right, absolutely. But you know, the only things like sometimes we have to, you know, I'm talking about all the Pan Africanists. We have to be careful when not alienate some people. Like if we put all Somalians in the same category, you know what I'm saying? I don't like that when you know people make all Somalis the same because Somalis are not the same. A lot of us don't, you know, be going online and saying that ignorant shit, that Arab dick riding shit. We don't say that shit. You know what I'm saying? But when you're criticizing Somalis, like you have to like make it specific. You have to, you know, say who you're talking about. But if you're saying all Somalis, you added, you including me. That's where I was coming from when you was calling us small brain and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
You don't have to be so sensitive.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
understand, but it's not gonna happen, bro. Like
it's it.
like
Let me
usually I
tell
don't
you,
do stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about Mo and the lady. What's her name? Puntai Princess.
Look, man,
brains are weak.
I call out Mo all the time. I told him he writes Arab dick
Their
so hard.
brains
I tell
are
him that all
really
the time.
small.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no, me and Mo, we don't agree with anything. You should know that. If you listen to these panels, like you should know that I don't agree anything with Mo. You should already know
Well,
that.
I want to tell you this. I represent Jamaica and Africa. So what I do is, I mean, I maybe do some bad things in my private life, maybe, you feel me? But in the open, I am a defender of our people. And these are the way this is my way of representing my blackness and my people. So these are the ways I'm talking about with even Puntai Princess and goddamn the other goddamn tall red dude, Mo. You see me? We
Yeah,
need you need to remember that you representing a whole nation. So I'm saying that how you most Jamaicans don't see it like how I see it, but I still say I'm representing them.
yeah,
So even Somalis, they are representing their place too. You feel me?
I feel you, bro. It's
You
all
feel
love
me?
at the end of the day, bro. I don't hate no black man, bro. Like it's all love. I'm not gonna,
Real
you know
shit.
what I'm
Real
saying?
shit.
Yeah, bro. Like I just came, to show love to my big bro to Niger. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like I'm
you
at work
already
right now. I
know
can't
that
get on the
I
panel.
respect. Hold on. You already know that I respected you, H Block. So
Yeah,
that's
I
why
know.
you
I
shouldn't
know
have
I can
went
find.
that far because you caused me to disrespect you now on a personal
Yeah.
level in which I never wanted to do anything like that. You understand?
Yeah, but look though, I never took anything you said to me personally. I don't take that offensive. Like when you talk about Somalis, yes, because you including everybody. Like, I'm trying to tell you, we're not all the same. You know what I mean? I'm from the south. We have a different mentality. You know what I'm saying? Like we hate Arabs. We don't fucking dick ride Arabs at all. You know what I'm saying? So like if you say if you say something to me personally, Econ Fire, I would never take that offensive. Like you can call me faggot, whatever. At the end of the day, it's just it's the heat
I
of the
prefer
moment.
to
Like
call
everybody
you.
just heat it up.
I
You
prefer to
know what
call you a half a Bantu.
I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely,
that's
bro.
how I want to call you.
Hey, yeah, I'm half Bantu, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm telling everybody, you know
Real
what I mean?
shit.
Yeah. But anyways, bro, yeah, it's all love, bro. Hey, I just came
Audience
by to say
flag
what's up to my brother
another
Two
point
Nugget.
of terrorism.
Yeah.
As this event, the explosive ordnance disposal command has
Big
been built.
channel.
These
And it's
well
big channel.
mobile nuclear detection vans.
The smuggling of nuclear and radiological material is a significant national security
Is
concern
that
not only
Africa?
for the United States
Is
but
that
for any
Africa?
country.
Yes, Nigeria.
This equipment will help the
Okay.
police combat the
All right.
smuggling
What's that
of
guy
nuclear
doing
and
there?
radioactive material into and within
So
Nigeria.
you see the
The
mess we
Inspector
are
General of
dealing with.
Police was represented by the Commissioner of Police in charge of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Command.
Let me also extend the IGP's profound gratitude to NSDD for the donations received so far, particularly the 5 MDS vans, 3 radioisotop identification devices, 3 backpack to radiation detectors, 3
Begging.
meters, 7 sensor technology radiation pages, maintenance and spare parts kits.
Then there was simulation by some of the officers trained by the United States Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration Office of
White
Nuclear
loving beggars.
Detection and
That's what they are.
Deterrence. This second car was detected by the van. After a thorough inspection with the donated equipment, a radioactive material was found on the driver of the vehicle flashed by the van.
See
At the
what
end
they're
of the
doing?
inspection,
They're
certificates
preparing
were
them for
presented
a
to the
bombing.
officers. A total
You see what they're doing? They're
Yeah.
preparing them. They're grooming them. That's called grooming. You hear? They're preparing them for bombing. Why you doing that? Because they are the ones who sending in the bombers. Let me tell you
And at
something.
the same time, you see, one other thing I suspect is at the same time, when we want to work on anything related to nuclear technology, those things will be tracking us too. And that is something that our people don't think. We don't think too far. We think they are just money keeping us safe or trying to. No, how about us? When we want to do it for ourselves, we'll be carrying around nuclear detectors all over the place and reporting it back to
Bro,
them.
we nuts, bro. We nuts. You
Mm,
see, you see the type of privacy that Nigeria invited these fucking white people in.
yeah,
You
it's
see the type
just
of fucking what you call national security shit that they have these white people in. You don't matter. That's
it's
hold on.
really crazy.
That's the moral compass that I'm talking about. Where the ugly, tough Nigerian with the girl that look like a man, all that type of stuff. They don't care about those people. You feel me?
Yeah,
Now listen,
yeah.
they are my people. Even the girl that look tough like a man, they're my people. She deserve royal treatment. You feel me? The guy that's ugly as fuck deserve royal treatment inside his land. Not no white bitch coming to. You know how they treating these crackers? Do you know how they treating these
Hmm.
crackers? Like like they are. Let me tell you, those little fucking crackers that on the mic, they are treated like gods in Nigeria. White is pure in Nigeria.
Yeah,
Yeah? White is pure. I have a
yeah.
new definition for white. It's a nasty, dirty color. That's how we're supposed to start defining white. Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah,
I,
because anybody can define color anyway.
for me, this is part of the bad judgments our people have. How do they ever think that this will give them anything for their own good? I don't know. This is that dial instinct that we don't have, where we don't think, okay, these people they must have a good reason for giving this to us, for their own good, not for
All
our
right.
own good.
All right. You see them send scientists to teach in schools. Did they do that?
Not at
No.
exactly. They don't care about that.
No. They
Give you
don't
equipment
do
to
that. They
monitor,
don't
carry
care
your
about
own,
that.
this thing, detector for yourself. So they don't have to even bother detecting it for us. We
They're
will
not
carry our own
doing
detector
nothing
for
like
them.
they're not teaching you how, say, okay, we're gonna bring scientists to teach you how to make nuclear detectors, nuclear detectors. They're not teaching you that. None-
No.
I don't if they I don't listen, bro. I'm telling you, nobody has no interest listen, if these people interested in Nigeria, they would have sent engineers to go teach in the universities to build bridges. You see me?
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
all that stuff. They're not doing nothing like that. They would have taught. They would have sent teachers of all type of skills in your school to widen the scope of your people. Any motherfucker not doing nothing like that, kill them.
Yeah.
Like those bitches that I just saw shouldn't leave Nigeria.
Yeah.
We playing. We playing.
What are you gonna do? Stop them from leaving? This Nigeria
We
gave up
have
their
listen.
nuclear. We had nuclear
We shouldn't
materials.
forget.
We gave it to them in
I think we
2018.
forgiving. Listen, these people invaded Benin and have our brands making millions, and we here inviting them to have military base and to fucking give us goddamn cars that Nigerians are making right now. Who the fuck are we? What the fuck? Where the fuck did these people, our people, come from, bro?
Hmm.
What the fuck? You don't need nothing from nobody.
See,
You
this
have
is
people making armored vehicles in your goddamn country. What time do you have to get anything else from nobody?
this brings me to a critical point. Like
Go ahead.
since I've been watching these lives and also, I've started thinking of myself as kind of like a small government because why I say this is because, and this is why I spoke about the way power evolved in Nigeria. We have too much faith or distrust in the central government or in the government, and as a result of that, it's either we feel the government is doing or not doing, and then we don't think of the power that we have. I think that this change we are talking about will be driven when this one says, okay, I'm a scientist, I will try to invent certain things that will maybe even be better than nuclear weapon. And then the other Pan-Africanist says, okay, I have the funding and I'll give that to you. And then the other one says, I'll put the education out or the information out, whatever. I think that the thing is that we African men, individually and in small groups, we need to start taking more responsibility. Whether if you are a banker, fine. If you are a government worker, fine. If you do this, fine. But we need to start taking more responsibility in other spheres of life that will eventually liberate us. Because I look at America and I find that most of the changes that came were because certain people brought
Of
up
course,
reforms. They
of course.
started thinking. I think we need to be more like that.
I
Then
want to say
I want to
something.
hear, okay, I want to hear I can fire. He
Yes,
invented something. This
super
guy,
self scientist, super
or
self scientist. Watch
yeah,
this.
or two Nigeria is now funding certain things, or this guy is
I want
already
to ask a
for
question.
the greater good. Yeah.
I want to ask a question. Nigerians are, I think, the most brilliant motherfuckers on the continent. I think in the world. But listen this now. Why don't the government have a ministry of invention? Because I want to tell you, man, Nigerians kick up a storm with inventions, bro. These bitches inventing these bitch these a little boy fucking try to make a goddamn loader out of sticks and that type of bullshit. Somebody make a plane. Somebody's making a drone. Somebody's making what the fuck? And these motherfuckers don't have this facility where anybody found making inventing anything, we gonna grab them and put them in that area and make them enhance their talent, right? Inject all type of funding for them to increase. You feel me? Call it a university, but off grid university where even the man that even a child can go there. You feel me?
Are you seeing this on this thing? You
Yeah,
see,
right.
development partners paid 20 million to repatriate Ghana uranium to China. Ghana gave up its uranium in 2017. I think it happened, but it's dated for this in 2018.
Damn.
And the US offered to pay for it.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even
In
know
other words,
Ghana had.
disarming them,
They
I
disarming
didn't
them.
offered.
even know Ghana had a nuclear facility.
This is the craziness we deal with in Africa now, isn't it? We have things and we just
How
give
the
them up.
fuck?
This is like gently taking the knife out of somebody's hand.
Yeah, you're like, oh, now you don't need it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay, let's help you. Let's take it from you.
yeah,
After all, you could hurt yourself.
yeah.
You know,
Why you keep your own dagger?
they keep their own and we keep giving our own away. Bad decisions. This is we don't want to be making these our mistakes. Where we keep putting the dial in their favor
what are
constantly.
what are the solutions though?
The solution,
Awareness to
the
not make these
solution.
our decisions.
The truth is that with what we have been saying all through the stuff, I've brought out points, and the solutions are in all the points that we have brought out. All
This one is
Like,
Nigeria. This one is Nigeria. They took Nigeria's one too. They took Ghana's one 2017. They took Nigeria's one 2018. This is like coordinated, really,
yes,
and they moved it out. The nuclear materials are from Nigeria too. Nigerians was very happy to give it up. Like, oh no, Boko Haram is in Kaduna. We can't handle it. It's too much. Let's give it to them. Let them come and take it for us.
Stupid.
While How crazy is that? They can build a military base there. They can
You
move
know
it to other
why?
parts of
You know
Nigeria.
why
Then
they
they give
do
it to
that
them.
too, Niger? You know why they do that? Because they think they don't have enemies.
How crazy is that? How crazy is that? As if they don't know. The people that they're giving it to are their enemies. They are the ones causing all the problems for them. They don't know that. They no crazy. What kind of madness will make you not to know? Look at that.
I
Moving the
mean,
nuclear
you got
materials out of
people.
Nigeria has been a long sought goal.
I mean, you got Nigerians getting stranded in Ukraine because of racism. And you think these people like you?
It's
Huh.
crazy. It's crazy. See, one of the officials was like, "Oh, they should take it away because it's too hot for us. Boko Haram could get a hold of it." I was like, "You can't defend your own just one tiny nuclear reactor. You
All
can't
we
even
need
do
to
that."
do is enhance it. Teach the youths to enhance that shit. That's all.
Exactly.
My
We had
God.
it up to the material we had could have been used to build a bomb. It's plutonium, almost 99%
Bro,
enriched, and we
bro,
gave it to them.
bro, you call that electricity? I mean,
Exactly.
look how expensive people pay for electricity, and you have that where you can get electricity, clean electricity, and you fucking give it away. I mean, they
Yeah.
didn't even pay for it.
This just shows that they have an impending plan, action. After they
Yes, they
disarm,
planned it because
yeah,
they took two of them in 2 years
yeah.
from two countries.
After they run that phase, then they roll in something. God knows
I
what they
want to
are
tell
rolling.
you the plan. What's their plan? I
Okay,
want
I'm
to
all
tell you.
yes. I'm all yes, sir.
Listen, listen. Africa has been has started getting invasion from more than 2,000 years now, right?
Yes.
But they know, you feel me? The Hittites, then the Greeks,
The
then the
Histo,
Romans,
the Romans, the
then after
Persians.
then hold on, and then the Romans now is the Romans and the Greeks is where the white people get their greed from because they have tasted Africa. So the Arabs came and annexed the Romans, right? Now they have been in this plan of taking Africa. So they take our people, which is me. So
Mm,
that's 500 years now. You feel me? So they took me. Then they took um East Western Cape. You feel me? Almost the whole South Africa they took. Now they name themselves Africanos. You feel me? But you already have a set of bitches in the north which allied with the crackers, the white people, and sold us in slavery. That's me. That's depopulating the continent. So it's easier to move in. But now I'm telling you this, media is what saved us because now actions is being seen through media. So they always have this plan to not look bad in the public eyes, but but always have a hand in their knee on our neck, right?
mm.
So so now their knee is easing up off our neck because they don't want nobody to see because of world perception. You see me? But
Global narrative.
what they really wanted is to close in which that's still their plan, to close in from South Africa and from stupid ass the north and destroy the center. You see me?
Yeah.
It is because we are such a resilient people why they have not done so already. But it's still in the plan. And if we stay stupid, the plan will still go through. You feel me?
Mm.
So what I'm trying to say to you is none of them should remain on the continent living.
Yeah.
None of them should be on the continent owning anything. You feel me?
Yeah.
Only black people should own anything on the continent. I'm talking about north and south. You feel
Mm.
me? And we should not be satisfied until that happens. You
Mm.
feel me? So they stole some of the rest of the world from us. Fine, go ahead and keep it. But you see that fucking how much million square mile from fucking Egypt, from Cape to Cairo, is ours. From Tanzania or from Tanzania to goddamn Morocco is ours. And we should not stop until it's black dominated.
Yeah.
And that's
Especially
it.
even at the time of growing
That's
military right
it.
for the countries. Yeah,
I agree.
the whole thing is a very this, and I'm just trying to see what kind of activities like other countries like China and Russia they are doing in Africa. You see, I feel like this. That's why I'm talking about at the opening. I feel like the strategy that is going on in the world right now is that these two countries, China and Russia, are making moves to build things for Africa that the West probably would not like to happen. Like
I
you know,
feel like we should endorse Africa, Russia and China.
yeah,
They-
I feel they should. They see that thing. You see, we shouldn't have to do that. I think strategically they are being a little bit funny for not doing it. And I think it's stupid.
Of
If
course.
China today comes to Africa and Russia comes to Africa and say, you know what, you are my brother, you are my brother. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna give people this technology and screw the whole world if they don't like it. I believe that that relationship will last for
Look here.
for hundreds
Look
of
here.
years. If
Look
we
here. Let me
if
tell
they
you
made that kind of
something.
move,
Let me tell you something. Russia will give us anything we want. Let me tell you this. China will give us anything we want. Of course, they want a win-win situation. Let me tell you, none of them don't know what to ask China for or what type of deal to make with China. I think the governments are so self-consuming that they don't know what the fuck they want. You feel me? Let me tell you this, man. All right, where are the ships? Since they made so much deals with China, where are the ships? How the fuck y'all ain't have no ships from China? China makes ships.
Nigeria
So
is
I
making
don't,
its own ships now, though.
huh?
Nigeria
Yeah,
is
yeah,
making ships now.
but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
See me?
it's like Nigeria is not making that good a ship.
Okay. It, that that is good and I appreciate it. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah.
To
But
stay
but
to stay to
but you
stay
know
in the
what?
conversation to stay in the conversation of
Yeah.
defending them ourselves, right? To Nadia, do you remember when I told you that when the Russians come to Africa, these terrorists are gonna disappear?
Yeah, you said that, but okay, what's the
Okay,
point?
you see what's going on in Mali. There's no more
Yes,
killing. There's
And the
no more
Congo.
killing.
And the
It's
Congo.
it's a few killings, but it's not like when the French were there.
I
You
don't.
know,
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
exactly the breathing space, or what do you call it? To Nigeria, how do you say the space we have? How do you call this space we have?
caretaker
The
stage. You
No,
mean?
the
window. The
window, the
window.
window.
Okay,
This
the
win,
window. Yeah.
yeah, is the reason we have this window is exactly because this power they are vying for Africa. So therefore, the one person does not have so much dominance and must look over their shoulder to see what China is doing, see what Russia is doing, and this is our time to
This
insert
is what I
ourselves.
think. This is what I think, right? I think that Africa in combination should give over world power to China. How would they do it?
For
I
me, by
I
China
would
giving us nuclear weapons.
no. I would make an agreement with China, right? Because only Africa. Oh, listen,
What would be
this
the agreement
window.
again?
Wait, outlaw. Wait, outlaw. This is the thing. Africa don't know how powerful they are. You feel me? We are the ones who cause England to be powerful. We are the ones who cause America to be powerful. Physically by material, but also by um support power. Okay? But listen, that's why the dollar so strong. Because we are determined to use their dollar. That's why it's so strong. So if we make a deal, we can make a deal with China as to we can say, okay, China, we want you to be the world power now. And we gonna certify that. This is how we gonna certify that. We will only spend internationally in yen. We will no longer spend internationally with dollars. If you can if you can guarantee um military what you call it military alliance by giving us any type of military assistance we need in terms of giving us technology, military technology, and all that. You see me? We will make you world power because we will make sure no African country spends internationally unless it's the yen we using. What that gonna do is make the American dollar and the euro plunge, plummet. You feel me? Because they are backing all of their money by us. Like we are the backing, we are the we are what back the US dollar and the European dollar. You feel me? You might not know that, but yes, we are. You feel me?
But I
So
can, isn't that giving our power to yet another oppressor?
no, no. We are powerless right now. We are powerless. You have major world powers, England, Europe, and goddamn America, in which they have absolute power. You cannot get power from them. You feel me? You have to take power from them. Now we are gods, so we don't have to take the front position in everything. You feel me? We can give power. You understand? So what we doing is giving power to a society that has a non-interference policy. You feel me? So now we can attain our own dollar, whether naira. We're using naira. I think we should just turn Africa dollars into naira. You feel me? And just use naira. And we already have a crypto naira. You feel me? So every country is using naira. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you now, so there is where Africa gonna rise because now these other motherfuckers is falling, and that's the West, when they're dealing with us, they have to buy yen. You feel me? So there is where you staple China's position, and in gratitude, China will staple our position in terms of nobody cannot invade us unless they gonna invade China too. You feel me?
You see,
Also,
okay. So I
Russia
want let
will
me just
also
summarize the point you made. So are you saying that okay, we have an agreement with China? Does the agreement involve giving us the capability with nukes? Does that include it?
yes, we would
Okay,
have to
good.
make a deal as to military assistance in our choice whenever we need it. So
No.
it would
Terrible
I'm a
idea.
be
little
Terrible idea.
Tunaja. I'm a
Let me
little.
show you
yes.
proof that that's a
So
terrible idea.
it would include let me tell you, it would include the actual military things that we need, or enabling us to build our military produce. You see me, like technological schooling for, you feel me, for military things. You feel me, to weapon, to build the weapons itself. You understand? So even that is that would be even better. You feel
Okay,
me?
for me, I'm 50-50 with China, man. To be honest, sometimes I like the services that they provide to African countries, but sometimes I feel like they have a lot of people they would like to unload on the continent as well.
Yeah,
And this
but
is one of
all
their
of that,
objectives.
listen, I
And
me if I'm
what
running
do you think
Africa,
about this?
I think Australia is more. I
listen,
think Australia is more at
hey,
risk than Africa
if I'm
because
if
they are closer to Australia and even Russia too. Russia has a massive land mass next to China too. That so those countries are more at risk than Africa. Africa is too far away from them. You see what I
no,
mean?
no, China is not far from Africa. You see me?
They have to travel across oceans, but Australia is just a tiny ocean, and compared Russia is landmass.
What time, how
So
Australia come in this?
he's saying that China has a lot of people to deploy to Africa, but I think they will fill Australia up first before they even
No,
fill
all
Africa.
right.
Anything come
I'm
close.
If I'm running Africa, all of that shit would be put on a halt. You feel me? I let me tell you this. I would make listen. I would make sure anything that we can't do in China, China can't do here in my country. You feel me? I would make sure that.
My brother, China has a lot of capital. Anybody that has capital that moves to Africa get to do whatever they want. For some
Yeah, but
reasons, Africans have not come up to a point where they understand that these people, when they move, they're not only just moving because they love your people. Africans have not understood that. That's why we need to tell them, like, listen, these guys are moving because there is a plan of taking over as well. Whether it's soft
I
takeover or
don't
it's
think so.
total takeover, these people don't understand that.
I don't think China is doing. Let me tell you what China is doing. China wants um positioning, like they want positioning in the world, like strategic positions. You feel me? To for business, for stable economic growth and stability for China. That's what they want. They want, so that's why they try to get Uganda airport, because they want Uganda airport to make Ugandans pay to
Uh,
make money out of Uganda. They
I
took
think
Sri Lanka
I
airport.
think
Hold on.
this is
They
where
took,
our road forks are. Like China, me personally, I don't like China. I don't trust China. I know I know they have a.
and that's what I'm saying. We should
I've had
listen.
all my life experiences with China and Chinese has been bad to me, and
All
I
right, hold
don't
on.
like Chinese
Wait.
at all. For one thing,
I
and
like with this is what I like with Chinese,
I
right?
continue watching their behavior. They go some in this in 2022, 2020s, they'll go to one country and they'll destroy that. Look at what they have done to the fishing waters of Gambia, to Ghana, and then they are trying to take airports and ports. And what century are we in? Me personally, no China. Like we African countries need to look for some kind of plan to work some things out
Yeah. I
and push
think that
China
I
out
don't
as well.
think I
In my
don't think no
in
I
my
don't think
let
no
me finish,
goddamn
sir. In my
Chinese.
opinion, if we can ally a little bit with anybody, that will be Russia because they need it as much as we need it right now.
No, Russia and China is the same thing. You can't look at things like that. You can't look at things like that, bro. China rules Russia. If you didn't know, now you know. You feel me? China rules Russia. You feel me? Just get that in your head. You feel me? Even so, it's all the way in history. You See me? Go study the history and you will know. But what I'm trying to say to you is we are dealing with a mother of people that grabbed our people already and enslaved them.
Yeah, but
You
Eastern
see me?
Europe didn't do that. Eastern Europe didn't do that. They don't have that
Yeah,
history.
but hold on. I'm not saying, listen, we should be friends with Eastern Europe and Chinese only. The people that hurt us, that we are in their hands, that we are, you know what we doing? They have conformed us so much that we almost a little bit comfortable. You see me? And then we gonna be like, it's uncomfortable to go around Chinese and those people.
I can't fire. Let me just take these points very quickly. You know, you said we should have some kind of military alliance so that they can come and help us.
Not
This is
help,
why I
but
raised.
okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
this is why I raised the point earlier. We really have to understand when we compromise our security without even knowing it. You see, look at this deal that the Russians had with the Chinese. They were helping them develop their nuclear technology and all the rest. And Russia started
No,
talking about the Soviet
when I
Union.
say help, I mean like helicopters,
Yeah,
gunships, and air
and common defense, a kind of common defense. But
air and
the
sea,
nuclear part,
air and
yeah, let
sea
me just
defense.
finish the point. The nuclear part makes most of the difference. But you see, this agreement the Chinese had with the Russians, they were cooperating. Then the Soviet Union decided that, you know what, let's go and talk to the Americans and see whether we can have a bit of peace and kumbaya and all the rest. The Chinese was like, I'm not having your kumbaya talk. I'm going with my nuclear technology. Look at this. The Russia says, although Soviet officials assured China that it was under the Soviet nuclear umbrella, the disagreement widened the emerging Sino-Soviet split. In June 1959, the two nations formally ended their agreement on military and technology cooperation, and in July 1960, all Soviet assistance with the Chinese nuclear program was abruptly terminated, and all Soviet technicians were withdrawn from the program. This is something the Chinese refused to back down because they understood that, you know what, I cannot outsource my security to some other person, no matter how much Russia, because clearly they were very smart. Because look at what happened to Ukraine. They, that's the case, the same assurance they gave to Ukraine. Ukraine was like, it's okay, take all our nuclear weapons. And look at them now. You see, when we signed this type of agreement with them, give us nuclear weapons too. I don't want to hear story about you're going to come and defend me. I'm under your umbrella. I don't care about your
But
umbrella.
Tunaja,
Give me my umbrella.
you make it a good point. But you remember the conversation we had, right? And I was telling you about this francophone country. Because of this military agreement we have with the French, they don't let us diversify, right? So, like you said, first we will try to diversify, right? So if Russia come in, we will tell Russia, hey, listen, we are now planning on bringing you back next time we're having a problem. Train our people, make sure we get the weapon. Maybe let's manufacture our own weapon here on the continent.
Bro,
And what I'm trying to tell you is that listen, I don't take pride calling somebody else to come defend my homeland. But the way the deal is structured for Francophone Africa, we have no other way. We have no other way. So that's why we have to call somebody else first.
you are in Francophone Africa,
Yes.
Cameroon.
Burkina Faso.
Yay! The land of the upright man.
Absolutely.
All right, this is what I'm saying, right? Um, in this military thing. Let me tell you, I cannot believe that Nigeria and Ghana, or these people would do that. I mean, you're the ones who have the uranium. It's right in Niger and the Congo and South Africa, and we give it the fuck away. Who will enrich? Who gonna enrich our uranium? We gonna make other people enrich our uranium? Oh my gosh!
Exactly. Let me welcome Yeah, St. James has been here and out. Yeah, nice to have you back. And that, you know, as Madara today,
No, I don't want that to come on.
that is
Hell
not in a
no.
good
We
mood. So
want that.
you
We
better not
want that.
test that today. That is not in a good mood.
We
No,
want
man.
that. Give
Nobody
us
want to
that.
push that today. If
No,
you push
man.
that, you're
No,
gonna get
man.
it.
God
Tunaja,
damn
you
it.
see, how do you expect what I say here to affect my future when I'm coming with different aliases all over the place?
Yeah, you see, you see, the future is weird now. They can find information on you quite easily. So, and I feel like sometimes
Yeah,
when you
but
go to
but
some
but but,
channels,
but I will deny and say I didn't say it. It's staff that said it. It's Madara that said it because I'm not the one that said it.
it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. They will be able to find it. You see, this is why sometimes one has to be careful to an extent because you get lured into these things. You don't even know why. Sometimes, I question, why he does it. That he shouldn't let this thing deteriorate because you have to protect the people that are coming to help you grow your channel. To an extent, if you
God,
think about it.
only you in Africa have got that voice.
Oh my God! You
I
know
can't
what?
find. I think you
That
need
your
to.
voice is
You
I'll
quite
need
be
to
unique
come.
from that point of view. They
Say
can
what?
like, oh, I
I
know
think
where
you need
he's
to
from.
come to Africa one of these days. You need to go to
I
Africa.
need to.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely need to visit
yeah.
Africa. Yeah.
You you
You,
you
you,
talk you talk a big one, but it's time to walk the talk.
you think I can come to Nigeria?
Of course you can.
Yeah.
Especially if you know people. We will make it seamless for you.
Mm. That you are really listen, I can
That's
find you're becoming
perfect.
quite advanced at this. You really know some of the details about stuff that I don't even know. So, I think you like to say that you are nobody, but it's not exactly true, is it? You do have facts that a lot of people don't even have. So it's a matter of putting it the right way and catching it properly. You don't know where one can get. Look at Trump. I tell you, you are smarter than Trump. I can tell you that right now. So, and he's managed to
Oh, God
get
is
where he
not
got.
smarter than Trump. Stop the bullshit.
I said you are smarter than Trump. I
He's
can't
not.
find. I was referring to you. Are you not smarter than Trump?
Who me?
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
you are
I'm
not.
not as listen. I'm not as educated as Trump.
No, that's not. We're not talking about education now. We're talking
Smart.
about being smart. No,
I can
I'm being
I
intelligent.
can I can fire. You're taking shots at me from
Hey,
another reason, but I don't have time.
talk about
I don't
talk
have
about
time at the
friendly
moment.
fire. He was throwing shots at somebody that didn't do anything.
I don't have
God,
time at the
God,
moment. I don't have
you're my
time.
people. You're my people. I want to give you advice, God. The Rasta people in Gambia,
Yeah.
go spend some more time with those people, man.
All right.
You feel
Okay.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Go spend.
I don't have time. I fell asleep tonight, and I woke up. You're still going, so which is quite. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
quite
that's
good.
fine, man. That's fine. It's all good. I know that you are gonna be here anytime if you are available. Ben, I really feel
But
bad
it's all
about
love,
everything
God.
that's
It's
been
all
going on
love.
for the last couple of days. I think maybe these type of things happen now and again where you get pushed too
Nah,
much. And
tonight, these things. I don't know. Yeah, I don't particularly trust Dr. Kizo. I don't particularly trust him. You know what
mm,
I mean? It's just my point of view as well, but we can differ because he definitely does let a lot of things go, and this guy was just maligning West Africans all over the place. And when
yeah,
he does it, he's pointing at Nigerians, but I don't take it as only Nigerians because he's correlating Nigerians, West Africans, all the kids.
mm,
And he just went on a
Let me tell you
rabid
what I
way.
psychoanalyze about Kaizo.
You get me?
He think that life is a joke. He's dealing with life as if it's a joke, and these circumstances that we on, he thinks it's a joke. I mean, he got some ideas about what's going on, but he tries to run it off as it's a joke, and he's making fun of things that not supposed to be made fun of. You feel me? I mean, this is what I'm trying to say, right? When you say dusty, all that, and call each other, it's a joke. You feel me? And we know, but you can't overdo things because we need to be represented as royalty. You feel me? So if are like to Niger, super self science, St. James, and God are royal people and should be addressed royally. You feel me? Don't treat us frivolous. Don't treat us like hunky dory, all that stuff. You feel me? We need to, especially us as men, you feel me? We need to stop playing because we want respect from our women. Still, we want to play. Women don't do that. Women respect warriors. Women respect men that provide security, all that stuff. Provide land, all that stuff. That means taking back goddamn Africa for our women to be goddamn comfortable and not going to fucking Dubai to get their mouth shit into.
Yeah, Peter, whatever they call it, whatever they
So
call it.
we
See,
need to
I
stop.
feel like
That's
it's a
why
level of
I don't
conditioning.
agree with. Hold on. That's why I don't
Mm.
agree with Kaiser's behavior. He don't take no sides. So that's what I don't like about some people. They are
No,
hypocrites.
I think
And
I think he takes some
yeah, but
sides as
not
well.
really, boss. Not really, boss. Because
I
let
don't
me
think
tell
he.
you. You see,
Yeah.
if you opposing Pan-Africanism, which I know it is the solution, I'm gonna go on the offensive. You feel me? If I don't, then I am. Let me tell you, the silent man is one of the wicked men too. If you sit there and don't say nothing, you're part of the problem. You feel me? So if I come and hear nobody ragging on good things, I'm gonna say something about it. So that's what I don't like about some of these people. They don't have a side, really. I'm telling you, they swinging. You know what they want? They watching who winning
Okay,
to go jump.
I want to say that at least we ourselves we should know the kind of platforms we find ourselves on, because I feel like you might be assuming a panel is Pan African and it's not. So first of all, in the first
No,
place,
no, no.
No,
I don't
no.
look at things like that. Fuck that. You black. Let me tell you something. I'll go in there and tell them, bitch, if you black and you not with black, get the fuck out the race. You're not necessary. Fuck off. Find a cliff, the nearest cliff to go jump the fuck off in. If you're not
Come
in
on,
the
man.
for the
There's no need to
listen,
go that
bro,
to start telling
bro,
people to
I'm
jump off the
telling
race.
you that's how serious
Okay.
shit is, bro. If you black
Tonight,
and you let me tell you, you have black people will just tell you that they're against Africa, bro.
See, I don't know. I think Dr. K sometimes the way he covers his stuff,
I'm
the
not
tone
with him. I'm
generally,
not talking about him. I'm
I'm
talking,
not generally with that tone, but I'm not
yeah.
so sure whether he actually takes sides. He just lets things go,
Let me tell you.
and
yeah,
All right. Why you
yeah,
invited
but
me? Why you
there's an
said some
undercurrent. There's an undercurrent that of
yeah,
supremacy that he
yeah,
wants.
yes, yes,
You
yeah.
understand?
God. Yes,
He
God.
says bad things about Somalis, he says bad things about
Wait,
Nigerians
wait,
quite frequently
wait,
on both
wait,
sides.
to Niger.
So,
God is
you know,
right. God is right. God is seeing the undercurrent. That's what I'm talking about. The undercurrent. You see me? Where is it going? What's the main course of this current? You see me? It's undecided. You see me? And that's what I don't like. And you a nigger. You going through the same thing as me. Who the fuck are you to say you're not going with the team? You see me? These are the things that I'll be talking, and we need to go all out against these motherfuckers because they're too much. The negative people is too fucking much in this goddamn. Go check out Africa. 80% don't like niggas, don't like black, don't even like to be called black. You see me?
not
As in
80%, bro.
no,
A
80%.
lot of in
Listen,
Nigeria,
80%, bro.
we love
80%.
our negritude in Nigeria.
I'm
Forget the
telling you,
way we bleach
I
it.
can fire. If you go to Nigeria, you
We
want to
love
change
our
your name to
negritude, please.
Babatunde Olushola, so
Say
that
what?
people will think.
Say
I
what?
say when you go to Nigeria, you want to change your name to Babatunde Olushola. or the deepest African name you want because you want to represent. Otherwise, everyone like, is it Nigerian or not? You want to represent.
That
So
ain't
there are
nothing wrong
people
with
out there
that.
that really want to be African. You know, that's the point I'm making. So
Anyways,
So okay,
go
okay,
ahead.
all right. Why they bleach?
Except
Oh no,
for
no,
where the bleaching
I
people.
know that's true. A lot. See,
So
they bleach, they
no,
wear
so
weaves,
hold on,
they wear
wait, man.
weaves.
Wait, outlaw. You see who bleach is who is not ashamed. You see who don't bleach, they still have the mind of the bleacher. It's just that it's embarrassing. That's why they don't do it. I'm
I
from
can't lie.
Jamaica.
The truth is this: Africa, Nigerians. I'm not supporting bleaching, and I condemn it. I've never
Bro,
bleached. Will never
bro.
befriend anyone
My
bleaching. But
my
I'm saying the reason Nigerians bleach is a
Man,
little
did you
bit
guys
different.
get the? No, hold on,
It's
sorry,
a
sorry.
little bit
I think
different
this is
from.
interesting comment here.
it's the
Do you get?
undercurrent.
Do you get this current? Do you get this statement? Or then do any of you? Do you get this statement? What it's saying?
Some yeah, but that bitch is some Spanish little shit. You feel me?
It's Spanish. So,
Yeah, that bitch
it
don't
says,
that
but
bitch
do you
his
understand
name
the
is
comment
fucking
though?
the bitch
Against
name is the bitch
Africans,
yo, the bitch name
Africans.
is Rodriguez. He's not black. You feel me?
It's
He's
not.
a fucking he's not black,
You sure?
stinking bitch.
Oh God,
I can fire. Calm down.
goodness
Now,
gracious.
Tunaja.
Bro, there should
Yeah.
be no tolerance with anti-African people. Any
See, I just
anti-African
you need to watch. See, let them that talk. You don't want to get that in a bad mood today.
No,
too
Tunaja.
nice, too nice.
I'm coming around the thinking of people
Tanzan,
like I
Tanzan
can
told
fire.
you yesterday. Tanzan
Mm.
told you are one of them too, Nigel. I want to tell you this. You one of them. You need to pick a side too. Because I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you something.
I'm coming around the thinking
One
of people
second,
like
God.
St.
One
James,
second,
people
God.
like St. James, like Tanzan and all that kind of stuff. I'm coming
Yeah.
around the thinking because
What?
it's very, very important that you must maintain. Because the shit that I heard a couple of days ago tonight, because Keizo just let what's his name, Nakmizi and Mo just have a ball on West Africans and all that.
Against
That's
Africa,
another guy,
against
Ah.
Pan
Nakmizi.
Africanism.
That's another guy,
Mhm.
So
Nakmizi.
that
Yeah, but hold on.
whenever they come
But,
together, they really do a lot of dirty
but,
stuff against Africans. That's one
yeah,
thing
but
I've
hold
seen
on.
different
No, against West
Yo,
Africans
this
specifically.
what I'm
Against
saying.
West.
This what I'm saying. When y'all hear me speak this way, right? You see, when y'all hear me speak this way, I'm not mad. Yo, take that stupid bitch off the screen, bro. The Bibi Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Take that Hispanic bitch off the
She might
screen,
be
bro.
black,
You
for
feel
you,
me?
how do you know
It's
she's
annoying the fuck out of me. You feel me?
Tonight, I got a
Hold on.
question, man.
Wait, man. Wait 1 second. I have something to
let
say.
him talk? He hasn't
I
said
have
anything.
something to say. What? 1 second. I have something to say, man. To
Yeah.
Niger, I'm telling you, we
You know,
cannot be.
I will hand
Listen,
the channel over to you one of these days
this.
at this rate.
Hold on.
So you take over.
This nice shit. You see this nice shit. You see this whole bunch of nice shit, and people blatantly disrespect and go out of order, and we be like, you shouldn't have said that. Man, tell these people to fuck off, bro. Tell these people, let these people know that you ain't taking, bro. I'm telling you, a lot of people, bro, it's because we taking shit. A lot of piece of shit little bitches. You feel
And
me?
I agree.
Mm.
Oh.
So please, St. James, you can ask, you can say what you
Yeah,
wanted to say.
my question to you is why I'm under the impression that some East Africans are trying to set us up, man. Us from the West, man. I don't know what's going on, but the way they speak at times, man, is kind of I scratch my head, man. You know, I don't see
Yeah.
African from the West talking about East Africans issues and being so mean and disrespectful. But when it comes down
No,
to them, it's
what
kind
is
of like it's
African?
funny. It's funny to listen to it and it's show and seeing
Which
Africans
part of
from the
East
West,
Africa?
Africa from West Side, sitting there and laughing and having fun while they're being
Mm.
disrespected. I'm just begging the
Yeah.
question, sir. What is this? What's going
That's
on
why,
here?
hold on. That's why I had to come on and shut some goddamn bitch ass Somalis up because they think fucking anybody scared of them. You see me? They think they can fucking big mouth down no fucking body. And I'll tell them, bitch, fuck you. And we shoot y'all asses up too. That's why the Bantu have to fucking goddamn get their guns and pop some of them bitches because all they want to do is disrespect
Oh no,
goddamn the
come on.
Bantu
No, no,
people.
no, no, no,
See
no.
me?
Tinaja,
Come
let
on.
him go. Let him
No,
go.
Bro,
Let him
let
go.
me let him go.
no,
This is
let
not
me tell
I
you
this is
this,
not
mean,
man. Let me tell
he's
you.
expressing
law.
himself.
You
Let
can't
Let
be
me
him
tell
saying
go.
you.
that. Come on.
Okay, you
Let
gonna
me tell
stop it?
you.
He's gonna do it
Our
next time, right?
continent
You
is
can't be
black
saying that before I
dominated.
pop
Hold on.
people
Let me
off.
tell you something. Our continent is black dominated, and we not permitting no black, no disrespecting of anybody black on the goddamn continent. I don't care who the fuck you are.
Okay, let me read the disclaimer. The views that I heard on this channel is not by any means endorsed by the channel. You know, so I don't encourage people going to knock people all over the place. Please, let's try to keep it civil before they go and start shutting me down. I just started.
Miss Bibi, Miss,
You start writing me
hold on.
letters after I
Hold
don't
on.
need the hassle.
Wait. Miss Bibi Rodriguez, how about go and suck your bitch ass Latino mother?
No, I
At
can
least that one
fire.
is
It's okay.
benign, but please let's not talk
We
about
have
people
it,
going to
Yeah,
knock people off,
don't talk
especially.
about you against Africa either, and you won't fucking get me like that.
To
fine.
This
Niger,
bitch,
to
We
Niger.
this
agree,
thinking
but
this.
I can fire, man. I can guarantee you she got a black African boyfriend or husband, man. Don't worry about that.
I don't give a fuck who she got. If you against Africa, fuck you and fuck your parents.
great. But my problem with this kind of issues, when we start going this way, we lose time on serious issues, and this just pisses me off. That's just my own.
But we have to
Yeah,
go in. It's just self-defense mode.
I feel like maybe sometimes we need to talk normal a bit before, because it's not every time you want to be too serious at all points. We are going to get serious again very soon. At least it's good to. I can't fire. Please tone it down a bit, just for
Yeah,
my sake, please.
please,
Yeah,
please,
but Miss
please, bro.
Miss Rodriguez is a mange. She's is a mongrel. You don't have no say in black people in real black people conversation. You a mongrel, a little
Yeah,
mixed breed bitch.
Oh my God!
personally, but
How do you know her? You just saw her name. I don't get it. What is like he knows her or something? So
No people by their name. You fucking have African names. A lot. How I know? Because how come on, man. How I know you African? By your name. How the
uh,
tribe how a lot of tribes know you? They know you by your name.
To Niger. You
yeah.
know, I bet you, like, if you go back a couple of shows in Dr. K's shows as well, it's almost at the last ending of the show, like the last 20 minutes of the show when the comedian Mo were having a go and all that kind of stuff. I had to listen to that early in the morning. I was so angry. I called some of my Nigerian colleagues and all that. So I tell them why. But anyways, no
Mhm.
problem. You
Wow, that
understand?
must have been bad then. If you
Man,
had to, if
that that
you felt
that
that
was, that
way.
was bad. That was bad. It's only now Nakmizi that's left as well. When you catch him, I will say some horrible things to him.
I was on a panel one day. I thought I should mention it. I was on a panel one day when Nagmizi came and was doing that, and I told him off so badly he disappeared. Because I said, why is it you are so self-hating that you self-hated all the way from America? You have Nigerian blood. You come here to side with Somalis against this thing, West Africans. You do this every time. Man, by the time I was done with him, he disappeared. Because that was so annoying. Because he does it like a nuisance.
Yeah, yeah,
Constantly.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, what I was gonna say about this China thing as well. The Chinese, the thing I liked about it is the business they were doing with Africa, which potentially could have led to rapidly industrializing Africa and perhaps leading to technology transfer. Although everybody's doing it with their own aims into it, they will gain something, we will gain something. I like the technology transfer and the fact that they bring in industry and potentially jobs. Obviously, the deals were not the best. They were not negotiated to the
Hold on.
best.
Miss
Hold
Rodriguez.
on. Let me finish.
Wait.
The,
Miss Rodriguez, I'm sorry. But don't say nothing bad about Africa again. or else you're gonna get it.
Although the deals were not negotiated to the best, but I think the Tanzanian leader had good example of the way he should have gone, the one that died as well. So, but in terms of security as well, I think the Chinese they are people that judge, and I don't know if they do commit. I'm not sure if they fully do commit and if they entirely commit on anything. I think they just watch the situation go and they will pull themselves out or in anytime. You understand what I mean? So I think for security you would have needed somebody like Russia as well, and which is what was always the alternative for African countries, and not just African countries, other countries. Whenever they needed alternative to go buy weapons and all, the Europeans were never there to provide. They could never do that. You know, the French will never allow the francophone countries to buy weapons from elsewhere as well. So it was always Russia that other parts of the world went to
Right
try and
now,
gain.
Africa should be all out in aid
You
to
know, so
Russia. You
it
see
was
me?
always
Because
Russia and all
they're
that stuff. You
spending a
understand?
lot now.
The Chinese will do the economic thing as well, help build up economy, which is a good thing in a way, but they will never assist in the form of military.
But
You
it's a
understand?
stupid thing for them. You see, but
It,
what
it
but
is.
what I
We
think
can
is going on right now is that the West is having a strategy to lock China out of Africa
okay.
and the
Right
rest of
now,
the
we
world.
got
And
leverage.
if
Right
China
now,
knows what's good for
hold on.
them, they should go to Africa and make a big gesture. That is the way to go.
I'm gonna
Because
say something
look at
to you,
France making a
Niger.
big gesture towards India, wanting to
Yeah.
give them nuclear submarine. This is how you do
All right, we
international
got
diplomacy.
leverage. Right now, we got leverage. Right now, I'm telling you, Africans don't know what they have. Africa got leverage. Let me tell you something. China, it's we not asking. It's we not asking the real actionable things to benefit us. You feel me? From China, I'm telling you, because China needs what we got, not want what we got, needs it, and that's our
Exactly. They
level.
need us now. We both need each other more than
So,
there's no other
so
group in this world that needs each other more than the way Nigerian, this in Africans and the Chinese need
yes.
each other.
All
And
right.
that
So
is the
what's the
situation.
level?
They
So
need to
what's the
understand
level?
that.
So what's the
Pardon?
level?
The
So what's
leverage
the
is that
leverage?
with
That means
with
that
Africa.
means it
Mhm.
means it means you can get anything you want, including hypersonic missiles, all of that
Yes, you can. We
by
can. Okay,
by
I don't think
using.
they will just share that with us, but we
Listen,
can get quite a lot with them
if
from
they
from that.
don't give us,
Even
if
nuclear
they don't
technology.
give us, if they don't give us, they can't stay in our country. That's all. That's all.
Exactly.
You know,
But see, Africa should put up a sign now, even if it's public or secret. Anybody that gives us this first will be our partners. You know, the first group that decides to give us nuclear technology will be our partners for the next 200 years at least. We will be
but
close
you know,
bodies. Will
Tunaja,
support you to the end.
as the way we are with these little states, do you think it's possible to say like little Gambia to have access to nuclear weapons or Rwanda or something? Do you think in this
Yeah.
kind of confinement is
Let me
the
tell you.
world will trust us
I
to have
think.
nuclear
I
weapons or
think. I
something? It's
think
not even about
maybe.
See,
trust.
once you get it, they can worry about trusting them. They let them come and try to mess with you. See, the moment you have the weapon, suddenly your head starts shining and they will start being afraid of you. See, if you put it in, even in Nigeria, Benin Republic, Ghana, Kenya, anywhere you put it, suddenly it's an umbrella. You see that term that the Russians use there in that this thing, the umbrella. You create an umbrella for this in African countries. And I think the Chinese can make a big gesture that the world has never seen before. If they are smart, because can you imagine when they do that? They will completely upend the whole world. What will happen is that they are not only gaining an ally, they are also taking a chess of the Western and this thing, a chess piece of the Western this thing, the board.
Plate.
Because
But
because we are the backup of the Western economy.
yeah, of course, that it
Yes,
will always be
we
in that.
are.
Oh, hold on. But do you think, in the meantime, looking forward to such destructive power, do you think maybe the possibility of drone technology could definitely be used as a way to bolster up militaries? I mean, Turkey is building them in droves, and Yeah, they seem to have shown results
Yeah,
as well, like drones.
Yeah, but we
And
drones are
don't
all
want
good.
nothing. We
Drones
don't
are all
want
good.
nothing from Turkey.
Drones are all good. You need microchips to bake all of them. All I am telling you
Listen,
is that
it's
the key
true.
things that will prevent us them from trying to mess with us is nuclear technology. If you give us that, just give us 20 nukes. Let's start from there. And then you see what the whole world will be transformed. And I really think the Chinese will be smart
We
to make
want
that move.
one. Hold on. We
Tonight,
want
it's
one.
Africa
interesting
Hold on.
deserves it.
yesterday.
And not to mention the fact that Africa actually deserves it. Africa is a 1 billion,
Listen.
over 1 billion size population,
Watch
and
this.
we don't
Watch
have
this.
it.
Watch
It's
this.
a
We
very, very
want.
good
We
country.
want one. We want one in goddamn Ethiopia. We want one in the Gambia, and we want one in South Africa.
Yeah. Tonight, it's
Why not?
interesting yesterday. It's interesting yesterday
Right,
when you
tonight.
were having. It's interesting yesterday when you were having the debate with Dr. Kaiser's channel and the white lady as well. When
Yeah.
there were Lee Jasu and this lady were having an exchange, and Lee Jasu was telling him the American economy is falling and all that kind of stuff. And she told him, we don't care if the economy falls. We just need to have enough economy to bolster up the military as well, to make sure the military is sustained so
Exactly.
we have power and all that stuff. I say this is proven to Niger's point that no matter how much you prettify things and gain an economy, it's military power that really matters at the end of the
Wow,
day.
that was a good catch there. You see that? You see, this is why people should,
Yeah, but
not take that very lightly, because the way he listens to stuff, he actually listens. That was a
yes,
very good catch there. At that time,
yes,
I didn't
yes.
catch that.
All right, but
Yes, he said that to
all
him.
right, but there's a but, right? There's a but. We all, you talking about white people, right? We all are not in the same state of mind. White people think that they are gods. We think we are the devils. We have what you call it, no self uplifting thought. You feel me? And they have a self uplifting thought. So that's the contrast. You feel me? So even though, so they have the reason why they are stipulating about their military is because they have a monopoly, not a monopoly going on. So, but Africa has no monopoly as to benefit us, but they have a monopoly to benefit them. You feel me? So they have something and they know what they're protecting, and they're protecting whiteness. You feel me? So we need to protect blackness. You feel me? That's what, and we in Africa don't have that state of mind.
But I tell you, I can't fire.
Yes,
Just
yes, yes. It's growing though.
let
It's
us have
growing
one
though.
nuclear
I'm not
missile. You
I'm
see,
not doubtful.
you
It's
see how
growing.
much, how many Africans will start to believe if we have one that will say if anybody messes with, even though it's the western region of Africa, we have this to answer. You see how many people will feel like they are gods just for that, because Europeans, apart from the power that they have a lot of symbolism, and the nuclear power is one of those symbolisms that bolsters and makes people proud of who they are. If we have one in West Africa, you will see how proud Africans will be. So some of these things go hand in hand. I
Okay, I'm gonna
understand your
say
point,
this.
but
I'm
to
gonna go.
Nigeria's point, we
I'm gonna
need.
go. I'm gonna go and, but I'm gonna say this first. I have no hopes in African people unless I start hearing that um Arabs are being killed in the south.
Would you come and do that for us, sir? Since you are so for this stuff, you
If
assume we are so,
I know,
because you guys.
hold on, if I knew that our people not gonna kill me, if I go bit slap some white boy in the city, the niggas around there would just fucking light put a tire over me.
The city I come from, Lagos, where I come from, that will never happen because you beat a white man, especially on the
just in
street.
case nobody's advocating that you go and beat the white man on the street.
Yes,
Just in case.
just in case.
Disclaimer.
But I'm saying
No, we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't beat him. We should put him down.
Icon Fire was triggered by this photo.
I can't fire you. So
white, he gets triggered.
To Niger.
That's a white
Niger.
man.
Before the brother Ikan Fire leaves, bro, I wanted to say a few words here. I
Yes,
truly
yes,
appreciate,
sir.
brother, your sense of urgency, the way you are approaching the fight here. You are welcome, brother, and I would like to work with you. These are the kind of people we are looking for.
Wow,
Looking for people who have.
wow. I appreciate that.
All right,
Yeah.
all
Appreciate
right.
that.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna post the Telegram link in the chat, and that's where we usually talk about much more in depth and private stuff. There are certain things we cannot discuss on YouTube. You
It's
know,
true,
uh,
and
on the
sometimes I feel
Telegram,
weird.
on the Telegram we discuss a whole lot more. So I will appreciate you join us on the Telegram where we can have a secure conversation on how we can do things on the ground.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yes,
brother.
sir.
Sounds good.
Yes,
Sounds
sir.
good. So
Don't go. Don't go.
yeah, see, like as we were saying, I think the Chinese, they would be stupid strategically because they've been playing this game whereby, oh, I'm not going to hurt anybody, nobody's going to hurt me, I'm so strong on my own. That attitude got them in trouble already. They need to learn how to make a strategic move. And I suspect that they will. They are just waiting for their time. They are looking for the right timing to make a big move. And I don't understand why they haven't yet. I think with Africa, they had a big chance already. If they just went there, because Africa doesn't have any bad memory of China. They don't have any gripes with China other than the fact that they have funny languages and speak funny. And the
Nor
Chinese are
Russia.
difficult people. Yeah. See,
But
the Russians look
they treat
European.
African
So,
people in China very bad, bro. Like
no,
you see
not
what
that badly.
happened.
See, compared to
You
the
know,
US and
yeah,
the other
yeah.
parts of
But look, to Niger, you can't trust none of them.
no,
Like
of
the only
course
Yeah,
not. No,
people
no,
you can
it's not.
trust
yeah.
is
I'm
only
not.
My
black people. You can't
suggestion
trust no
is
Chinese. You can't trust no fucking Russians.
listen.
That's why when Africans,
It's not about
trying to
trust
say
at all.
Russians never done anything to us, but who's to say they will not? They don't care.
Yeah,
At the end
Exactly.
of the day,
my
you black.
suggestion is
I agree with you on
don't
that one. We should
my
zero trust. It's
suggestion is
about interest.
hold on. My suggestion is don't trust them, but do business. Business
Yeah,
have nothing to do with trust.
yeah. Whatever
Uh,
business you do has to give you certainty that you are not compromising anything. Because I just
Of
showed you
course.
their own document that they too didn't trust the Russians. Even if Russians were helping them build nuclear weapons, they didn't trust them. They're like, no, as long as you're going to talk to Americans, I don't trust you anymore. They refuse to stop. So it tells you that's the kind of attitude we need to take. It's not about trusting them, it's about saying, you know what, we watch our own backs, make sure that whatever we're getting from them is authentic and we're not compromising our security in any way. And I
All right.
believe that we have a shared interest right now.
Hold on. Let me answer. Let me answer this lady. Mixed people, I love them, but they should shut the fuck up and watch Black liberation and support Black liberation, but stay in the goddamn background. Go ahead and
Goodness gracious, man.
go ahead and speak.
What if they want to help you go and do your this thing, achieve stuff?
I invite them to do that. You see me?
Okay,
I invite them to do that. Bob Marley did a good job. I invite
exactly.
them to do that. You feel me? I love them when they do that. But
But to
when they
Niger,
when some pieces of shit bitches, fucking niggas oppose Africa, I think you should be disposed of.
to Niger, it's interesting, right?
Get the
With
fuck
this,
out the race.
with this security that we speak about, when you look at it at the end of the day, it's not that making such deals and alliances or taking such side is
Hold on.
it's not common sense. Hold on.
Look how
Oh,
stupid I don't think this person
Don't worry, soon I was trying
is
over
not
his
black.
account to the campfire. He practically runs the show here. He doesn't listen.
You know
it's
this
not like
person
it's not
is not
common
black.
sense to Niger, right? Because when you look at,
Arabs are
I
good.
think you have
Almost
to.
Arabs are good.
I think you have to change the leadership so that they can make these. You may not agree with what the Malians did with the ECOWAS situation, what they did. Of course, now they're having to backtrack and now reducing the years as well to Niger. They're having to meet each other in the middle. But you need leadership like that. People that really care about their country and the well-being of their people as well. You need people like that to implement such solutions, to work with outsiders, to take advantage of the opportunity. You understand what I mean? Other than that, what we have is people that are leading us, and it's like they don't want. It's like they don't want, or they don't have the will
I
to
think that
take
Julius
advantage of the
Malema.
opportunity there is at the moment.
Hold on.
That's where the focus is.
I think that Julius Malema should just take over the African Union.
To
If I
Niger, let me know when it's good
if
time
I had
to talk a little bit here about this map,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. You can zoom
go
in. Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Please.
Yes. So this is the map of Africa, and as you can see there on the map, we have the U.S. military presence in Africa. Right now, we have 20 countries in this map, and Zambia just signed a military cooperation with the United States. So that makes it to 21 African countries who have signed, who have military base. Yeah, who have currently a military base, a foreign military base in their country, owned and built by the United States. So the reason why I'm sharing this map is just to show that Africa is being colonized. So for those who think that colonization has been over, they are mistaken. Africa has never been independent. We are still fighting for our independence in the 21st century. We have the impression that we are free, but we are not. So, what is the reason why those foreign countries are coming to Africa and build military bases? They are using the pretext of terrorism in Africa in
Mhm,
order to pretend to be securing the
mhm,
countries and the population. That's not true. We know what happened in Mali. The French military were in Mali for 10 years. They have drones. They have
They are the
they have
terrorists.
missiles. They have surveillance. They have all the technology. But in 10 years, they could not do anything. In just 6 months, 6 months, the Russian and Wagner in Mali are fighting and winning in Mali. So those people are fooling us. They are in Africa to steal our resources, to maintain the people in prison, in status quo. So we are being maintained underdeveloped. So there's no development. We cannot prosper. We cannot grow. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to show this map to you guys, and I think it goes under the title of today. There's a window that is open. I understand the brothers earlier said that information is the window. No, information has been open for a long time. That's why you and we are doing what we're doing today. But the window, I agree with Niger. The window that is open for us is the military. We have Russia. Russia is ready to help African country, and we should not
True.
hesitate to sign
True
military cooperation with Russia. Russia
True
has
that.
never been Russia has never been part of the slave trade. Go do your research. Go do your
Yeah.
research. They have never been in the slave trade. They have helped historically. They have
And they
helped
have never
African
been with
country to be free.
the Western Europe. They have never been in alignment with Western Europe.
Exactly. They have the technology. We should start sending our brothers and sisters who
For
have
colleges.
scholarship in
Yes,
Russia
it's
to
true.
learn Russian, to
And
learn the technology and
and
bring it
brother,
back home.
brother,
And trust the Russian more.
let me quickly add to the because the map is quite striking to me. The way the bases are positioned is quite strategic. It's
So what's
con-
that
con-
in Mali?
concentrated there in the middle to cut out the north from the south, and then where the black people are is where these things are concentrated. So whoever has put this stuff here, they have mapped out where resistance or revolt will come from, intellectually or whatever, and they have put their positions in those places there, right in the middle, where the
And
Africans
And this is just only US. It's not including the
Yes,
French and the
that was
English.
only the US. So
Just the
now this
US.
second map here
The whole
includes
place
the
later.
EU, the European Union. You see the blue helmet there. You see the UN helmet. You have
that's
France.
French.
Okay. So
Yeah.
earlier it was only the US. So now we have the EU, France for the most part. What are they doing there? What are they doing? So they are feeding and they are
Oh
orchestrating
my God.
terrorism in the
Look at
Sahara,
Nigeria.
This
Look
is
at
too much.
Nigeria.
and
It's,
they
it's
are
all over the
pretending to come
place.
help us. They are
What
pretending to be
are they
coming
in
helping
Hold
us.
Africa?
on. Hold on. How come?
In
How
Nigeria,
come
I didn't know
everybody?
about the presence. Okay, they have a little bit of presence in Nigeria, but not very significant. I don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, how come you have invasion and all clearing out of goddamn neighborhoods in Nigeria, and you have these bitches here?
Exactly.
Who's
Mm,
doing that? Who's actually
Exactly.
doing that?
it's
So I
just
did a
crazy.
live I did a live show on the AFRICOM. So there's when Zambia signed a military cooperation with the US, under the AFRICOM program. So I read the hearing at the House of Speaker.
Damn.
I did a live show and I read the document. So what they are talking about in the document, they are selecting partners and allies all over the world in order to build those bases,
Yo, you see who is
in order to
protecting Cote
implement.
d'Ivoire?
What's that?
You see who is protecting Cote d'Ivoire? France
Protecting Cote d'Ivoire is
and
France. Yeah, it is France.
and the United States.
Exactly. I agree with you. It is the same team.
Damn.
France, EU, the US, they are the same. It is the same team. So they are teaming up in order to loot Africa, to steal the resources. They know what they're doing. They know what is going on in Africa. So it
And
is
we
a
playing.
team. Yeah.
Mm.
So in
Yeah,
Africa, what they're doing is they are picking up puppets. Okay. And they
yeah,
call those puppets allies. They
Yeah,
call
to
them
Hold
overcome
allies
on.
and
this.
I'm gonna
partners.
ask you something. I'm gonna ask you something. Why
Yeah.
you think so much comedians in Africa? Why you think everybody going to comedian? These people are turning us into idiots. They having mental war. These people are doing mental war. They keeping the church in place. They keeping the present education system in place.
This
They
might
keeping
have
the television.
the adverse effect like it did in Mali. As people may not like it, to overcome this,
Look
right?
at Niger.
The people in Africa must be incentivized. They must realize this and they must reject this as well. It's up to the people to legitimately kick these people out because obviously the governments are not going to do that. So their presence,
Sorry. So finish your saying. Finish what you're saying. Sorry.
their presence may have the adverse effect as well because now you can see
But
them
I'm gonna
boots on
go
the
though.
ground.
So my data is done. So I'm gonna go
Oh,
later. I'll
because
see you.
now you can see
Man,
them
I
boots.
can't lie. That your data it lasted very long, and your battery was supposed to be dead, and it lasted. If that's how your phone lasts, you have a
It
powerful phone.
it
I
it
must give it to
start
you.
it starts sounding messed up now.
No, it's fine. Thank you for coming in anyway. So, yeah, it's very, very good. And whatever phone you're using is solid. It's really solid.
Yeah.
Because you didn't break up once. Unbelievable. And
so
that's all
so
the way from Jamaica or something. Wow, that's solid.
Yeah.
So,
So
did you see this comment?
So
welcome. We need to start a peaceful boycott, shut down the systems.
You see
Yes,
boycott working?
a peaceful boycott. Is that what? Now, you see
Yeah.
the thing. That's what I'm saying to Niger. Right, because the leaders are not going to stand up to this. Right, the people have to be insensitized, or they have to be incentivized, and they need to be aware. And I think this, because did say it before a long time ago. Whenever a certain country to Niger speaks about business with Africa, they always speak about it in terms of security. They always think about in terms of security. Whenever they say they're going to deal with Africa, they say trade. While China comes with, oh, we're going to do trade in terms of business. These people say our form of trade is trading in security for Africa as well. So that worried me in the beginning. That worried me. So what is so? Because when somebody has to trade security with you, there must have been some insecurity as well. And if you're dependent on their security, on their trade for security with you, that's a problem, you know. So they could just constantly keep bringing up instability and then selling you back security. You know what I mean? So that's a huge thing there as well. So I think that like the Malian people, I would like to see a lot more replication of that. I really am always with like, how can we come up with a solution or a seamless way, or we can get rid of some of these leaders and have better representation of the people themselves, so that they can say, you know what, you don't legitimately have the right to be in this country. You can step aside and go away, just like the Malians did with the French. You understand? Do you know, to Niger, that the Malians were not allowed to go up north their country? You know that?
Mm-hmm.
They were not allowed.
I heard about it. I heard about it that the French were telling them that they should not go up north, and they were trying to kind of cause some kind of division in the country.
I
They
couldn't
even
believe
went
that.
further to Niger. They even went further by telling the Malian army not to move freely within their own country.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah. They told them, like, if they have to move within their own country, they have to let them know first.
Can you
In Mali.
imagine that?
I mean,
Can you imagine what we
this is
accept?
it is completely nonsense, brother.
So
I think sorry, let me just say something. That map that you showed is a very, very powerful map, because if people see the net level of involvement of these people on the continent, and I think in a way in Nigeria it can be quite convincing, because when you tell them, look at all these people on our continent, why do you think we are still having security issues if they are all here all over the place?
Yeah, in Nigeria, you have France, United States, and UK.
Yeah, and to be fair, those ones tend to be like expats. They don't tend to have a significant number. There maybe a couple.
Yeah, they have about 200.
Up to 200. I'm even surprised they are even
Why
up to
don't
that.
they? Why aren't they in North Africa?
They're always there. Oh, I think with Egypt now, they have some relationship with Egypt,
yes,
but not a significant amount too in those areas. There is Djibouti and some other African country like Niger. I don't know how. I know that the French one is quite strong in Niger, but the US, I don't know how strong it is. But they are very close to Nigeria.
How many?
And these are the ones we know. They are secret ones.
How many African country has a military bases in the US?
We don't even have one in Djibouti. Not to mention.
We should have a. Yeah, we should have a reciprocity here. We should have. If you have something in my country, I should have the same in your own. We should do that game. It should be a win-win.
You come back to the topic again. This is a problem. I said it before that 400 years ago when they came, our forefathers never bothered to say, you know what, you keep coming with these boats. Maybe I should have one of the boats. Maybe I should have your gun. Help me make your gun. If you can't help me, show my people how to make it. They will make it for me. And then I want to travel to your country and see how their people behave. How does your military behave? Are you people very nice people? No, we never did any of those things. And that is the mistake we don't want to make again this time. Because given all the stuff we just saw, we can't accept a situation where they can come to our own territory. We can go to their own. The only time we go there is when we are going there to learn. Like in the military academies, they train our people, probably where they recruit them to sabotage their countries, and we always get the raw end of the deal all the time. I think we should start from sending military bases to Djibouti. You know, all African countries are interested. Sign up to have a military base in Djibouti. Let's see how they like that. Then we start from this thing from one country to the other. Start rolling them back, like in Nigeria now. We can roll them back. That one, I think Nigeria one is not too bad. But from all the other countries, they start rolling them back. And next time, they have to consult the citizens before they allow any country to come in. It has to be via a referendum. Do you know that the African Union doesn't support this too? All these military bases are being opened everywhere. The governments don't listen to the African Union.
Yep, they don't.
They just go behind. They just go and do whatever they like. The American will like leave there. They are useless talking shop. Let's go and sign our agreement. They don't even
To
bother telling
Niger,
us these things.
Okay.
if you can give me a few minutes here in order to go through the Berlin conference that was signed and put into place in 1885, I mean, things would be clear in everybody's mind. You will realize and you will know what is going on the ground and why. So I just
Okay,
wanted to go through a few articles.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So the present charter was drawn up in Washington during the slave trade, then quietly negotiated at the Berlin Conference in 1885, while the Western powers shared Africa. Renegotiated secretly in Yalta at the time of division of the world in two blocks after the Second World War and during the creation of the League of Nations, the ancestor of the United Nations. So it used to be called League of Nations. General provision. Article number 1 for the motto of imperialism, governing the world and controlling the riches of the planet. Our policy is to divide and conquer, dominate, exploit, and loot to fill our banks and make them the most powerful in the world. Number 2, no third world country constitutes a sovereign and independent state. So whatever people are thinking, oh, we were independent in the 60s, it's been signed, the document is here. It's not true. We have never been independent. Those people have put all the mechanism in place in order to maintain us poor. That's what they've been doing. Article number 3, all power in the third world countries comes from us, who exert it through pressure on the leaders who are only our puppets. No organ of the third world can attribute to it the exercise.
Okay,
Number
hold on,
4.
hold on. Stop. Sorry, sorry. What document is this you are reading?
Yeah, so I'm reading here the Charter of Imperialism. You can download it online. You can just go to Google, you type Charter of Imperialism, okay?
But
And I
who
can
wrote
post the
the
link.
document? Who wrote the
Yeah,
document?
yeah, I can post the link of this website in the chat, and you can post it. Everybody
But
can.
before we start, so I just want to confirm who wrote the document.
So this document here can be found in the library. I think it is in Belgium. It was found in Belgium, and it was misplaced. So there's a story behind it. The document was misplaced, and someone got hands on it and published it, and is currently sitting in Belgium at the museum. And there are a lot of conspiracy theorists, people who are saying that the document is fake. It's not true, but we know it is true. There
But
are
we have to be careful because some of the language that are being used seem a little bit careless if they were looking to do something like this. Like I think this the first and second article I think regarding the banks and stuff seem a little bit careless for an entity like a world class entity to write it so carelessly. You see what I mean? Because those third world leaders are going to see the document or they
Yes,
are going to
yes,
lose it.
to Niger. This was back in the Berlin Conference in 1885. Okay, they didn't give a shit. They didn't care how they were writing it or how they were putting words
Mm.
together. They didn't care. They never cared about
Mm.
us. Yeah,
But why would they deny it then if they wrote it?
yeah, because they know it's gonna be too damaging for them, and people will know the truth.
Uh,
That's
I
what they are
guess
doing to
there's some
Niger.
truth there. There's some truth there, but there are
No,
certain things they cannot deny. I'm not
I
so
mean
sure.
that's exactly what we are seeing on the ground to Niger. I mean, I'm gonna read maybe a few more,
Okay,
and I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
stop,
Yeah.
and you can
No, no,
tell me.
I'm just questioning it a little bit because I have to, do what we have to always do our due
Oh
diligence. It's
yeah,
not because so go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah.
Sorry.
Number 4, all third world countries are divisible and their borders displaceable according to our will. Respect for territorial integrity does not exist for the third world. Number 5, all dictators must put their fortunes in our banks for the security of our interest. This fortune will be used for donation and credits granted by us as assistance and development aid to third world countries. So they are basically using the money our leaders are putting in their banks and to return it to Africa as a form of aid. So they never use their own money. And then once the leader dies, his money is frozen, is seized. Okay, that's what they basically do. That's what they did to Gaddafi. That's what they did to Mobutu. Okay, the money never goes back to Africa. Number 6, any power and government established by us is legal, legitimate, and democratic. But any other power or government that does not emanate from us is illegal, illegitimate, and dictatorial, regardless of its form and legitimacy. This is what is happening in Mali, right? The government in Mali was not there because of the EU. They were not backed up by the EU and the US. So it is illegitimate. But now, if you look in Ivory Coast, I mean, the Ouattara finished his terms and he was supposed to retire and get the fuck out. What he did, he changed the constitution and he was elected again fraudulently, right? He was a fraud and he is still president, right? In Guinea, right? There was a coup over there, all right? They were putting pressure on Assimi Goïta in Mali to organize the election, but they were not putting pressure in Guinea. In Chad, what happened in Chad? There haven't been elections since the death of Deby, right? His son is in power. No election. It's okay because he's backed up by France, by the US, and by the EU. So you see the game that they are playing. They basically play a game. So you can come into power using a coup, but if that coup is backed up by them, it's okay. That's what they're doing.
I think the former president of Mali enabled the coup to happen because he seemed to not enjoy the relationship he had with France because he always complained about how he was being mistreated. So I think he kind of enabled and sidestepped. When soon later enough he died very quickly. It didn't take long for him to die. You know what I mean?
The guy out of spite, he allowed the coup to happen and died.
He allowed the coup to happen out of spite, and you see, they didn't kill him or something, but definitely he died after that and all that stuff. So these people have ways of getting you and all that stuff,
Yeah, it's like when I'm ready to die, I take my revenge. Like, come and get me in my grave. That could be a strategy.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
So I can stop there to Niger, but the document is there. Let me post the link for those who are curious and who wants to know more about. I'm posting the link here.
The document clearly shows what is happening on the continent now. However, regarding why are they using the term third world when 18 something the third world hadn't been created as nations?
Yes, Tunaja, I do not disagree with you. You also see here they are using somewhere you will see a United Nation, but it's clearly mentioned here League of Nations, right? The ancestor of the UN, right? It was League of Nations.
Well, you see now there's carelessness in it right now tells you that this may not be authentic though.
No,
it doesn't mean that it's not true. It doesn't mean that it's not exactly what is happening.
I did my little research on it too, Niger, and I haven't seen anything telling me that the document is fake. Not yet. Maybe I haven't just put my hands, in the right direction. But everything that I found is telling me that the document has existed and it was written for this purpose of domination of the third world country.
The reason why I say it has to be called into question is that in the 1880 something, during that period, the kind of writing you see is not the type of language you get, for one.
Yeah, 1885.
The language they use then is not the type of English, and the English people they were a lot more subtle. Even to today, when they write, their subtlety is very different.
No, to Niger, you don't know those people behind closed door, brother. If you listen to those people behind closed door, you will not believe your eyes, bro.
See, it's not about closed door. It's about the way they talk, even amongst themselves. That is, they use different. I'm in the UK now. They use the way they talk is slightly different. Yeah. They are very, their adjectives and everything.
But this document completely details exactly what's going on as well.
Exactly. I think whoever wrote this probably definitely knows, or if this is authentic, then it's like the map of the world. Is exactly what is going on in the world right now. Uh,
Yep.
it's just one of those things that we all know what is going on. We all know that all these things that was said here is true. The
So,
question now
so,
is that
so,
those military bases are giving me heebie-jeebies.
yeah.
They are really
So
giving
to
me
Niger,
heebie.
you see, I agree with you on the things with security, but my point of view is how do we come up with a way to have proper representation in Africa, leaders that can be, how do we encourage that? Because at the end of the day, it's going to take leaders like that to actually do have the incentive or the will to do such common sense things as well, and that's always where I always resort to at
I
the
am
end of the
still
day.
watching Mali today. I'm watching Mali, and I don't see any significant move to empower themselves. I see Mali should be recruiting by now. We should be hearing that Mali is recruiting a massive military, but I don't see them. They are still relying on these Russians. So it might be that they've gotten rid of a bad boogeyman, but they are not doing anything. It's like they are still like, okay, you gotten rid of the bad guy now, and you have another guy helping you out, and you are resting on your laurels. Really, you should be using this opportunity to build. I don't see building happening. They should be recruiting 1,000 youths at least every month into the military, or 10,000, because
Yes.
they need to swell their military to a significant size. Soon you don't need the Russians anymore. Okay,
Yeah,
bye
but
bye. Thank you for
tonight,
coming over.
I disagree with you a little bit on that. You know, with all the respect,
Of
I
course.
think, yeah, you cannot say that because Mali is doing a spectacular job, right, compared to what France has been doing for the past 10 years, right, with what they have, right, and they still need to rely on the Russian. Why? Because they are still in the learning process. They have to learn the new equipment. They have to learn how to move those helicopter, those choppers, and how to use those weapons. They're still in the learning process. I am working in the technical field, right? It can take more than 6 months, even more than a year, to learn how to manipulate certain equipment. So that's what Mali is going through right now.
Okay,
So let's be
look at
patient.
this. Let me give you this. I tell you, if even me, okay, I do come from a bit of a technical background too. So, but I still don't need that long to be able to recruit people. It's not a very technical job to give people guns and let them go and defend their country and defend their borders. It
Yeah,
doesn't take
yeah,
that at all.
yes, Tunaja. Maybe you don't know. Do you know how many they have in their army now?
I don't know. I don't see
Okay,
any sign that
exactly.
it's increased.
So you cannot say that you don't see them recruiting while you don't know how many people they already have. Maybe they don't need to recruit that much. Maybe what they
What?
have is enough to kind of like
No,
contain,
no, no, no.
right?
It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not even close to being enough. They look at next door to them. It's Algeria that has got almost this in 700,000 soldiers, and then they are in the south having about 20 something thousand. No, it's not enough.
No,
You see,
tonight I
Algeria
think
had the same problem.
you're being a little bit harsh on Mali because look,
See, I'm
Mali
not
is
being harsh.
yeah, Mali.
We should not be celebrating mediocrity. I just said it. We have to watch the dial. Never keep it. See, that is the mistake of the past. Never take your eye away from what is the most important thing. While
Yeah,
I'm not saying that Nigeria is not faulty. All the other countries are faulty too. I'm not picking
Mali.
on Mali. I'm saying if there is a choice, move in the right direction to
Yes, they are
change that
moving
dial.
to Nigeria. They are moving in the right direction because number one, they got rid of the French. They kicked them out. That's a big move right there. Only that move to Nigeria is above and beyond,
No, no, it's not.
what
What
they were
makes
supposed
that
to
move
do.
good is by
So
send what you see. Let me tell you what they've gotten. They've gotten a window. They have a chance. If they don't take it, they start resting on their laurels for the Russians to be doing their cleanup for them.
no,
Then
to
that
Nigeria,
will be a total waste. They will not. In
to
short, they will
Nigeria. Are you
shield away
watching?
without kicking the French out if they don't take the opportunity to
Yeah.
build.
Okay. Are you watching the videos on the ground and how what they're doing on the ground? I mean,
I've
because how
searched. I've
many?
not seen
Do you know
much.
how many Wagner staff they have in Mali?
Okay.
Because you're saying that the Russian are doing the work, and I'm asking you, do you know how many Wagner
The last time I had, I think it was 300
yeah,
that came
PCM,
in.
private
Yeah.
military contractor? We call them PCM. The French people and the US call them mercenaries, but the
Yeah.
technical word is PCM,
Yeah.
private military contractor,
Contract.
PMC.
Yeah.
My bad,
Yeah.
PMC. So So the number of people that the Mali army has right now is above the threshold of what they're supposed to have in order to fight against the terrorism in their country. So Mali is doing a wonderful job. And remember, Mali has been sanctioned. They have been sanctioned, brother. Okay? They are under a sanction from the ECOWAS, and they are fighting terrorism. So ECOWAS and the countries in the region are making Mali's life even harder by sanctioning a country who is fighting against terrorism. I think that's what you should be looking at.
See, I think the sanctions is besides the point. I think even all of them that are sanctioning Mali probably supports Mali behind the scenes. The main issue for me is that if Mali has got a breathing space, which many French countries haven't had, I hope they take it. I hope we start seeing signs that things are changing. I said it before.
I think they will take it. What I hate is the regression that they're doing. We although to not it's like because now they starting to meet ECOWAS in the middle and all that stuff. So this gives a space for France. You know, it worries me at the same time. For me, when he took over power, I always say, you know what, you did this. Just take the seat of power. Don't share it as well. You know, whenever you do something like that and you don't take the seat of power and you just left it like that, and that's why the French started to do their machinations again, and he said, "You know what? This can't run." And he came back and took it a second time. That's what I told him. You take the seat of power, take the mantle yourself, and lead your country. Don't expect anybody else. Don't do something like that and think you're gonna sit behind the scenes. You know, it's it's one of those. You know, so I think that we need a lot more of. Do we need a lot more of that? I think some countries where democracy is working and it's not an unstable zone, there should be a more seamless way to get the proper representation, and we need to rely on the people for that. But for Mali and Burkina Faso, they needed such actions. You know what I mean, Tunaja?
Yeah, I want to correct one thing that you said here. I'm not part of those who believe that we have to align with democracy. Democracy is an ideology created by the Western world in order to practice what we call entrism. Entrism. ENTRYISM. Entrism. It is a political strategy to infiltrate and to be part and to influence the political system of another country.
Yeah.
That's what they are doing. And they are doing that through democracy. Let me tell you something. To Niger, in your village, can people in your village wake up one day, stand up, and go protest in the village and say that, the chief of the village, it's been 10 years. We think it is enough for you. You need to leave. We need someone else. No. Can you imagine in your own household, your wife tells you one day that, oh, I've been with you for 10 years. I think I need another husband. You know, your term is over. I need to find me another husband. Or your children tells you that, hey, dad, I need a new dad. Just
So I want
imagine
to
that.
ask you a question. I want to
So
ask you
we
a
have to
question.
do things in the African way, in the
So
African paradigm.
do you think Senegal or Ghana need a coup d'état to happen in order to have some
No,
correct
I never said
representation?
that, brother. I never said that. What I'm saying is the people should be choosing who should be president. And
Of
we all
course.
know that under the democratic system, they have their puppets that they already chose. No
Mm.
matter how people go to the polls, they already know who is going to win, no matter what.
What kind of
Right?
system can we come up with that's different from democracy, that's gonna allow all the people to choose who the leader is?
Exactly. The people need to choose their president the same way people did in Mali, brother. The people choose. It's democracy is for the people by the people. The majority needs to choose their president, and the president should be in power for life because those people are using different terms in order to play games. So if this guy, this puppet is president today and doesn't fulfill the Western agenda, they're going to kick him out and they're going to
Of,
bring someone else in who is going to push their agenda even further. That's what they're doing.
so how do you determine how the people chose? Because obviously there was not a process. It was just seemed that there was more support for this military, for the military guy as well. There was a lot of support for him on the streets and everywhere by Malian people. Even I support him as well. But there's not a kind of process in a way. So what do you is there? I don't know if is that can you say it's a legitimized? I don't know how to put it as well. Under what condition is it legit for a coup? Is it always legit for a coup
No,
to
forget
happen or
about
something?
coup. What I'm saying has nothing to do with the coup. What I'm trying to say here is we need, in some type of way, we need to put in place a process,
A system.
a
A
process
system.
in
Yeah.
order to choosing our president. And what the
Yeah.
people did in Mali can be also utilized
Yeah.
while waiting for a process to get to maturity. For example,
To
our
Niger,
chief of village, the chief of village, we have to go all the way deep in the villages. They need to be part of the process.
yeah,
The,
to Niger,
the chief,
this is part of your idea about expanding a more advanced democracy or creating a more advanced representative democracy for the people to actually get involved as well. Especially in the matters of the nations as well, especially in choosing their leader. You know what I mean, to Niger?
yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, brother. But I think we just need to find a way to choose our leader. We have to choose a leader and we have to stick with him. No matter what, we have to support him because what those Westerners are doing is they are coming into a country with what we call entrism. They are creating division. They are forcing and pushing people to go against their leaders in order to bring turmoil in the country, right? And trouble, unrest, civil unrest. That's what they are doing. So we need to be really careful. I agree with you. We need to find a better system and a better way or process that will be utilized in order to choose our leader. But I disagree with the democracy in the sense of the Western paradigm. We can say democracy, but in the African way, in the
You know,
African paradigm.
yeah. You know the way that they have such power to influence systems in Africa, especially in making leaders, is through through their financial capability and their ability to espionage and kill people and all that stuff. That's what they
Sorry,
have.
let me just play this thing so
The
you hear
German
quickly.
spokeswoman Christian Hoffmann announced Wednesday that the country will increase its military contingent in Mali as part of the UN mission MINUSMA. At the same time, however, Germany also confirmed it will reduce its military contingent from the European Union mission in Mali for deployment elsewhere in other Sahel countries like Niger.
Did you see that? That literally they are saying that they are going to reduce their presence in the Mali and then move somewhere else in the Sahel. If their mission was to go to Mali, then why are they going to somewhere else?
But tonight, originally they got kicked out of Mali before they decided, because when did this happen? Did it happen when they got kicked out or after they got kicked out? When did it happen?
This was very recent.
Yeah, so this was after they got kicked out. So they say they were
May.
reducing their presence.
Yeah, this is 11th of May. So
Tunaja, they got kicked out of Mali because the Malian find out the objective of the French troop being in Mali was to divide the country into two.
Yes.
So they found that out.
Yeah,
so that's why they decided to ask the president, the former president, because he was in cahoots with this project. You know, the current president of Mali right now was part of the military group that got to a town called Kidal, where they were hosting most of the terrorists, the chiefs. When they got to that town, the French blocked them. They said, no, you can't go inside of that town. So the frustration began from that point on. You know, the French, when they're talking about election, they have a pool of people ready to take power and let the French move back in. So when they're talking about election, I know, like Africa, they look at it like, okay, this is, oh yeah, we want democracy. We want the president that's elected by the people. I want that too. But for the French, it's different. They want something that they can control. That's why they're talking about, yeah, we need to have an election in these countries.
Exactly.
That's all they want. Somebody, that person is already there.
See, I think you can have an election and put like Putin. Can they control Putin? There's elections, and they can't control Iranian president. There's elections. I think that is not the point. Is that they still. What surprised me is that they said, okay, their mission was to go to Mali to help Mali. Then Mali kicks you out. Then you're going to somewhere else in Africa. That doesn't seem like a logical thing. You return home. If they kick you out, you return home, not to go to
But
somewhere
Tunaja,
else.
but
Carry on the
Tunaja,
business again.
well, like you said, right, when they got kicked out by the Malian, right, you know where they're headed now? They headed to Nigeria.
Yeah, that's where
Why?
they went.
Because of the uranium. They
Jesus
caught it Burkina Faso. We said, no, we don't want you guys here. So they're going to Nigeria. You know what the president of Nigeria is doing now? He's doing the French work.
Yep. He's a
Yes,
puppet.
he's going after Mali himself.
Wow.
Look at this an African president.
It's
That's very sad, man. Look at the news. It's there for you to see. The French are not. I don't know how to put it. These people need to leave Africa. When I'm talking about Africa, Francophone Africa, these French need to go.
What do you make of Senegal, St. James? What do you make of the role of Senegal?
I'm sorry? Is that a question?
What do you make of the role of Senegal in all of this, St. James?
Senegal is in cahoots with the French as well.
Exactly. Macky Sall, the current president, he's trying to run again. He's not eligible to run for a third term, but he's trying to push for it. And he's backed up by the French.
Yeah.
What do you think? Ivory Coast and Senegal are the most developed country in Francophone Africa. Do you think that they done it by it was the French? That's the stronghold. These two countries, that's a stronghold. This is where they plot everything when it comes to Francophone Africa. Without these two countries, they are nobody in Francophone Africa. So these two countries always have to be on the side of French. Any president that will elect from Ivory Coast and Senegal has to be on the side of the French. Otherwise, you cannot be president.
Senegal is
They
also
will
quite
remove you
central.
militarily.
Senegal is also quite central because the bank for the West African that the French control, that Senegal distributes the money because that's where the bank comes from as well.
Yes.
So Senegal
That's
is
why
quite
we can't
central
have
there.
the echo.
Yes, brother. And then look at the banking system. If you are a country, if you are really a sovereign country, you should have your own central bank. Nigeria has its own central bank. Ghana has its own central bank. But none of those francophone countries have a central bank within their own country. The main bank for the region is based in Senegal, and in Central Africa, it is the same. It is the same map. One bank for all those countries. So if you do not have a central bank, you do not control your economy. If you do not control your economy, you cannot grow. And the money is not printed by none of those countries. The CFA is printed by France. And let me tell you something. When Mali sells gold on the international market, gold is priced with the dollar currency, dollar. But what happened is the French takes the dollar for the product and print the CFA and sends it to Mali. What is Mali going to do with the CFA? The CFA is not credible on the international market. Mali cannot buy a company to come build roads. They cannot build healthcare or medical equipment because they cannot use the CFA on the international market. Where are the dollars for those products they have traded? That's the question. They should get the dollar and not the CFA, and they should decide how and when to use that money. So that's one thing that the French,
Why haven't they changed their currency then?
the francophones,
Yeah, Mali, why haven't they changed their
they
currency?
are in the process. It is
They're in the
something that has
process, my
been
brother.
listed.
Do you think
They
that
are.
they're doing this? They're trying to get rid of the French just to go backwards?
Let's
It
hope
is a
so.
process.
Okay,
It is a
that's a
process
good
to
sign.
Niger, so it's not gonna happen overnight. It is a process, and I don't know if you guys read the Art of the War of Sun Tzu. You have to read the book, bro, because you will understand how to win a war. Right? You have to be disciplined. You have to put the pieces into place before you act. Right? You cannot
Yeah,
attack your enemy.
I know about that. The Sun Tzu Art of War. Yeah, I know about.
Exactly.
I've read it.
Why did the Ghanaian leader said West Africa is in grave danger recently? West Africa is in grave danger as well.
Who
It's a
says so?
very ominous. Yeah, the Ghanaian leader.
The Ghanaian
He
leader's a
said that.
puppet. He's a puppet. He's a sellout. Listen,
Hold on.
no, no,
Did
no.
Kufu Ado say that? Sorry, I'll let you go. Did
Yeah,
Kufu Ado say that Africa is in grave danger?
yeah, he said that as well. I found it very ominous at the same time at that time.
Wow, when was this? Let me check it out. I didn't know he said
I think it's down to all the due to all the instability that he kind of witnessed as well. I think it was around that time with Mali and all that kind of stuff. You understand? With Mali, with the rebellions and coups and all that kind of stuff. He says it's in grave danger as well. So to me, it's not just the coups. It didn't seem like he was just concerned about the coups. To say that the region is in grave danger
yeah,
as
in
well.
great danger. Yeah, has warned that the West Africa is in great danger as a result of recent coups in the region. Yeah.
He's probably seen the map artifact of what showed us to map. Yes.
Yeah, it probably see, they know what is happening now, but they are all giving ground here and there. This is the problem. When they give little ground, they think they are not the guilty ones, but they are helping build the situation that wrecks our countries. I don't see Europeans are very smart. If you have to give that one to them, they see ahead of time, and whenever they are signing a deal, you think you're getting the advantage, but you're not. And we really, this is why I said even during this discussion, we talked about some issues, and even Icon Fire said something about we should sign some deal with the Chinese, and so that they can come and those are the subtleties, but you have to hold on to the critical one where when it comes to power, demand the one that favors you most, not like when they say, oh, give you nuclear weapon versus give you umbrella. I say no, give me my own umbrella. I don't need your umbrella. If they say I want to send people to your country to come and help you, do it by Zoom. And if you are sending people, send very few. And if you need to give me weapons, ship it over. You don't need to send all your troops into my country. So those type of things is what you want to do, and we have to start being smart about this. Anybody steps on your soil, that the people have to approve it. You tell them, it's no longer in my power. It's not part of the constitution. If anybody comes into my soil, the people have to approve it. Guess what? The people will never approve it ever if you give them the choice. So those are all things is where we need to start getting smarter. But this is the kind of discussion I really wish we have, so that we can start understanding, because there are a few things I picked out today. The first one is the propaganda operators. Many of these things came from I think this was from what's his name, I Can Fire. And for me, a strategy to roll back the bases, which is the military bases, and signing smart deals is one of them, where we prioritize our interests, especially when it comes to security. No matter how much money they are giving you, never sign anything that compromises your security. Ever. If you do that, that money means nothing to you, because the money is gone. You just signed away everything.
But to Niger, it's not the people that are signing these deals. It's the leaders themselves. The leaders like Al Kofado who give these people space,
Why
like
do you
Macky
think I'm
Sall.
saying these things now? To you guys might be leaders tomorrow, or you might know somebody that might be leader. The leaders, they don't know. They don't know when they do it. See, I just tell you
So
just
you
now.
are telling me Akufo-Addo doesn't know anything?
See, let me tell you how it happens. I just told you just now. They will offer you a lot of money, and you'll be like, my people are suffering. Maybe I should take this one. It's just to take this money, and the security is not good anyway that I met here. It's not good. Let me just wreck it. I don't care too much about security right now, because the money is more important. You will sign the deal and it will go. That Niger Republic that accepted those soldiers and those people coming into their country, do you know what they probably offered them? They probably told them, you know what, I got this money for you. You know, I always intended to give it to you, but now that these Mali guys are misbehaving, I will increase the money, double it. And they'll be like, okay. I used to be on the side of Mali, but now that you've doubled the money, I will take it. They don't understand what they are sacrificing. They are not seeing into the future. This is the problem. It's very easy. If you meet those leaders today, they will justify what they are doing to you. They will say, yeah, I did it. Yeah, it's correct. This is why I'm saying there has to be rules that we have to stick by, even when it seems like it is wrong. Because what China did there seems like it is wrong. That example with China seems like it is wrong. Russia was giving them technology to build the nuclear the nuclear weapons and all the rest. Russia was even supplying them, was giving them already built ballistic missiles. But yet, Russia wasn't even like doing anything against them. All Russia said was, I want to talk to our Americans. They were like, no, we are not buying it. You see, that's people that understand what security truly means. They refuse to budge an inch. They didn't rely on the Russians for anything. They didn't stop for their development for anything. So that is kind of mentality we want to have.
China and Russia went to war even to an extent, isn't it? There was a disagreement because I spoke to my Chinese friend as well. He said that China wanted to control Russia as well, to have them like satellite states, and the Chinese wouldn't have it as well. So they kind of had a disagreement. China didn't want the ideology. Yeah.
They're kind of cousins. And I think that kind of mentality that's why I'm saying it. This thing is subtle. It's not as clear cut as we think. We are making the mistake of thinking. I've told you, I've seen African leaders have meetings, and the way they talk like us. They understand the problems just as much as we do. But yet, why are they still making the same mistake? You're caught to me that it's not that clear cut. They make one, they give one thing after the other, and over time, then the whole thing accumulates, and that's how it happens. The third one is we should introduce Pan-Africanism into Nollywood. I think that was a good idea. Where when we act all our movies and all those things, they should have Pan-Africanism messages in there. And so he said we should not give up. And then my own which relates to the point I made earlier on. I said we should not give up any strategic defense advantage at any point, no matter any deal. You always have to watch out for that dial. If you dial that thing down because you're getting more money, very risky. You just lost the money. That's one of them. Owning our own banks.
Politicians are not martyrs, right? They're not willing to die for the nation. But some of them are. Although soldiers can be corrupted as well, but soldiers are willing to die for the nation because they trained to do that. But politicians are not. Most people go to politics to gain money as a career boost and all that kind of stuff. And this is where the problem really lies sometimes, because they're career politicians. They're looking to gain money as well. So it's easy to bribe them and all that. But a military person who really is patriotic about the nation, you will tend to see produces different results. Although, it's quite different. But we have seen examples of where, like Sankara and suddenly this guy as well, where military people really care about the nation. You understand what I'm trying to get at?
They do care about the nation when they care about the nation, but when they don't, they can destroy the nation. One military leader in Nigeria destroyed Nigeria from beginning top to bottom. That was Babangida when he came into office. He's still alive today. When he came into office, Nigeria was relatively well off. By the time he left the country in chaos. That one man did more damage than anybody, and he lasted in office just about 8 years. So they can cause a lot of damage themselves too. And just to be fair, civilian regimes can also do the same thing. What we are talking about here is not about whether it's military or not. It's about smart leaders that make smart decisions for their people. And I think when we start understanding how these subtle things happen, then you are not likely to fall for it. I think this idea, we think that they give our leaders a document and say, hey, this side contains this call of your people. This side contains the salvation of people. They say sign. If you sign it with this call of your people, you get a lot of money, and they just sign it. That's not what happens. When they look at it, they see a benign document. They see a benign persuasion from their friend that they think is a European or a Chinese or Indian. Then they just like, oh, that's nice, nice lunch, and all the rest of it. All I need to do is agree to this $20 million loan, but your military soldiers will be coming to park behind my house. That's how they look at it. They don't see it as a bit; they see them as friends, and that is how you fall for these things. And we really need to start learning how to do it. I have to see. I have an instinct for this type of things, where if I feel like my security is getting, I'm compromising my security, I don't like it. But even then, I fear that I could fall for it too, because you don't see it coming. You really don't see it coming. And it will be too late sometimes. I don't even think they blackmail our politicians most of the time. It doesn't even get to the point where they need to blackmail them. They're like, bring it. Was it not somebody that testified that when they were going to so many countries, I think it was an aid agency, to convince them to accept some deal from the Western world or something like that. And many of the countries, they were having a lot of trouble convincing them. But when they went to Africa, African leaders were like, "Oh, bring it, let me sign. Bring it, let me sign. Bring it," because they don't see threats anywhere.
To Niger, I'm sharing my screen. Can you
All
please
right.
put it on the? Yep.
Yeah, let me put it now.
So
Hold
yeah,
on.
I would like to get to the heart of your of today's topic. A window is opening. How to avoid mistakes of the past. So I think some African countries are learning from the mistake from the past. Why? Because a lot of African countries are moving away from the US and the EU military cooperation, and they are moving towards Russia. Russia is coming heavily in Africa, right? You can see on this map the Russia's military deals in Africa. So some came into effect after 2014, and some came into effect before 2014, and some were signed in 2014 or later, currently or not in force. So why is Russia coming to Africa? Russia doesn't come in Africa because Russia just love Africans. No, Russia is coming to Africa for two main reasons. Number one, Russia is protecting its economical interest in Europe by coming to Africa. Why? NATO, right? They are building military bases in all NATO countries. If you are a NATO ally, you will have a NATO base in your country. So they are all over Russia. So they are kind of like encircling the country of Russia. So what does NATO need to build a strong army? They need the raw materials. They need aluminum. They need iron. To build those weapons, those tanks, those aircraft, right? Those fighter jets. The material comes from Africa. They don't have any natural resources. So what Russia is doing is Russia is cutting off. They are cutting completely off the supply of the raw material to the EU by signing military cooperation with those countries. That's what is going on. So Russia is not just in Africa because they like Africans. No, they are fighting they are protecting their homeland by doing that. So if you see here on the map, you see there's a lot of country in Africa who have signed a military agreement with Russia. What does that mean? That means that they have learned and they are trying to avoid the mistakes of the past. Because for the past 60 years or 70 years since their independence, they have not seen any major change in their country, right? Terrorism is still present. They have not been able to completely eradicate and fight against terrorism. So they are looking and they are seeking for high tech, latest modern warfare technology and surveillance. That's what they are doing, right? So if you look at the map, let me pull up the map here. This is the Europe map. You can see here that NATO has been expanding to the east. They have been expanding, and this poses a threat to Russia. So that's why Russia is fighting in Ukraine. And also, Russia is fighting in Ukraine because the Donbass region is very rich in natural resources. The EU is paying $1 billion a day to Russia for energy. And since the war started, Russia has already received up to $60 billion since the war started. At the same time, they are fighting against Russia, and at the same time, they are paying Russia billions of dollars. So Russia will always have the money to keep this war going. So the EU is shooting itself in the foot. Now, here's the problem. Where do we think those EU countries are going to turn to in order to replace their energy addiction, to replace the Russia oil, gas, and coal? It is only Africa. So this is why the Ghanaian president was saying that danger is coming. I mean, watch it. Africa is going to suffer in the next few months and next few years because they are trying to get away from the Russia energy. And Africa, the Gulf of Guinea, right? They said that they are good quality gas in the Gulf of Guinea. And they've been to Nigeria already. The EU was in Nigeria to try to ask the government of Nigeria to increase the gas production. They went to Algeria. So we are in trouble and we are at war. So this thing here is going to get ugly. So we have to be ready.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I wanted to point out here. So I think our leaders are learning from the mistake of the past by signing military agreement with Russia. So that's how I will put it.
Have you noticed any leaders signing military agreements so far?
Cameroon, for example.
Quite benign to me. They are not very strong agreements from what I can see on the map there. The other one says agreement Sudan allows Russia to use local ports. Russia plans to help Ethiopia fight terrorism and piracy plans, not even acting. Besides training, okay, I think the Central African Republic is one of the few countries that are actually active. Most of it is just mostly waffle. They're not doing anything really.
But Tunaja, you know, any training that they could get from the Russian mercenaries is probably more than the training they could have got that the French could have given them.
Of course.
You understand?
Yes.
So they probably got the right training to actually combat these people properly instead of making them look like a bunch of fools and all that kind of stuff. You understand? So the training can happen, and then later you go and recruit it and replicate that same training in new soldiers. You know, so I don't think they were being trained correctly by the French to combat this properly.
I think we are overestimating what the training does. Okay, when you are training like to use this aircraft carrier or a warship or an helicopter, tanks, sophisticated things, and sophisticated weapons that you can normally. Yeah, I can understand why you need time to train with that. But by and large, people can train just fine, even without any help. With guns,
not just cars, that strategy as well.
Even strategy you can learn by examples, because from strategies you can learn over time, even if it costs more lives. You can learn over time, because I think it is worth it when you use your own people to learn, because you learn it in a way that is unique to you. Who taught the Chinese? Did the Russians come and teach the Chinese? Who taught the Japanese? Did the Americans come and teach them? Everybody learn. You have to find a way to learn, because, and to be fair, almost all African countries have experts that have learned overseas already. All African countries, they have at least thousands of them, even the retired ones. They are all there. If you want to learn, why do you have to bring from overseas when they're already there on the ground? So this tells you that something else is going on. I don't buy the argument that, is it training, the equipment? No, you have the people on the ground in Nigeria. I know some of those officers, when they'll be bragging about some of the things that they've trained and all the stuff they've done. Then why are you not using that knowledge to train the multitude of young people that you have in the continent? No, something else is going on. When people keep telling you that it's good to bring foreigners into your country, terrible idea. Can you imagine? Come on, man. We shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't be excusing some of all these things that we are doing. And this is what I'm saying. We should be learning from our mistakes. We don't even need them on the territory at all. We really don't. If they really care so much about us, give us the weapons. Do Uber, do Skype, do whatever you need to do. Don't come here.
Tunaja, imagine if it was if in spite of the West, Vladimir Putin decides to actually just send schematics for building nuclear weapons all over the world and all that stuff, or send some nukes to some favorable nations as well. Imagine if he did that, his last move, because
somebody said something like that the Chinese or the Russians, if the Americans carry on like this, they may not have anything to lose and just release the weapon, this in technology to other people, or even share it directly with other groups. And I think it's a linchpin of a card that they hold, and we have to be careful, because when Nigeria gave up its fissile materials, they gave it to the US. They handed it to US, and in other words, US and China coordinated to take the materials away from China, this in Nigeria. So this is what I fear most. If the new Berlin conference settles, we are in trouble. That's why I say this is a window that is opening right now with this competition with the Chinese and the Russians. We need to capitalize on it. Personally, as I feel right now, I can walk to a Chinese person and make a strong case for them to back Africa right now. Because if they don't see the danger that they are facing, if the Chinese don't see the danger, they don't know what they are talking about. I've watched some programs about what is happening in China. Because of the demographic change, the fact that the economy, if it is starved of Western patronage, they could have serious problems. You know, Russia is blockaded, they are blockaded, and if Americans pull their orders from this in China, remember, America can build all those things that they are building in China. And I can tell you right now, there's a lot of working class people in America that will be very grateful for that. All the jobs return back to America, the economy will boom. China will suffer. And this is why I think strategically, China will leave themselves in a stupidly weak position if they don't move strategically to ally themselves with Africa, because it will take a strategic backup of the Western economy away from them, and at the same time strengthen, at least it gives China the reserve that they need.
But it's not just Africa. China is not just looking at Africa. Also, they also look at the stability of Africa, because the Chinese also work with how much they can trust these African leaders. The more they believe in you, the more they can commit to you as well. So they that's why it's not only Africa, it's all parts of the world that they are helping to, because they want just a decentralization of global trade. They want that so that they can also not monopolize, but have a benefit to keep growing from that. So that's why they have the Belt and Road Initiative. They have Pakistan. And I can tell you, one of the greatest things is they want that entire East Asian community to be stronger. You understand me? They want to empower that.
I agree with that. That's true. But they don't need, you see, that's the thing. That's what makes it so beautiful. And that's what makes it, I just feel like it's one of those things that is an opportunity. Guess what? The Chinese don't even need to trust African leaders, because it works for them either way. The point is that African leaders will be more powerful now. And guess what will come naturally to African leaders? Repelling the Western influence. And that is what the Chinese wants.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? That the African leaders will naturally...
You think if African leaders have nuclear weapons today, they will be like, you know what, Massa, please take. We don't deserve it. The Chinese brought it to us.
Are you sure about that?
Take it, let destroy it. Destroy it, master. No way.
Are you sure? Are you sure Ouattara, Tunaja, if Ouattara had more power, are you sure he's definitely gonna stop worshiping Ouattara?
Yes, he will stop. See, I can tell you right now, no African leader will get a hold of those technologies and say, you know what, let's hand it back to this thing. No way. Nobody in history will do that. Their military will kill that leader. Like, they will bury the leader the very chance the leader try to do that garbage. Because that is like saying you're taking their pride away from them. This is what I mean by if the Chinese do it, they don't even need to trust African leaders. The magic will happen on its own. You know, they will hold on to it and build on it. And just by doing that, now you've not checked the West. What are you going to do next? You want to run back to your country? Oh, fine. I'm friends with the Africans. I'm not judging them. I'm not telling them to have gay marriage. I'm good. I'll just go out there and buy stuff from them. And if you don't want to sell for me, bye-bye. You can go and lock yourself in your country. At least they have a better chance of surviving now with Africans empowered and the West cannot block them from trading with the Chinese,
Yeah.
which they
Yeah.
can now. They can actually block them from trading with Russians. They can block them from trading with the Chinese.
I think we African people need to really watch China's behavior with Russia at the moment. They need to watch how this situation pans out with Russia and Ukraine, and it is for how it pans out as well, because it's very very pivotal as to how the rest of the world will move and where people ally themselves in the next coming years.
You see, this is the beauty of it. I just feel like you see the point I just made just now. It's getting stronger and stronger in my mind because when what kind of alliances you have sometimes, sometimes when you have alliances, it's for both sides' interest. So you feel like, okay, if this guy, if the other side doesn't cooperate, the other side loses. If the other side doesn't cooperate, no. In this case, it's so good that even if both sides don't cooperate, if they do it, it favors the Chinese. You see
Yeah.
my point? Either way, it favors them. That's what makes it so brilliant. And that's why I would say, if I meet a Chinese person, I can make a strong case that, you know what, that is your move. If Americans do this to you again, make that move and watch what happens.
I made a case like that to a Chinese person. I say, "Oh man, that all the Chinese people care about is making their people happy, making the economy. Look, even the farthest region of China is not developed. We only care about our people, man. Come on." I know he's bullshitting because he can't say too much and all that stuff. I say, bitch, I know you're bullshitting. You know what I mean? You definitely need the world like this. You
You mean you
definitely
made
need
that
us.
case to China? You made that case to Chinese person?
Yes, he was a friend and all that kind of stuff.
Hey guys, I have another document here that I wanted to present here is regarding the AFRICOM. So this document is from the Committee on Armed Services, United States Senate. This was with the scope of hearing to receive testimony and on the posture of United States Central Command and United States Africa Command, the AFRICOM. Okay, and this was done recently, March 15, 2022. So these people are not sleeping; they are working, and we are spending times. We are wasting time, bro. We have so much work to do. So let me go on page 5. So as I was reading this document, I noticed that these people are actually revealing what they've been doing before China and Russia start showing interest of Africa. So and here they are talking about. Let me see here where to start. Uh, yeah, AFRICOM presents a similarly complex area of responsibility. The security situation in East Africa has been on a downward trajectory following the previous administration's decision to withdraw the majority of US. So the previous administration here is the Trump administration, because Trump is a Republican, right? So he wants to focus on internal matters, on internal economical growth. He's not for expanding and have all the militaries in all countries all over the world. So that's what he did. And military personnel from Somalia in 2020. So when he asked the U.S. military to withdraw. Since then, U.S. forces have been conducting periodic engagements to train and advise Somali partners. So as I was reading this, I'm like, what do they mean by Somali partners? I mean, Somali partner means that it is a group of people or some puppets or allies, people who will be in charge of implementing the U.S. agenda. That's what they call partners. And I was like, it should be the Somali people. So they should be working with the Somali people and not just the partners. Okay. So let me go to the most interesting section. So now, after the East, they're talking about the West. The security situation in West Africa is also increasingly fragile. Over the past 2 years, extremist operations have expanded across the Sahel, including pushing down into the littoral states in the Gulf of Guinea. Political unrest in Chad has led to the departure of all non essential US personnel and high profile attacks against civilian and military targets in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have increased. So these people are basically fueling and giving weapons to extremists. They are causing unrest and trouble, and then now they're coming later to use that alibi to say, we are coming to protect you. We are coming to fight against terrorism. So that's what they do. So basically, they create a problem and then they come and offer a solution. So let me continue. These extremist groups, so what they call extremist group here, those are the same that they're calling partners and allies. Because later on, those extremists are going to get weapon. They're going to have their hands on Western weapon, right? So if I come into a country and I work with the partners or with allies, I'm going to give them weapon to protect my interest into those countries. So this is how they are, they are preparing the ground, for future civilian unrest. So these extremist groups are not currently capable of carrying out attacks outside the region, but several have professed their intent to do so. Given these challenges, General Townsend, I would like to know what can feasibly be accomplished with partner security forces and how sustainable our posture is in such a political fractured environment. Now,
Mm.
let me touch. There is a section here, very, very interesting. Let me, yes, I think this is the one. Finally, both CENTCOM and AFRICOM play important roles in our long term strategic competition with China. You see that? Long term strategic competition with China and
Uh-huh.
Russia. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
So they are in competition. They are competing with China and Russia. In the Middle East and Central Asia, Russia continues to leverage hybrid warfare capabilities to expand its own influence and steamy Western security interest. China has
Yeah.
also increased its presence in the region, including by deepening economic and security ties with Iran. So this is in the Middle East. Now, and on the African continent, listen, check this out. And on the African continent, both Russia and China are looking to expand their security and economic investments and may seek to leverage such access to undermine US influence in critical regions.
Hold
You
on,
see
hold
what
on.
is
That
happening?
last one, please read that again. Sorry.
Yes.
Mm.
And on the African continent, both Russia and China are looking to expand their security and economic investments
Yeah.
and may seek to leverage such access to undermine US influence in critical regions.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
So, this is exactly what they've been doing before the arrival of Russia and China. And then now they are pointing the finger on Russia and China as if they've never been in the region before.
Yeah.
You see the game?
Yeah. Mm.
This is the game that they're
See,
playing.
I saw it years ago. On I said it 91. Even in one of their TV programs, they talked about how they are going to be going after Africa, to compete with China and all the rest of it. They see. You think they didn't know what they are doing? You showed the map about NATO, how they were expanding. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They were moving forward on and on and on, and they knew Russia was going to respond, and they've already planned for it. This war, they said they started planning for this war more than 8 years ago. That's happening now. So this one, they plan ahead. If you look at historically, you can see that they plan things well in advance. They anticipate what is going to come, and they've already made arrangements for it.
Listen
The
to this
question
one.
is to be unpredictable. Go ahead.
We also face significant challenges in Africa, including the growing presence and capability of the jihadi groups across the continent. China and Russia are exploiting Africa to destabilize our partners. Understand this. China and mainly Russia is in Africa also to fight against terrorism. But if you read carefully, he says destabilize our partners.
You see that key term because they know that's what they are doing. They're saying the Chinese and the Russians. What has the Chinese been doing? Maybe you never know. Maybe they are right. I don't know. But one thing I know is that before the Russians and the Chinese showed up, your partners in Africa were weak. You never developed Africa. You left Africa this in terribly. The reason why Africa is destabilized is not because of the Chinese or Russians. It's because you left Africa destabilized. The
Exactly.
West left Africa destabilized.
Exactly. And then here they're talking about destabilizing their partners. So Russia is fighting terrorism in Mali. So they see that as a destabilization of their partners. So terrorists and extremists are the US or the Western powers partners. This is how they are revealing their own. I mean, they are giving us all the information. We just have to read through the lines. You see this?
It's all there.
Yeah. So China and Russia are exploiting Africa. So before China and Russia came in Africa, what were you doing in Africa?
Exploiting
Were you
Africa.
exploiting Africa as well? What were they doing in Africa? They were exploiting Africa as well. So project their military power and expand their influence at our expense. Look at this, at the US expense. So let me see here. Let's see this one. I have always viewed Africa as a critical. I have always viewed Africa as critical to our national security,
You see?
which is why I pushed for its creation of AFRICOM.
Wow.
That was back in 2007. And it is right now more of a concern than it was at that time. You see that, man?
2000, that's almost 15 years ago, isn't it? That's 15 years ago now.
Exactly. And then the new mission that they are putting in place in Africa is called the African Lion Exercise. For those who didn't know, the African Lion Exercise is right there.
This will be crucial to ensuring we grow better
Yeah, this will be
relationships with
crucial
Africa
to ensuring we grow better relationship in Africa and
strength.
help reserve the
Oh my
ties in
God.
our strategic
It's already
competition.
happening. They've already put it in place.
Exactly.
I tell you, they are choking off China and Russia. You see, this is why I say they are trying to choke China and Russia off. If I was the Chinese, see, like I said it, I don't even have to read it. If I was the Chinese to stomp them, give an African country nuclear technology, and let's see what all this nonsense they are saying is going to jump through the window. And once they do that, then we'll call for them to leave the continent. It's just ridiculous. Some of all this, look at how they are talking about us like we are children. And I don't blame them because we as men, we failed our people and we just let everybody to come in as they like. Literally now, I'm sitting here to saying, oh, the Chinese should give us this thing, nuclear technology. Why can't we build it ourselves? They built it themselves during the World War. And the technology they had then is not even as advanced as we have now in Africa. But guess what? We'll still be waiting for foreigners to give us everything.
Exactly. Look at this.
It's so obvious, really.
Yeah. So those people, man, we have to be careful on how we deal with them. We need to, our leaders need to do a better job into doing trade and signing military cooperation. It should be a win-win. Okay, it should be a win-win style. But that's not what is happening on the ground. That's why you see some of our leaders to Niger have learned from the past, and these are the reason why they are moving away from the US and the EU, because they have learned and they know what the true intention of those people in the region.
You see this document. Hold on. Scroll back up. I saw Ukraine there. Yeah, Ukraine, invasion of Ukraine. Say, most notably, the conclusion of our military campaign in Afghanistan and Russia's recent invasion of Ukraine. Okay, much has transpired since I last delivered my annual posture testimony. Most notably, okay, you see the kind of stuff. Is okay. Look at this what they are doing now. They know full well that Africa is the backup of the economy. That basically that's what they are saying there.
Oh yeah.
Because it's crucial to their security and everything. And then they are trying now to choke China off. We are watching it all happen. Why? Why is our leader just sitting by and letting all of them just happen? And the weirdest thing is that the last 2 3 months, I barely heard anything from China on the continent. It's only this thing in this thing what they call it in Russia that you hear about. So you get a feeling. Let me mute that. I think he's asleep now. Let's see.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, from what I've seen, the this thing, the way things has been happening in the last 3 months, the Chinese has gone very very quiet. And maybe it's because of COVID-19 in their country. They've gone very quiet and they are not making any real moves. I think the Chinese are a little bit too. They are too smart for their own good. I think sometimes they get too smart and it becomes a problem. The reason why I say that is because during the time when the Europeans came to their country, that old China, they ignored the Europeans and the Japanese didn't. And the Japanese took the European technology and conquered China because of it. And I think Chinese run a risk of doing this again because they are too aloof. They are too aloof from people. And most people that talk about the Chinese, doing business with the Chinese, they often say that they are very, very tricky to do business with. It's not because they are looking to cheat you, but they have to, they are kind of people that want to dot the I's and the T's and make sure everything is done properly. So they can be quite a difficult customer to deal with. Um, from in the context of this in Africa, I think if they use that tactics, it's going to backfire on them. They are going to lose. Yeah,
No, they're gonna lose. They are
they
gonna
really need
lose.
they need to push they need to lean forward with Africa because Africa will see them for what they truly are. They've never been our enemy. They never wanted to be our enemy in any way. Even when they say we treat them the way our people treat them badly, I don't even hear of one case that the Chinese will just killed a Nigerian on the street or even an African, not even a Nigerian, an African on the street in China. You have never
But
even had
they,
one
they,
case.
they make a calculation though, Tanaja. They make
But
is of
but they
course to
did
you
but
this is
they did kill an African a couple of years ago. People
For
some
what?
China he was trying to date a Chinese girl or so, and he
They
was
kill
beat.
him. I've never
Yeah,
had a
he was beaten to death. That's one.
black guy, a black person.
Yep. Then
Okay,
there is
black,
what happened
black,
during COVID,
a boy
and
or a man.
I'm going to go on a tirade. You guys should forgive me, and it's against China because during COVID they tried to turn the COVID problem on Africans, while they left Africans roaming on the streets without a place to stay, even though those guys had money to get a place to stay. Now I look at China in regards to their neighbors. They have issues with India. They want to go to war with Taiwan. They've in the past killed Tibetan monks and they are still looking forward to taking over Tibet today. They have problems with everybody. They are hacking Israel. At the same time, they've used some TikTok technology to undermine American youth. Americans are now scared of the Chinese because of their capacity to use the internet to destroy them. Then, after that, we look at um, uh, their investments in Africa and how it poses a threat. So, for me, I don't like. I have to confess, I don't like Chinese. My experience with them has never been good, as I said earlier, and I don't think they have the best. And I also heard PLO Lumumba said he had seen something where about 600, maybe hundreds of Chinese men dressed in black suits were negotiating and talking, having a meeting on the future, how they are going to deal with Africa in the future, for in the next 100 years. These are not people that are playing. Then finally, to put that in perspective, they have a repressive government where there's no place for dissent. People cannot express themselves. They are surveying you every 24/7. And to again, finally, Now I've heard that all the children, all the young children have to read The Art of War. So what are they really priming those children for? China is, as you said, they are tricky, and I agree. They always look at my first experience, bad experience with Chinese was that I went to buy a pair of shoe and it was supposed to be leather when I was in Nigeria, and I paid the amount for a leather shoe. I'll be a little bit cheaper, I agree, but I went home, left the sandals outside. It rained, and then when I came back, I agreed that okay, I forgot my sandals outside. It will be wet now. But when I came outside, it had dissipated, meaning it wasn't even leather. It was paper which has been nicely wrapped with something. And I paid the amount for leather for that. So I started thinking about Chinese. So if you can actually do this, go the length to create something like this, then you are really very dangerous. Nothing good is going to come out from Africans dealing with Chinese. They have a population to put, and you can see that. I'm surprised you are saying you don't see problems with Chinese and African interactions when they are all over the internet. So
Okay, from everything you said, you you say it as if the other side of the ledger is not dripping with as much guilt, like almost like 1,000 times more of it. The guy you are talking about that was killed, I can't find him. The Chinese person, the black guy that was killed in China. I've heard of cases where they attack black people, attack them, fight them, beat them, but not kill them. I've never seen that in China before. And that is a country of 1.3 billion people. They've not killed a black person in their country. And while I was searching for China, killing a black person, instead the ones that are popping up is Brazil. They kill a black guy, beat a black guy to death, and in the US, that's the one you are seeing. Because the Chinese, as much as they hate everybody, that's the truth. Almost everybody have issues with China because all they care about is themselves. They don't care about you. They are not pretending otherwise.
That's what
But
the
I'm
Chinese guy
saying,
said.
yeah, the Chinese guy is not pretending like they care about you. So that is better than someone that pretends as if they care about you, but they are really, really killing you. Like they are killing us constantly. So all these things you talked about the Chinese doing, the West are doing it. TikTok is nothing compared. We are on YouTube. YouTube is corrupting a lot of Africans. You don't know. Facebook, all kinds of rituals and stuff that is on Facebook. You can't believe all the things that is going on all over the world with these instruments of the West. They use it to destabilize nation. They use their banks to destabilize nation. They use their even Google, social media, and all the rest. So we can't start pointing fingers at China because the rest of the world is doing far, far worse. I'm not saying Chinese are our friend, and they are not even saying it themselves. So let's not mince words there. All I'm saying is that compare both sides. I know the side I would rather be around because the other side doesn't. They've had chances. They've tested our blood. They had chances to change their mind. They even they pretended as if they abolished slavery. They ended all kinds of stuff, but still, they still left. They still made sure, not just left us. They made sure they undermined anything that enables us to become independent. So that is not a good thing. It's not a good state of affairs at all. So I say better the one that has not done you harm before, better the one that doesn't do much harm to even others. You can say whatever you like about the Chinese. They've not done that much damage to America itself. They've not done that much damage to Russia. They've not done that much damage to the British or the Europeans. See, in terms of Tibet, China believes that Tibet is part of China, so they want it back, just like they want Taiwan back. The way they treat their Muslims, yes, very, very terrible treatment that they give to the Muslims. And the Chinese, they have they have skirmish with the Indians, they have skirmish here and there, but they don't invade countries.
that's because they haven't been in a place of absolute power. When they have consolidated their position as world power, I believe we will suffer the brunt of it as Africans.
Oh no, no. You think if they become world powers, you are going to give them the chance to do that to you? See, if we are going to have an agreement with them, they are going to give us enough power to even repel them too. So when they give us nuclear weapon, you think nuclear weapon is going to be like, oh, because these guys made me, I'm not going to shoot, I'm not going to kill them. We are going to turn it to our own. They're not just going to give us nuclear weapon and give us the key and say, use it. No, that's not how it works. They'll give it to us and they will allow us to modify it so that it will be independent of them. And then they will not be able to even be a threat to us. That is the case that I'm making here. So let's for me anyway, I hope I'm persuasive, but I'm not I don't know what I think you are going by. I think you
No,
are
I've just listened to you, but I'm not moved at all because I've made my. I've see when I first came to the US, I went to 3 Chinese places. This is to get a job as a new immigrant. They never gave me, but for the first 2, I wasn't bothered. And really, if you create employment for only your people, I understand that. But the last place I went to, there was a factory where they process fish, and so I just wanted to take any job. But see, they denied me the job, and then what struck me was that a Nigerian came and bought piles and piles of fish. So it got me thinking. So you can sell piles and piles of fish to a Nigerian, but you can't give a Nigerian a job. It's okay, but I can also take this stance because I've seen Chinese in my neighborhood when I was in Africa, and I just gave them free passes. I let them. Now I understand exactly how to deal with them when I return to Nigeria, and it's not going to be fun. I will go icon fire on all of them.
But are you going to go and campfire with the Europeans too?
See, Europeans are as dangerous. They are probably our worst enemies. But let me give you a story now. So the Chinese, they start fishing on Gambian waters. Then they take that fish, they chop the fish up, they poison the sea. They take the fish to go feed their pigs and livestock in China. Now, at the same time, you are destroying the livelihood of the Gambians because the fishermen can't fish in their own waters again. Then at the end, what you plan to do is to bring fish and livestock back to them at higher prices, killing their own market. So for me, Chinese people, I think, and I've seen them, they eat almost, and there are things Europeans won't eat, there are things Africans won't eat. When Chinese run across the landscape, they destroy everything. They would eat things, I don't know how to put it, but they destroy everything.
I think the truth is the Chinese. I'm not saying they are not as exploitative if they get the chance, but see, I don't know how I always ask this question: how do you discard an inferior idea for a greater one? Like I said, the Chinese are not innocent. They are not telling you that they are innocent. But look at the ledger. Put this side and check the other side. The other one is worse. Why would you not want to incorporate that in the way you act? Because
So
I
now
believe
I
that.
got a question for you before I go to sleep, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Francophone African countries have a ledger, right? And there is a bad item in that ledger, which is French. How do you guys help us get rid of that item from the ledger so we can move forward as a continent? Because I want solutions, like you said. You are not for the fact that you're not for the fact that a country can invite someone to help them fight, right? So in our case, what would you advise?
Okay. Please repeat the question. The first side of the question. I think I missed it.
Okay, you talking about ledger, right?
Yes.
Francophone countries in Africa have a ledger with a bad item in it, which is French. And
French.
we're trying to cancel that item, right?
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, how do we get rid of that item as a collector?
I think to get rid of it is quite simple, really. We choose a regional language and go for it. I see. I've heard of a case where a Somali president or something
Talking about
leader.
the country.
Yes, I'm talking. Okay, I see when a Somali leader ordered his, the civil service to learn in a new language. I think it is Somali language within 3 months, and they did. So it tells you that you can transition languages quite quickly if people mean business. So if you want to get rid of French as a language, you just pick one. If it has to be through a referendum or whatever means you want to pick a common language that the whole people speak, pick one and decide to go for it. And you can transform the whole country within 2 years if you choose to.
How do
So
we make sure? How do we make sure the French don't ever come to Francophone Africa? How do we make sure they don't have that kind of influence they have right now?
to make sure of that, you have to start building your military rapidly, even if it's just a machete that you need. The reason why I say that,
What about the current military agreement that we have that they don't want to cancel? How do we get rid of that?
you can.
No, we have
I
we have to force them. We have to. I mean,
exactly.
at the
Mali
same.
is doing that, and the ECOWAS is helping the French.
ECOWAS is not
Yes,
helping the French.
and
I
if
don't
you
know
look
why.
at the ECOWAS is actually a European institution. The ECOWAS came from the AOF, West African country coalition. So that's where the ECOWAS comes from. It's not an African institution. It is a
How is the
European.
West African coalition institution a European one? I don't. It's called African, not European. So why is that a European one?
My brother, you seem to know a lot about Mali, right? The brother that was speaking, you seem to know about Mali. Did you came across the video when the French President Macron was telling? He was on a meeting talking about, I'm gonna call Akufo-Addo to make sure he impose sanctions on Mali. Have you seen that video?
I haven't seen the video, but I heard about it.
Okay, please, when you found the video, show the video to Tunaja.
See,
Yes, I'm gonna search for it. I heard about it, and I'm sure I can find the video. So I'm sure I can do that. Yeah.
see. Let's say there was a video of Kufuor being told that he should make sure he sanctions Mali. It still doesn't mean Kufuor wasn't of that opinion. If the video shows Kufuor like, I don't want to do it, but then the other person convinced Kufuor to do it, then that's scandalous. But if Kufuor is already in that mindset, and I can see how he can be in that mindset, because if I was sitting around in Nigeria with 200 million people and I see young boys just going over, taking over government without being invited in, I will get concerned.
To Niger,
No,
it's very simple to
okay.
understand what is going on. Is Mali the only country in Africa where they had a coup? There was a coup. There was a coup in Guinea. So why they didn't have the same pressure, the same amount of pressure? Guinea did not get the same amount of pressure like Mali.
See, the reason why that is because when the Malian regime came in, the government came into office, they had a meeting with the ECOWAS and they reassured ECOWAS that they were going to be having an election in February of the next year, which was, I think, last year, and or early this year, if I'm not mistaken. So they were supposed to do that, but just a month to that's January, they announced suddenly that the thing has been extended by 5 years. You see, there was an agreement already, and they reneged on the agreement in such a callous way. You see, that is what resulted in these sanctions. Can you imagine ECOWAS just talking their tails in, say, okay, we had an agreement, but you backed off it. Let me just go home now and sleep. It's going to make other countries think, okay, ECOWAS is not serious, and anybody can start planning a coup and see whether they can get away with it. So that is a very concerning thing. Because I've seen coups before. Coups, almost all coups, the leaders are popular when they come in. All of them, without a doubt. Because often it happens when people are not very happy. Even when they are relatively happy and they don't know it, they are still happy when they see the new leader that comes in.
Yeah,
But
but to
often it
Niger,
doesn't end well.
how many African country had a coup and they were never sanctioned? Did you know that there are some African country where there was a coup and that coup was backed up by the Western powers?
Like which one?
You can
Like
start.
which
We can.
ones?
We can start with the Republic Democratic of Congo, Mobutu. How did he get in power? You can look at
Okay,
Kabila. Kabila. How did he get in power? And he was president for many years.
those were not ECOWAS. You see,
No, I'm just taking some example, but they were backed up by the Western powers.
mm,
Okay, now let's take Guinea. It happened recently. Why Guinea has not been sanctioned to Niger?
because Guinea, to an extent, stuck to some kind of agreement that they had. You see, I keep saying this. Guinea stuck to the agreement. That is a very good example that indicates why they are acting the way they are acting. These leaders, they are sitting there and they are concerned. I can tell you how Nigerian presidents think. Nigerian presidents, see, I think you are looking at this from the point of view that, all leaders are just sitting pretty. Nigerian presidents act as if they are sitting on hot water all the time. So when they see people planning coups and taking over government, they are worrying for themselves very quickly. You see what I mean? So this is why they feel like something needs to happen here. I think many of the leaders will be, egging the Malians on because they support the spirit of what the leader is saying he wants to do, like get rid of the French and take over your country. Don't allow the country to divide. African leaders support it, but what they cannot support is coup plotting, taking over government, and this is why they talk to the guy to hand over to civilian regime. Even if he ran a kangaroo election, African leaders would have accepted it because now he has now fallen into line with the norm, and I think African leaders want to send a message of continuity and stability in nations, and this is important thing to send to the people because it enables them to feel secure. There are cases where some leaders in some foreign countries, they do some crazy stuff, but the people are not notified. The reason why they don't tell the people that, because it shakes their this thing, confidence in the state. So they will cover it up and say, "Oh, the leader died so and so way that seems benign or even heroic." This is what people do. And in the case of the Mali leader, he could have run for democratic election. He doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to. No, many African countries don't have perfect elections, but he didn't. An example of a country that did that is Egypt. Egypt ran for an election, turned their military regime into civilian regime. The Guinea one had an agreement. They can't go after a country that they had an agreement with. But recently, the Guinea leader is trying to change it again. And
Yeah,
I believe if he tries to change it, they will look for a way to sanction the country.
but who are they to fix the standards? Guinea,
Because if you
Mali, they
don't
are
exist,
sovereign. They are sovereign country, right?
who gave you
When
that
you are
sovereignty?
sovereign,
Who gave you the
you
sovereignty?
was that?
Who gave you the sovereignty?
If
See,
you are a nation, you have the sovereignty. If you
no,
are a
no,
nation,
no. That's not how it works. Just because you're a nation doesn't mean you should do whatever you like and endanger other nations. You don't have a right to endanger other nations. It's
no,
like
and
a next door neighbor starting a brothel where they have prostitutes coming in. Yeah, yeah, they
to
have the right to
Niger,
do that, but you
to
don't want them to
Niger,
do it next to your house.
what do you have to say if someone who's in power is not doing the job? And then there has to be a coup in order to get things better.
Then that coup leader should have an agreement. Then when he have the agreement, stick to it and transition to a civilian regime. Nobody is saying he shouldn't do what he did. That is not the argument. The argument is the anarchy that is created by the leader reneging on a promise that he has already made, a commitment he's already made to the authorities. So that is where the problem is. I think I've said this. The authorities, most of the officials will probably be siding with the Malian leader, but they have to maintain stability. Everybody has to do their bit.
That's what
And
they are doing to Niger.
they are doing it. See, that's why, from my point of view, both sides are doing what they need to do. The ECOWAS is doing what they need to do. The Malians are doing what they need to do. There are consequences
No,
for reneging on promises.
based on what is happening on the ground, I cannot say that the ECOWAS is doing what it needs to do when it doesn't benefit African people. It
It
doesn't
benefits
benefit.
African people. I just told you that if there was a coup in Nigeria, it could lead to all kinds of things that you cannot completely control. That is the problem with Africa. This in Nigeria, and see, Mali is made up of 20 something million people. Nigeria 200 and something. In short, the whole entire West Africa is 400 and something million. So if we are going by that measure and say, okay, because Mali, they are doing the right thing, let's not be mean to them. It's not going to fly. You
Yeah,
can
but
see that
but
that's
to
going to cause
Niger,
problems.
the people of Mali are the one who requested the help of Russia. They went in the street. They have demonstrated. They have shown that they are backing up the government in place right now. Nobody in Mali right now is saying that the government has done something bad. No, the people decided. They decided and they made their choice. So we should not just follow the Westerners' agenda. We are
No,
working for our people and not for the Western powers. That's the
sometimes
problem.
it's not always about Western agenda. I believe in the agenda that they did. I see. We have to learn when to say yes, accept yes for an answer. We say we want our regions to be stable. We want our regions to have an element of prosperity without all the hiccups we keep having all the time. This is it. If you want to maintain a continuity where transfer of power happens smoothly, it often happens with the current democratic setup that we have. But if a military regime comes into office, these organizations were designed to respond to them, have them transition to the same kind of government so that people's mind will be at peace and there will be a continuity. But if one guy wants to break it and feels like, oh, I'm trying to make a point to this in the French, while you are doing that, you are busy undermining an organization that has responsibility for how many percentage more people. You are they supposed to do? Just sit there, have another coup, then another one happens. There was one in Guinea-Bissau too. That one just failed. So have another coup, have another coup. The whole continent becomes military regimes. It's not going
To
to lead us
Niger,
anywhere.
to
Yeah.
Niger, the government in place right now in Mali have a strong case. Did you know that the terrorists in Mali wanted to divide the country into two? The
Mhm.
Azawad, they wanted to create a new state in the northern part of Mali called Azawad. You can Google it.
My
So,
brother, I know Tunaja understand what we're saying, but he
okay.
just, he just, he just,
I
he
don't know
just
why
want to.
everybody. I don't know why everybody wants me to just say, but you all want
No, no,
stability,
no.
don't
I understand the position where you're coming from. That's why we're having this
you?
conversation. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But when it comes to Mali, right? Like you said, I like when you said the Malian had to do what they had to do,
Yeah.
according to the evidence they have at hand. Like if I tell you today, Tunaya, tomorrow, I feel like I'm gonna go fishing, and I wake up tomorrow and there is rain. I have to change my plan. Correct? That's
Yeah.
what the Malian did. The European do it.
Mm.
The Malian have to do it as well. If the Europeans say something about Africa and tomorrow they feel like they're going to make more money doing it in a different way, they will
Mm.
change the agreement.
Exactly.
Then you say,
Exactly.
my bad. You see, if the Malian regime, I think sometimes just tone alone could have mattered. See, that's when if you see everything has consequences. If you decide to renege on this thing because you have to fulfill a certain thing that you didn't know a few months ago, be prepared for the consequences. And if you want to even face the consequences, try and do things to reduce the uh, punishment that's coming towards you. In other words, try to mitigate this in the outcome of your decisions. If Tabini Malian leader just came on TV and says, okay, after reviewing everything that is going on, we want to extend the time in office. I know how this looks. He makes a good case, or at least act as if he's trying to act responsibly. I think the leaders would have acted, okay, they would feel like, okay, that he broke the rules, he didn't live up to agreement, but he also sounds like he's trying his best to do the best for his people, and he actually recognized the fact that what he's doing is affecting us, as a bigger group, because that matters. It matters because people will also see it. People will see that, okay, this leader knows what he's done. It's not the right way to go about these things, but the main reason why he's doing it is correct, and it's also acknowledging that the other side have their job to do. You know, when police officer comes, you know, they are doing they are cautioning you for something that you did wrong. You'll be like, oh yeah, it's my bad, my bad. I know I did that, you know, all the kind of stuff. That's the way you behave. Not act as if it doesn't exist. The issue didn't exist. You didn't renege on an agreement that should have consequences to it. So that's why I picture it. I just feel like sometimes we have to take yes for an answer. We want stability. When we get instruments that want to enforce stability, we should accept it. I really think it's highly, highly important. The next level is, if you start a conflict inside a country, you should be held accountable. They should make all African countries have hate speech law. You know, they don't have that in Nigeria. These are elements of societies that make societies more cohesive. But Africans don't even take them seriously. You know, we need that stability. In my mind, anyway, that's how I look at these things.
Okay. All right, to Niger. I wanted to move on with the document here. This is the most interested part of this document, and I wanted to touch it a little bit because I came across something. I made my own analysis, and I wanted to know if you guys view it the same way.
Okay.
Okay. So this is still during the hearing, and this is one of the senator part of the team who is talking. He's saying, together with our interagency teammates, USA AFRICOM protects and advances U.S. strategic interest, prevents strategic distraction, and preserves America's option, all in concert with our allies and partners. So, first, allies and partners here, it doesn't make sense to me because when you work with allies and partners, those are puppets. You should be
Yes.
working in concert of the people of that country, the people with the country, not just allies and partners. Now, as AFRICOM's fifth commander, I have come to learn 5 truths about Africa. Let's find out what those 5 truths are.
Wow.
First, America cannot ignore Africa. You see that? America cannot ignore Africa. Africa's challenges, opportunities, and security interests are inseparable from our own. Weak or poor governance, conflict, and climate change stress the stability of many African nations, which will in turn impact US security and prosperity. This is a lie. This is a lie because Africa has always been weak in terms of security and poor in terms of government. And it has never impacted the economical growth of America. So this is how I see it. Let me read it again. Weak or poor governance, conflict, and climate change stress the stability of many African nations, which will in turn impact US security and prosperity. This is a lie
Yeah.
because Africa has always been weak. Africa has
Yeah.
always been poor, and that has never impacted the economical growth of America.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys see it like the way I see it.
Yeah. You see, even when they are writing it, they write it as if they are trying to help you. So that even
Exactly.
when you see the document, you actually think they are helping you. But the only thing that you need to find out to know the truth is, okay, these people have been trying to help me for how many 100 years now? What has it been like?
Exactly.
You know, you
Exactly.
have to attach it to reality. Then you just know that, oh my God, this is their way of talking to lure people that don't know any better into a false sense of security.
Exactly. And number two, our competitors clearly see Africa's rich potential. You see that?
Yeah.
They are competitors. So he's talking about Russia and China. Clearly
Yeah.
see Africa's rich potential. How about them? How about the US? Those people who are talking during this hearing. So if the competitors are clearly seeing Africa's rich potential, how about them? And he goes on and say, Russia and China both seek to convert soft and hard power investments into political influence, strategic access, and military advantage. You see?
Mm. Yeah.
China's economic and diplomatic engagements allow it to buttress autocracies and change international norms. International norms. Who is the one fixing the norms? Who is the one fixing the standards?
Mm.
In a patient effort to claim their second continent. So they are talking here about China claiming soon Africa has been part of a second continent for China.
Continent. Wow.
You see?
That's interesting.
Russia stokes conflict. Russia stokes conflict, pursuing a faded aspiration to imperial power.
Mm.
The imperial power here. So, how about before Russia and China came to Africa?
Wow.
What were
This
they doing?
document, can you is there a link to this document?
Oh yeah, you can find it in the Africom website. So I'm gonna post the link shortly in the
Yeah.
chat. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a document. I haven't read it all, but I need to go through it. I'm gonna go through the whole
Wow, there's a
document.
lot in there. There's a lot
Yeah.
in there.
I did a live show and I just read, I think, 15 pages. I'm going to do another live show next week. I will continue through this document.
That's good. That's good.
Across the continent, mercenaries from the Kremlin's Wagner Group offer a one-stop shop for regime protection, resource exploitation, and horrific violence against Africans, just as we see in Ukraine today. Wow. See that? You
I
see
see
what
that. Yeah.
yeah. So the question is, what France, the EU, and the USA have been doing in Africa before the arrival of the Russian and the Chinese? What were they doing? They were doing resource exploitation. They were doing the same thing. They
Yeah.
were doing a one-stop shop for regime protection. So they put someone in power and they give him protection. And by the time, and then when you stop following their agenda, they will kick you out. And they will use democracy in order to put a new person, a new puppet in power.
To Nigeria, I was going to. I think I'm about to leave. I was hoping I would get like 2 minutes to state something, but it's fine. Maybe some other time.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you can
Go
get your
ahead,
chance.
brother.
You can hold
Brother,
on for
go
a
ahead.
bit.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Mm.
Because for me, the political part and the thank you, the political part and the military part is kind of far fetched for me as an individual. So in this whole movement, I'm more interested in things that I feel I can even start tomorrow. And so the places of education, re-education, media, this propaganda, and all this stuff. I think I can, do something about those, and those are the parts that
Mm.
interest me most. So beyond that, yeah, I appreciate all the good work that you guys put in, and I hope to learn more. But I kind of through this whole session today, I've kind of pinpointed where I can, try to
Yeah.
make a difference. And, and that's
Okay.
what I have to say.
All right.
Oh,
Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. And I appreciate the way somebody has to keep an eye on China. So
I think I'm going to make it one of the stuff. I'll go reflect on them more and more. Their bad sides, because I don't. They are not my.
somebody has to keep an eye on them. I like that. I like that. That's good.
Okay, brother.
Hey,
There's no
brother, Sad
relaxation on
Science.
this.
I have
Yeah,
posted the link of my channel in the private chat. So
yeah.
please
I
subscribe.
Yeah.
I see the Telegram one, but do you have a YouTube channel as well?
Yes, I do. I posted the link in the private chat. Look in
Okay,
the private chat. You will
All
see that.
right, I see it now. All right,
Okay,
good night.
thank you,
Good night,
brother.
guys. Yeah, yeah.
All
Take
right,
care.
you take care.
Yeah, big out to Niger.
Nice one. Thank you for coming through. Okay, so what are we
So I'm
looking
trying
at?
to find the link here, and I'm going to post the link for the document in the chat. You can go ahead, Tunija. So let me find.
Okay, okay. So yeah, you're looking at the document. Okay, okay.
I can continue reading. I can find the link later. So the third part is deadly terrorism has metasized. I don't know how to read that.
Let me see. Metastasized.
Yeah,
Eh?
metastasized to
Yeah,
Africa. Okay.
metastasized. Yeah, to
Al
Africa. Yeah.
Qaeda's Al Shabaab in East Africa and ISIS and Al Qaeda groups in West Africa and elsewhere are among the world's fastest growing, wealthiest, and deadliest terrorist groups and remain grave and growing threats that aspire to kill Americans both there and in our own homeland.
Mm,
So so you see the tactics, the strategy that these people are using is to create a problem and then come later and to offer solutions.
yeah.
Terrorism in West Africa and East Africa are being okay, are being proliferated by the same people who are coming to pretend to help us. Because let's imagine that in Africa there were no terrorism and Africa was at peace. What reason were
Mm,
they would they use in order to build those military bases? That's a
mm.
question.
The question is from the context of many Africans, when they see this is what makes it them very the whole document very tricky because they use language as if they are coming to help us, as if we are in danger of the Russians and the Chinese taking advantage of us. They are coming to help us. So how do you unmask it for your everyday Africans so that they can
To
truly
Niger,
understand these things?
this is where you have to diversify your partners. When all your partners are working together, you can make them work against one another so you can pick the best partner. Africa doesn't know how to do that. You see what I'm saying? Even if you look at the
Mm,
ambassador of Germany, she had the man, she's a woman, right? She went
mm,
to she went to Mali and told the Malian they have to stop doing business with Russia. But
mm,
look at the oligarch in Germany making money off of oil with Russians. So how do you even begin a conversation with such things?
mm,
And he knows that most of us Africans now we can read, we can watch TV, we can understand the news now. How can you even travel to the continent and have a conversation with our leaders and tell them boldly? The videos are there for you to see. Tell them, hey, you guys need to stop doing business with Russians, or else, or I will bring my soldiers with me. Why?
mm,
Why in Africa this is only happening? Why ECOWAS, like African Union? Why? That's my question to you.
mm.
Like, why are we allowing these things to happen? The Malian did well. They defended themselves. They say we are diversifying. If you don't understand that, you need to pack and leave. That's all there is to do. And every African country has to, like on the francophone side, like I told you, we have a major problem, which is this country called French. If we learn how to deal with French, with the backing
Mm,
of the whatever the African Union or ECOWAS, I think we're gonna do better. If we keep letting them stay in our business, Africa will remain divided, and they know how. We have the
mm,
evidence. The evidence don't change. Like, even look at it. They gave a deadline to the French to leave Mali, right? Look at the
yeah.
information that is coming from the French. They say Mali is gonna pay. So as an African, I'm worried. How Mali is gonna pay? This is gonna trickle down to Burkina. It's gonna trickle down to other in the regions, because trust me, they're gonna make Mali pay like they did to Guinea Conakry. They're not gonna back off and just like, okay, you guys won. No,
Mm. I,
Africans are not even prepared for this.
Africans will need. I think we need a big country in Africa to make such a move, and I think part of the problem is that a country like Ethiopia tried with Mengistu, I think, if I'm not mistaken. A Nigerian country, even Abacha tried to an extent to be somewhat like that, but it wasn't fully equipped for it. So if a Nigeria does it today, that is going to be quite a formidable thing, because especially given the circumstances of the world. But like I said, I think the strategy points to the fact that the Chinese needs Africa more than even Africa. At this stage, the Chinese needs Africa more than the Africans need the Chinese, actually. Our situation is desperate, but the Chinese situation, even if it doesn't look desperate, it is. They have to accept a subservient role to the West if they want to survive, and not just a normal subservient role. The West, they don't like people just being subservient. They want you to really, really be subservient, so you never pose a threat to them anymore. And the Chinese people that are so proud right now will never concede that. So, hence their desperation. If they don't realize how desperate they are to work with Africa, good luck to them. Because if I was them, I'll be
To
thinking how I'm
Naja,
going to give these people nuclear technology.
based on the video that you are showing right now, do you think these people are desperate dealing with Africa? Do you see how they mistreat Africans on their own country? I mean, it
They
doesn't look
don't
like
kill
desperation to
us.
me.
They don't kill us on the streets.
I understand they don't kill us, but what have we done to them? Look at the way they treat Africans on their country, on their own in their own country. We were not supposed to be seeing this. If the deal was structured the right way, African were not supposed to see these videos. So who's doing the talking on the African level? Who's doing the talking? You don't see Africans going to China mistreating Chinese. Africans are not known to be doing that and putting it on videos.
I don't see the whole thing is a bit of a the way I see it is that we are at a kind of crossroads where one decision here and there could make a big difference. And I think that the West is trying to intimidate the Chinese so that the Chinese give way. But if I was them, I would make a very, very key move to free myself from this nonsense that they are pulling. Because the only way I see them doing it, this document that this guy is reading is proving it even, that they see Africa as a critical asset for them. So if the Chinese want to take it away from them, just give Africa the technology. Give Africa nuclear technology. That will change this in the whole map. And what are the odds that Africa will take that technology and turn against the Chinese? No, it won't happen. But if the Chinese think they want to be too smart, they want to gain control of the continent without giving Africa this is nuclear technology, they are joking. It's not going to work. They will fail. Because nothing short of that will make African leaders switch position. Because they have to move from where they are right now to the Chinese column. For them to do that, China needs to give them a good reason to do that.
For me to believe that China needs us, what is here for us to do is to use China and Russia to help us get a permanent seat at the United Nations. Use both countries because they have permanency. Both countries have permanent seats. So use those two countries so Africa can have a seat. If we can't, if the both countries cannot do that, no, I don't see the desperation there. No. That's for me.
See, okay, right now you don't see it. Well, I see it because China has not attacked anybody, and look at the pressure that they are being put under. So it tells you that if China even did anything to Taiwan or anything, it could just escalate even a lot more. So they are even offering India nuclear submarine. When they start doing that kind of stuff, that tells you that why is China not offering Africa something? They are trying to bottle China in, being aggressive towards the Chinese, and the Chinese are sitting there just taking it. If I was them, I can make a strong case that they would be stupid. And I would tell the Chinese guy to his face, I say, if you are smart, this is your best move to make. you are going to create an alliance between yourself and the Chinese for a very, very long, at least a major country in Africa, for a very, very long time, while at the same time you are taking that this thing, you are disadvantaging the West because they don't have that country to take advantage of it. Can you imagine, like Congo? You get one solid leader in Congo, or Congo and Rwanda put together. Just pick two strong countries and give them this technology. Let's see how the West is going to try to bully Africa anymore. They won't be able to. Now, Africa can pick and choose. What are the odds that Africans will just pick the West? I'm not so sure it will be that easy. Because for one, the Chinese don't have their blood in our. They don't have our blood on their hands as much compared to what the West have done. See, when somebody gets power, suddenly they remember all the things that's happened in the past. Right now, it sounds as if okay, Africans will just do anything the West wants. But when we start having a choice, maybe our decisions will be a bit different. It wouldn't be so benign and willing to accept anything the West throws at us. I don't think that's how it's going to be. But that's just my opinion on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
carry on.
I would like to continue with number 4. Fourth, a battle between democracy and authoritarianism. So that's how they call what is going on in Africa now. Authoritarianism. Authoritarian power. Okay? So, and they are talking about a battle between the two ideology. So it is raging in Africa. So democracy and authoritarianism is raging across Africa. Despite a recent surge in democratic backsliding, our values, our democracy, and our willingness to work together with African partners creates a huge demand for U.S. engagement and partnership. And number 5, the last one, in Africa, a few troops and a few bucks still goes a long way. Modest, yeah, modest
Why
and
not?
predictable investment yield outsized returns for U.S. and African
Oh
security
my God! Don't
interests.
get me now. If this is real, it's enough for me. You see, this is why I cry for our people. This is why would it not be easy? Because we make it too easy for them. Look at that. Just that is at the heart of our problem there. Because they say a few bucks still goes a long way. A few troops, not even I don't even think they need SAS. They just need to send, anybody in, and they will come and make a big difference for them. That's exactly what they are saying there. Outsized returns,
Yes.
not proportionate. Outsized returns.
And this was during a hearing this year in March. This year in March.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
You
So yeah,
just can't
those are
make
the
it up.
5 points I wanted to touch here. So we can see why the U.S. is heavily present in the African continent with 21 military bases, alone,
Mm,
and we are at war. For those who do not think so, and we are being colonized, right? It is a
mm,
different form of colonization. It's not like in during the old times, but they came with a new ideology, a new version of colonialism. So we will not be able to clearly see what is happening on the ground, but we have been taken away. We do no
yeah.
longer run our own country. When you have a foreign military bases in your country, I mean, where
Mm,
is your own military? And then
yeah.
they're going to form a coalition. They're going to ask, brothers in Zambia to go fight in Central Republic of Africa. And you're going to be seeing black people killing other black people in different region of Africa. So we are killing each other in order to push the Western power agenda. That's what they're
Mm,
doing. I
sad,
mean,
really.
yeah, this document is mind blowing, man. I'm gonna continue read this, during one of my upcoming live show, maybe next week.
Yeah.
And I invite you all to subscribe to my channel. This is the kind of format I like doing. I like having documentation. I like having facts. So when someone make an argument, you need to back it up. You need to back that up with a fax, with an article, with a link. Provide a link so people can go see the information themselves. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the this thing this document, did you say you put the link at the this thing at the channel there? That's
Yeah,
at
I
the
put
back
it in the
of the chat.
private chat, and I
Okay, yeah,
put it
that's it.
also in the main chat.
That is
I
some
posted it
crazy
there.
stuff.
Yeah,
They literally paste this on their website.
yeah. It is present there on the Africom website. It is there.
I'm so
That's why I
surprised.
downloaded it. Let me show
I
you.
guess this way they don't worry anymore now. They just publish everything they want to do to us.
They don't
People
hide it
in
anymore because they know
mm,
people don't even read it. People don't care.
mm, yeah.
That's what they
But
do.
it's very see, these 5 chapters you read, I think maybe you should pull them out for people to see. So that it's short and you can be able to send it around. Because this sort of things, if you don't see it, you will know. People don't know what is going on. And this is the kind of stuff that can reveal it. You see what I mean? When they talk
Yep.
about a few men, a few bucks can give an
Go a long way.
outsized return. Yeah, outsized. In other words, few people can wreck your country. It's ridiculous the way we have been running. This is the symptom of what I've been talking about. And they literally are laughing at us, the way we have kept our country so weak. You know,
Yeah. So this is the African
they are,
website. You type in the search
yeah,
box. You just
people.
type hearing to receive testimony, or you can go to.
Ouch! That is insulting.
Yeah, it
A
is
few bucks can go a long way.
a long way.
Outsized returns. Oh wow, that's painful. They don't even bother to make any effort for us. They're like, just get a few men, a few bucks here. No real money. But if that's what they think, I really wish they carry on thinking that way. Let them carry on thinking that way, because when something changes one day, they are not going to see it coming, because they're going to be thinking,
Yeah.
oh, these people are just lame people.
Here's the document here from their own website.
Mm,
Yeah, the document is here.
wow.
2022 SASC posture testimony transcript. That's the document right
Wow.
there.
They are shameless about these things. And I'm surprised that they come openly and start talking about these things as if no African can read some of these documents. I guess they're assuming that even if you can read it, they are not going to, it's not going to threaten them in any way. I think maybe that's part of it. That even if you
And
can read it, what are you going to
to
do anyway?
Niger, I read
Mm,
the military cooperation between France and Mali.
yeah.
Oh my gosh, man, it was horrible, brother. I could not believe what I was reading. I could not
Mm,
believe it. I'm gonna find the English version of it because I do speak other language. I do speak French, and I'm
mm,
gonna find the English version of it. I'm gonna make you. We're gonna share it, man.
yeah.
You're gonna laugh, man. It is horrible, unbelievable. What they call
Uh-huh.
military cooperation. I mean, the Malian government has the right, brother. To cancel it, to basically, nullify the document, brother. I don't even
Yeah.
know who in Mali signed that military corporation. I don't know who signed it. It is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Now, Mali, I think Mali was a French colony, wasn't it? So
Yeah,
what probably happened there was they basically transferred, all the stuff to, the deal is it's not even valid when you think about it. So that's how they probably got a hold of them. They didn't even have a chance. This thing is very revealing. This is what I've been crying about for how long now. Like, why are our military so weak? You know, that last chapter, man, that last one, I really think you need to peel it off those chapters one by one, so we see the woes of our ways, what we have done to our own people.
yeah. I'm planning to make a short video, and then
Mm,
tonight, yeah, I want you to join the Telegram. Because
yeah,
I'm gonna share with you a couple of links.
yeah,
There is a software called Shortcut. You can use it in order to make short video. For example, this live stream here can last for maybe, let's say, 8 hours, and you can
mm,
go into specific areas during your live stream, and you can
mm,
pull. You can select specific section. from your live stream and make a
Yeah.
3 minute or 5 minute video. It's very simple and easy to use. So join the Telegram and I'm going to show you. It's free to download, right? So that's
Yeah.
what I'm going to be using in order to make a short video, 3 to 5 minutes. And I'm going to highlight, this guys. I think this is your favorite right here. This is
Yeah.
your favorite. In Africa, a few troops and a few bucks still goes a long way.
Yeah. It goes, man. That's painful. That's painful. But that's the shame of our existence, isn't it? A few troops. Ouch.
Brother, artifacts
Ouch.
of war.
Yes, sir.
Man,
Were you the one who made the
copy that
presentation
chapter.
about
Just copy
the
that thing and paste it in the
Telegram
private
group?
chat, please. That is a few. That's something every
Yes, brother.
African needs to see.
Yes, brother. That was me.
Hey, brother, I hope you realize that Bomb Kazo never put the link for the Telegram stuff on his channel.
Oh no.
Please tell him
Okay.
to do so, man.
Yeah, I
You can't.
You already
You
calling
can't
me
trust
bomb
these
from
bomb
here.
Kenyans.
To Niger.
Yeah.
Can you grab the Telegram link I posted in the private chat, and can you post it in
Let's
the?
see the Telegram
Yeah.
link. Let me just pull that up.
Wait,
Okay, yeah, that's it there.
which agreement is this?
This is not the agreement yet.
The
So
report.
this is the hearing. This is the hearing to receive testimony on the posture of United States Central Command and the United States Africa Command or AFRICOM.
Oh, is this the military
Oh my
alliance that the U.S. is entering with
Keep your name
almost
out
every?
of my thing.
So it is basically highlighting.
What you gonna have calling my bum, brother? I know who you are, brother, and I'm coming for you.
Who's
Oh
that?
my God. He called Casey Bob and he showed up here. And
Oh,
he
okay.
actually put out his name.
Yeah, so
Bob.
this is basically a document that
Hey,
provides
Kazo.
the scope of work of the USA AFRICOM command in Africa. So this
Yo,
was a hearing, okay?
Artifact of War, is the U.S. command stuff designed in the same way AGOA is, where it's even though America has signed it with a lot of African countries, it's still an individual thing. So each African country only signs individually with the United States, not as a whole.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is not a military corporation yet. This is a hearing, right? So the military corporation is different, and it is signed specifically with countries, right? Just like you said. But this one was just a hearing on the African mission in Africa. And in this document, they've been talking about East Africa. I wish you were there. They talk about East Africa, Al Shabaabs, Al Qaeda. They went to West Africa. They talk about Al Qaeda's and all the groups. So the document is really
Man,
rich. I posted the link in the chat. Feel free
man,
to take a look at it, man. It is mind blowing.
it's just devastating. That last one is just represents all the lamentations I've been saying. These people
To
don't
Niger,
even have
we
to
can't.
bother
We have to
a
be
lot
honest though,
of
but
us.
they're kind of right. To Niger,
Of course,
they're
they are
kind
right.
of right.
That's
If
is
we're
that
being
not
honest.
that's what I'm saying now. Because they don't have a few troops, and if you poke here and there, will deliver outsized results. Oh, that it's like when police people are want to track you. Western police when they are following your car behind and they don't want to use full siren, they just do woo woo. Because they don't need to do too much. That's how they are treating us. Like, we don't need to put our full siren on. We don't have to put on the bells and whistles. Just a few troops and a few bucks still goes a long way.
It's right here.
Modest and predictable investment yields outsized risk. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the issue. I'm not sure there's any part of the world they can say this about. And when they are saying this, they're not talking about North Africa, it's us.
Yeah, but Tanaja, look, you
No,
guys are not.
they're talking about North Africa too. You have to see the
No.
trinkets that they give Egypt for them to dance for them.
Yeah, but that's not trinket, it's billions, and they give them weapons.
It's 1
North
billion.
Africa,
It's 1 billion.
Algeria
1
is
billion.
not playing around. Algeria is not playing around. 1 billion a year is something. Algeria is not playing around. They are quite a strong military, and Egypt has almost 1 million strong. I think it's 800 and something thousand, if I'm not mistaken, altogether. So these countries are really, really, they do have their act together. That's not the country
Ethiopia also has 1 million standing troops.
Hold on. Do you think Egypt is a country you send a few troops to when they have almost 1 million soldiers?
No, but okay, no, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, uh, this agreement, didn't they already, weren't they trying to find a base for this place? Have they found it yet?
They already have 21 bases. This is a map of the U.S. military presence in Africa. And Zambia recently, just last week, Zambia came in 21. They already have 20. So here is the map right there for only America. And we can look at France. France EU, right? I also have a map for France and it is right here. Look at that. We are being colonized, bro. For those who don't know, we are being colonized. Colonization has never ended. We've been taken over. That's what it
Wait,
is,
how
bro.
many American bases exist in?
But let me
Yeah, I
ask
just
you,
showed you.
At this rate, we have
21,
lost count.
21, 21 on the African continent.
How
America.
does
These are the ones
Ethiopia
we
have
know
2
of.
American bases in 2 different
What's that?
places? Brother, do you see this? Apparently, Ethiopia has 1 military base in the Amhara region, but on the other one, it also has a military base in its south, which is also an American base.
well, let me
If
Or
they
do they
have
just
this
put the
many,
number?
if they have this many military bases, how many clandestine offices do they have?
Oh,
If they have
thousands.
this many military bases it's just
Niger, this doesn't even matter. You know why? Because you're having the wrong conversation.
okay.
This is why I troll you guys most of the time.
What's the conversation to be having then?
The conversation is, why is it that didn't you see the picture I did for that show? The America has like these Halo level weapons. You guys are using bow and arrows. That never changed, and that's really the main problem. That's the problem I
See,
have. So what's
You
the point
dumb
of talking
fuck.
about military
You know,
base when
Hazel,
America has
you're
superior
using
weapons?
a video game,
Right. I'm using a video game, Call of Duty, call it whatever you
but
want,
we
but
get the point.
America has
Yeah, we get the
high
point.
level trained tactical fighters. They have highly advanced military outposts, weaponry, as well as drone technology, as well as internet. They got all the data centers in order to store and keep
Satellite
their
technology,
information. Exactly.
satellites.
They're superior in all ways. And the issue is, like I mentioned earlier, I kept saying this. Why is it that Africa never learned? There's no African country that said, hang on, these niggas came to our place, they colonized us, and they use certain levels of manipulation, tactical, dividing us due to money and everything. So tonight, my point here is this: I'm not a defeatist, right, or anything, because I'm far from that. But they can just pay off people anyways. Collaborators, etc. You can pay them off in Africa. Like they'll take a few chump change to do things. Like literally $20 can get someone to be someone who's going to sell out their country. So we've got really big problems unless you start fixing the ground level stuff and have like a real focus on improvement that is done by a significant number of countries together with a single goal of actually being superior. And this is why I keep talking about superiority, but you guys always say, oh, it's wrong, which I never understood. To me, it always sounded docile. We're supposed to be trying to be superior, because if you try to aim for the best, that's what allows all the other things to trickle into effect as well. When
but
you're out here talking about equality and you don't even understand the problem that you're dealing with. I get all these military bases are bad tonight, but we're not even equipped, even if there was no military bases, to be able to withstand. Forget nuclear, right? Forget that's not even relevant right now. Just without nuclear, we're not even equipped, even if there were no military bases to defend ourselves, and that is due to the lack of threat assessment awareness. We never learned, and this is an issue with us. Well, when I say us, I mean you guys. It's a perpetual inability to make sense with yourself and even accept the concept of superiority. You guys want to be the same as everybody else, which is the most, to me, that never makes sense.
I feel like some of the things you said is what I've been saying, to be fair. And it's not like I'm just saying we should. I've always advocated that we should do things ahead of them. Even the democracy, I say we should be
Hmm.
ahead of them. In transparency, I say we should be ahead of them. And in military, it's not realistic to just say we should be out ahead of them when we've not caught up with them yet. So we need to catch up with them in terms of military, but we have to start with the basics, keep ensuring stability in the home front, because they are not invading us right now. That shouldn't stop
To
us from
Niger,
heading
can I
to the
please
stable
ask you
power
a question?
supply, should it? Yeah, go ahead.
What helps America be the most advanced military in the world?
Um, Access to resources, allies, and military power, I guess.
Technology.
Technology, which is
Uh,
military power, yeah.
their strong
So
economy. I would
basically,
say it's their strong economy to begin with.
Oh no, no. You see, I don't believe that. I don't believe the economy comes first. It's the power that comes before the economy. Sometimes you're lucky the economy shows up first, and because nobody came to stop you to develop a strong military. But normally, it's the military that comes first. I can show you examples. We were looking at China earlier on today. The Indians. You have to have that basic. The Chinese literally severed relationship with the Russians because the Russians were going to have kumbaya talk, or the Soviet Union at that time was trying to have kumbaya talks with the Americans. They were like, no, because the Russians were helping them build nuclear these weapons and sending them ballistic missiles. They're like, why are you going to have kumbaya talk with the Americans? We are not interested in that. And the Russians told them, you know what? You are under our nuclear protection. You are under our nuclear umbrella. You should be fine. You don't worry. They said, no, I don't buy it. And they sever ties with the Russians because of it. So it tells you that you have to use your own common sense in many of these cases to realize that you can't rely on other people. So
Yeah. Tonight, let me take a stab at it. Dr. Kizo, I think the word there's no disagreement with what you said. It's just the wording, I suppose. Where tonight you'll probably say a more advanced form or something like that. So it's not a case of where nobody wants to be better than somebody or something. But anyways,
No, it is. You were the culprit of this, Madara. You were the most docile one, saying that
well,
you shouldn't be trying to be better than other
you
people.
call
It
on
makes no
this
sense.
on a day or yesterday when Madara
listen.
was not docile at all. You're calling him docile now.
Ignore Dr.
You could
Kizo.
have called him docile a long time ago.
Ignore Dr.
No,
Kizo. Lijiasu, you need a form of deterrent as well in order to allow your economy to grow. The United States, when Britain was the empire at power, they had to repel the British first to then start building up the manufacturing base and build up the economy. If they didn't have that deterrent, if they didn't have a military power to keep the British at bay, they wouldn't have had the space needed to build up the economy. The Chinese needed a deterrent to actually build up, focus on the economy. You need to have a deterrent as well so that you can focus internally. If you don't have that, you as much as you develop economically, somebody can come and destroy you. Even when you guys were having the debate yesterday with that Kaiser's friend as well, she said we don't care no matter we just need an economy that can sustain our military power. You understand? We don't care if China overdo us as long as we are ahead in military. You need to have that form of deterrent to enable the space for the economy to grow and not be destroyed. I think that's the difference there.
yeah, if I may add something here quickly, it is true that there is a big gap, between the West and African countries in terms of technology, in terms of the economy. This is true. But how many, what are the top five weapons or arm manufacturing industry in the world? Okay, you have the United States, you have France, you have Russia, you have France, and I don't know who are the two other one, but
Turkey,
none. There is
Israel.
no,
Turkey.
yeah, maybe Turkey. There is no African country in that list. That means that we lack the technology. That's true, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't protect ourselves. We can use the assets that we have in our country in order to acquire those weapons, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. That's what other countries are doing. So, for example, we have a weak economy. That's true. But we are credible. We are credible based on the natural resources we have in our country. Why Russia and Wagner are in Mali? Mali has been sanctioned. They are under embargo. But Russia came into Mali. Why? Because Mali has gold. They are credible. They are going, Russia knows that if they invest in Mali, right, the risks are very minimal in order for them to lose, the material, the cost of the material. They have to pay the staff. They have to pay for the weapons, the tanks, the all those modern warfare equipment, because Mali is credible. So that's what African countries should be doing. They can be credible, right, on the international market by the simple fact that they have natural resources. But the West and the EU, they know that, and they have been preventing and maintaining African country, right, into civil unrest, into division, into civil war. Because when there is civil war, when a country is not at rest, it is the perfect time to exploit the country, to take advantage and steal and loot the country. That's what they're doing. Their intention is not to have Africa at peace. No. Why? Why do you think Africa should be at peace?
Yeah.
That's what they are doing. And to Niger, you should be playing the video you have on your channel. It's called Not for Public. And I think Brother K, Dr. K should understand clearly that these people are not in Africa because they like us. They are there for their interest.
No, Keizo
Dr.
knows
K
that.
knows the video. Yeah,
Keizo
he knows
knows
the
that.
video. He's
Okay.
played
So
You
it.
guys,
Kenzo
I
should
think
understand
you
that.
guys
So
are pretty
Dr.
much
K,
agreeing
Dr.
with
K,
one another.
Dr. K,
Yeah.
don't give us a headache, bro.
No, I know my problem here is not the knowledge. In fact, that's why I want us to adopt a more superior look. Because at the end of the day, I agree with what you said there, but the point here is we still have to do something. So I want to
Yeah.
find the solutions. Look, what's the 20
Keizo,
things that an African country needs to do to remove themselves from the situation that they are? That's what we need to be doing. As in 20, I've said this 1,000 times. Elon Musk, look, whether we like him or not, he's good at getting people to do what he wants them to do. We need leaders like that. We need leaders who can actually come in, have a direct, simple plan about how to fix a simple problem, step by step,
An
and for
action
us to
plan.
do it. Yeah, that's what we need. We need that
Keizo,
direct,
Keizo,
right?
Keizo, look at the private chat.
Okay, yeah, that's what I want to see, right? I want to go out there, right? You should stream, but yeah, that's actually a good point. I'm gonna do a video on that because obviously, that's a really good point. I think we'll need to do that.
Bro, I was thinking about this like for the last week, and I have a lot to say about that. And it's going to trigger a lot of horniness, but so be it.
Let me give the context of East Africa, since I know a little bit about it. Okay, we're failing in key areas which allow us to be lagging in progress. Okay, the West will come in and try to sabotage us. We already know that. So what we need to do is build effective ways to basically mean that even if they do sabotage us, it's not going to have the effect that they want. So we need to be able to transcend. We need to have an immunity to the sabotage stuff that they're going to do. How do we do that? There's a few steps. First of all, media. What we do need, and should be like an African manifesto, is a strong media network of people. Now, we may not have the power to go into, let's say, the national Kenyan television or, whatever equivalent is called in a different country. But what we do have is we have a multimedia network of channels like this. We have a Niger's platform. We've got my platform. We've got I can get African Millennial to use her platform as well, etc. And then what we do is we form a Kaizorian media network, right? It doesn't matter what you call it. The point is, you have a multimedia network.
Who's going to get the cash app? Who's going to get the cash app?
Is that the Kazorian media network that's divided Africa left and right? I don't understand.
No. You see, that Kazorian media network has actually put Horn Africans, East Africans, West Africans, South Africans all in one space.
They're busy tearing each other apart, Keizo. Come on, what are you talking about?
No, but wait. Sometimes
you see, but Keizo, you see, for somebody that wants to be an emperor, you are really doing a lot of job to
Let's have Kezoria finish his point, please.
Yeah, we're looking for solutions because this is why I troll tonight, because when I start solutions, people lose their mind. Like I said, I used to really focus on specific arguments, but people get bored of listening to solutions. They just want to have entertainment. So that's really the reason I don't go too hard. Anyway, so first is we need to have a strong multimedia network. We have the online presence, and you see, even if they took down our channels, we already built enough of our personalities that people will subscribe to a different platform. So the main thing here is building, each of us building our platforms so that we can have all the ability to propagate our own propaganda, anti-imperialist propaganda. That's going to help us in this. Because again, sabotaging Gaddafi was
Okay,
sabotaged by the media. That's one. Two, we need to obviously have a strong
Keizo, I
economy.
think what you're trying to say is
Abby, I'm making notes here on what Kezo is saying. So
oh
if you can let him
yeah, I
finish,
think
yeah, I'm
you
taking
can just
notes.
write okay.
Yes. So that the first one is strong multimedia network that allows us to propagate our own Afrocentric development propaganda. That's one. Two, we obviously need a strong economy so that our people are less able to be sabotaged. Because right now you can buy Africans off with small money compared to what they said. That's why they mentioned that document, as you said, as well. So what that means is we need to have specific uh, the key areas that's going to change things. So I'll give specific example. If you look at the bid, right, because of certain things in the international network, it's reducing value significantly in the last 5 years, like literally by double, from 22 bid to like $1 to like I think it's over 46 now, right? That means you can't even keep your money or pay back debts using your money because they're always going to increase the inflation. Now, if let's say Ethiopia does join the East African Federation, this is just an example, the second biggest country in Africa, and Congo now is part of this federation. What this means is we have access to legit the world's rare earth minerals. We should be building a new currency in East Africa backed by these minerals, including gold. So this idea that we shouldn't fall for this Western idea that, gold is no longer this, we have fiat. No, we need to be focused on things that we have the advantage of, which is resources. Simple. Congo, we know what they have. They have gold, they have coltan, cobalt, and they have other minerals that are used in semiconductors, which are used in all modern tech, including military tech. So there's no way that the value of these minerals, including gold, is going to go down. So that has to be like a directive for us to focus heavily on creating a new currency based on real things that are being used in both quantum physics, technology, military tech, as well as any other tech that's going to come out. That's two. So back our currency to something that they cannot just change the numbers of, because without it affecting their own economies negatively. Look at how Russia is doing with the whole oil and gas situation, right? If you hold them back at their necks, even if they come for you, and you see, it's not just going to be one country in Africa in this situation, it's going to be in this federation of 8 countries. So that's the second directive. Rebuild our currency based on specific things that we have. Again, in this relationship with Congo, we have to make sure that Congolese people get a really good deal from this, a great development, building projects, infrastructure, because they're going to be providing majority of the resource. So we have to allow this understanding of like fair and equal so-called transfer of the economic benefits that comes from the resource management. So that's the second thing. Third, urban planning. In Africa, we don't have enough of urban planning that's going on.
Hold on, let me say something quick. Tunaja, I fell asleep twice, and you're still going on. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, I think when it gets to some time, then people start coming in again, and
Okay,
yeah.
Kezo is talking, guys. Please, I'm making notes here, please.
Yeah. Next thing is urban planning. Right now in Africa, so I'm actually building an app. I was building it until I got arrested, But anyways, I am technically building an app. I'm actually using an Ethiopian engineer. And what we need to do this is we need to build an app and have a database. We already have a data center in Kenya that's being built in Konza district, but each region has to have its own data center so that we control the flow of information. Otherwise, we're always going to be at the mercy of them. When we're using Amazon, of course, they have access to all the information in our database. So that has to go. We need our own databases, and urban planning that comes in this. In every African house, we have to be able to use, like, let's say an app I'm trying to develop. I'll give it away. It doesn't matter. Each person uses a GPS to register their address, even if you're in a slum or your so-called slum or the village, and the GPS will be logged onto the unique ID given by the government, and that information logged onto the database. So if this will improve the infrastructure for policing, for obviously for medical services, as well as just making it like a fast approach, so that the military will be able to effectively move and navigate across the region. So that's another thing. Urban planning is necessary. We have to plan how we don't do this. I've not seen any African country so far in sub-Saharan Africa that has actual planning situation. Now, if we go to the fourth one, another thing that we need to now do is focus on technology that is going to be utilized in the future. We need to be thinking about next-gen technological advancement. What that means is we need to obviously understand programming technology. We need to understand the value we can bring. Right now, we don't have manufacturing sectors, so we can actually work with China, for example. They produce the raw physical materials. We work on the software, because software is also key, until we also simultaneously develop our real manufacturing. Steel is important. You can't go anywhere without steel manufacturing. We also need to develop our semiconductor industry. Kenya apparently says they've created one. So things like that, that is important. We don't need to go and start creating low-level stuff. China can do that. What we need to do is refining and creating higher-level semiconductors and engaging with software tech. That's the next.
Textile industry is also just as important.
Oh yeah, and that's where Ethiopia comes in too. Ethiopia's manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather, and others, sort of situations. We need to be able to be self-sustained in the manufacturing our daily requirements. The next step is agriculture.
Yes.
When it comes,
important.
Exactly. When you can feed your people at a cheap cost. Do you know how cheap food is in Egypt? Like legit. Like in Kenya, food is so expensive. Like literally for a meal is like $3. Like for like a satisfying meal, $3. Can you imagine? That's the same price as it is in the UK.
Dr. Kaiser, I agree with you in terms of having a media network, because I've always been saying that we need a media network propagating our own ideas to make sure we have leaders that may provide good representation for us as well. To provide the right leaders that will implement these common sense policies. I always
and
say
even create our own political parties.
Right.
In some countries.
Yes, exactly. Like they will collaborate easier if they are if they lean in on the same ideology. So I always say that's always a good thing. It's the first place to start, because then they will do the common sense things to Niger is saying as well. But I think if you're talking about necessarily where we can 0 point, like that's what we need to really do, I think.
Yeah, 100%. So when it comes to agriculture, create our own political parties, which is why I believe we do need to create, with this whole multimedia network, that we need to create first a Pan-African country that is. This is actually what I'm trying to do right now. Create a Pan-African country that has no land necessarily. We're going to be a country that is. I'm going to what the United Nations.
You're Pan-Africanist now, Dr. Kaizo. You're advocating Pan-Africanism.
No. Look. I'm not against Pan-Africanism. I'm against the people I can't reason with in Pan-Africanism. That's my issue. I just don't like some people I can't reason with them. You ask them for a solution, they start talking around in circles. That's what I don't like about Pan-Africanism.
Because the thing is, Dr. Kaizo, if you wanted to create a political party right at the moment, like I know you don't want a country. I get what you're saying exactly. If you wanted to create a political party for Black people, what political party could you create at the moment that you think is going to be propagated right across the continent as well?
Simple. Yeah. We have to transcend and stop using like Western ways as the only solution. We legit go create a country which has no land necessarily for now, that will be also a political kingmaker. We need to have a strong Pan-African kingmaker.
When you look at the movements around the world, the Europeans, they were not necessarily siloed to just one country. You understand? I mean, you have the labor movement in Australia, labor movement in the United States, labor movement everywhere emerging. So if you have church people
An
leaning,
example of what I think Keizo is trying to say.
go on.
I think Keizo, a great example of the political party he's talking about would be like the effect of the Muslim. You guys know the Muslim Brotherhood, right? The political party,
Right. Mhm.
the political movement. It pretty much exists in one shape or form in every Islamic country, pretty much in the Middle East, all the way to Turkey, even in Northern African countries, even in Sudan. But the crazy thing is, if you look at the Muslim Brotherhood, their ideologies in terms of how the country should be run changes country to country. So some of them are pro-capitalist, some of them are socialist, some of them are a mix of in between. But the one thing they all have in common is a pro-Islam ideology, meaning that they believe that the rules of Islam should be used to govern the country, and then also anti-West and anti-imperialist ideology. So these are the two main components of these two parties. Everything else can change country to country.
Yeah.
So I think a party like that carries maybe one, two, or three values, but adjust everything else according to the country that it's located in is also needed.
And also in that same point, we need a Pan-African bank somewhere there to help fund these kingmaker programs. So we need to be seen as the place to be when we're basically kingmaking, helping internal political parties actually become kings of specific countries. We need to be doing that, like legit being involved.
It's just
With
half of
specific
the work is already done. Like half of the work is already done because most Africans, they love the idea of Pan-Africanism as just the word itself, like a flag to bear. You understand what I mean? But they don't fully understand it internally. They don't fully understand what it advocates for, like greater integration of economies. They don't fully. The half of the work is done. So we can just come in there and just embolden it, and make a bit more, so that we can set core demands, so that it's not just like tangible demands as well. If we have the media network propagate those tangible demands, like we want security, greater integration, more infrastructure, peace, stability. If we have those core demands as well, good leadership, you will likely tend to see that a lot of Africans will gravitate towards that, and you will start to see politicians starting to pander towards that, like they're doing. It's just that we must now hold them accountable to the demands and all that stuff. So half of the work is done.
Yeah, that's great.
Keizo, can I ask a question about the currency you were talking about?
Yeah.
You've heard me talk about the Afro, right?
Yeah, the Afro.
Like the concept of it. Yeah, I think if we're going to have a currency that we control the valuation of, it doesn't need to be only backed by gold. It could just be the same way. You know how the ruble has almost fought against the trade wars right now in order to maintain itself, all the embargoes and so on. Pretty much all you have to do is anchor all of your exports using that currency, especially your natural resources, your commodity bases. So it doesn't just have to be gold, but
Yeah, I 100% agree. Because especially if it's like a strong network of countries, we know, for example, if let's say this East African Federation is strong enough, we can be the ones demanding that they use our currency for stock and trade, as opposed to us, converting things to the dollar. That's really another significant thing. So if they see that we're stable, and of course they don't have no choice, especially since we will have a significant thing. So agriculture, that's also a big one. If you can feed average person and make sure that food is cheap and available and nutrition is good for the kids, what this will do is increase the IQ of our children, because diet is really important, especially in developmental stages. And that will allow a child to not be thinking about food, and they can have the African Renaissance. So agriculture will lead to the African Renaissance. That's what we need. We need we need a mindset shift, and this is where agriculture is important. Right now, if I mention Kenya, let's just say the average poor person living in the slums that I live in right now, the average person is getting paid around $5 a day over here in the slums. That's not a lot of money at all. So food by itself, really, if you eat really bad food, you can survive on what, like $2 a day over here, like per person, and you're earning like five. Then of course there's rent to consider. So if you have like agricultural availability, that will allow people to no longer be worrying about food, spending like a third or more of their money daily on this. And think about if they have a family, you see, that makes it even harder. There's no savings. So yeah, agriculture will allow us to have the African Renaissance, where we can now have African culture, ideas, philosophy, and also creativity flourish. That's what we're missing right now. There is no African Renaissance. What I've noticed so far is in Africa is we're still kind of dealing with just survival stuff at the low level, the average person, meaning, people don't know the different cuts of meat. Look, it might not sound that important, but it is. It basically means in Africa generally, a meat is just seen as meat, or it's good because it's meat. They haven't gone to the nuances of, okay, there's a ribeye, there is the tenderloin. These things matter because it goes to the experience, art. Right now in Africa, we don't have enough of art. We don't like art. We like to focus only on education of the formal sense, but we need to have an artistic emblem in Africa so that our African culture can finally rise.
I get the part where you talked about, the rump and sirloin and ribeye, but what is the real point? What is the benefit of
Okay,
knowing
the
those?
point is, to Niger, is we are still dealing with, like, in Africa, we don't have art ingrained in the stuff we do. We do things for function. You see, for us, we see
You
meat.
sure?
Yeah. Let me
The
explain.
Benin,
There's a greater point
you
to
look at
that.
the mask. That mask of my profile, is that art?
That's a long time ago to Niger. Do you think that is
Okay.
being promoted in the
Now,
streets of Nigeria? No, it's not.
I could show you some things in Lagos. You'll be
No, Tanaja,
shocked.
you're missing the point here. There's a greater point here. What I'm trying to say is,
Okay.
like, from what I've noticed in Africa, people generally don't have the nuances of art, as in, like, when it comes to eating, they just think, okay, meat. They don't break it down to, like, the tastier meat or the more tender
Mm.
meat, because to them, meat is the main key thing. Even when it comes to a monkey double backflips, they don't know about all the other crazy stuff. Basically, we haven't really gone to we haven't explored art in
Oh,
the
you mean we
lifestyle
have
that we
not
do.
started doing pata potty yet? We're not got to that point
There's
yet.
a point in that tonight, but
We
let
don't
me
have
explain
time
that
for
to
that
you.
yet. I think we,
Right,
we
right.
need to get past the phase where we can tell
But that's the
sirloin
point,
for
though,
the ribeye
Niger.
first,
We need
because
an
Keizo,
that be
African
Keizo,
before we
renaissance.
evolve to pata potty level.
Yeah, but Niger, yes, there's a point there.
Keizo,
We need to get. Yeah, go ahead.
Keizo. When you talk about agriculture,
Mhm.
I think you should stop using you should stop using Egypt as an example. I mean, just look at the way Egypt is right now.
Okay,
Just
true.
because of the Ukraine war, these people are probably going to have another insurrection.
Yeah, they didn't grow
The
their
reason
food.
I say let's
Just
not use
yeah.
Egypt as an example, because there has become this new lie about food security, where they say if you can export enough food to gain you
That you're
money
okay.
in order to
Yeah,
buy the food that you need, you somehow are an food secure nation, when that has never been the
Wow,
case. Because if you actually think about it, okay,
that's a
let's
good
say I
point.
mind-blowing
export the
lie.
agricultural products that I'm selling.
That's true.
Look at
You're
Egypt's
right.
case. They still exporting the agricultural products.
Mm.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
That's a
But
stupid
at
lie.
any point in time, if the prices of the wait, if the prices of the products you're importing for whatever reason increases, you're no longer food secure. And also, not to mention, the reason why bread and so on is very cheap in Egypt is because that's one of the few things, even till this day, that the Egyptian government heavily subsidizes.
Uh,
Right. So we need to focus on actually developing our own agriculture. So we would need to have like strong farms within this context so that we have
I
good
never
food.
understood this, guys. I mean, we have fertile lands in Africa, but how come we
Organization.
cannot grow our own wheat?
We're not
I
organized. That's the
never
problem.
understood
we are
that.
not organized. See, Nigerian government tried to promote agriculture recently, and but I guess the security situation in the country meant that the benefits are not that this thing high. We tried, Nigeria is just not secure. That's the problem. Ghana in agriculture, they are doing quite well. I don't know which other country. I think Kenya is doing quite well in agriculture today. They do a lot of farming. South Africa does.
The problem
Is
with
there any
Kenya
other
is
major country?
the problem with Kenya is they focus on cash crops. They don't really like to grow food crops. They grow things like tea, coffee, things like that, and flowers. These are
They
not
really need to
food.
stop that, because there's famine in East
Exactly,
Africa
Keizo.
and they
That's
are
the
busy
problem in
farming
Africa.
coffee.
All of these
You know,
countries that are focusing on agriculture right now are focusing on useless. Like, let's just look at Egypt. Egypt, in the middle of a desert, they live in the middle of a desert. They know that the longer upstream Nile countries keep using the Nile water, they're going to have less and less of it. But yet they are still growing cotton in that desert. If anyone know, cotton is
Yeah.
a heavy a water. Make that make sense. And they use that cotton money to go buy actual food. This is the problem with a lot of African countries, and
That's
why
true.
I still roll my eyes when they say we need to
Exactly.
focus on agriculture. If
Yeah.
you
So we
want
need
to
to focus on
industrialize,
food
you need
products.
to use your
And
agricultural base to
yep.
provide the food for your workers. No,
And
not
no
someone
more.
else's workers,
We
for
should
your
we
workers
should
first.
never see again an African country go through famine, man. Like people dying because they don't have
exactly.
food.
They are
I
busy
You
mean,
know,
planting
it
cash
shouldn't
crops.
happen. It should
the
never
farming
happen
one.
on the continent.
That's
Never.
a lack of organization. So it's lack of there. What we need is it's part of the whole urban planning situation. That's gonna remove the farming situation because urban planning means you have to regulate. Because people, you see, the worst part is people know when the droughts are coming. Let's say the droughts usually is Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, right? Well, let's just say North Kenya and those regions. The government knows when it's going to happen. The people know when it's going to happen. The problem is there isn't like a directive. Think about it in Kenya. We have literally the largest lake there in that region, Lake Turkana, in the north of the country. How are people struggling to have boreholes and digging up basic water supplies when they're there? It's a government issue, lack of urban planning, and being able to kind of prevent problems. Like we're not thinking, okay, people are going to starve. Let's prevent them from starving. It's a mindset issue. There is no reason that people should starve. There's enough food. It's just planning. Just it, planning, basic planning.
He also touched on something very quite interesting when he said that Egypt knows that there will be more water consumption upstream and they're still planting cotton. And he also he jogged my memory on this issue of the dam that it's like the Egyptians are making a fuss about the dam, which I actually believe cannot stop the water because the water still needs to escape anyway. But the real problem is what Iyasu just said, because when Ethiopia starts doing better, all the countries upstream start doing better, there will be less water going to Egyptians. That is the real issue. And Egyptians have to make their peace with the fact that even if the dam doesn't exist, that issue remains. And they have to do
Yeah,
something about it, figure something out for
To
themselves.
West Africa,
Lich. I think
the
that's
way
where
Lake Chad has been, the way Lake Chad and all these lakes in that region have been mismanaged to the point of them starting to shrink is also a shame, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
yeah, Lich.
That,
This is
yeah,
where
that
Ethiopia
the
was
Chad
Yeah,
getting
but
area
in the case of
is
Egypt,
very important,
in the case of Egypt, I think that country, that's why I love every time people say, well, Egypt is a country that needs to be replicated. Egypt in 20 years' time might be a country similar to Yemen or a country on the brink of collapse like Sudan or something. Because you have to understand, they are reliant on
I'm not sure.
95%.
Egypt
Okay,
has
so
too much
Niger, let me
history.
just explain this.
Go ahead.
Like what? Like what industry?
They have to. I mean, they have too much history to go down like
So
Sudan
what?
and stuff. I guess Sudan went down. The Kush Kingdom.
Sudan has just as long a history. So Niger,
Yeah,
what is this
yeah.
useless? They have history, so they can't. What the hell does history help you with?
I'm just
If I shoot a bullet at you,
see. I'm just saying
Niger.
that
Have you looked at Greece? Have you seen Greece to Niger? They have
Greece.
history.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Look at
What happened
Greece.
to
That's a
Greece? Greece
failed
is
They pretty
economy.
fine.
much Germans. If you look at history, Greece has been the core of civilization in Europe,
Yep. They
while a
used to
place
call
like
Germans
Germany was where the
barbarians.
Yeah. But look who's ruling who right now.
It's the barbarians.
This is what I mean. Like a lot
It's
of
the
Africans are
Vikings and the
sleepwalking about
Germans.
their history. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the
Like,
problem. A lot of
yeah.
Africans don't live in reality. They live in history. They talk
This is
about
why I
what
said
happened
earlier, Lich, I'm not
700
going to
years
come for
ago.
this. I won't come for the specific tribe, but they're always talking about some things. You know, about what great they were, but no. All that matters is what we can do now to Niger. History,
Yeah,
forget about
let's
that.
look at to Niger. Let's look at Egypt. Egypt, 97% of its water comes from the Nile. Every country is using that Nile water now. Every upstream country. There's nothing they can do about it. For as much as you talk about their military being strong, not even the United States can come and hold down Ethiopian highlands, considering how expensive it's going to be.
That would
No,
be
it's true.
unfair, even.
The
It would be
Ethiopian,
totally unfair
no,
and
no,
stupid. Don't
no,
use
the
the water
Ethiopian
from the
highlands are
river.
like no,
That
the
would be
Ethiopian
funny.
highlands are like Afghanistan. If you look at the military, how hard it is to conquer those places. Like you can't even bring tanks to that place. You know how hard it is. The only way you can conquer the Ethiopian highlands is by extreme use of air force or drones, and even then, you still need ground forces. That's Egypt will never be
Right.
able to even fund
And
1
those
week
guys are
of
crazy.
expedition.
They'll fight to the death to Niger.
Exactly. And you know what they said? They were making this threat about, oh, we're going to bomb the dam. They just told
Oh
them straight
no.
up, look, you bomb the dam, it will take us 1 week of construction to divert the
Yeah.
whole Nile River, to divert the
Yeah,
whole
no,
Nile River, and
I
you'll
think
get
they are not
zero
going to bomb
percent.
it. I think
Yeah,
that
but
statement
think
you
about it.
made it
You know,
clear that they're
this
not going
dam
to. They
to
know that they
Niger,
have
to
a bigger
Niger,
problem.
to Niger, this dam
Mm,
is not even a problem because it doesn't have that much water consumption. It's only the silt that they're worried about. Silt is what helps fertilize the soil further down when it comes
yeah.
to Egyptian farms.
Yes.
Now,
True.
think about it. Ethiopia is not going to stop at just using this dam for electricity, hydroelectricity. They're going to start using it for irrigation. I mean, the river. They're going to start using it for a lot of things, which will then encourage other countries downstream, even the Ugandans and so on that use the White Nile, to start using it as well. What do you think is going to happen to Egypt when that happens? For a
Mm.
country that relies 97% on that water,
And the
because
US is arming them to
that's
the
a
teeth every
that's a
year
zombie
now.
nation. You know,
I don't know.
Keizo, I
I
think
don't
you
know
know
where
the
the
term
future will
zombie
go.
corporations, right?
Yeah.
You know the term zombie corporation. That's a
Yep.
zombie nation right there.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I don't know.
And
Maybe the US is preparing them to invade Sudan or Ethiopia because they keep giving them more and more weapons every year. You know.
yeah, the
So
US is using them because of the strategic region, the Suez Canal and
Yes,
who
stuff
are
like
they
that.
because of the
strategically
Suez
for?
Canal. No, no,
The
no.
Who
Suez
are they going
Canal
to
To
fight
Niger,
for?
and also to Niger, you have to understand, Egypt is being bribed to stay an ally of Israel.
Yeah,
If
yep.
you
Okay.
don't get it, Egypt is helping
Niger. Yeah,
Israel also lock down Gaza because Gaza
yep.
has borders with Egypt. When
True.
the Muslim Brotherhood came to power, what the first thing they ever did because of their anti-West agenda was they opened the border with Gaza. Right now,
Mm,
if you go back under Sisi again, that border is closed. The Egyptian guards holding snipers pointing at the Palestinians.
yeah.
Yep.
And that's very interesting because Israeli economy now is worth quite a lot of money, so they wouldn't want Gaza to start causing problems for them. So Egypt is doing the dirty work. Literally, Israel could pay Egypt that 1 billion if they needed to do that, just to stop
Yeah.
instability from Gaza.
Now,
So yeah,
Midge, this is how
It's like
Ethiopia
that report
benefited.
said, a bit of money goes a long way in Africa.
oh no,
Mitch,
stop,
this is
stop,
how Ethiopia
stop
would
rubbing
benefit
it
for
in.
like
That's
uh,
just painful.
like an East African federation. You have allies against these dusties in Egypt. I know Tunisia is a
Keizo, this
pan-Egyptian,
is why I
but
don't, I'm not, this is why I want to throw the Horn of Africa ideology into the bin and follow the
because of
East
the
African
Islamic
Federation.
situation, because they're gonna go
Everything.
join. Some
Like,
of them
let's
will
be
join
honest.
Egypt.
The Horn of Africa, what do you think they're going to go? They're going to
They're
join
gonna go
Egypt.
join
Let's
Egypt,
just be
of
honest.
course. Yeah,
Exactly.
100%.
So I'm looking at them. I'm thinking to myself, what's the point of this of this association? And really, let's be honest.
Oh,
The Horn of Africa,
Yeah,
that whole ideology, was the foundation of the Eritrean leader Isaias Afwerki. No one
right.
actually takes that shit seriously except for him. The only reason people are taking it seriously now is because they have a military alliance with Ethiopia, and we're trying to placate them. We're acting like this thing is going to be viable. Like, if this, okay, let's just say this idea comes to fruition. Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, and Somalia join. Who's going to be
Mhm.
doing all the heavy lifting in that corporation, especially economically?
Of course, it'll be you guys. And
Exactly. And we can barely take care of ourselves right now, and they expect us
yeah.
to take care of another 50 million people. That's madness, man.
Yeah, and also I guess with you guys,
I think they should just go to the East African bloc. I don't think it's going to make for a very. It's going to be one of the weakest blocks in Africa if they.
To
I would
Niger,
say
can I just be completely honest? To Niger,
Yeah,
can I just be completely honest?
yeah.
Somalia is never going to be part of any federation in Africa. And
okay.
nor should any federation except Somalia right now in the current form. All you're doing is
Why?
attracting trouble.
But it might stop. It might
What are you
stop the
gaining?
war,
Okay,
though.
no. From what? How is that going to stop the war? You're going to send your own soldiers to die in that war.
Yeah, because that's how it works in
For
West
what?
Africa. If you are part of an organization,
To
it could
Niger,
help restore
why did the
security.
East African Federation accept DR Congo?
DR
Resources.
Congo. Yeah, because of resources. You know what? Hold on, hold on, hold
What
on,
are
hold
you
on.
gaining from
I just
Somalia?
thought about something just now.
Kaizo.
See,
You remember the
Yeah.
oil reserves that they were talking about that Somalia has?
Oh yeah.
You know
I just thought about something.
you know the model that they want to bro, trust me, that oil is not going to stop any war in Somalia. The same thing that happened in Sudan is going to happen in Somalia when that oil money starts dripping in.
Because if you have underlying
Because,
issues,
bro, I was watching some stream, not even a stream. It was it was like a lecture about how Somalia can utilize their oil resource. And this white dude came and he said Somalia should follow the Norway model. Do you realize how long it took for Norway to start gaining profits from their oil resources? And not to mention, they were funding their own they were funding their own oil drills, their own everything. Where is Somalia even going to find the penny? You realize they funded the whole offshore drilling in Norway for over 20 years, for close to 20 years before it even started turning a profit. The first 10 years was only pure sunk cost. And then the other 10 years was paying off the expenses for the first 10 years. And it's only after 20 years they started making a profit to go into the national fund. Where on earth is Somalia even going to find 1 month of funding for that project? It's not. So the one thing they're going to do is the same thing every African poor nation does, where they're going to lease the place and they're going to use the lease of that money to pay off all the warlords in Somalia to stay peaceful. That is not sustainable. And not to mention, in the next 20 years, all of these oil countries are going to find it extremely harder and harder to sustain themselves because oil is becoming less and less relevant, especially in the developed world. Especially now with the way they're saying Russia, monopolize oil over and hold it over their heads, they're all extremely pivoting directly into green energy. Now, oil is still going to be relevant because there's certain things like petrochemicals. Oil is going to be relevant, but it's going to probably be only 50% relevant than what it is right now. Can I just ask, what is the relevance of Somalia in this situation? This country is not bro. They're hoping that this oil money somehow finds peace and makes them prosperous like Saudi Arabia. Bro, that's a pipe dream. That's never going to happen.
you need
So I'm
strong
looking at this
military
thing and
alliance to get.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm realizing Ethiopia is going to have to carry the burden of military and peacekeeping in that region. We're going to have to carry the burden of economics. I'm sorry, we don't have this much resources to waste. And in 20, 30 years' time, our population is going to reach 200 million. We don't have to carry another 50 million people on our backs. We can barely carry the population we have now. So I'm looking at it. East African Federation provides everything we need, and we also have things that we can provide to the Federation. Whereas I look at the Horn of Africa, bro, that's a wet dream of Isaias. That's not my
I mean,
plan.
what
I'm
Ethiopia
out.
can do is provide really cheap electricity. Like, I mean, that's going to be so advantageous. And again,
Exactly. We have all the water resources. We're pretty much the water resource of the region. If we manage to build hydro dams in all of those water resources, hydro and irrigation dams in all of those water resources, we can sell it to all the East Africa. We can also provide it to all the East African federations that can be used for manufacturing. The aviation industry can come together as well in the East African Federation. So Ethio Airlines could come together with Kenyan Airlines, Tanzanian Airlines, and so on, and create one airline, and then we can start
connect the whole of Africa and the rest of the West into like direct flights to any region you want.
Exactly.
Reduce cost as well.
Our farming, through the irrigation, we can also try and bring together all our farming resources. So South Sudan and Ethiopia could probably work together because our
Yeah, that's
water resources and our land kind of match one another. We
Yeah,
can
that's
work
true.
together with our farming sector. You guys and Uganda can work together, so on and so forth. You see, there's actually
Yeah.
things that can be done. The Horn of Africa, bro, the only thing we're trading is bullets. That's it.
You see, there was something I think Kenzo said before that Kenya stopped Somalia from joining the East African bloc. I
Right.
think that was a terrible thing because if they had joined, maybe Kenya would have helped Somalia stop the war going on in
To
Somalia.
Niger,
Because that's
how do
what
you
tends to
expect them
happen
to
when you
stop the
join
war?
organization. No,
Why
that's
would any country take a 20-year burden like that? Even Ethiopia,
well, it's not
Kenya has
20 year
tried to
body.
stop the
That's
war.
the whole point to
To
stop it.
Niger, Kenya has tried to stop the war. So has Ethiopia. We've all failed. That war is not stoppable. It's the people's
What do you
mind that
mean
has
it's
to
not
change.
stoppable? You can't
To
be
Actually,
stopped.
Niger, let's just be honest.
H-Block.
You know,
H-Block,
I was
sorry to
talking
come
to
up.
Microbia once, and this is one thing I agree with him. This is something he said. You know, the dreaded up Somalian, right? The one from America.
Yeah, I know him.
He's the only honest Somalian I've met. He said if there were no people on earth and only two Somalians existed, in 1 month they're going to start a war.
Oh
right.
man,
It's the mentality. Bro, honestly, look at this.
Abby, you're killing it,
Let's
man.
be honest. No, it's true though.
You know,
It is
Contact Princess will
absolutely
make
true.
another stream about this stream. Just
Bro,
so you
screw
know.
her, man. Like, honestly, we talk about every country. We have to be honest about that country
That's
as well.
true. Yeah, we do talk about every
I was
country.
watching them last time cry about how Africans don't want them because they asked to join the East African Federation. They said no. Bro, what country is going to let Somalia into any federation right now? They're pretty much asking you carry our burdens for us right now.
But
Like,
I
what are
think
they even offering?
that's a bit harsh, actually.
Okay, to Niger, what is Somalia
can
offering
help.
you if they want to join a federation with you?
Access to the sea and a peaceful neighbor that will help buffer your country from.
Who doesn't have access to the sea? Ethiopia doesn't have access to the sea, but I'd rather go through Eritrea or Somaliland or Djibouti. I'm not going through southern Somalia. Are you mad?
Somalia can be a very beautiful
That's
country.
where the pirates are,
It is peaceful.
All the ships will get.
You see, Kezo, I actually want one Somali country to join East African Federation in the future. Somaliland.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That's a viable nation that we can join. Bro, let's be honest. The future of Somali is being divided up into 3 or 4 countries. They have no future together. Each clan takes a country of their own, a territory of their own, and they call it a day.
Okay, so tonight I think you should understand like some East African politics. So, okay, so this specific country, it claims that they're one tribe, right? Correct or not? It's not one tribe. It's many different tribes. That just
you mean the Somalis?
Yeah, it's not one tribe.
Oh.
If you look at the definition of tribe, they're not. The so-called clan is different tribes. It's just they share the same language and culture. It's like bringing different Bantus together in Kenya. Let's say Kenyan Bantus who speak similar language and calling them one tribe. Like Kikuyus, Kamba, Ameru. They do share very similar tribe and culture, but they're all different and unique enough that they kind of more. Put it this way, the clanism there is stronger than tribalism in other regions. I hope that makes sense.
That definitely makes sense because the kind of venom they have for each other has gone on too long. But to be fair, I actually think it's unnatural. The war should have ended a long time ago. I think for some reason.
No, but you need to know. Maybe I'll do a video on this with H Block, right, on Somali history. But different regions kind of commit genocide against different regions. That's why there is different autonomous regions. There's Portland, there is Somaliland.
Kezo, if we're being honest, the only chance Somali had was under who was the dictator during the Derg period?
What's his name? It's not Said.
Buddy.
Sorry?
Buddy.
What, Said Barry?
Yeah.
Was that his name?
The only problem with him was the same problem that every African country has when their dictator comes to power, is that they end up heavily favoring their tribe over the other tribe. And I don't know, in Somalia they just call it clans, but in your head, just think about tribes when we say clan. Yeah, they're tribes. They like to act like they're one group, happy family. They're not. The only time they come together is when someone else is coming for them. Bro, look at the stuff he did for his clan, especially the reason why Somaliland wanted to leave. Well, this guy was committing a slow genocide against them, the clan up north that is now Somaliland. And yeah, the problem is early on, they couldn't do anything about it because he had all the military, he had all the power, and so on. His greatest problem was starting the Ogaden War in Ethiopia and losing. Because once he lost, everyone, when he came back home, could smell blood. His military wasn't as strong anymore. And he also started using heavily oppressive tactics. And that changed the way Somalia, pretty much that country will never recover from the breakup that happened in that civil war. Like there's too much bad blood. And if you guys have ever noticed, Horners, we don't know the concept of forgiveness. So that is never coming back.
Yeah, the forgiveness, because I would say this is why the good thing about the docile Bantus is they forgive each other a lot more. And yeah, that's a good point there.
I'm beginning to observe that about the honors lately. You see, when you see Somalis in the UK, they seem very gentle, easygoing. But when you really get to know them, you see how.
They're not gentle if they're stabbing up people and all that kind of stuff. These people are quick to stab.
Oh my
They're
God.
quick to kill. You know what I mean? So you have
Come
to be
on.
really conscious
It's
of
more
that.
recently we started hearing all that, not before. It's more recently we started hearing about stabbing.
Yeah, so I was
Before,
right.
you didn't hear that much of it.
Tonight, you know, like Fulanis, how Fulanis are quick to stab as well. When you mess with them quickly, they have no problem about killing you just like that.
Yeah.
In the long future, I think Eritrea is also a country that we need to try and bring into our fold because they have, including Ethiopia, especially that Afar region
Strong
in
military.
Ethiopia and Eritrea, they have a military dedicated people. If I can describe Eritreans, their mentality is almost similar to North Koreans in terms of their dedication to their country.
Right.
If you've noticed, Eritreans are the only group of people, bro, that even in the diaspora, they still send a percentage of their income as taxes to their country. Each and every one of them, bro. I have to commend them for that.
That's
And
good.
on top of that, they have, alongside the Afar region in Ethiopia, the world's second largest potassium
Nice.
resources. And you know that is an immense resource for fertilizer. In Africa,
Yeah,
it's pretty much Ethiopia and the Eritrean region in that one section, and Morocco. Morocco pretty much monopolizes that field. I'm not going to lie. But in case any relationship breaks down with Morocco, there's enough potassium for East African Federation to work on pretty much with what Ethiopia and Eritrea have.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, and okay, so language-wise, are we going
And
to
I
use
feel like
Swahili
the
and Amhara?
manufacturing, what we're going to need to start manufacturing is our own fertilizer plants, pretty much using all of these resources, and also our own produce goods. So what I mean is we need to start producing our own tractors, our own farming equipment, our own pretty much everything for farming to the point where even if anything happens, if you look at Russia, they don't just farm. They're not just a farming powerhouse, but all of their farming equipment comes from within their country. They use their own tractors. They don't go and buy tractors from the US.
We need to set up a steels factory because right now what Kenya does is they sort of assemble tractors, but they buy the parts from abroad. So we need to be able to at least make the parts ourselves, like the basic parts.
All of the parts, man. All of the parts. If you've noticed, there's this, yeah, all of the parts, man. Everything needs to be done from scratch from within these federations.
Okay, that's a good point. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, it was Said Barry actually, that dictator that was there at that time, and so yeah, Macrobe says they should never went to war with Ethiopia. That was bad strategy because Ethiopia had the backing of Soviet Union. Somalia will never recover from 1977 war. I hope they do actually.
No. This is also
people are so absolute about Somalia. Oh, they will never forgive. They will never recover from the. Come on, man. They will. Come on. How can we be so down that they will not recover? Come on.
No, that's a Somali thing. That to Nigeria, we have to respect his word.
Yeah. What kind of can he stop it? What kind of attitude is that? That's not a good attitude. How did the people become like that? You will recover.
Bro,
Macron
was right. To Niger, you see the problem with you is a lot of Africa's problems you like to keep your head in the sand like an ostrich. You can't just come together and hold hands and sing kumbaya. No, also, when I was thinking about it, why should it be in Ethiopia's interest to help Somalia in anything? Because if you ask any Somalian, they will always talk to you about Greater Somalia. I think Keizo knows what that is. I don't know if the rest of you are from East Africa, so you might not know what that is. The Greater Somalia pretty much means starting from Eritrea, cutting through Ethiopia, and taking the whole of, pretty much the whole of Kenya's coastline as well. Why should any East African country help Somalia be strong enough to ever even make that a possibility? That's why they started the war with Ethiopia. They wanted to take that Ogaden region because they wanted to unify their people, quote unquote, their people. So why would anyone help them? Why should we fight for our own territory to be taken from us?
The land used to belong to them.
Bro, there was no such thing as Somalia.
You hesitated a lot. Maybe the land used to belong to Somalia. Yeah.
No. I need to kind of clarify this thing here, right? So, let's say the division of countries, right? There was no country called Somalia at that point in Niger. So, there were people who live in those regions who are Somali people, but there was no country called Somalia. It's just like putting like Kenya, right? Oromos live in Kenya and Ethiopia. There was no country called Oromia. Yeah, I hope you get what I mean, right? Just people live on different borders of different so-called countries, but there was no country there. That's the point.
So
I hope you're getting what I'm saying.
I get what you mean. There was no country there, but when the country was created, now they split them up. Is that what you're saying? So
yeah,
now
they did. They did split them up. Yeah, that's true.
So technically, the land that they were going for used to be part of where their people used to live, and their people used to still live there now. So I get what you mean, and I get where they are coming from too. So they're basically looking to invade the country, claiming that
the solution for Somalia has always been there. The problem is the people in the diaspora and the politicians don't want it to happen. But the solution is right there. It has been staring them in their face in the form of Somaliland for so long, but they keep ignoring it.
What is the solution?
Somaliland is what every region of Somalia should be. Pretty much they should just break away, focus on themselves. Somaliland on its own, because that's a different clan on its own in Somaliland. Puntland has its own clan that dominates. Puntland should go on its own. Whatever that the government holds, that middle area should also be whatever clan dominates there. It's also where a small minority Arab population stays. And then the southern region, which is where the Somali Bantus are, the fertile area, that should also be taken by the Bantus. And then just everyone go in your direction. Maybe 10, 20, 30 years later, if you're all stable countries, you can think of coming together as a confederation later on.
So did they give the area to the Bantus, or like the Bantus occupy those areas because the main Somali people are more like pastoralists?
Yeah, they're farmers in Nigeria. Yeah, that's what they are.
That's interesting. So they didn't care about the land. How about the cattle? They could do with a good grass.
To Niger, you have to understand that fertile region used to always be held by the Bantus in that area, by the Somali Bantus. The Cushitic Bantus were all nomadic people for a lot of their life. They domesticated the camel, and they were nomads. They farmed. They didn't farm. They fished. They used the cat, and they just lived a nomadic life. The settlers in that southern region, the fertile region, were the Bantu Somalis. Those are still the people that have agricultural skills. The Cushitic people in Somalia don't have agricultural skills. That's just a known fact. So there's no point. And you know what? That dictator, Bahir, what's his name again?
Said Barry.
Yeah, that guy. You know what he tried to do? That fertile region, he tried to migrate a shit ton of Cushitic people into what is now what you consider Bantu Somaliland. And they dispossessed the Bantu Somalis off of their agricultural land. That agricultural land is still some of the least productive agricultural land in Africa. And that's saying a lot. And that is what started the whole movement of Al-Shabaab. Because people, they always like to say, oh, Al-Shabaab is a Bantu Somali organization. Yes, it is. Why did those Bantu Somalis feel like they have to join a terrorist group? Because you dispossessed them of their land.
So the Al-Shabaab is Bantu Somali.
A lot of them.
Hold on. My mistake. Seriously, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, even if you come to Kenya, right, the Al-Shabaab people, you actually see Luyas in Al-Shabaab, right? and these are not anything to do with Somalia. Obviously, there's Somalis, ethnic Somalis too, in a lot of them in Al Shabaab. It's just some tribes which have been, kind of marginalized for some reason. So that's it. So they
But Al
use like a
Shabaab claims to
political.
be fighting for Islam, though.
Yeah, the Islam thing is like it's like this, right, to Niger. You're gonna go to someone who's gonna help you fight against your enemy, even if you have to adopt their propaganda, because you might think, hey, I trust this more. Let's say Islam is all about brotherhood, right? Ummah. So maybe I'll trust some Islamic movement rather than my own people because my own people might not have the best benefits for me. That's part of the logic there. It is what it is. People join what they feel is going to give them more support, and yeah, it's interesting about what Lidge is saying. I wish DEI and Macrobi would come here so that Puta Princess doesn't come for us saying that we hate Somalis, because I know that's what she's going to do when she sees the stream. But
bro, at some point we're going to have to talk honestly about every country. Like when someone talks about honestly about Ethiopia, I don't come and say you hate Ethiopians. I just accept
that's
it.
true, actually. That's a good
Like
point.
even I'm the one who told you guys about the whole Gaddafi thing and how the Ethiopian leadership at the time wanted him dead, the same ones that are fighting in the north right now. And even when you guys say Ethiopia has a large military or a strong military, I'm always the one to tell you it's just the Fugazi military. It's only smoke and mirrors. I accept my weaknesses, everything. But there's some groups that you cannot talk about without them starting a 20-hour live stream about how you're trying to eliminate them. And I kind of feel them because there are some. No. To be fair to them, there are some West Africans. There are some West Africans that hate their guts. No, okay, so let's be honest to them. There are some West Africans that hate their guts, but that has completely turned them off from even honest criticism to any degree.
But if they are that stubborn with each other, though, you can see why they clash with even fellow listen Africans. Because wow, Somalis are a big revelation. I never thought they were that stubborn. They are super stubborn, and they don't even look it. That's a weird thing. You don't even when you look at it, you think, okay, this one looks docile, but no, it's the opposite. So what can you say? I don't understand why many Africans, in kind of when they speak to them, hate them. I wouldn't say hate, actually. Hate is not a term. I think they just feel like Somalis distance themselves from Africans. Sometimes, I've explained this on Kezo's channel before, how the phenomenon occurs that way. And the same thing is occurring with North Africans.
Kezo. And let's be honest, have you noticed in the Horn of Africa, all of the Somalis that don't live in Somalia are the ones that are well off. The Somalis in Djibouti are the richest ones in the whole of Horn of Africa compared to other Somalis, followed by the ones in Ogaden and then the ones in northern Kenya. If these people were given a referendum today, do you really think any one of them would want to join with Somalia right now?
No, of course not.
The poorest Somalis are the ones living in Somalia. This is what makes me, lose my mind every time they talk about Greater Somalia. First of all, can you be semi-enticing enough for any of these people to join you? Somaliland is trying to break away right now. The leader of Somaliland went all the way to the US, bending over, trying to beg for recognition of his country, pretty much saying, I want to leave.
Yeah, I heard about that, and is that the priority though? Because breaking that country up right now, maybe they should. I don't know. But if one side says no, then you have a problem on your hands. That is one of my biggest concerns. All you take
Niger,
one side
listen,
to say no,
Kenyan
then you have
Somalis, right,
wars.
are not going to join Somalia anytime soon. Let me just say that. These people, including the Somalis from Somalia, paid a lot of money to get Kenyan citizenship. There's no benefit to them to join a country unless if Somalia became strong country, then of course they could think about it because maybe they want to be with their people at that point. But right now, no, it's not going to happen. I mean, why would think about it, Niger? People are running away from a country. Why would they go run back into it when there's no problems resolved? You get what I mean, right?
It's a bit
So right
of
now,
a shame. I feel
it's not
like
gonna
there's
work.
a little bit of a attitude towards that country now. Like everything is desperate and everything is hopeless. I maybe
Hazel, by the way, what happened in the Somali elections? Has it concluded?
Right. So first of all, there's no longer going to be a one man one vote situation because Al Shabaab blew up one of the one of the parliament members.
That's the first news case is gonna start with.
Sorry.
That's the first news case is gonna start with.
I mean, that's what's going to change everything. Al Shabaab blew up this woman, and obviously the government then see. Look, here's the thing, right? Why was it that specific woman who was blown up? Why wasn't the other ministers? That's a question. And she was very anti-government, meaning anti-Farmanjo. I'm not going to go into Somali, elections and give my opinion on it. I'm just giving the facts. But when she was blown up, the government then decided, hey, you know what? We can't give you one man, one vote. It's not safe. So we're going to get the 250 Somali parliament members to be the one voting for the next president. Meaning it's not a democracy. What will happen is probably some clan members will get paid by some country. I'm sure Kenya's involved too. I'm sure they're going to pay off some southern leaders who they've been supporting to kind of vote them in as a president, etc. So it's going to be basically a very corrupt election. Unfortunately, I don't see it becoming a fair election at all. It's just going to be based on money.
That's not new now on the continent, I guess. That is the least. I think if it goes well and they have a president and a house,
Niger, this is not going to go legit. Like you have Kenya going to paying off southern Somali leaders, warlords, and try to get them, parliament members to vote a certain way. You're going to get other countries with their own, it's just going to be basically which parliament members can get bought off. You see, it's much harder to buy off like a whole 12 million people than it is to buy off 250 people. That's the thing.
But that Somali, that election now they're having, that president now is going to be the president of all Somalia, including Somaliland.
If he gets elected, yeah. If he gets voted for,
you see, it's a start.
To Niger. On paper, he's the president of all of Somalia, including Somaliland.
Already.
In reality, he's barely the president of
he was in Kenya like most of the time tonight.
Yeah.
He wasn't even in Somalia. A lot of the times.
I hear he has to call AU security people to get him out, transport him everywhere. Because he doesn't have the security to move around. Unbelievable.
But I really wish that the Somalia becomes strong. Because
Dude,
strong Somalia,
Niger, I don't think you understand. Most of the troops in Somali right now keeping the peace and have been for the last God knows how long is Ethiopian troops. Even when we're fighting the war up north, even at its hottest period, the Farmajo was still begging Ethiopia, begging Abiy, please don't take your military away from us. At the time, they were around 15,000. Even now, they're around 8,000. Still, they're trying to maintain the peace. In fact, that's the only reason America didn't even embargo us harder was because we promised to keep most of our military men still in Somalia.
So
this is what I mean when I say that's not a real country.
I need some clarification here. Do you mean
Somalia is not a real country, man? That's a country that's been kept up in Qatar.
Did Ethiopia help Somalia? Has Ethiopia been helping Somalia all this while? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they were sending peacekeeping force, same thing with Uganda and Kenya to help stabilize the region.
No, but when he has
pretty much every East African country is holding up Somalia right now.
No, because Punta Princess often said nobody helped them.
Turkey, right?
She says that all the time. So I was under the impression that nobody helped them.
This is to Niger. This is what you call ostrich mentality. Ostrich mentality, keeping your head in the sand, talking propaganda. Bro, to Niger, these are the same people that think they're an ethnic group that is 100% pure, 100% whatever. Bro, they believe a lot of things, man.
That's it. No, that one is quite true. When they say they are 100% Somali. But still, though, you didn't answer the question clearly. Are the Ethiopians helping? Have they helped Somalia during this war? And are they still helping Somalia?
Every East African country has soldiers there. Ethiopia used to have at its peak 15. They now have around 10,000 to 8,000. Uganda has peacekeeping forces there. Even Kenya, to a certain degree, still has peacekeeping forces there. But the ones doing all the heavy work against Al Shabaab is the Ethiopian troops.
Okay, so this is happening, and Puntai President comes online and says, "Your people are nobody helped them. Nobody's helping. It's only Turkey." How is that possible? How can she just do that? How can she just say that if that is true?
Arab bias, Islam bias.
Tonight, there's a, there's a, yeah. Look, last time I didn't get involved in that conversation between you and her, but the truth is, everyone has been trying to help. Even America, right? The issue is it's just not change. It's not done enough. It's done a lot, just not enough. And the issue is here. Look, if there's a danger in going to another country trying to help them, because if you don't succeed, they'll blame you and say, hey, they came here to cause this problem. It's just so much context going there that you have to really be careful how you even get engaged. And obviously, she's more pro-Turkey kind of person. She puts more relevance on Turkey for whatever reason. I'm sure Islam is one of them, right? But yeah, it's one of those situations, right? Because if you notice, she didn't really give any credence to Kenya for allowing millions of refugees to use Kenya as a path to go to UK, Canada, and America, which is true, or just the ones who even live in Kenya, right? Because there's a huge influx of Somalis in Kenya, which again help a lot of people, a lot of families. I have a lot of friends who, that situation. Uganda also done the same thing. Allowed a lot of Somalis to go to Uganda, Ethiopia as well, obviously, in order to process their legal papers for, leaving to other countries. So that's help. Trust me, if Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia would have closed off their borders, they would have to go through a more dangerous path towards, other countries like Yemen, and even then Yemen then went into its own war, right? So it's one of those situations. I definitely know East Africa helped Somalis people.
Okay, at least that's something to for me to think about whenever Punta Princess says anything like that, because I don't know why she would say it that way. Then that's an
It's
outright
propaganda,
lie.
It's just
It's an
propaganda.
outright lie. So
Yeah.
then okay, so if Africa is to
It's propaganda. Have you noticed how they always talk about how everyone is against them, everyone is trying to destabilize them, so on and so forth?
yeah.
Look, every African country faces some level of destabilization. The problem is they cannot stand the sight of one another, clan versus clan. That's just a fact.
Wow, that's harsh. Okay, so if say in terms of the topic, how does Africa relate with them and the North Africans? Because there are people in Africa that actually feel like, okay, some Africans don't see them as Africans, and they themselves also see themselves as slightly more related to people outside the continent. So, from the context of Ethiopia and other Africans, how do we relate to them? Do we relate to them just based on trade, based on security, or
So, Niger,
just
we
everybody
leave
stay
them
on their own?
alone. We leave them alone.
You leave them
To
alone.
Niger, we just leave
But
them
they are,
alone.
well,
Yes, that's
North
it.
Africa is
Just
already
leave them
part of
alone.
African Union.
Oh,
North
you're
Africa is
talking
already
about, I
part
thought
of
you were talking
African
about
Union.
Somalia.
No,
In
I'm
terms of
including
North
North
Africa,
Africa
there's
too, all of
certain
them. Yeah,
countries that
all
we
of them.
can. No,
All
no,
the
no.
coastal,
When I
the
feel like when
bordering
people
nations.
to Niger, can I just say one thing? When
Yeah.
people talk about North Africa, they don't realize that a lot of, especially, okay, let's just look at Egypt. There's Northern Egypt, which are the people that look more like the Coptics and the Greeks and so on. And then there's Southern Egypt, people that, if you put them in Ethiopia, would just pass off as an average Ethiopian until they started talking.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like we should ally with those people.
Yeah. You are right there, because I've seen a situation where when I looked at those Egyptians, even in the ancient Egyptians, I often said that this book will part for Ethiopians or Somalis, even really. 'Cause when many people just talk about them coming from the
Yeah,
Levant.
tonight we should avoid words like these people. Is what Punta Princess is going to use as a snapshot.
Yes.
Although North Africans do participate in African Union kind of plans and plans and schemes, they collaborate with the African Union to a certain extent. But Somalia, I just don't see that. They just keep themselves aside, away from anything to do with the African Union. But North Africans do, to an extent, collaborate. I mean, they signed up to the agreement, didn't they?
They do. I fear that in the case of Somalia, it's just an unfortunate event because they have been fighting all this while. So we really don't know what they will be like in the modern times with the African
They
Union.
will fight. They will fight. Hopefully, they can come to terms and say that they will prefer peace. If they fought so much and become a more peaceful people as well amongst themselves, and then unify. Hopefully, they transform into that. But if that
Guys,
never
can I just say one thing? To Niger, when it comes to political power, I feel like as Africans, we don't understand the strategy of propping up a fifth column in countries. So what I mean when I say is we should use, in Egypt, the Nubians, we should use them and prop them up through trade and economic prowess. Once we ourselves are established, we should prop them up into becoming an elite political force within Egypt to take away power from the Coptic Egyptians.
Yeah,
and they can then be the rulers of it, similar to how the white boards and the white South Africans are propped up by Europe and America to be a powerhouse within South African economy and politics. We should do the same to the Nubians. Same with Algeria and Libya. In Libya, there's a lot of black population there, and these are the people that ever since Gaddafi has fallen, that have undergone a lot of trials and tribulations. I'm sure they have a lot of hate for the Northerners. We should use that. We should try and co-opt them as well. Same in the case of Morocco. In the case of Morocco, we need Morocco for their potassium.
Access to Europe as well.
Yeah, they have like 70 to 80% of it. I say we need to use the Western Sahara situation. We go to Morocco and we say, look, we will be willing to recognize your autonomy over Western Sahara, so long as you give us your resources. The end. No other option.
And access to Europe as well, like transporting electricity and all.
Yeah, and drug transports as well. We want to transport cats, and we need to stabilize the cat and transport it using Morocco as well. And we say to them, look, if you do not ally with us, we are going to fund and prop up Western Sahara militia using Algeria, and you're going to find hell in your country for the next 1,000 years. You're going to be fighting a civil war from now till the end of time. Ally with us or else. The end.
What if they say they will prop a fifth column in our own countries up to cause problems?
Bro, Morocco can't afford to do that in every country.
Yeah,
let's just be honest.
I think that one, Africa will win that one.
And you know what we can do? We can use Algeria against them because Algeria and Morocco have a lot of beef. We will use Algeria to prop up Western Sahara. The end. And you guys don't realize, like, I have a Moroccan friend. The Moroccan royal family is not very popular anymore. So even a bit of political instability and they might start falling apart. So we should use this political instability and the lack of popularity that they have to our advantage. We need to do to them, to the Moroccan royal family, what Americans have done to the House of Saud. We need to keep them firmly in our pockets for their potassium resources.
True. So how do we deal with this Mauritanian problem then? Where they have this minority group basically ruling over the majority black people. Because I don't even know how the African Union looks at it.
To Niger, it's a disgrace that you guys haven't wiped Mauritania off the face of the earth by now.
I actually feel that way too. That so this is Senegal is sitting right there, watching people that look exactly like
you guys. You know what you do?
Like
once
trash.
Again, you take the slaves and you make them the slave masters. The end. You enslave the Arabs that are enslaving the black people there. The end.
But what if
Senegal had a war with them about that as well? I don't know how it turned out. I don't know if it turned out all right, but there was a war about that. But I think yes, the issue needs to be raised again to Niger as well. It needs to be shed light on as well because a lot of people have just seem to have amnesia about it and forgotten about it. You know. But yeah.
There are tendencies we shouldn't be accepting.
To Niger.
Because if we have to move forward, how can we
we have to be honest about Mauritania. Mauritania offers nothing besides a bunch of fish. Pretty much their coastline is all they offer. Just take it over.
Yeah,
Take it over. Like, I don't know why
listen,
you guys keep pussyfooting around with their
see,
primitive
when you go there, suddenly the northern people realize that they have brothers in
They won't do
within
shit,
them
man.
they want to defend.
They won't do shit.
No, now they won't do shit.
They
I
don't
don't
even
think now they
consider
will
them
do anything
Arabs.
if
They
we do
consider them
anything like
bootleg Arabs, man. They won't, bro. They won't do anything, man. Morocco is focused on Western Sahara. Algeria is focused on Morocco. They're focused on fighting one another. Mauritania, it's a shame that this country is even still a country. Just take it over.
Yeah. I can't believe Nigeria allowed them to just carry on with that nonsense that they are doing there, really. Because Nigeria could easily tell them, you know what, cut it out.
So Nigeria, you know what you do? You fund. You know what you do? Okay, let's say there's a lot of these ex-former slaves that are being taken out of slavery now and have nothing to do. You take the man, you bring them to their country, you train them up militarily, and you fund them with guns and so on. You send them back into Mauritania. They cause havoc into that country. No. Let me just say,
That's
they
chaos
cause
now.
havoc into that country. Yeah, to Niger. So what? They cause havoc into that country. Once that country is unsustainable, you go in, you take over, you say, okay, peace. We're going to do a peacekeeping mission, and we're going to try and create peace negotiations. The former slaves will say, we want our reparations. You take all of Western Mauritania's resources, you give them to the former slaves. What you've pretty much done right there is you have disempowered the slave owners, and you've empowered the former slaves, and then you bring them into your sphere of influence. In that manner, you pretty much end up controlling the whole country, and you don't have to spend one penny or one blood of your own.
Yeah, but a lot of blood on the other side, though. We
Yeah,
are
who
trying
cares,
to
man?
see.
It's the slave owner's blood. Who cares, man?
You know,
You're
you know
killing
what
the
they
people
say.
that
You
to
know what
Niger.
they
You're
say in
killing the
military
people that have enslaved your people, man. How, bro? That's docility. Who cares? You're killing the people that have been enslaving.
I feel like if you can do it without killing, don't you think it's worth exploring?
To Niger, who has ever given up power without killing? What do you mean?
When they know they
What
will
is the
be
point?
killed.
And bro, Niger, this is the only way. You see, this
That's
is
the
what I
reason
talk
why
about.
when they corner
This is
somebody,
why
they
I
back
talk about.
down.
Why are you? You see, this is when I say you're an ostrich that likes to keep its head in the sand.
See,
How are you
that's
going to achieve anything with that?
that's
Oh,
not me
so Niger,
ostriching
so you're
away.
going to go to them. No. You're going to go to them and say, oh, I feel like you guys keeping slaves is a bad thing. Why don't you just give up your source of wealth and resources? Please give them up and hand them over to me. You think they're going to listen?
But the Chinese did basically similar stuff. They made a lot of changes with that. They took this in Hong Kong back. They didn't have to resort in all kinds of crazy stuff happening. And they are going to get Taiwan back one way or another without firing a shot. So that's what they are looking to do. And maybe they always opt for the part of least resistance. If you can solve a problem without shedding blood, why shed blood? That's how I look at it. If the whole African continent, especially
Okay,
West Africa,
to Niger,
decides to come
I just
after
gave you my
Mauritania,
plan.
they will back
No.
off.
To Niger, you stop being a coward. I just gave you my plan. Give me yours, and let's see which one is better
Okay,
and which
my
one is worse.
plan,
Give me your plan.
my plan is for Africa. My plan is for West African Union, ECOWAS, to have a whip round, get some funds, fund the black population of Mauritania to the hilt, and have them educate themselves, equip themselves. If they are facing threats, equip them militarily too. If it comes to after all, they are bordering nation of crying out loud, so that now that majority that they have in the country, it will count for something. You see what I mean? If the other side decides that okay, they will not give it up peacefully, they will
So
have to.
to Niger, let me just ask you this: do you think the Arab population in Mauritania right now is just going to let you open up schools and all that stuff that is only going to be used by the black population there? Be honest.
No. It's not only see, that's the thing. If it doesn't have to be only the black population for it to benefit the black population. Right now, the black
No,
population is not getting the
no.
best.
To Niger. Screw the rest, man. Why are you using your money to teach the child of the slave master? Screw
Because
him.
what it's going to do in the end is going to make the black population the majority and also educated and powerful in the country. In other words, take over the country. It
Yeah,
actually
by
works that
also,
way.
but you said that also the Arab kids are going to be going there, right?
They are going to be going there, but if an Arab kid and a black kid went to the same
So Nigel,
school,
what are you
that
smoking?
child
It's
too will
pretty
do
clear
quite
that if you
well.
open up that school, at least 70% of it is going to be the Arab kids. They're going to
No,
literally stop the
no, no,
black
no,
kids
no,
from
no,
going
no,
there.
no. Nobody's going to allow that. You're going to see the black people make up at least 70% of the population. The schools should have 70% black children, and this is 70% Arabic children. So you're not going to just fund a school that has majority
Keizo, someone else,
Arab.
please
Yeah.
back me up. Do you guys not see how this
But,
how this
but, it's
benevolent
but
plan is going to be manipulated by the
it's not
Arab population?
benevolent.
Of course, of course. That's
It is
You
not
Nigel,
need
you're
to
being
give
too
them
nice.
political power.
Let's
Exactly,
put
bro.
it
This
this
guy is
way.
naive, man.
Okay, let's put it this way.
What's the point of having a military if you're never going to use it? This
No,
guy,
I
man,
get your
they're clearly
point,
going
but
to manipulate every fund that you're going to send into that country and divert it back into their pocket. What are you
see,
talking about, man?
okay, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Do it in such a way that you leave the decision to the other side to decide. If they decide to misbehave, then they face the consequences of
Oh,
their
okay.
misbehavior.
So you're going to first send them money and see if they steal it, and
I'm
then
not going
after
to
they
send them the
steal it,
money.
then you wave your hand at them and say, no, don't do that, and then they're
I'm
gonna
not going
grow a
to send them the
conscience.
money. I will have my people, that's West Africans in the country that have organizations, build the schools, fund the schools, have the teachers come in there, teach this black population, open businesses for them, have them this in the representation in the legal system, whatever they need to empower them. Do that, and if the government stops them, then they will have issue because you take them to the AU. You can put sanctions on them.
Keizo,
Yeah.
to Niger, the way to empower them is by giving them political power, not through bullshit education, man.
Okay, I agree with you on that one. No, I agree with you on that one. Give
Education
them
comes
power,
second.
then
Give
they
them
should be
political
allowed to
power.
look for power too. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. I'm not. What I'm saying, that's why I added anything that would empower these people, that have them do better, reclaim their country. It's their country. The minorities that is running right now have hijacked it and ran them this in circles around them because the black population is docile right next door to them. So
To
what am I
Niger,
supposed to make of that?
to Niger, it goes to my show that
Niger,
Africa,
you yourself are being docile, man. Niger,
Not
you
being
yourself are being
docile.
docile.
See,
to
I
Niger,
don't want bloodshed at my backyard. That's not
Nothing
being
happens.
docile.
No political change happens without bloodshed. Stop being a
Maybe
pussy.
if I'm gonna support a bloodshed, I will support a quick, sharp one. That gets the job done efficiently. Then it will be over because in the end it's about how your environment is. If we keep having this environment, there are hyenas around very happy to fund both sides will go keep fighting each other and it will never end. You see what I mean? You think when you fund that group you are going to fund in the country, the northern part is not going to fund
So
the
Niger,
Arabic group.
who
They're going
cares
to
if
fund them too.
Mauritania becomes destabilized? They offer nothing.
Oh my God. It's going to affect us, don't you see? It's going to affect us. We are not going to
How?
escape it because
How?
the region is going to be insecure.
How?
The more war that happens there,
So
the
Niger,
more likely
you
fighters will
you
leave
guys
that
literally
country
have
to come and attack
you
other
guys
countries
literally
like the
have
Al
Al
Shabaab
Shabaab
does
within the
to
northern
Kenya.
region.
But you see what Al Shabaab does to Kenya then, because of the fight that they're having in Somalia. So when you pretend as if that stuff is not going to come to your doorstep, it
So
will.
Niger, this is why you old head Pan Africanists have never managed to achieve anything, because you guys think you can hug people into Pan Africanism. No, you
You can
can't.
hug the problem away to Niger.
But you say the same thing
Yeah,
to the
this guy's
Chinese
trying to
now. You
hug the
say the
problem
same thing
away
to the
more.
Chinese.
You
If
give
the
the black
Chinese were
population a gun and you arm them until they can take power. Once they take power, you make them the political heads. You fund their education. You make them the elites within the country. and the Arab population can kick rocks afterwards. The end.
We have
And
seen
then
so many
for all your
leaders
hard work, you
that
take the
have hot
coastline
head.
and the
We have
fishing
seen so many
resources.
leaders that have hot head. They never got us anywhere. Why? Because we don't control our environment. They will come in and they will wreck us. See, the way to do this thing is to go the way the Chinese people did it. They play this smart. The only time they have to fight is when they have to fight. They don't fight when they don't have to. That is how the game we should be playing. And if you bring fight to your doorstep, don't be surprised chaos comes in, and then if the consequences you may not be able to control it anymore. The outcome. Look at what's happening to Somalia. We just finished talking about Somalia. You're saying,
Dude,
oh, we should start
why
another
are
war
you
at,
giving
at,
West
at our
Mauritania?
own backyard
Why are you
anymore.
giving Mauritania? What problem is Mauritania ever going to bring to Nigeria or any West Africa? They offer zero to you. Who cares if they
Yeah,
become destabilized?
the
They
gun
literally
doesn't
contribute
care.
nothing.
The gun they will be carrying doesn't care. When you have engineered a fighting situation, a
Dude, you
warring
have a
situation,
buff. Oh my god.
what buffer? What buffer? There's no buffer. There is none. That's the
You see,
Sahel. There's no buffer.
I was just gonna add to some of the things I've heard when I come on this panel. Listen to this. Firstly, again, I agree with some points that Avi said. Again, like for example, the fact that there's gonna be no, there can't be change without bloodshed. You need basically some sort of everything requires even revolution, war, whatever type, even a governmental change like removal of certain people. It requires certain type of violence and bloodshed, and you can't do a mass a mass exodus of traitors of Africa unless you have some sort of revolution, which then again requires bloodshed. So again, my point to you, to Niger, is everything that again for Africa to change, you need bloodshed. It's not gonna be hugging. It's not gonna be, oh please, please fix for the no, none of this business. You have to change it with might. And also, I was gonna point out as well. I mean, again, with the Libya situation, you attack again. Libya is also benefiting a lot of countries, not just Arab countries, a lot of European countries. And those European countries and Arab countries have their own sectors, like the Saudi Arabia. They have their own sector in Libya where they absolutely take the natural resources with no consequences because there's no natural government there. There's not gonna be anybody standing in their way. There's no opposition. So Libya right now is the hotbed of natural resources for the world. A lot of these countries are exploiting it. So let's just say somebody of African descent attacks Libya. You're not just going to deal with the Europeans, you're going to also deal with the Arab world. It's going to be consequential.
Yeah. Yeah, you see what I mean? You said if somebody like from West Africa attacks Libya, you said it to be consequential from the Arab world.
Yeah, Arab world and the European world.
Yeah, because they will respond. And this is the thing. That's why I was saying
Mo,
that if you
to
try
Niger,
start
let me just add one thing to the Libya stuff.
there'll be consequences there too.
To Niger, let me just, I didn't say anyone from Africa should directly attack Libya. I said we should use the southern population of Libya. You know, the ones that kind of look like Ethiopians, the Nubian looking ones. I think Mo, you know who they are, right?
Yeah.
Southern, northern countries have dark population in the south.
Yes,
Are
we
you talking
should
about the
directly
Amazigh
arm
population,
them,
Abi?
fund them, and train them.
Are
Yes,
you talking about the Tuareg?
yes, we should arm them, fund them. Yes, and we should arm them, fund them, and train them. They already have a lot of hate for their northern populations, especially the ones that are in Benghazi, the ones that hate them. So why
Tuareg's
can't
already
we use
fighting
our
certain
own
other groups,
proxy? I'm saying we should use our own proxy force, is what I'm saying.
So, but what you
The
do?
same
What
way
is the
Turkey is
objective?
using their own
What
proxy
is the
force in
objective
Libya.
of that conflict
Huh?
then? What is the objective of
To win.
arming
What else,
the
man?
minority?
What are you talking about? The objective of the
But you're arming the minority. They can't win.
Tunaja, the reason why Abi is saying the things he's saying, because you have to look at how they destabilize Africa. Look at these Arab countries and European countries, and look at the tactics that they use to destabilize certain countries. I mean, think about it this way, right? Who's funding the TPLF and Al-Shabaab? Who's the one that helping them attack certain areas? Who's the one that's giving them control? You have to look into these things. They don't just help. I mean, again, even look at the media propaganda. Look at the things they're saying about the TPLF and in American propaganda, and they're calling the TPLF heroes. They're calling Abiy the mass murderer. They're calling Abiy everything under the sun. They don't understand the context behind it, but they're already calling the TPLF the good guys. The reasoning why?
Mo,
Because if the
Niger
TPLF
thinks
took
you can
control of
hug people
Ethiopia,
into Pan-Africanism, man. He thinks you can hug people into a good conscience.
see,
No,
I'm not sure
bro.
on this one.
Tuniger,
On this one,
Tuniger,
some of the things you
Tuniger,
are saying.
Tuniger. This is why you will always fail. It doesn't matter whether they give you a nuclear bomb, they give you the best drones in the world. You will always fail because
But why
you
do
are
you
going from a point of I don't want bloodshed. The others are playing
see?
at a point of I don't care how many people die. I'm going to get what I want to get. So
Yeah,
therefore,
that's
you will
you're
always
making a
fail.
good point right there,
Me,
man.
I
You're making
play
a
to
good
win.
point.
I don't care for morality. I play to win. This is what you need to do.
Yeah, two Nigeria, that's a good question, man. I need you to answer that, please.
My take is that North Africans, for one, they are not the population you are talking about. They are not the majority of the country, so the balance. You are
They
okay,
are a
fine. You can
significant portion of the population, man. They're close to
okay,
30%. That's enough.
okay. But why would you want to do that against the North Africans? I don't understand that. The reason why
What
I
do you
have
mean?
issues with this thing with Mauritania is
Mo,
because
you see
one, they
this
are enslaving
docility, man.
them.
This is what I'm talking about. Teenager,
Hold
why do you always
on.
focus on the
See,
military when
Teenager,
you don't
They
have a
are
military
enslaving
mind to
them.
begin with?
One, they are enslaving them. Secondly, they are the people that they are enslaving are also the majority in the group. That's what I have a problem with. In
No, they're not.
Mauritania.
These tribes in Libya are pretty much evenly divided out if you think about it. The southern ones are almost 30% of the Libyan population. And there's already other two tribes as well. So even if they are majority, it's not by much.
But if
And
you
even if you
start
want,
funding that, you're funding
the
chaos in the
great thing
country
about them
on the
is,
continent now.
to Niger, think for a second. The great thing about them is, if you really even want to add their support, Libya has a border with Chad that is that goes through a lot of these people that we're trying to fund. So we could even take mercenaries from Chad to back up these people, man. Like you need to think on a military basis, man. Stop being. You see,
Teenager,
Toniger, I don't know why you talk about the military when you do not have a military mind to begin with. You do
what
not
you
have
are
that
saying,
mind.
maybe
You
Teenager,
are a
look at the
civilian.
maybe
European
not.
countries.
Maybe
Look at the
I'm
European countries. Look
this
at the
thing
Arab
warrior.
countries.
Maybe I am.
Teenager,
I'm not
Teenager,
disputing that.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you a prime example. Like Saudi Arabia is responsible for again destabilizing Sudan. It's responsible for it. It's one of the biggest again. It's one of the biggest factors playing in why Sudan is having a lot of issues currently. What's it called? Saudi is responsible, and again, Saudi is also responsible for what's happening in Yemen. Saudi is also responsible for what's some of the turmoil the Horn of countries are facing. The Horn Africans are facing. Sudan is also responsible for. I mean, Saudi is responsible for some of the countries in the North Africa, some of the tensions that they're having. Saudi is responsible. I mean, Saudi is also allying with Israel. You see. I'm gonna point out a few things to you, right? All of these countries, Saudi Arabia, again, which is again considered to be the head of the Arab League, and the European countries are close allies, very close allies. They're working together, and they're willing to do whatever they want and whatever they can to destabilize certain countries, i.e., funding terrorism, funding separatists, funding whatever they could, funding any sort of basically any sort of divide that they can. Because again, they want to take control. Look at Yemen. They took the island of Socotra off the Yemeni government, and now they control it. So all of the natural resources on that island, which again has a lot, if you do your research, who controls it? The Saudis. And who's the ones that are guarding it for them? The UAE. You have to look into these things. Again, if the Africans, okay, listen, Africans are the only country that don't play dirty. If the Africans play dirty and equalize in that level, again, I don't see anything wrong with it.
There's some logic to what you are
No,
saying.
Mo. The problem is a lot of Africans have been convinced that they need to be good Christians and so on and so forth and honest people. Screw being honest, man. We need to fight dirty. That saying. I think it was Michelle Obama that came up with it during the Trump campaign, which said, "When they go low, we go higher." Screw that, bro. When they go low, we need to go lower.
Bro,
We need to go to the Earth's core.
Americans should not be the
We
one
need
to educate you on
we need to go to the Earth's core. When they go low, if they dig 6 foot deep, I'm digging until the Earth's core, bro. I'm finding the Earth's core.
I don't take America serious. And the reason why I don't take America serious, America should not be the one to educate us on morality. America. How the hell is America gonna stand there on their pedestal and try to educate the rest of the world on morality? Because that does not make sense to me. You're the country that left many countries burning. So you have no
Exactly.
no
No, no,
degree
no,
of
no.
morality
She
to
was just
stand on
talking
anyway.
about the no. Mo, she was just talking about the Trump campaign. You know, when they were going back and forth in campaign mode,
Yeah,
Hillary
yeah,
Clinton and Trump. You know how Trump was always insulting Hillary Clinton? And
yeah.
she was talking about, oh, we're not going to insult him back because when he goes low, we'll go higher. I'm just using that mentality. That's the type of mentality Two Niger has. Me, I don't have that mentality.
No,
Bro,
not
when someone
necessarily.
goes low, I will go lower than you even think is possible.
I
Same.
think you are misjudged. Okay, maybe you are judging to an extent what I'm saying to be correct and disagreeing with it. But there is nuances that you are not paying attention to. I'm not saying we should not do some of those things you are saying. I'm saying there are ways to do them without engineering instability around your own region. You can even use
Two Niger, Two Niger, Two Niger,
trade
Tunaja, I'm gonna ask
policy
you
Two
a
Niger.
question.
Can
I'm gonna
you,
ask you a question,
Two
Tunaja.
Niger? Have
Answer
you
the question.
ever heard of the phrase? It's a Game of Thrones phrase, but it's a phrase that has existed even before Game of Thrones made it popular. You've ever heard of the phrase "chaos is a ladder," right?
No, I've never actually.
Okay, think about what that means. Chaos is a ladder. What does that mean?
Uh, Chaos helps one climb.
Exactly. It's only through
Literally,
chaos that you can change your political
circumstances.
standings,
Yeah.
especially in a lot of countries. So I don't know why you act like stability is the end all be all of everything. Instability is
Abi,
good. Peace is
Abi,
overrated. In
Abi,
some
I'm gonna
cases,
point out
peace is
something as well.
overrated.
Abi, you know, recently,
Focus on somebody that come from a warlike region.
see, Abi, the
It's
reason why,
over.
you see, think about this, though, right?
How many times do you see this war in Europe? That's why people are rushing there. How many times do you see war on
Okay, yeah.
on the soil of
Guess what?
America?
Europe is no. To Niger, to Niger. For me, there's two goals: to keep your country stable and to keep your enemies' countries unstable. That's your goal. That is what foreign policy is. You need to destabilize your enemy and you need to stabilize yourself. Mauritania right now is an enemy of Africa. We need to destabilize them into oblivion. Saudi Arabia is an enemy of Africa. If we had any funds as Africans, we should be funding and militarizing and training the Shia minorities within Saudi Arabia, especially the ones on the coastline. That is what I would be doing. Saudi Arabia would be in a civil war right now if it was up to me.
You see, the problem again, most of the Arab world countries actually hate Saudi. A lot of these countries don't like Saudi, but they can't do anything because Saudi has a massive grip on African countries and Arab countries. It has a massive stronghold. You can't just escape it.
To Niger, it's funny because those tribes that are in Mauritania are Muslim tribes as well, including the Fulanis as well. So it's funny how that's happening as well.
That the religion doesn't stop them from treating them
No,
like
again,
trash.
I'll explain why. Well, those people are fighting because they believe that their side is correct. So let's say the Muslim tribes that are fighting in Mauritania, this tribe is fighting for their land, the other tribe is fighting for their land. They both believe to be right. But again, we don't know who's right. We don't know who's wrong. So that's the reason why I'm saying again, you can't say that it was Islam because Islam had nothing to do. Again, even if you're gonna look at like religion, I mean Christianity. Again, I don't want to be that guy to pick and choose whatever I want. But if we're gonna look at throughout history, Christianity is the one that done the most damage, the most deaths. But you know what? I don't want to be that guy.
Maybe, but let me put this way: given what happened, but not now. The Christianity is not doing that now, and given what happened just 2 days ago that I shared with you yesterday, don't you think I said it?
Oh
I
my
asked you
God,
that question
Tunaja, let's
before.
not turn this into a religious battle, man.
Yeah. I'm
Please
not
stop.
engaging.
Stop fighting for your colonizers' religion, man. Please. There's nothing
I'm
more
not.
docile
That's what I'm saying. Now, that's what
than
I'm saying.
fighting
That
for your
he
colonizers'
should.
religion.
I'm saying that they need to change a bit because he said yesterday that no, we are not changing. We should remain the same no matter what is happening with the.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question, Tunaja and Abby. I'm gonna ask you also a question as well. The question I got for Abby is right. You know how basically Ethiopians how close they are to Christianity, or some of the Habashas. If you go to Ethiopia, they even practice Christianity to the letter, and I've seen it myself. So again, Abby, if you go to those people and you tell them to give up Christianity, would they? Yes or no? That's what I want to know.
No, no, they wouldn't.
Exactly.
You see,
Tunaj, you hear that?
what West Africans think Christianity is whatever the Europeans gave them. So they think that's the end all be all of Christianity. Go to Ethiopia; they'll show you what true Christianity is, man.
We are not.
unchanged,
I'm not
uncut,
interested in.
unfiltered.
I'm not interested in making a distinction. I'm just saying from
Yeah.
the
See,
purposes
Tunaja,
of
some of
peace.
these countries,
On the
Tunisia, you
some
don't
of
even
these countries
understand
are
what
stuck to their
Muslim is.
religion.
No.
I mean, the
No, Mo,
Somalis.
please just tell them the 5 sects of Islam because they think that Islam is just one.
No,
They
no,
think the only
there's many.
difference
There's
between
many.
Islam
There's the
is Sunni and
Shias.
Shia.
There's the
There's
Sunnis.
literally
There's
almost
the
5
Sufis.
major sects.
Yeah, there's many. There's
There's
like
5 major sects, right?
there's
The
like
major ones,
the
the major
Shias, the
ones.
Sunnis, the Sufis, the Quranists. There's also another one where the terminology I forgot. I mean, you see, I mean, there's many. That's what I gotta say.
You got Muslim concepts as well? Oh my
Mo,
days.
the problem is when True Niger and a lot of these West Africans on stream think about Islam, they think of Wahhabism.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Oh,
what we
that's another
see.
one
But
too. Yeah.
that's the one that is doing. Is that not the one that resulted in that incident in Nigeria?
True Niger, can I please ask you a question? Who has funded Wahhabism across the Arab world
Of course, we know
since
who
the
has.
Cold War
We know
period?
it's from the Saudi.
So exactly. Why don't you do the
So-
same?
so-
Why
so-
don't
so
if you want them to change, you should be doing the same. You should be funding Sufism across the African plain then. For as many
You see,
mosques that you
I'm
see,
gonna-
Wahhabi
I'm gonna
mosques
ask
that
you guys a
you see,
question
you should
too.
be funding Sufi mosques as well and trying to
Look at Britain.
educate the youth
Look at
in
Britain.
Sufi
Britain was
ideology.
responsible. Britain was responsible for funding the annihilation of what's it called, the Protestants. They're the ones that wanted to absolutely annihilate them from the face of the earth. That's why they went after the Irish, because the Irish were Protestants. They went after certain countries like certain Protestants in France, America. The British wanted to annihilate it.
I think you're talking about the Catholics.
Oh yeah, the Catholics. Yeah, I mean opposite. Yeah.
The Irish.
I mean, they
Catholics.
wanted to annihilate them. It's crazy.
Ligiasu, the type of Islam practiced in Senegal is Sufism as well. So but I don't know the distinction between Wahhabism and Sunni. What is the distinction? What's the difference?
Okay, there's that's what
Sufism
I'm
is
saying. It's
completely
many
different
different.
from Wahhabism.
You see, the
Wahhabism, okay, can I just describe it in Christian denomination form? Wahhabism would be like what Mormonism is, or those guys, the Amish. The Amish people, right? They themselves are Christians, right?
Yeah.
That is the form of Wahhabism. Wahhabism only became even a recognized part of Islam ideology once the Ottoman Empire fell and the British started taking control, because they wanted the most extremist people to work for them. Those are the only people willing to fight against the Ottoman Empire for them.
So is it
and
like
this is how the House of
Puritanic?
Saud came
They
to
were
pass.
Puritanic, like the Puritan or something.
Yes, they are the Puritans. Sufism is a mixture of what you would call some ex-African religious formats mixed in with Islam. So even the way they worship is completely different from the way the Wahhabis worship, so on and so forth. So what we should do, we should start banning. We should start banning Wahhabi mosques, and we should convert the existing Wahhabi mosques.
That's a massive change now. I thought these guys say you shouldn't do that.
You see, I was going to point
I
out
didn't
a
say
few
we
things
shouldn't
as well.
ban Islam. I said we should ban Wahhabism.
Yeah, but that's still a
right?
big one.
No, Mo, are you pro-Wahhabism, man? I'm sorry, man.
Me,
Wahhabism
I'm a
needs to
Sunni.
be banned from the whole.
I'm a
I don't
Sunni,
care
yeah.
what other
Listen.
countries do. Yeah.
Okay, so you
Wahhabism
want
needs to be
okay,
banned
you are
from
saying
the whole of the
so
Sahara.
are you for
Yes,
banning
and then
Wahhabism?
Oh man.
Okay,
I
yeah,
want
see,
to get a clear
And then you
answer from
convert
Mo.
a lot of these existing
Mo is the
Wahhabi
one that
mosques
says he doesn't want
into
any
Sufi
change.
mosques.
you see, no, again, I said, again,
Yeah, he's talking about his denomination. If you say you don't want any change in Christianity as a Protestant Christian,
what I
you're
believe
talking
to
about
be
your
the true,
denomination.
yeah, see, this is what I'm gonna say. What I believe to be the true Islam is Sunni, the Sunni version of the Islam, because the majority of the people actually follow Sunnah, the Sunni, because again, you have to look at the things that the Sunni Muslims project, which is i.e. The Sunnah, which is again basically the way of life or the way of living, the Hadith, which is the sayings of the Prophet, the Quran. We follow all of these things, and basically the Sunni way of Islam actually basically being the majority of having the majority of followers in Islam. You have to look at it at a different context, because again, Sunni Islam also gives you many answers that you have, many questions that you have. It gives you answers for it. And also, I was gonna also say that the reason why I say that I don't want it to change, or I will never have it change, because it's already perfect in many people's eyes, including my own. Just like if you go to some of the countries that where practice Christianity, again, this is why I say Armenia and Ethiopia are the true Christians. They practice Christianity to a different level. They practice it in a way that It's not some washed up version that the Europeans created. Because again, I used to call it at certain times. I used to call it the religion of because again, I've looked at it. I've looked at Christianity,
Let's
and I
say
said,
I get what you are saying from the point of view that the Sunni one is the one you practice and it appears perfect. But how about the Wahhabis? Like Iyasu said, is it
I'm gonna be
okay
honest. I don't know. I
bring
don't know
those
as
ones
much as I know about other sectors, but I don't know Wahhabism like I from the to a context that I can explain it to you guys of what I think. So I need to
Yeah.
look at it. Give me tonight. I'm gonna do research. I'm gonna look into it, and then I'm gonna give you my answers when I've looked into it.
Okay, I take your word for it. I hope it's
No
not the
problem.
delay tactics to dodge the
No, no,
question.
no. No, it's just with me. I don't speak on things I don't know. So I need to research it, and then I can speak on it.
Okay then.
Tunaja, let me just answer the question for you. I would wipe it off the face of Africa, man. I would
Yeah,
exterminate
it needs
any
to go.
Wahhabism off the. And the model to look after is Tunisia. If you want a more secularized
Yeah,
form of
you
Islam,
see,
just look at
that's what I
Tunisia.
mean. Exactly. That's the kind of stuff that because it allows the continent to move on, and it's a young girl will still be standing around today. You see what I mean?
Tunisia. But the same way I would exterminate Wahhabism, I would also exterminate a lot of pastors within Africa.
Oh yeah,
These
believe me,
prosperity gospel
a lot of
preachers,
people are not going
I would
to
treat
miss.
them the same way, bro.
Yeah, they should be treated that way. They
So
should be
yeah,
treated that way.
just to show you
Yeah,
that
that's
I'm
understand.
fair with everyone. Whichever
Exactly.
religion is not bringing any form of progress, I'm exterminating them, bro. There's no middle ground for me. Me and Tunija, bro, we're completely two different people. Me, I have no
Yeah.
problem with bloodshed so long as it helps me achieve my goal. You do. That's the
I
difference.
think the difference is that you go for bloodshed before you have to. That's the thing. You up for it like, oh no, I'm looking forward to this. Let's get on with it already. But me, I look at it like as a last resort. You look at it like, second, third resort is all good for me. It doesn't matter as long as it's not my first resort. That's the way you tend to look at it, like because you don't cringe at the fact that there will be fighting, instability.
Tunija,
Mhm.
that's a waste of time. You like to waste time. All these
Actually, no.
negotiations and stuff, they're time wasting tactics. If you
Well,
steal
I'm
something
not
from me and I can
negotiating
get
with
it from you by
anyone.
just slapping you, by just knocking you out and taking it, why am I negotiating? I'll just slap you, knock you out and take it. The end.
You see,
You see,
look at this,
Tunija,
right,
you
brother?
you are fighting a fair fight while everyone else is fighting dirty. How do you expect to win?
I'm not negotiating. I never said anything about negotiating. I said empower the people that you want to support and let the other side decide whether they don't like it and attack them. If they attack them, then they started the fight and they are going to lose.
Tunisia, you have to sweeten the deal. If you're
Why
gonna
are you?
go to some of the de facto or some of the basically rebel or terrorist groups within that country, you need to make sure that you give them what they want or promise them what they want, so they can actually fight and destabilize. Again, see this Tunisia, you need to able to have some sort of
Fight and destabilize. So we forget that
basically you
we're
need to
talking
have some
about
sort of
African
savagery
countries
to you.
here.
Huh?
Tunija, can I just ask you a question? Why are you willing for someone else to attack you first? Why not you attack first?
No, I
This guy
get
literally
that
said
though.
we're going to empower them, and if the other side doesn't like it, we're going to wait until they attack and then we attack. Screw that, bro.
No,
Attack first.
we're not waiting till they are okay. Fair point. If you want to say that, it looks like we are waiting to attack, but they are not going to do any harm. Not serious because the other side will win. The side that has the majority will win. Because I think you also have to remember.
Tunija, stop wasting time. That's a time wasting tactic.
See, you don't
That
want
is
to
a
be the one
time,
to trigger a
money, and
conflict.
resource wasting tactic.
See, you don't want to be the one
Who
to
cares?
trigger the
If you
conflict.
can win that conflict, who cares? Why? Who cares?
Because sometimes it matters how the
By the time you win, you'll just
opinions.
change up the history of the conflict. If you have a propaganda network, you can even lie and say you are attacked first. The end.
See, why do you
Everyone
think?
does it.
Okay, let me
Why
ask
are
you. Why
you
do you
playing
think
fair, man?
American?
Who are
Hold
you
on
trying to be
now.
honest for? Tunija, do you believe that you're going to be rewarded in an afterlife for being a good
I'm
guy?
not playing fair. Actually, I think you are mistaking what I'm
You are.
doing. I'm
You
saying
are
there is
playing
no.
fair.
If there is no need to shed blood, you shouldn't shed it. And because when I was growing up, I believe that
If
leaders
it's
that
your
lead their
enemy's
people
blood,
to
who cares?
bloodshed. See, I believe that leaders that lead their
It's
people
not
to
your people.
bloodshed.
Okay. In the case of Mauritania, how are these people your people?
Then if they are not my people, then why am I bothering them? I should just leave them
Because
where they
you
are.
want to take power. You want to bring it into your sphere of influence, and you want to help the black population there.
Okay, exactly.
You're trying to
That's
create a
the
fifth
point.
column, right?
So because
How do you
if
create
you
a fifth
argue,
column within a country?
but that means that they are your people. Otherwise, you could easily ally with the
Oh
Arabs that
my
are
God,
oppressing them.
to Niger, man. Just because you want to empower a fifth column doesn't mean they have to be OP. Oh my man, to Niger, bro. Like honestly,
Then why
this is why
don't you
Pan-Africanism has failed all this
why
time.
don't you work with the Arabs then in the country then? Since you want you don't even need the field color, you just go straight to the source.
Because again, listen to this too, Niger. When I answer with
Why
the Arab
would I?
situation, how can you work
Why don't you
with?
work with the Arabs in Mauritania
Because
then?
again, the Arab world is on a headlock by the Saudis that they can't seem to escape. And many of these countries, including Syria, tried to leave the Arab League. And what happened is again they brought them back into it by force. Qatar tried to stand against Saudi, and look what happened to him. Many countries stood in front of it and got rid of his business, his monies, and dropped the economy so hard that they had to basically submit to the Saudis.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand that these countries, in some of these countries, they have no choice. I mean, look at Yemen, and the reason why because Yemen was starting to become a problem for Saudi before the war started. Yemen was starting to make its own voice and was starting to become a problem. And the reasoning for that, because even before the whatever was happening right now, because Yemen is a lawless country, and most of these what's it called, the so-called people that they're capturing, it's out of the lawlessness. Because if the country's law, if the country has no law, no government, no nothing, it's a savage country. You understand? If you go into that country, there's no law, there's no governance. Many things that are going to happen is going to be bad. Look at Yemen before the war. It was trying to make noise. It was trying to become, again, because Yemen was close to some of the Horn countries. It was trying to basically make a lot of noise. And Saudi were not liking it. So then again, because again, the Shias in Saudi too, but you don't see the Shias in Saudi getting out of control. But again, they went in there as a saviors. They went in there to keep the image, to say that we're going to get rid of the Shias and we're going to put the Sunnis back. No, they were already getting along.
True.
You have to look at history, brother.
To Niger, do you understand? Do you understand the concept? To Niger, do you comprehend the concept of creating fifth columns within a country?
Yes, you see, when you are talking about that, if I'm talking about, let's say I want to compete outside the continent, yes, I see the logic. It's very, very important you know how to do
Within
that.
the continent as well. Do you understand
you
the
use it to
concept?
project your power.
Do you understand the concept within the continent as well of creating fifth columns?
Yes, I understand the context, especially if
How do you create a fifth column? No, okay, tonight. How do you create a fifth column?
by empowering a marginalized smaller group of
okay, the empower. That's a very vague word. How?
by giving them access to funds and arming them and stuff like. See, okay, I get where you're coming
Exactly.
from.
Making sure they take over the military apparatus of the country.
I'm not squeamish about stuff like that if it needs to be done, because I can see a situation whereby one of the countries in Africa could be colluding with one of the powers that we don't want on the continent. Then I'll be like, okay, maybe I should do something to discourage this leader from succeeding. You see what I mean? So that fifth column will come in handy. So I see the logic of using fifth column, but in the case of North Africa, I just feel like, why are you talking about fifth column? They are not exactly attacking us or anything.
Okay, I didn't talk about a fifth column in every North African country. I said we can use the destabilization in Morocco between the West Sahara and Morocco as a way to bring Morocco into our fold. We could pretty much just give them an ultimatum. You're either with us or we fund West Morocco.
I'm sure.
Until you
that
start a civil war that will be non-existent.
Morocco offered to join ECOWAS. I'm sure.
Exactly. Morocco tried to join ECOWAS. Nigeria was
again, why did Morocco? Why was Morocco denied? Because again, you could have brought them into your fold.
You see, because of that reason, it's why I also wonder why Russia never joined NATO. I think Nigeria didn't want a competitor in West Africa. The same, I suspect, is the reason why Russia did not join NATO is because the US doesn't want a competitor within NATO. That is one of the stuff I'm suspecting.
Okay, to Niger. When it comes to Libya, we can, like I said, the southern population using Chad, we can use them to arm them, fund them, so on and so forth. When it comes to Egypt, we can use the Nile water issue as a way to colonize Egypt. I'm being honest, man. We use the water
Oh no!
And all
That
of the
kind of
upstream countries, we start
that
using the
kind of
water.
laws is
No,
the
no, no,
kind of
check.
nightmare of the Egyptians. And you are
Yeah, who
triggering.
cares, man?
If any Egyptian is watching,
The
they will
Egyptians have
trigger
no
like
goodwill
crazy.
to you. Why would you have goodwill to them?
But they are Africans. Sometimes you forget that. you
Man,
keep
you see,
you keep
to Niger,
devising
this
all
is
these
the docility I'm
diabolical
talking
plans for
about, man.
African countries.
This is the docility I'm talking about. Do you think they look
But
at?
they are
Do you
part of the
think if
African
they had the
Union.
opportunity of an upper? Okay, who cares? Mauritania is also in the African Union, yet they own black slaves. Who cares? The African Union is nothing more than a rich boys club for the African dictators. It's a social club. It's not even a real organization.
Fair point.
Then
Some of
you know
them.
what we do? We come together as the upstream countries. We start using the water of the Nile. And as the water of the Nile reduces in Egypt, there's going to be a lot of political instability. Then we can use that to fund and arm the Nubian population, the southern Egyptians. They can, and you use them as a way to enter into Egyptian politics, and they become your fifth column. They already, if they become a fifth column, just by that, you are now in indirect control over Egypt. You then move over to Libya. If you use the southern population, over time, okay, this war in Libya will go on for another 10 plus years. But then you still have a stronghold in Libya. So you can say you are a player in Libya. And if there ever becomes peace negotiations, you're going to be a part of those peace negotiations if you become a player. So therefore, you can also claim to have some level of control over Libya. Now let's move on to Morocco. Morocco, you can use the Western Sahara situation as a way of enticing Morocco into becoming under your sphere of influence. Therefore, now you have 3 out of the 5 North African countries, in some way, shape, or form, being more allied to you than they are to any Arab world, Arab League, or anything else. Tunisia is a pretty irrelevant country. Just leave it to be. Algeria right now doesn't show any weakness, and I think Algeria is always going to be more of a French colony. So leave it to them. Maybe you can use other tactics, but you already have 3 out of the 5. That's
You
enough.
see, if I was gonna point out something as well, out of all basically the Arab countries, the one that is most likely, has the power to challenge Saudi is Egypt, militarily, financially, a lot of things. Egypt has that. Saudi again, because if you compare the militaries as well, Egypt destroys Saudi in terms of military power. Egypt also controls the canals, which can actually put the European countries in a panic situation if they decided to block it. Again, Egypt controls many strategical things.
If I go
So if
sometime even in the Ministry of Defense, I will not find even
is that Eddie Amin?
in their offices. I know this. I've been telephoning several times, checking with them. I can't find. If I found you not to attend cabinet 3 times without reason, you are out of government. You must tell our women in Uganda to work very hard. You must not make the women of Uganda very weak. They must get up quickly in the morning at about 5 o'clock. They are ready in Nakasero, preparing, ready to sell vegetable and everything in the shop. The duty of the woman is the house woman. He knows how to keep house very well. If we can do that, let me make first examination, appoint women to be the managers of hotel. If he's well educated, he has got that brain, he's determined, he can look after the hotel very well. I want to see a woman, international hotel, very big one. Must be woman Ugandans, and I know they can do it. And you, as a minister, you must back them completely. If you find any man trying to not to obey the order and everything, you can punish that person. We are thinking we are the first now country in Africa today who have got many women managers than other countries. We have got how many? Manager women. We have got 4 managers and we have got another 2 assistant managers. But I wanted to tell the boxers that the only chance to defeat the referee who are against you or against the country is to win by knockout. This is the only thing. As a doctor, you must be very clean, very smart, behave very well like a person, and also you are not too drunk. You are the one who should advise the public. You should advise General Min not to drink. This is very important because also to drink and overdrunk, it is not very good. You will not even enjoy more because you will not even have sense. But if you drink very little, you feel very happy, very proud, and you talk to your people. That will be. I'm just advising you.
The time to. It's ready. Ready? Go.
Why is he cheating?
I won.
He's not even going in a straight line. Yeah, he got out of his lane.
Using the curve of the boat to it.
He was just stopping everybody in front of him.
To Niger, he understands
Yeah,
the
this guy's crazy, man. But you know,
concept.
apparently,
Yeah, unlike to Niger, he understands the
you
concept
know,
of
Nine
you
should
can't
never
win
be
fairly, cheat.
president in East Africa. They always turn out to be bad presidents.
To Niger, but honestly, can I just ask, why do you talk about the military if you're never going to use it?
Yeah, look, Tanaja he's a good guy. He believes in peace and unity and all that stuff. The military is just fear. It's a fear thing, It's psychologically speaking, Tanaja has a
Tonight, I got a
psychology
question for you.
whereby there's a strong fear in his heart. He
Tell me
feels like
one country that's been built on this fairy tale resolution that you have.
Guys, I think tonight you want to sleep.
Yeah, anybody in the panelist that believes, the ideology that Tunaj has, I want to ask you a question.
Bro, they're already being attacked. They're being enslaved. What other reasons do you need to go in?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, like how, basically, how can Tunaj's dream be achieved without basically, without bloodshed? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because again, you need some sort of bloodshed. You need some sort of violence to achieve what you want to achieve. Because they just you you can't just hug it out. There's too many snakes in every corner.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a good question. I mean, let's look at what Mali is doing. I mean, they armed themselves and they are fighting against those terrorists, and they are winning. So that it's got to be bloodshed if you get weapons. But I agree with you on this because too Niger seems to be going away from the bloodshed part of it. So if you acquire a weapon, be ready to go fight. So yeah, that's where I'm a little bit confused on to Niger's point of view on that.
Yeah, like Idi Amin said, if you're going to fight, go for the knockout.
But then I never understood certain things about Idi Amin. Like, because again, I had a Ugandan friend of mine talking about, how basically Idi Amin genocided certain tribes in Uganda, or like half of the population or something silly like that, or some high number like that.
You can't trust Nilots in power in East Africa. They should never get the power. It should either be Bantus, maybe Kushites. Never Nilots.
Kushites, you want a war, bro?
Why can't you trust Bantus in power and Nilots in power, Kaizo?
Because most Nilots in power in East Africa have done problems, right? You have Uganda, you have Idi Amin. In Kenya, you had Moi, who ruled for 24 years. There's just something about them that they're not stable, so they can't be trusted.
Not stable as well.
Yeah,
Mean they resort to extreme measures quickly.
Exactly, and then they want to keep power forever. It's just been a common trend around the area. These people are crazy. I'll say they're more
Kifaru,
crazy.
give it a rest.
These people are more crazy than Kushites. They're even more unstable. So yeah, they shouldn't be in power.
All right.
Yeah,
Me and
in respect to East Africa, it definitely should be Bantus with mixture of some Kushite, because you have to have some craziness in you as well. That's why you should support for Kaizoria.
Well, what's wrong with Tunisia? Why is he all of a sudden crying?
I think he's doing something, but yeah.
But yeah, Tunisia's a good guy. The whole military thing is just a
I'm
fear.
here. Sorry. I thought, you know what? All this while I've been talking to myself. I muted myself myself
honestly,
with this headphone.
Keizo,
Yeah, go ahead.
you said you used to watch anime, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm guessing anyone who claims to watch anime knows Naruto inside out, right?
Of course.
People that don't watch anime know Naruto.
Yeah. But you understand the concept of the root in Naruto, right? The organization that was run by Danzo at the time.
Right, exactly.
The shadow government, yeah.
We need an organization like that, bro. We need an organization. Any Pan-Africanist movement needs an organization like the root.
This is what I keep talking about, like the strategy.
With the ideology of the root. Niger is too silly, man. Niger thinks the military is just buying guns, buying weapons,
correct. In a way, he's correct. No, listen to this. In a way, he's correct.
And then you take a picture of those drones, and then you point your finger, you wave your finger at your enemy and say, "If you ever come at me, I'm going to use these weapons." Bro, self-defense, the number one tool of self-defense is offense. You always have to be on the offense against your enemy. You have to be trying to destabilize them politically, socially.
Well, again, he's right, because look at this. America, who's the shadow government, or who's the guys that do all the dirty work? The CIA. The UK, who's the one that do all the dirty work? MI5, MI6.
Yeah,
who's the one that does? Yeah, exactly. If you look at Russia, who does all the dirty work? Basically, there was this Russian tech group, and also they have a specialized military. I think it might be the Spetsnaz, well, I can't pronounce the word.
Lidiasu, if you are ever going to create a company, I suggest you go towards creating a security company as well. It might be good for you if you created a kind of a security company like these private security firms. So that might be a route way to take. You know what I mean?
Kifaro is the farmer here. He shouldn't create firms. Leave it to Kifaro. He's an agriculturalist.
And besides, it's just because I talk about
Niger, for me, I just think you have a very.
I'm a military expert like that. I never call myself.
Yeah. You're too much of a nice guy, man.
Of danger.
Niger, you should be in the humanitarians. You should be. You should be a humanitarian guy. You should be doing charity. You should be in that field, bro. Leave the military stuff to scumbags like me, bro. Me, I have morals. I'm willing to go lower.
You may make for a good commander, but a dangerous general.
Niger. You calling me reckless? I find that. Niger, you calling me reckless?
If somebody does something savage or something,
I find that as a compliment.
Niger, you have to understand
I find
this,
that
right?
as a compliment, honestly.
Niger, if somebody does something bad to your country,
to be like forward leaning all the time. That's not all the time, but forward leaning. But when you are making decisions that involves lives, you have to be very, very calculating. Sometimes you don't even need. See, you could be after this target, you go after something else, while the real target is somewhere else. So there are so many strategies that you can use when you are going to war, and this is when the war tactics is at a higher level. It's not the kind of level you are talking about. You just see something like, react. Believe you me, if you do that in the modern warfare, you will lose before you even started it. Because the other side is thinking totally differently. You will not even see where they are coming from. That is how war is fought now. How many times has the Western powers been so transparent with their intentions? We don't know half of their intentions, half of the things they are doing until it's over. So that's how war is fought. Somebody mentioned earlier on today that we should read Sun Tzu's this thing, Art of War. If you look at the way he describes it there in that book, it tells you clearly that to decide to go to war is the last thing any military person should do, because when you are going to war, it's a failure of that military planning. You fail to the point where you have to go and fight now.
That's why they say that you have to destabilize the country by using tactics that Abi was saying.
Exactly. I was saying we use a destabilizing. I didn't say you go to war. I said you make the people in that country go to war amongst themselves. What is hard to understand about that concept, man?
See, you don't trigger it when it's not needed, but I agree with you. I did agree with you on that. We didn't disagree on that. I said
exactly.
That needs to
so,
be done.
Niger, can I just ask? what kind of bullshit philosophy is this where you say if you go to war, that's a failure of military might? Do you think the Europeans
Yes.
were failing militarily?
You
Do
see,
you
I
think
was
the
gonna point out
Europeans were
something as well.
failing in militarily when they were colonizing
Tunisia,
the rest of the world by
Guess
going
what?
to war with
All
them?
the
if you are,
stuff
You
let's
think
say,
that
that was
took the
military failure?
Europeans. Hold on.
Tunisia,
Let me explain to you now. All the stuff that took the Europeans millions upon millions of people to achieve, the Chinese achieved it without firing a shot. Guess what?
The Chinese
It's the same
haven't
result.
managed to achieve the exploitation of the third
Okay,
world
they've
even
gone very
even
far
to one
without
hundredth
firing a
the same
shot.
way the Europeans have.
Nigel, let me
No, the
make a
Chinese
point.
haven't. Man, what is
Whether you try to treat your neighbors really well, you don't fight them, guess what? When you have more than what they want, they're gonna come for you. I've learned this in Africa. You become a target when you have more than other people. So regardless whether you attack anyone or not, they will attack you sooner or later when they notice that they smell blood. So
You're
this
not
the whole
gonna.
idea of trying to be humanist and just being a strong military without experience, the strong military, there's not a strong military, right? You need
No.
actual real back-end
I
experience.
think you are all misunderstanding what when I say military. It doesn't mean you are just sitting down dumb. That's the whole point.
What are
That's
we
what I'm
doing
saying.
then tonight?
You are gonna see. You are
Tell
saying
me,
they are
what
going
will
to
you be
attack
doing?
you. You are saying they are going to attack you just by. You are not going to sit down when everything seems quiet. There is war going on silently.
Nigel,
This is
you need
what.
to take a strategic advantage. When you think they're going to attack you, you attack them. This whole idea of sitting around like sitting ducks, waiting for them to come for you, that's the reason. This whole Bantu ideology of just being good people, it's not going to get you anywhere to Niger. If you smell blood that they're going to come for you, you're going to come for them first. That's how it works to Niger.
I
to
think the way you
Niger?
are
Can't
thinking
go
They are
about
around
the
your
only
whole
to
war.
being that,
Niger.
yeah,
To Niger.
I want to be a
In the
good
world of
guy. You
geopolitics
see
and in the
that's
world
what
of
annoys me
life,
with Black Americans. They're gonna be played this.
I think the way you are thinking about the war, you are thinking about the war like the kind of the way a commander or somebody a little bit higher up would think about it. That's not the way a general would think about it. The way a general would think about it is that even at times of peace, they will be knowing everything that is going on. They will know their enemies. They will even engineer stuff so
Tonight,
that
by
they
the
make
way,
sure they
can you
understand
make me
the
your
rival
mod so that
general, what they are thinking.
I
Pardon?
can tell people?
you see, I'm not in this. I'm not disagreeing with anything Kaiser said, because again, he made great points. And for again, you have to look at it from a different context. You have to understand that your enemies will do everything they can. They will go to the bottom of the barrel to destroy you and your country. They will do whatever possible they can to get to you. They will even use, again, enemy of my enemies, my friend. They will use such tactics to actually come for you. And again, that's why I say to you, Niger, I agree that you need to be the part of the humanitarian, groups. In again, Algeria.
yeah.
Listen,
When
listen to this, to
to
Niger.
Niger, to
To
Niger,
Niger, listen to this.
when Africa
Algeria
starts a
and
Peace
let's say
Corps
Nigeria.
or
No,
Red
let's say
Cross,
Nigeria.
that
Abi,
is
listen to this. Listen to this, Abi. Nigeria and Algeria have a fight. What do you think Algeria is going to do? No, they're going to go to the northern Nigeria. They're going to make friends with the Fulanis. They're going to weaponize the Fulanis, and they're going to use the Fulanis for their own gain. Because Fulanis already have tension with Nigerians, so it's easy for them to side with the Algerians because they're going to promise them to give them the seat of presidency in Nigeria. So what do you think the Fulanis are going to do? They're going to fight.
Oh, sorry, did Kifaru ask for a link? I don't know.
Am I correct on that too, Niger?
Yeah. No, you're not correct
to
about
Niger.
me being a
Exactly.
humanitarian. But
You
I
see
don't.
what these people will do to you? Mo's
Maybe I
explaining
should
right
be a
to you what these
humanitarian.
people will do to you.
See, Algeria would
Yeah,
use the Fulanis.
to
Am I
Niger, bro.
correct,
Like,
to Niger?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Please don't take it as an insult when we say you're too much of a nice person for the military. When Africa starts its own Peace Corps or its own Red Cross, we'll leave you in charge of that. Leave the military stuff to scumbags like us. I'll even say
See,
scumbags.
why would I leave it to
Leave
you?
it to me, bro.
I fear that you're going to go and squander our chances of victories. Because if
Peace
you're
is
reckless, you're
overrated.
going to
There's
squander
no such
it.
thing as peace.
If you're
To
reckless, you're going to
Niger, give me
squander
a
our
moment in
chances.
time when peace has ever happened. Name me a moment in time when peace has ever existed. Peace is an illusion, bro.
There is, yes, to an extent, I agree with you. There is hot, cold peace, and there is hot
No,
peace.
not to an extent.
Hot war, whatever you want to describe it, I guess.
Peace has never existed in the world. The only way you get peace is by you being strong enough to dominate those who are weaker than you. That's it. The moment there's any power imbalance, peace ceases to exist.
I don't know how you describe it. Some people like to describe peace as the absence of justice, the presence of the absence. I don't even know which is which anymore. But my point is that if you are reckless with conflict, then you are more likely to lose. If you are predictable, you are more likely to lose. You see what I mean? All the things you are talking about, you're highly predictable. You will lose before you even got into the fight.
To Niger, you are the predictable one. What are you talking
But
about? Unpredictable.
everything you are describing is
Okay,
what anybody else
to
would do.
Niger.
Don't you understand? See, let me explain this to you. There is sometimes when you are playing like a chess game against the computer, you find that the computer to an extent moves in a certain way. You are able to anticipate and do all those things.
To
But when
Niger,
you are playing a human being, it's totally different because they are thinking
to
and
Niger, man,
taking your
please,
mindset
please.
into account.
What are you talking about? Okay, let's just look at the
The other
Mauritanian
general will
situation.
know who you are.
Okay, to Niger, let's just look at the Mauritanian situation. Which likelihood is going to be a possibility to working out? Yours or mine? Let the people vote. To Niger, they've both heard mine and your plan. Let's
You will win
artifact of
the
war.
vote.
No.
Let's leave
Let's
it
just
at
go
that.
one by one. No.
This is
To
not a
Niger.
popularity
No. To
contest.
Niger. No. You see, to Niger. Let's just go one by one. Artifact of war, then Keizo, then Mo, everyone go one by one and please say
Okay, you make your case.
which likelihood is better to
Let's
work out.
make our cases again. Make your case. You make your case, then I make my case. How do you?
Okay, in the
Okay, I
case
will
of
ask you. How do you
Mauritania,
feel? Free the black Mauritanians.
I will start an insurgency in Mauritania filled with the black slave population there. So what I'll do is I'll bring them into Senegal. I'll train them, I'll fund them, and I'll arm them. I'll also give them an ideology that they can espouse to gather more and more of the slave population in Mauritania to their side. So what I'll say is, an anti-slavery movement, an anti-Arab movement. I'll even try and create a wedge. I'll try and indoctrinate Christianity into the slave population as a way of rebelling. And if you indoctrinate Christianity into them, that will make more Europeans less likely to support the Muslim Arabs in that country. So through that, you will start a civil war.
I
And
can promise you it's
maybe
going to
in
be
10,
easy getting
5,
Yemen
10
on our
years
side.
on.
It's going to be easy getting Yemen on African side. Or because again, they already
Exactly,
have
but
some
we're
links to
talking about
African countries.
Mauritania now. Yeah.
Oh,
But
I
we're talking
suppose
about
there is
Mauritania
a
now.
moral case for
So
it.
if you do
There
that,
is a moral case for it.
exactly, and what you'll do is there'll be a stalemate in Mauritania eventually. You use that stalemate to then you'll say, okay, let's have peace negotiations. You split the country 50-50 in both the coastal air regions and the political power and everything. Right there, once the country has been split 50-50 into power bases, you now have a fifth column within Mauritania that is completely and utterly dependent on you. Therefore, you have colonized Mauritania. The end. That is what the Europeans did with Lebanon, if you know anything about the Lebanese political structure there.
Yeah, I think that one works. It will work to an extent, depending on whether the
So
Europeans
what is
decide that.
predictable about that? What is
What I
predictable about that? I have
is highly
I have
predictable because
similar
that's the
strategies
conventional
for
strategy.
every North African country. I have similar strategies for every North African country. The only one I don't have one for is for Tunisia, because I don't even think Tunisia has any black population we can use as a
Every
fifth column.
government
So,
looks
and they're pretty
for
secular
fifth
state.
columns. Any self-respecting government always looks out for fifth columns. So that's something you have
Okay,
to watch out
but
for.
you,
So
Tunisia, guys, listen to this. This was Tunisia's plan when it comes to Mauritania.
no,
Oh,
is that
we
you're
should
going to tell
fund
me
them.
my plan?
We should open
He's
up
warning that
schools.
my plan
No,
will
no,
be
no.
more solid. Fine,
I
go
think I know
ahead.
what
I'm
Tunisia's
listening.
plan is.
Please
We
state
should
your
hug
plan.
it out.
State your plan. No.
Okay,
State your plan.
let me state my
Tunisia,
plan.
state your plan, please.
First things first, I will start promoting that Africa should get rid of their original sin, which is slavery. And I will propose it that in the African Union that they have declared that slavery should be ended in all its forms, and any people that are being persecuted around the world they are welcome on the continent as a refuge from slavery. At the same time, I'll go into there's Mauritania, and start supporting those people as part of that program to help these people become liberated.
No,
Hold on,
hold up when you
See,
finish.
because now you are doing it out in the open. They can't stop you. Now your fifth column is out in the open. So you now go in there and start giving them money, buying them giving them businesses. Now these people are becoming empowered. and the others, what they don't want, the other group doesn't want is for them to be empowered. So if they decide that they want to start making it rough and fight, now they have the whole African Union on their back, not to mention probably even the world on their back. Now you have not even done any fighting yet, and if it gets ugly and they start doing funny business, now who do you think the world is going to support more? Even if openly, maybe behind the scenes they are against you, but openly they won't be able to come after you, because now they know, they will feel like the whole world that you are fighting is against slavery, and the minority in the country don't like it, and they want to start attacking those people. So now the whole world is against them, and now you can easily go in and do what you actually intended to do from the point of view of IASU.
Guys,
You arm those
okay,
people,
Tuniger has
and if
stated
the
his
result
plan.
of the war, they are more likely to lose that war, because most powers will not come to their rescue, at least not openly.
Tuniger, okay, you've stated your plan. One by
Yes.
one, guys. Whose plan do you think is more likely to work? And can I just mention, I also stated that I will try and convert the ex-slaves into Christians, and I'll also provide propaganda for, especially in America, for the Christian Americans in America, and use the same propaganda that was used in Sudan, where I say, oh, look, the Muslim population is enslaving the...
It's not targeted. It's not targeted. You see, that's the thing. It's not targeted to the stuff that disarms the authorities there, because now you are saying
Okay,
you are fighting
Tuniger,
slavery.
we both Tuniger, we both stated our plans. Let the other people go and say which plan is more likely to work. Let me just show you plans.
I can go. I think both plans can definitely work, except Ligiasu's definitely has a lot more blood count, because that will be a resistance, although it's a moral one, and definitely the results will be achieved. Tuniger's one sounds more like what's happening to Russia at the moment, where the rest of the world is against them as well, and funding a resistance to continue. It all still results in bloodshed, although it's just one will have more bloodshed than the other, but it's possible for them to be achieved.
And one may also exclude potential intervention by stronger countries like from North Africa that may want to intervene. It will prevent them from doing that, because when they know that you are fighting slavery, even if they don't support you, they will find it hard to join the war.
Niger, if the North Africans invade, that's even better. That is even better if the North Africans invade. You know what we'll do? We will start converting these ex-African slaves in Mauritania into Christianity. So Niger, let me finish. We'll start converting them into Christianity, and we'll use propaganda. Especially, we'll start paying off the white Christian pastors in America and so on, the Republican Party in America, and say, look, these Muslims, these Arabs are invading Christian Africans. In a similar way to the propaganda that was spun when South Sudan and North Sudan were fighting. The Americans supported South Sudan because they saw them as Christians, and the North Sudan were Muslims. That is even better. That would be so much red meat you can use as propaganda, man.
See, and this is me thinking of the cuff. If I was planning this type of stuff, I'm telling you, man, the Mauritanians will not even see it coming, because you have time. When you have time, you can plan all kinds of diabolical plans. You will not see coming. That's your fifth column will be out in the open. Not this fifth column that is hiding in the behind the scenes. Your fifth column will be out in the open.
H block. Which plan do you think is more likely to work, bro?
Or put it like this: which plan will more likely to have more resistance? Well, all of
All right, sorry, you guys can hear me now. I had an audio
you
problem.
will even split
Can you guys hear me
your
now?
enemies. You will with my plan. You will even split the minority group. You will split them, because some of them will be against slavery. You see what I mean? You will split them too.
Can you hear
First of all, I gotta say, man, like I really enjoyed the discussion tonight, especially like when Kaiso and Abby came on. Abby, like I agree with you on point. You were like 100% on point. Everything you said about North Africa, and of course, I believe your plan is much better than Tuniger's plan.
Yeah,
Were you awake all night?
Wait, hang on. Let me ask Tuniger and Darth Malgus, because I think, have you guys ever watched anime before?
Bro, I was working. I just got off work right now. It's 1:30 a.m. right here. I just did 14 hours.
So you were listening to the show the whole night?
Yeah. He's been here all night.
The whole night, yeah. You guys made my day so fast, bro. I was listening the whole time.
You've no idea, like
the
some
whole
jokes,
day,
man.
bro. I have my
listen to
headphones
shows.
on, just listening to
Makes
shit
it just
all
go
day.
faster. I know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean. Like when you're so bored, there's some jokes, man, that just goes so slow. But yeah, Tanaja and Darth Marcus, I think you guys
Same,
are
bro.
like.
Work can be absolutely
Have you guys
boring.
ever
Yeah.
seen anime? Because I think okay, when I say
I
anime,
watch.
I'm talking about like
I watch anime, Keizo. I know about Naruto and all that.
okay. The problem with you and Tanaja though is you don't really understand co-opting. You don't understand like high level setting things up. Basically, even if you're to like sacrifice one small, tribe so that the rest of the people can survive, these things happen. This is how things are won in the real life. You guys are a little bit
What makes
naive.
you think I don't understand that?
Well, you're
I'm
not willing
listening
to
to
do
your
it. That's the
opinion.
problem, Darth. You're not really willing to do it. You guys are kind of like on the fence about these stuff. You're not gonna fight the white man using like low level basic strategy. The white man is out there co-opting families, putting people against each other. These are the tactics you have to actually be willing to use in order to win. There's never, no way in any country on this planet you can use some basic low level strategy. You have to be very, very intelligent, and you have to be able to co-opt these countries and people, set them against each other. This is how things are won in the real world. There's no way you can
To be fair,
compete.
to be
You
fair,
say
to be
you don't
fair to us,
understand.
we both of
No,
us use an element of divide and conquer. Really,
it's not good enough tonight.
okay, okay.
That's the
Give
point.
us your
That's the
plan
point.
then. Give us your plan. Let's hear it.
My plan. No, I'm not gonna give it to you, right? But
Okay, Kaiser,
All
let
right.
me interrupt you
not on
one
here,
second.
Niger.
Hey,
That's
guys,
just
I
saying
just wanna
generalization.
hey, hold on,
Go.
bro. I just want to correct. I was listening earlier, and something that you guys said that was inaccurate. I just want to correct it,
Talk
especially
about the
Abby.
Somali Bantus.
Yeah. They're saying Al Shabaab Somali Bantus. That's not true at all. Al Shabaab is not Bantu. Like 90% of them are Somali ethnics. They're not Bantus. The people that started, the people on top, everybody is Somali Kushite. The problem is Al Shabaab is located in the South Somalia, like where majority of Bantus are. So they abduct Bantus, like especially child soldiers. You know what I mean? And they do that to all the clans, just not the Bantus. So basically, they abduct children to make them Al Shabaab soldiers. So a lot of the Bantus soldiers that you see, they're child soldiers. They were abducted and they were brainwashed to fight for Al Shabaab. So Bantus are not Al Shabaab at all.
Yeah. Shout out to Tanaja for being a troll. Instead of sending Mo a link, he puts up Mo's statement of link. Okay, Tanaja, let me explain what I mean.
What
Okay,
did I do? It's not
don't
the
worry.
correct link. It's not the right link.
I know you didn't. Okay, fair enough. But look, this is what I have an issue with most Pan Africans. You guys is I never hear. In fact, Lidge is the first Pan African that I've actually heard talking about actual strategy that has somewhat relevance of being able to work. You guys, it's like you don't really understand how CIA. You always talk about how the white man is doing this, trying to stop Africa from uniting. By this time, you should know that's exactly what they should be doing. That's exactly what they should be doing, guys. And then you
Yeah.
should be fighting against it by setting up your own counterintelligence, Pan African tactical stuff, understanding collateral damage as well, and being willing to actually take steps forward.
Keizo. The problem is they think counterintelligence and combating the CIA is no. They think counterintelligence means setting up schools. That's the
Right,
problem.
the education, right. They always talk about education. Tanaja, how the hell is educating someone going to help them unless that education is tied to an actual strategy of power?
Yeah,
Dr. Caesar,
I don't buy that prolonged education stuff
See,
because I believe
look,
that humans can change very quickly.
hold on, Dr. Caesar. I think
can I say something?
Dr.
Yeah,
Caesar
go
tends
ahead.
to be forgetful. You tend
Look,
to
look
forget,
at
Dr.
this. I
Caesar.
know we keep talking about war fight. See, these Europeans, they have this military power because this is due to the First War and the Second World War. The Europeans were not like sitting and thinking of going to kill each other. The condition of the First War and Second World War made these people powerful because they had to protect themselves, because if you did not, the Nazis or Hitler were going to come for you. So that period help them to boost your military power. Africa has not got that. Why? We've not really seen ourselves having that kind of a dreadful war. So people are still laid back. To me, the thing we have the war which we're fighting now is economic warfare. We're fighting economic warfare. You're talking about military, like working together to create a Pan-African military alliance. Well, that is good. You can easily just buy air defense systems. If you have air defense system, that is almost like 90% of the job done. Well, unfortunately, we've got Djibouti that these people are so close to us. But if you have air defense system, just put them across the Atlantic Ocean. To come to Africa, you need to come through the sea. We'll mess you up. Just look what happened to Russia. Their big warship that they were boasting around. The Ukrainians just used a drone, consumer-based drone, and sank that ship. So it's not about having all this military power. It's just having the right weapon. Who's going to fight war now? We've got 6,000 personnel, 20,000 personnel. That does not really matter. What happens is the technology. And to me, it's air defense system. Air defense system. If you have air defense system, you have much work done. Who could expect that Ukraine could be kicking Russia's ass? Everyone was scared of Russia. Oh, Russia is going to wipe out Ukraine. But the slow Ukraine, they just have the right missile, they have the right weapons that they're being supplied to them by the West, and they're giving Russia a headache. So it's not about, it's just to get the right weapon. What is a tank? To me, a tank is an old technology during the time of the First World War, where you could not fight a tank because we didn't have enough weapon to destroy them. But a tank now, an RPG, with like one person with an RPG is going to mess up a tank. A simple mine on a road is going to mess up a tank. So to me, it's the right technology. And if you have the economic power, you can buy those technology and protect yourself without too much hustle. It's not like building tanks that an AK-47 can shoot someone inside. That does not mean anything to me. I think to me, we need to have economic and stable government. When you have power, you can buy all these things. Look at the javelin. One javelin costs almost 150,000 US dollars. How many javelins can an African country buy? But they're sending to Ukraine almost 800 of those things, and
But
that's
why,
that's
why, but why do you look at it like you have to buy those weapons before you have your basic security level? I'm talking about security level to just manage your country based on this technologically, technologically advanced level that country is at.
well,
So
you mean
it's not about going,
internal security.
yeah, internal
Well,
security,
internal
yes.
security to Nigeria, internal security. One of internal security is intelligence. Internal security, to me, the first
That
thing to
too,
do is
see, let me
intelligence.
let you know something. You can have intelligence of an incident occurring somewhere. If you don't have the people on the ground, you are going to be too late. Like in the case of Nigeria, if a terrorist is trying to ambush a train and knock it down, and you have intelligence that the terrorist is going to be there in 30 minutes time, then how are you supposed to get there then? Where
Well,
are the soldiers that are going to be there to stop them? Even if
to
they get
Nigeria,
there with
it
helicopter,
depends.
what are they going to do?
It
You
depends the
need
kind of
people.
terrorists you are talking about. The terrorists in the West, they've executed their mission. These people have intelligence. The terrorists in the West, they bomb everywhere. It's after the bomb, then they start to find out who were there. It just depends the kind of terror. If it's a dumb terrorist, they're gonna stop him. But if those terrorists are intelligent people, it's gonna take more resource. Do you know what I mean?
But
But
all terrorists are intelligent. You can't stop terrorists these days except you know where you deny them space. In other words, wherever they show up turns into a trap. How do you turn where a terrorist shows up into a trap? By having people all over the place. That is how you do it. If you are thin on the ground, like in the case of Nigeria, where one soldier has to defend 1,000 Nigerian citizens, that is crazy. Even
good,
America
okay.
doesn't have those ratios, and
Look, look,
America
look
has
at
the
look,
most
look,
advanced technology in the world.
look, look at the thing to Nigeria. Okay, I heard the UK has got the highest surveillance system in the world. I don't know if that is true.
Yes.
Surveillance system that is intelligent. If you can do that in Nigeria, you have some kind of intelligence. That's the part of intelligence. You've got a drone that is a surveillance drone. It does not even need to be. It can be a civilian surveillance drone that's going around, goes for mission and come back taking pictures. Get people on ground. You need intelligence. You need like secret agent all over the place. You can't fight Boko Haram or fight those people with military. This is a sporadic war. You got
Yeah, that's true.
what are you
If
gonna
you're
find?
gonna fight Boko Haram or some of these terrorists, you need aerial defense systems. You need to
Of
be able to have
course.
drones and be able to
Yeah.
have camera, so you can go to. Think about it. If they can spot a soldier coming from miles away, so what you need to do is be able to attack them from the sky, have satellite imagery, and be able to locate them. Then go in there with a drone and then just shoot them all down. That's 100%
See,
true, and also you're
okay,
risking less lives.
he used the
If
UK
you
as
want
an
to win
example.
the
Hold
war
on.
against terror, this
He
is
used the UK
covert
as an
guerrilla
example.
warfare to Niger. This is
See,
not your
he used the
typical.
UK as an example that UK is highly surveilled and they have intelligence operators, which is massive, by the way. And yet, the UK still have, if you look at it by population, way more soldiers, about 4 times more soldiers than Nigeria. So
Good,
it
good.
tells you their technology,
Niger.
they have more technology, they have more surveillance, and yet they have more because they know they need those people to be around. How are you
Niger,
supposed to
I think Niger
make?
explain.
There's
Let
no
me
use to
let me
have
explain.
intelligence if you cannot
Niger,
act.
that's all good, right? But we're
Niger,
talking
let me
about
explain.
two
Can I
separate
just say
things.
this? Can I just say this, Saizo? We're talking about military personnel. We're counting. Oh, they've got 2,000. Look, these things were important during the First and Second World War because the lifespans of these soldiers were 12 days. The lifespan of a military pilot maybe was 12 days. The lifespan of an infantry maybe was 2 days. These people were going to die. So the more people they had, the better. All this military personnel's number of things like that does not really matter to this present day. That's just a fact. We've got 10,000, we've got this thing. That was past time. You need people to go die. If you look First World War, it was 12 days that people had to their life expectancy was 12 days, bro.
Here's a point, like, think about it, right? We're not doing modern warfare is not two sides coming together in a battlefield with swords or bayonets. It's going to be strategic. You have to hit and impact on specific regions. If you want to win, especially against a guerrilla warfare such as Al-Shabaab, Boko Haram, you need to be able to target their bases, remove their food supplies, and also maybe target their weapon supplies. That's how you do it. Soldiers on the ground can't do that. What you could do is you could use a drone to gather up the information, then also fly in the soldiers there and obviously get them to take down together with the drones, right? But the soldiers themselves are not what's going to solve the problem when you're dealing with like discrete small militias. You need modern
It's
warfare.
difficult, yes. You need deep intelligence. You need people,
Now, if you're trying to invade another country,
infiltrators.
if you're trying to invade another country or protect yourself from a large country invasion, sure, you need both, 100%.
Kifaru, are you seeing that number? Is you seeing the US number? The US has 2.2 million distant soldiers, and they
Of
have
course.
the most
because you
advanced
need both,
military in
We
the
know
world.
that because the
United,
US is
listen,
the
no one's saying you don't
peacekeeper.
need both, because you need
because
both.
Then what is all the argument? I'm saying we need to get up to a standard level. Then what is the argument then?
To
No,
me,
the argument is which one are you going to focus first? You have to look at the problems. Boko Haram is your main issue right now, not Egypt trying to invade you. Go and equip yourself with the skills and technology to beat Boko Haram, then advance to more personnel, because that's a different case. That's you defending yourself against large attack.
yeah.
You need
To
soldiers.
Niger, yeah.
That
I
is
just
so.
give to
See,
Niger.
boy,
I just give you a very simple example. You know this Russian warship that there was this hype about that was going to Ukraine to take over Ukraine. The Ukrainians bombed that thing with a consumer babes drone. You understand? But that Russian ship is high tech. You know what I mean? They have 2 of them. Ukraine have got none. But I think if we're going to compare Ukrainian and Russian military power, it will be day and night. If we're going to use the statistics you find online.
Let's ask you, if Kenya had really good drones and covered all of North Kenya against Al-Shabaab, do you think there will be a single Al-Shabaabian coming in? No, because they don't have good aerial services.
Yeah,
that's really the point. These people are coming
what is
to
the
Kenya
aerial service going to do for you? The Al-Shabaab will dodge it. See, human beings are the most advanced creatures. The Al-Shabaab will dodge. The aerial stuff will not be able to see them. They have ways to hide. They have ways to hide.
Hide where to Nigeria? It's like in some of those the border regions. There's no forest to Nigeria in North Kenya.
It's not about forest. It's about the covering that they use, and they know the time when the aircraft is not in the air.
Hide where? Look, to Nigeria, a drone will have a good drone has the ability to seek metals, and they can scan to see if there's any weapons on these people that are coming through. That's what the point of. modern military
Yeah.
is you
So
can scan and
if
see
they
their
are
weapons.
so superpowered, then how is it that even in America couldn't pacify Afghanistan, America couldn't pacify Syria, America couldn't pacify Iraq? Come on, let's not
Wait,
pretend
couldn't
this
Niger?
is the
Are you sure? Wait. Couldn't? Are you really serious? Do you believe that
America.
America couldn't?
They were
No,
killing
America.
American soldiers to the very end.
Niger, don't believe in that nonsense. America can take any country or any person they want. They did.
No, they
That's
can
not what
win
they're
the
trying.
war. They can win the battle. I mean, all the battles, they win all of them. But in terms of the terrorists are still able to operate. That's the point I'm making. They are still able to operate. Why?
It's because
Because
the goal is not
technology
to
doesn't solve all the problems.
America is not trying to stop terrorism. That's the first point that you have to use some basic logic.
Even against them,
America can do whatever they want. If they wanted to remove terrorism in that region, they could. That's not their point. What their point is to go there strategically so that they can get their resources and pop out when it's no longer convenient.
So
it's nothing to do with fighting terror.
They don't want to stop terrorism.
Of course
they
not.
To be
Why would they stop terrorism to Niger? It's not in their best interest. They need to be able to convince their people to keep investing in military. There's no way.
It looks like we are bending over backwards to say that it's not necessary to have this military manpower to
America
defend
could
yourself.
take any country in a day if they want and keep it that way.
How about the UK then? How about the UK? Why are we not able? The UK wants terrorists too. The French, they all want terrorists.
Of course, to Niger, because that's how
let's say they all. So how else can anyone? Okay, hold on. How else can anyone prove that they cannot? This thing, their technology cannot be able to stop actual terrorism.
No. To Niger, people are not trying to fight terrorists when they're going offshore. Now, UK doesn't want terrorists in their own land, and they're doing quite well, but they don't care about terrorists in the Middle East because, in fact, you need a terrorist because that's where you can convince your people that you're going to fight terrorists while you take resources. No one cares about terrorists
Niger,
in the Middle
just
East.
a question for you. Just to support Keizo, who funded the Taliban initially when they were called the Mujahideen? Who funded them?
Yeah, we know
that it was the US now. We know all those.
Who created
exactly. Every side uses quote unquote terrorism to their own advantage.
Of course, but Niger, come on, this is what I mean.
You are mixing the arguments together. What I'm saying is that you need to deny terrorist space. It's not only in the air, you need to deny them space. You need to deny them space on the ground. And besides, if you don't have those aircrafts, those sophisticated aircraft that can operate 24/7, then you need to be on the ground. The borders need to be defended. I don't know how you can use only aircraft. If America could have done it, Mexicans wouldn't be coming into their country the way they are coming. Wait.
Another problem. Do you think that America doesn't want Mexicans in the country? Do you think that the oligarchs don't want cheap labor that's going to improve the economy and take the jobs that the other citizens?
They let them in at the border. They let them in, even illegal ones.
Listen, this is politics.
They want them to come in. Let's say they want them to come in. So we don't have any way of proving that the American technology is effective now. Now you are saying now. No, because every way that they can demonstrate it, they are saying it's because of they don't want to they want terrorism.
Let's prove it.
They want
immigrants. Niger, when was the last so-called terror attack in America that blew up?
You are talking from both sides. One minute you say they don't want terrorists.
No. They don't want terrorism in their own country, but they don't care about dusty terrorists in the Middle East. There's a point there.
Sorry, Kefaru. By that argument, I can say that they also want terrorists at home because it convinces the people.
Sometimes, sometimes, not all the time.
This is the war efforts too.
Sometimes, to Niger, yes.
Sorry, Kefaru, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I just want to say something. If we're talking about terrorism, we have noticed that, most of the terrorist people around the world are Islam. So one solution, we need to reduce Islam in Africa as much as we can. We need to start discouraging people to be Muslim in the whole world because that's just a fact. All Islam, all terrorists, most of them are Islam. So what's the fact? Maybe their religion is telling them some kind of making them being terrorists. So starting from the root problem, one, we need to start discouraging people to be Muslims because they're going to radicalize them. And secondly, technology. We need more technology. I'm gonna give an example. I have a friend that works. That is a bill that called them Bataillon Intervention Rapide. It's a special force of Cameroon. Okay, I know people knew Cameroon defeated Boko Haram. Yeah, we drove them out. They're now in Nigeria and Chad. He told me they had intelligence, some kind of satellite imagery of these people. You know, they had a control room. They were using satellite imagery to see where these people were located, and they had to strike. That's how they could fight them. You can't fight people with ambush because these people know their territory more than you. The best trained army does not know that territory. These people, the more equipped, they can hide in the territory more than you. So he told me they use some kind of advanced satellite imagery, a live feed, and they could see where these people were concentrated, and they had to fight them. So it was easier for them. It's not like just saying people, oh, let's go. They're gonna kill you. You know, a simple mine. They can plant mine and kill. This mine is a basic tech. It's low tech, but it can cause a huge damage, even to military armored cars. You understand? So they need that intelligence. It's not just the people. If you don't have intelligence, you're just fighting war in the 14th century. You're gonna lose anyway.
No. You see, that's what you are mistaken. Human beings are smart just as much as the terrorists are smart. I'm not saying you should run people into landmines and all the rest of it. What I'm saying is that you should deny them space to operate. Deny them time. There's a reason why nations don't like their enemies being next door, because the enemy is denying them time. If you deny the terrorists time to escape, you are more likely to stop it from even deter them from doing it. See, I've seen a European that does food this thing go to Egypt. I've said this before, and everywhere he went, there was security officials. They were tracking him every inch of the way. These are people, Egypt has had terrorist problems before. These are people that understand the threat that they are facing in their region. They are tracking him all the way, and this is why Algeria is like micro. That they don't use drones in the air; they use their people on the ground. This is not about drones business, because they understand that people can outrun drones. If you go inside buildings, drones cannot track you anymore.
Through Nigeria, what war has Algeria fought without military personnel? Tell me one war.
They had a bit of civil war, and they had a massive terrorist problem.
That was within their country, innit?
Yes, but do you know the size of their military?
That does not matter. I'm giving you an example. Do you know the size of Russian military?
Why are you ignoring the fact that people that have terrorist problem still recruited a lot of people?
It has not proven that big military means you win the war. Where has it proven? Where on earth has that been proven?
Sri Lanka.
Where did they fight?
They fought the Tamil Tigers.
Is it within or within?
Within.
Good. That is internal security.
That is what I'm telling you, that you need the numbers. You need the numbers. They have, for a country of 21 million, they have 400,000 soldiers.
Wait, Tinaja, I'm really confused a little bit here. Are you trying to solve the Boko Haram problem, or are you trying to defend yourself against the boogeyman that might attack Nigeria?
That's the thing.
I want to deal with the Boko Haram problem.
Okay.
I want to restore stop the banditry problem. I want to restore law and order, so that the state itself is strong to be able to enforce rules. Because sometimes big people break the law, but because the state is so weak, they can't do anything about it. You see what I mean? So you have to take care of all that, and that's the basis of having economic growth. Because now, when people are secure, they are more likely to do things properly.
Okay, so let's use logic here, okay? So why do you think Al-Shabaab is not that much in Kenya and not that much in Somaliland? Why do you think it's only in Somalia?
Because Somalia is stable. It's not a stable place.
Somalia they don't have military even.
Exactly, right? True. Now, Somaliland has a decent military, right? About 60,000 people. Kenya has around 26,000 people. So the point here is, Somaliland is very well protected compared to Somalia. So the point here is, to Niger, I'm not against having like men on the boots on the ground. Of course, you need that, especially when you're fighting a larger army.
Also, Kaiso, also you forgetting one big factor. The Al-Shabaab founders and the Al Shabaab bosses are all from Somaliland. They're Somalilanders.
Right.
Yeah, it
That's a
can be
good point.
mixed up. Yeah, it's just like you can't really tell because well, I said
Yeah.
something
But the
people are not
question I
happy.
want to ask is Tunaja, what does Boko Haram stand for? That Boko Haram stands for Western education is forbidden. Terrorist groups,
Hate block.
they need safe haven. They need
I have a question. Hate block. Why doesn't Somaliland just invade Somalia and take over Somalia?
No, it's gonna put a lot of people. They don't. I
The
think they're
little peace
okay.
they have,
They're
we
okay,
lose
man.
it.
Education is bad.
Wait,
Yeah.
H block. No one can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So what was the last time you guys heard?
Why hasn't
Well,
Somaliland
everything.
invaded Somalia since they actually have the military power to do so?
I don't think they have the military capability to do so, Kaizo.
Don't they have like 60,000 people in the army?
Nah, bro, it's all bullshit, bro. Like Somaliland has no power to invade any country. They can't even invade
Right.
Djibouti, bro. But I don't even know if they can defend themselves if, let's say, like Eritrea invades Somaliland or whatever. But look, the point I was trying to make is Tunaja, what's Boko Haram stand for? Boko Haram stands for Western education is forbidden, right? So terrorists, they need safe havens. They need countries that are poor. The most populations are not educated, illiterate, so they can prosper. So the only way to combat terrorist groups is educating people. You have to
Exactly.
educate people. You have to change the mindset of people because people are looking these terrorist people like, for example, Al Shabaab. You know they're paying people to join them. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in Somalia, there's no opportunities, there's no jobs, and then you're a young guy. Well, Al Shabaab is gonna offer you $20,000 to join. You're gonna take that $20,000 to join. You know
Of
what I mean?
course.
But H block, it sounds like you're beating you're doing monkey double backflips on your mic.
Well, how about now? Is it better now?
It's better. It's better.
Is it better? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. I keep saying this thing. People don't want it. Like education. One. Second thing. Stop Muslim. We need to have as little Muslim population in Africa.
Why do you think education is important? I think
Yeah, because
Look, Kifaru, you cannot get rid of Muslims in Africa. There's too many of them. The good thing to do, look, you can't kill all of them, bro. You can't genocide all of them. There's too many of them. So look, this is the best solution for me. Look, we can all agree. We can all agree Islam is a problem. Anybody with a right mind, anybody with a right brain knows Islam is a problem. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying genocide. I'm not saying genocide. I mean,
You can't
need to
educate
make
people out of
from
Islam,
stop
Kifaru.
people from converting into Islam. We need to start converting
Can we
them
hear
into
this?
Christianity. That's
But look though, the only way to do it is like because like Abi said earlier, when you think about Islam, you only
What do you think about trying to replicate what the Tunisians have done with their own Islamic faith? So you know what the French did in Tunisia is they pretty much desecularized. They secularized Tunisia, and Islam is still a prominent part, but it plays very little part in politics, and it's even looked down upon to bring politics and religion together.
absolutely yes.
So
See,
a secularization
you just stole the words out of my
most
mind.
Islamic countries like Tunisia would be.
I'm going to start muting people. Hold on. This guy Kifaru says something about education. I wanted to show him something that he may not understand about the way human beings behave. Because no matter how much you educate them, they can turn. That's why.
Okay. Hey, Tunaji, let me just answer to Abby real quick. I'm gonna be very quick. So, Abby, like you stole whatever you said. You stole right out of my mind. That's exactly what I was thinking. The solution is a separation of church and state. Like the Muslims don't believe that, so we have to convince Muslims like you cannot have Islam as the ruling party in your country. Islam needs to stay private. You know what I mean? But they don't believe that, so that's where the problem is coming from.
All right then.
Black flag of war. Do it.
Yeah, to Niger, you know when you share it, you're supposed to click on the share with sound.
What was that? What was that?
When you
Dr.
share a
Kenny,
video, you're supposed to click share with sound.
Oh, there's no sound.
No, of course not.
Yeah. Let me remove it and put it back on again. Sorry about that. You see, I'm really rusty at this. I'm still getting the hang of it.
You get there.
Okay,
You
that's
get
easy.
there.
You're doing an okay job. Don't worry.
You're doing an
Especially
okay
for
job. I think for a man of 70 years, it's
Hey,
not
hey,
easy.
Kaiser,
Oh
when are you
my
doing that show
God.
about the Somali elections?
At least for
Kaiser,
70 years old man, at
Thank
least
you.
that's good.
Let me see. Let me
Salute, Kifaru. Salute. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave you guys. I was working on my
Salute.
computer while listening, so sorry for
I
being
think you should go.
quiet. So
You should go to the
yeah,
Act of
so
Guest
talk to you
channel.
later.
It's
All right.
fantastic
Thank you
channel.
for coming in
We
there.
have it.
Thank you for coming in.
It's a
All
good
right.
panel.
Hold on. Let's just go back here
you want us
because
to
that's
watch little girls dancing tonight, Niger.
start with North Nigeria.
All of them. Yeah,
Look,
all of them.
look, H Block, you're misunderstanding me with Kifaru. I'm not about getting rid of Mohammedans. You know what I mean? I'm not about getting rid of. What I'm doing is criticizing some of the effects it has in the continent, as well as some of the effects it's had. And sometimes some of them are positive, some of them are negative, and that's what I'm saying. That Christianity as well has the same. So I'm
Bro,
not.
look,
okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Islam. Look, bro.
H block. Just hold on. Let's just finish this thing first. It's
Okay,
not
okay.
gonna. You see the point that I was making here. They didn't need a long-term education to turn their mind upside down. So it tells you why we find it difficult to unite.
Wait, but
And if
it's
you,
Niger.
yeah,
Good. So, so just what H Block was saying the right thing. So the education. So you don't need to educate them for the we. You don't need to give them the we education. You need to give them other education that doesn't that would not
No, you need to give
sacrifice
them
killing themselves.
opportunities. It's
No,
opportunity.
you have to convince that you cannot, have Islam as a governing party for your country, because Islam as a religion is an anti-human development. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
H Block. Exactly, H
Islam.
Block.
Islam
I,
is. We need
I
to
think the
reduce Islam.
Wahhabist one is the one that is like that. We have to be careful of mixing everything up. It's not all the sects that
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah. Hey, to Niger, it's not all sects, but all Muslims are sympathizers to these terrorist groups.
Stop
That's
whining
the
it.
problem. The
All
problem is not
terrorists
just
are
the terrorist
Muslim.
groups;
All
it's the
of them,
mindset of majority of
so
Muslims. They
let's
sympathize
not
with these terrorist
let's
groups.
not play with words. All of them are Muslim. All of them will know that Islam. So we can't say some. All of the terrorists we know
You
around the
know,
world, they
Funtech will
worship.
make a
They go
video
to
on
the
this.
mosques. They pray to the mosques. They do everything normal. Then they put the bomb on themselves and go kill people. So what are you gonna
Kifaru.
do?
Funtech Prince will make a video on this, coming against us for
Hey,
talking
look,
about
we gonna give Punta good content. She can make a reaction to
Yeah,
this.
she can do that. She blocked me on the channel. Good for her. So
We shouldn't be advocating genociding people. That or kind of.
no. We're not saying about genocide. What I mean, to me, we need to start reducing people like in Islam in Africa, not like killing them.
Okay,
Try to
discourage.
convert all of them.
Changing minds.
Yes.
I think it's best to go with separation of state and state and religion. You need to separate that. I think that's the best way to go. I'm not H Block. I'm not. Look, H Block. Right now, I live in a Muhammadan house. I have Muhammadan friends. Very good friends and all that stuff. So I'm not against them and all that stuff. But I was just criticizing the effect it has had.
No. Darth, I understood exactly what you mean, because I feel the same way. I know you're against the ideology. You're not against Muslims. I'm the same way. I'm
Not
not
even the
against the
ideology.
people.
Not even the ideology. I'm criticizing the effects it has had. Like, look at Mauritania right now. You understand me? The
Where do you think the effects
establishment of
come
a
from?
slave market. It's like everywhere you go, there's establishment of slave market. It's like slave markets all over the place. You understand what I mean? Even the
Bro,
rest of the world is
look, man.
morally against it, but they still doing it.
Abiy had the best solution of Mauritania, bro. We need to invade Mauritania and liberate the black people there.
Maybe that's true.
I suppose it's a good solution, but
Okay.
it's a more
I just want to say this
direct,
before.
it's a more direct and more deadlier solution as well.
Yeah, I
While
just need to say
Nigeria's
this
one is
before
a more
I
seamless
need to
one.
go. I need to go make some money. Look at this. Like, Cameroon and Nigeria, we had some little war. If Cameroon was a Muslim country or Nigeria was a Muslim country, that conflict should have never been end up to today. You understand? Maybe up to today we'll still be fighting over Bakassi Peninsula. But these people, they didn't care. I think Bakassi is towards the east, right? If Bakassi was maybe in the north, maybe that conflict will still be going on up to today because you've got Muslims over there. But Bakassi is right down over the east, and they just made peace, and everyone is living their life normally. If those places were Muslim areas, there'll be war all the time. They'll be fighting
See,
one another, things like that. But it just went where they went to the United Nations Hague, I think the International Court. The verdicts were done, and they say, "Oh, Nigeria, well, you lose," and Nigeria say, "Okay, I'm gonna leave Bakassi to Cameroon," and that was it. They never went back there. But say education, it's a key, and we need to reduce Islam in Africa.
Wait,
Start
guys,
reducing.
you
at
can't
the
just say
same time,
education.
not enforcing your increasing your security, because you see one of the things I have against people that always argue for technology is that they forget that human beings are the most advanced technology which we know so far
But
in the
AI
universe,
is
and you
going to
keep
be more
thinking that
intelligent than you.
you're gonna pardon.
AI is going to mimic humans, bro.
Yeah,
Just see.
but we don't even make microchips. So let's not even start going there yet. Worry about the ones you have on the ground to maintain the countries that you have. Right now, there's
Niger,
anarchy in Nigeria, there's
you
anarchy in
sound like
Somalia,
you sound
yeah.
like the
Hey,
Somalis when they were saying, "Hey, let's get more students, getting more
Let's get more what?
AK-47s." When the white man,
hey,
like we need more.
Kaiso.
Can't hear you.
Hey, Kaiso Tunaja and everybody on the panel. I have a proposal to make. I have a
Yeah,
solution for the continent because, like, all of us, we here today on this space because we care about the continent, we care about our people, right? And we want the best for the continent, and we want to get rid of all these problems that we had, in our existence in the continent, right? First, like, we all agreed that our people are too nice, and we don't play dirty like the Kakunas. You know what I'm saying? That's why they took advantage of us. So here's my proposal, man. You know, I love all you. I love all your radical ideas, and I think it's gonna work. So you need to become president in Ethiopia. Kaiso, you need to become president of Kenya. Tunaja,
and
you
then
need
you
to
need to
become
be.
president of Nigeria, and a Kifaru Cameroon, and a Darth Gambia. And you
And
guys
you,
can help me overthrow the government of Somalia and put me there as the president in
Yeah,
Somalia.
thank
You know what
you.
I'm saying?
That's what I was saying. Look, I made this
I think the
idea.
chances are far fetched because
No,
we've
no,
But
no,
said a lot
that
of shit.
look,
that's
anything is possible,
you
Darth.
and
Anything is
just
possible.
out there.
We've said a lot
I
of shit
rebuke you
here.
in the name of Kaisoria.
Say
why
what?
it's not far fetched. It's not far fetched. You look. This is what I said. I said we need a conglomerate political party.
Kifaru, with
We
some
can
of the
start a
stuff
very
you
see.
just said
We can
now.
start even listen. We can start even something that is virtual, that is not on the ground. We say, okay, let's create a
Kifaru.
shadow government of all
Yeah,
African countries online.
that's good. But Kifaru, to be a real president, with some of the stuff you said about eliminating some people, I think you'll find it hard
No,
to
I
be a
see.
president.
Look, I don't need to put my face in the public. I'll look for a docile one, someone that people like, and put him in the public. But I'm on the background. I'm telling you what to
We
do.
can't need to create a criminal syndicate that assassinate leaders. A criminal
Yes, I see.
syndicate that
Sometimes we need it.
you don't have to dedicate yourself entirely to blowing things up and doing terrorism. Just create a syndicate that's efficient enough to kill off presidents and
Yeah,
make them
some kind
feel
of a
like
secret
that to be
society.
president
Yeah.
of Africa, it will definitely cost your life from both ends as well. So if you're gonna take up this mantle, you better be ready to die because
Of
both
course,
either
of
end is gonna
course,
kill you.
of course,
Maybe what
of
about
course.
that?
I think you need to plant the seed. If you plant the seed, you let it grow.
You
I
just need
don't think.
you don't need a terrorist organization. You just need a syndicate of criminals that can
No,
fly all
we're
over
not saying a
Africa.
terrorist organization. Who said terrorist organization? I said maybe secret society.
A syndicate, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
something
what I
like
meant.
that. Yeah,
Other
well,
than that,
guys, I'm gonna go. It's time to make money, and maybe catch you on live some other time.
make money on a Saturday. Okay. All
All
right.
right, bro. Take care of yourself, Kifaru. Get that money.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, take care of yourself, Pharaoh, man. But
Hey,
yeah,
Kaiser, why did you delete your stream, bro? I thought your channel was a free speech.
no. I need to. I didn't delete. I just put it on private. I need to edit out like 2 seconds somewhere
Yeah.
of my private details. That's why.
Oh, okay, but in my opinion, I don't think you should edit out either, bro. Free speech, bro.
No, it's just that I put some private stuff about my email for work in there. That's why.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So why
Yeah.
do you assume? Why do you make a lot of assumptions about people and you don't even know them? Why do you do that? Like you assume that West Africans are docile. Why?
Simple, because they are.
They are, and East Africans are not docile.
They are.
All right.
The African is docile because the African is playing moral
But
strategies
I guess
in the
that's you're
world.
generalizing almost everybody and man
No, it's
thinking
true. Listen, do you know? Is there any African philosopher that wrote a book similar to The Prince by what's his name, Nicola Machiavelli? No, there are no known Africans who've written strategies when it comes to like how to
you
take
don't
over a
think there
continent.
could be individual Africans that could be as insidious as possible? You don't think
They
Africans could
could
be
be,
insidious?
they could be, but there's no philosophy or culture behind it. That means even if there's one or two, there's just not enough of them to be able to go forward and work together in order to. Because look, if you're gonna take over something, you need to be able to make a plan where you understand all the risks, consequences, and the willingness to have that resolve. People like Nelson Mandela, one of the greatest terrorist freedom fighters, right? He went out there and he did it. That kind of mentality is not so common. That's why we kind of tend to worship our people so much who do these things. The issue is there's no culture of like Machiavellianism, or let's just say an Afrocentric version of it. There just isn't. Every time I've been on these panels, I just hear people say old tired things, which don't really make any sense. Going to do anything. Lidge is actually one of the first people that I've heard saying things, understanding like how the world really works. The rest
Lead
of the
is
Pan
just more
Africans,
direct. Lead is just more direct, and some people are just
no,
a
no, no,
little
no.
careful.
Pan Africans, you ask them a question of how can Pan Africanism improve
Bro,
something? They just don't understand.
Lich Iyasu, bro, he thinks outside the box. A lot of
That's
Africans
it.
don't think like him.
That's exactly the point. And that's why we want more people like Lidge, actually, people who can think outside the box. And then you train them into leadership programs. That's another thing we missed. We need to actually train
Absolutely.
leaders. Because you can't just
But
have some dusty guy who got elected by some tribal voting rigged system, and then you
see,
expect them to actually lead a nation. It doesn't make sense. They're not qualified. Like, think
look,
about it. A doctor goes to medicine 5 years plus 2 years extra of residency, then 3 more years of specialty, then
It's
3
Leach
more
there.
years. Wait,
I
hang
want
on.
to ask Leach to expand his
Right.
solution. I want him to
True, Doug.
expand
But
his
think about it.
solution.
Doug, leadership is a real skill, just like medicine is, or other kind of skills. How can we think? Just think about it. How can we think that some dusty guy who has no experience in actually leadership can rule a nation?
Of course not. Of course not. I know
Exactly.
that.
So that's another thing. So tonight I was talking about advancing our systems of democracy. I say, don't elect someone into like an African. Let's just say let's just say use one country. No one should be elected into a Rwandese government. Okay, that's
But
ridiculous.
Keizo,
Sorry.
the
Wait, hang
peaceful.
on. Let me finish the point.
Go on.
If we are going to have a more advanced democratic system, you need to make it work better. Medicine has like over 7 years of experience, hardcore experience before someone can become a simple doctor. You talk about world leaders in government position. Do you think that some random dusty should just be able to walk off the street, has no leadership experience at all, and can just apply because they got voted for? You see, that's a dumbassery, right? In the West, they're luckier because there's a bit better education in general, so the leaders are going to be a little bit more educated in general. But if you're going to rise Africa out of this dump hole that we're in, we need to put restrictions in the kinds of people that can rule.
People are trained in management and administration, especially in the UK here. So almost anybody can definitely not be an excellent leader, but they can damn sure be a good manager or administrator or something like that.
Right,
So
right.
that takes some form of leadership as well. But what I want to ask with Ligiasu's plan is, let's take Mauritania for instance. He said what he wants to implement in Mauritania and do that, which I didn't say it's not going to work, but I say, how do you get there from a position where we are right now in the world, where the world is a more democratic, it's more democratic to produce leaders that will actually have the will to do what Ligiasu said? Because the person in Senegal could easily do that, but he's not doing that. You know what I mean? Why is he not doing that? Because maybe that's not the interest from his masters or something like that. So how do we produce leaders that are likely to implement common sense ideas in Africa? How do we go about producing them in the current condition and environment we live in?
First of all, you change constitutions of a country. You make it by force that a leader has to have gone through a leadership program.
But
it's not that difficult.
Okay, but you have to have gained power to change the constitution. How do you go about that process of gaining power?
Well, that's just the normal stuff, right? That's just how you get political power. There's no point talking about strategies there. We know how people get political power.
No, Keizo, because
there's no need to go there, right? There's nothing special.
There are challenges to that as well.
Of course, there are challenges, right? But there's no point talking about that. It's just
No. Listen. There's 3 ways to gain power, political power, right? You either have monetary backing, or you have the will of the people backing you,
right,
or
right,
you
right.
have military power, or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Which one of these ways? Which one of these ways, Keizo, would work in the current international order? Will be acceptable?
Whichever one works, right? Yeah, that just depends on the specific country. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't want. I wouldn't even want to talk about that, just because there's not that what I say wouldn't make any sense anyways. That's just when you've decided first of all that you will change the constitution, you go forward, you meet the right politicians, you grease the right hands, and then you make it part of a constitution, and then that's how change happens. I don't want to talk about the strategies there. It's basic political stuff, right?
Nah.
Just get
No,
just get it.
I think you're missing the point. You're going a bit and assuming a lot more from the top without even addressing the things behind
There's
on the
no point
low.
because then
Like, let's say, look at you right now in Kenya. You're in your own campaigning life and all that stuff. You're in trouble. You can be easily cut off at any time. Like,
okay.
talk about getting to a political state of affairs.
Right. What's your point though? Because what I'm hearing is defeatism. At the end of the day, if you want to do something, you just have to do it. It doesn't really
It's
matter
not defeat.
how.
It's
You
not
just have to do it.
defeatism. It's coming up with a seamless and realistic way of getting to power as well, without that much restriction that you will face in the
There's no
world.
such thing. There's no such thing. You can strategize all you want, but if they want to kill you, they will kill you. At the end of the day, is you want to have enough leaders who are willing to sacrifice themselves in order to gain the power. There is no
Yeah,
seamless way.
I see. Both there's room for both, isn't it? You can plan at the same time. You can have many of them. I
True,
think
true.
that is taking all the advantages that on
Right, but
taking
Niger,
advantage of everything.
the
Yep.
whole planning thing, you can't really plan how to get power. It just depends on the people you meet. Did you meet the right politicians? Did you grease the
Mm.
right hands? It depends on you actually starting it. Then you start strategizing. You can't strategize before getting your feet on the ground and running. That's the point. It won't.
Of
Whatever
course,
we're
one
doing
has to
here,
get their
armchair
feet on the
philosophy.
ground. One has to get
Exactly.
their feet on the ground. But Dr. Kato, what
hmm
I'm saying, when it comes to gaining power, if you approach it from a democratic point of view, you have other powers, external forces that have more finances, more money to
I
pour
mean,
into
that's
that.
how you have to do it, anyways. I mean, we don't have any military power either, so you have to go in the
So
easiest,
that's
easiest
what
way.
I'm saying. That's why Tunisia is saying that working within the confines of the environment we live in, finding
Oh
a
yeah,
more
you have to do
seamless
that.
way is better than
Of
being very
course.
direct and blunt. You know what I mean?
No, because no. Look, it's not what he's saying because look, before Lynch can even get this power, he would have to go through the normal route, anyways. So you think
See,
about it.
let me put it
We
this
don't
way.
have.
Let me put it this way. If Iyasu, was coming after someone like me, chances are that he would have lost before he even started, because he is predictable. You keep saying he's not predictable. Because sometimes when people, the more you act rash, the more when you are at a higher level, when you are actually in competition with another rival, they will outthink you, because war is about strategy. Like, strategy, that's it. If you strategize, the other guy will not see you coming, no matter how tough they think they are, because you're not going to go headlong to give him an advantage. You'll put him in between the rocks
Wait, but
and a hard
Sledger,
place.
who said he's not strategizing? He's just giving you like the high level stuff he's gonna do. He didn't give. That's what I'm saying about this. I don't want to get involved in the strategy here because it depends once you're already on the ground. It's gonna change. We're talking about the big things, okay, the moves that we're gonna do, not the specifics of how we're going to do it.
But the
We're just
high
talking
level
about
stuffs
the.
are not that sophisticated. That's my point.
They're not supposed
They
to
are
be.
they are
That's where
they are not
the
supposed to
strategy
be.
comes in. No, the strategy is where you stuff. Okay, for example, right?
Tunisia, Kenzo doesn't
America
want to
says.
reveal
Let
his
me give you an
tactics of how
example.
to get into
America will
power. That's
say
what it is. He
we
says he
want to
doesn't
be
want
the
to reveal it.
richest. America will say we want to be the richest country with the largest military. That's not a
Yeah.
strategy. That's just a goal. Strategy comes in on the specifics of how you do it. So when Lidge says we're going to go and invade Mauritania, that's not a strategy. That's just a goal. The strategy comes in how
Yes.
you're going to do it.
He
Right.
talked about the strategy. That's what I'm saying.
It
He
wasn't
talked
really
about
strategy.
strategy.
That was just points. Real strategy will really depend on the specifics once you start doing something. You armchair philosophy over here about strategy doesn't make sense because it depends. Okay, are you friends with a certain general from the other side? Can you get him to join us or betray his people? Do you it
Uh-huh.
really depends on minute factors about the current war that you're fighting. We can't do
I,
armchair strategy. It won't make any sense.
All strategies start from the armchair, Mister.
No.
Somebody has to think it up, then start putting it down on paper.
Okay, let me give you an example tonight, Jay. In the Biafra War, right? Wasn't it a Southerner who actually kind of stopped some of the coups that happened, right? They would have had to get to him. See, you see, if it wasn't, if it was any other Southerner, maybe he would have actually joined the coup people. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. It depends on specific key pieces that you need key information about. If you don't have that, it just it's really pointless talking about strategy. It's just like you can talk about specific things. Okay, we need to have this number of men in the military. We need to have this number of money or to purchase these things. This is like high level stuff. But when it comes to the low level stuff, you need to be specifically in.
So are you saying, Kezo, you don't want to reveal the low level details of how you will become emperor or something? Is that what you're saying?
I don't want to reveal that stuff here because it's not really relevant.
No, maybe because it doesn't have a plan. That's why. Because you say everything else. This is a guy that says all kinds of stuff that even I am squeamish about. Now he doesn't want to say this one. I'm a little bit off. I don't understand that. No, to be frank.
Tonight, what would I give away? I know that the FBI watches all these shows, right? They do. So why would I want to give away specifics about what I'm going to do? That doesn't make any sense.
You call all kind of dusties and all kinds of stuff. So okay, if you think that
okay, okay. I have a family member in who is the governor of a certain city. Okay, you want me to go around and say, okay, I'm going to reach out to him. I already spoke to him about certain. No, I'm not going to start saying specifics and people monitoring me, and then it doesn't make any sense to Niger. Specifics, I'm not going to go around speaking about. The general is okay.
Oh yeah, general. But that's what we're asking for. We are not asking for like detailed plan. I'm not even sure I gave a detailed plan. I just gave a kind of idea of what I will do.
The general is simple. One of my friends is a lobbyist for certain government officials. Part of the strategy is if that governing person wins, you have an indoor and a foot through that friend. Grease the hand of that friend and you give them opportunities so that they keep you in their pockets too. And then you with your your PhD and stuff, you leverage a position as an advisor to certain people there. I already know these people. I've worked with some of them in politics. Again, there's a lot of specifics that I already have certain things. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but they are there. They are really, really there. And also, this hinges on whether I actually get off this fake criminal charge. So there's a lot of stuff out there.
They are really getting on your nerves with that thing. You know what? We need to. I think that's why that AI thing is a good idea. Now you wouldn't be touched at all. That I did say that maybe Africa can think about using AI as a form of their legal system. Because this is what is going on around the world now. So to take care of all this kind of silly accusation that Kezo is facing right now.
Yeah.
So
Tunaja, he's already in a fake criminal charge and he wants to be emperor and he's calling Africans docile online as well. Don't you think that will actually impede it?
No, if this guy wants to be an emperor, he's doing a lot to make sure people don't like him online. Yeah, you are Kezo, you are doing it. I reminded you about it the other day that all this is you are doing. What are you doing? You are like even need to run for office now. You are going to find it hard to make it with all the things you said online. Yeah, he's been saying so many things, calling all kinds of people dusties from Somalis to all kinds of Nigerians. Everybody has dusties.
His vocabulary has been so insidious. It's gotten into our vocabulary. Now everybody's calling people dusties, docile, superior, this and that. His vocabulary is taking over everything.
Apart from me, I'm not buying into all those things because I always try to keep a level head on these things because you have to be careful in this life. That's why I told you the other time that some of all these we are saying, we don't know who is watching it. I said it to Kezo the other day and he was laughing. Sometimes people's children come and watch this program because they think, daddy is on this show. And, some people are parents here. Or look at Punta Princess. So they come and watch it and they hear all this also like, whoa, what's going on? Accidents happen.
But the reason I say
what's the end goal at the end of the day, Kezo? What's the end goal of creating these kind of divisive topics and letting them run amok? What's the end goal?
Simple. Truth. You see, I love free speech. Free speech allows think about it. Would you guys know about these dusty Somalis without having come to my platform? No, you didn't really know what they think because there would be no free platform where you can actually speak about it. So at least you guys know who they are. Would you know about these Ethiopians? No, not really, because the Ethiopians on other platforms, they kind of don't speak the truth. And that's just the reality. You wouldn't know about, like, you know, all the specifics about like specific cases, about specifics about Biafra, because most of the time you guys don't speak about facts. You just kind of try not to offend each other because you know you're going to end up in a tribal warfare. I'm showing the real truth of African tribal warfare. If we can't even get along on the internet, how the hell are we ever going to get along on the continent?
But you know, it
oh, come on. There's a little bit of egg. You see, African millennial, you get that type of conversations.
Sometimes,
it's not like,
sometimes,
but I think that yours goes overboard. It's almost like encouraging it because African millennial doesn't talk for hours on her show. She does what you do. Yeah, exactly. She does what you do. But she does it in a way that if he tries to get out of hand, then she calms the whole place down. She will send everybody out of the room and bring people back again. You see what I mean?
I'm not here to control full-grown adults. If you guys can't control yourself, am I going
see, it's your show. Adults? It's your show. This is like your house.
But you are the one that will hold accountable. To me, it's like it's an exposing to the enemies or something, exposing to the outside world all the nakedness of Africa so that it can be exploited, or even creating this animosity,
triggering Africans
animosity that doesn't exist and sending it down to the continent.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that I've never been triggered? Why have I never entered into any weird fight with anyone apart from when I'm trolling people? Because I can control my emotions. You guys, no.
And nobody has attacked you. Let's face it, nobody has attacked you consistently.
Well, okay. Even if they did, right? I have self-control that I will never get offended by anyone, and that's where we need to be if we want to actually
see. Then I will watch out for it. Then if somebody attacks you long enough and you want to understand something, somewhere along the line, something that is important to you, the person steps on it, you will get triggered.
Nope, I've been here on YouTube for many. I will never be triggered, guys. The point here is this, to Niger.
But you were triggered. You are every time you are talking about your lawsuit that they sue you. It annoys you. I remember the other day when you were talking about it. You were really cross.
Right. You see, but that's what I mean. Real thing, Niger. Wait, that's different. That's a real thing.
It touched something that you care about.
No, that's different. That's something that could ruin my life. It's not about some abstract feelings I have. It's not about my feelings. This is legit about my life and my future. That's a very different case. I can be triggered by my real life being affected by a feeling. You guys are being triggered by it because someone called you a name.
I think. No. Let me tell you something. You might be.
I'm being triggered by a real thing to Niger. That's a difference.
See, Dr. K, everybody have different personalities. For all I know, you are borderline. I don't know whether it's narcissistic or this thing, whatever. So if you have that ability, it doesn't mean every other person should behave like that. You see what I mean? And it doesn't mean that you should set people up to the standard you have, because they may never be like you.
They won't be. I agree with you.
Exactly. You are a doctor. How many people are going to become doctors?
Not many. It's like less
exactly. So you have to see yourself as slightly out of the average and cater to the people. You are supposed to be an emperor. You see what I mean?
Look, but tonight everything changes. I'm not gonna always leave the streams running, completely wild. At the moment, also tonight, I have to think about it. People like chaos. I have to give them a little bit of chaos sometimes so that they keep watching, because it's a show. A show can't just be nice throughout because people.
I agree with that. This show wasn't nice throughout. We're here when the guy was there. Even African Millennials. That's why I like African Millennials channel. It seems like it's balanced somewhat. She doesn't let it go overboard, but it happens there all the time.
Yesterday, people there were telling me, saying things like "get him off," and why is he talking? Doing their low-level usual thing, trying to get me off the show. That's not the only issue I have with those people.
You're busy calling all of them dusties and low IQ and all the rest. Why would they want to ask them to get you off? You're busy slashing them left to right now.
Right. But
see, nothing gets to you, so the only alternative is get him out.
And you know what? I had to come back. I had to come for the South Africans. They kept abusing Kenyans for so long, right? So I had to find something that got them to shut up, which I did. So I won that battle, and that makes me feel good inside.
I see. I see. I sometimes there is something to be said for what you said about people being able to air their opinion, and sometimes when people get angry or upset, that's when you really see what they really think about people. I
Exactly.
hear that,
Would you have known
but
about
I
that?
feel like no. I feel like sometimes it go over. It becomes almost like bullying or torture, and
True.
it's just that's where I feel you should draw the line.
True. I agree with you.
You
I
know what I
definitely
said
agree.
tonight? Dr. K is a kind of supremacist inside. He's got some supremacist tendencies and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Especially towards West Africans as well. He seems to galvanize all the different type of Africans against West Africans.
Yeah, and
Maybe
it's
it's
very
true, but
you
let's
see.
just
Oh,
say.
yeah, that's another thing, Dr. K. One thing I noticed is that you are quite sensitive about somebody criticizing Kenya, especially if he's from West Africa. He's quite sensitive about that because he will be commenting on it like this guy said something about Kenya. This dust is from West Africa. You say that quite often. I was like, but that's what you
But
all call each other all the time.
okay,
Why are we not allowed to criticize you too?
tonight, wait. What you're saying is true, but also not complete. I don't just come from West Africans. That's not true because the Somalis say the same thing about me. Everyone says the same thing because they feel marginalized rather than looking at the whole pie. The Somalis out there, like Put Princess, will make a video about Kaiser is really a traitor that's trying to secretly hate Somalis, right? She'll say the same thing as what you guys are saying. The truth is, I come for everyone apart from Kenyan. The only Kenyan I come from is the Kenyan government for what they're doing against because they suck for doing that. But I do believe Kenya is probably the best country in Africa simply because we've dealt with the most diverse groups of people peacefully, even more than Ghana. Ghana is not as diverse. So that's why I respect Kenya.
Peacefully.
That's it. And we don't have resources, right? It's servicemen in Kenya that's getting the economy to be working. So that's why I think Kenyans are superior.
I don't know about that. I don't know about superior
Senegal, Gambia has dealt with a diverse groups of people, different tribes, and peacefully they have never had any war on all that.
You guys, no. Listen, you guys, you have
Nigeria has dealt with a lot of diverse people and would never have any problem.
No, you're the same, man. It's like literally there's only House of
dealt with a lot of diverse people. We never had any problems.
we have Bantus, we've got Kushites, we've got Arabs, and we've got Nilots, and then we've got all the tribes in Africa. It's very, very different situation. Nigeria is like two tribes, Hauses, and the rest of everyone else. Right, so it's like it's not.
Nigeria has two tribes. You know how many tribes are in Nigeria? They're crazy.
There's
370 tribes. 370 tribes in Nigeria. What are you
they
talking
don't
about?
count. They're all the same people, man. They're all like Nigeria Congo A. That's the point.
Did you say you used to work for the MI6 or something, or kids, or MI6 or 5 or something?
There's two tribes in Nigeria, Hausa and everybody else, right? It's not the same thing. We have very, very much more. And also, we're dealing with crazy people from all around the borders. Okay, maybe you guys are too, to be honest. But
what is it about MI6 that Dr. K is talking about? Have you worked for any of them?
Did you work for them or something like that?
Who told you, Dr. K?
I did apply to work for them a few once, and anyways, it's not relevant.
As a British person now.
Yeah, I'm a Black British. That's my identity out here. So Kenyan. Actually, I'm not even Kenyan yet. I don't even have the ID, so I might actually. I'm not technically Kenyan.
That is a what they call it. You see, you have a complex history to an extent. You are mixed African, and you are.
Both are African to Nigeria. Both are African to Nigeria. Come on, this guy.
You are mixed African, and you didn't have. Okay, fair point.
Okay, fine. Mixed African, yeah.
But two countries, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you are from Ethiopia and this thing, so yeah. Go ahead.
The point here is that, I'm still kind of applying for my ID. I think I'll get it soon. I got my waiting card, so.
But whatever happens anyway, the way you treat Ethiopia, it's like you don't care about your Ethiopian side. What is that all about? I never hear you talk about your Ethiopia. It's always Kenya.
Because I live in Kenya.
Okay, I see. Because the Ethiopians will come on and be talking about Ethiopia. It's like you're distant from it.
And anyways, the other side is literally the same city. It's just Moyale. It's just the same city almost, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
almost the same country. There's literally is no difference between Moyale in Kenya and Moyale across the border.
But see, Kezo, I was saying, I think I said to this in that Chinese. If I was the Chinese, I would see some merit in giving Africa nukes right now. What do you think?
Give China merit.
No, the Chinese giving
I
Africa
understand.
nukes. Do you
Kaiser,
think
what
it's a good strategy for
Wait,
them?
can you repeat that?
What
See,
pun do you have for Puntite's name? What pun? What joke do you have for Puntite's name? What does it rhyme with? I know you
We
fought
mean
it. I
Pum
know you
tight
fought it.
printers.
What? Say that again. Say that.
oh come on now, he's trying to troll Puntai
Pum
process.
tight printers.
I know he fought it and all that stuff. Kaiser is not gonna let it go. He knows what rhymes with it and all that. You know.
So the question I was asking Dr. K was that is it a good strategy for the Chinese, given what is happening to them right now, to give Africa nukes?
Wait, what do you mean give African news? I don't understand.
Yeah, just basically give Africa the nuclear capability or nuclear weapons.
The connection is bad, I think. It's cutting off.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Can you hear me well? Or
Yeah.
I can hear you fine.
What he says is it a
okay, I think
positive?
Tunaja, your internet might be bad.
Is it a positive for China to give Africa some nukes at this point in time as well? Would China see it as a benefit? Is it a benefit for China? That's what he's saying. Hello.
Yeah. Let me reset my internet. For some reason, it's not.
Yeah, Sky.
Tunaja, I agree. I guess that sometimes questions must be asked and all that stuff in some of these channels. I get that, but it's definitely building an undercurrent of hate and all that stuff, like so much hate and malice. You understand what I mean? So to me, it's like, does this guy truly want the progress of Africa, or what is it that he truly wants, or something? Who does this benefit? So you have to.
That's why I was saying that maybe because he too acknowledged it now that
Dr.
maybe
King
there's
was
a point
online
to
saying
draw.
he hates Africans. He hates Africans. I hate African people. You take Dr. King to repeat yourself, but sometimes I say, you know what? Some people that say this, they could actually mean it. You know what I mean?
No, they could actually mean it now. Look at it. To be fair, do you blame him? To an okay, I'm not excusing that anybody should hate Africa. There's a reason to it because a lot of people are doing worse. But he's been accused falsely of something right now, and he's on the continent, inconveniencing himself, not staying in the UK here. So you can see why when you go back there, you start feeling a little bit like, oh, I'm doing my
Tunaja,
best
is
for
Dr. K
people, and look
black?
how they're
You have
putting
seen
me.
him. Is Dr. K black? You have seen him. Is he black? Or is he a Jew?
Yes,
or is he an
of
Indian?
course I am. What the hell?
Okay.
I've not seen Dr. K. If I've seen him, maybe I forgot. That's the problem. I can't.
Wait,
I think
what
it's
kind of
black, of
question is that?
course.
Of course I am.
Okay. There's been speculations that you
No,
might
no,
be
no,
a
no,
Jew
no.
or something.
A Jew. I'm not a Jew. Look, H Block has seen me and a few other people. I'm definitely black. Don't worry about it.
H Block will rat him out. H Block doesn't mess about. He's not in the business of trying to please anybody.
Yeah,
So,
I'm definitely not. I've been accused of being an Indian apparently because I have like a nasally voice, I think, or something.
yeah, I think your voice is a
My
bit.
favorite food.
I don't know how to describe your voice. I don't have the language for it.
Not black.
No, I think he's black, but
let me tell you what I thought.
any.
Let me tell you what I first thought of Dr. Keizo when I heard him speak as well. I think we were together on I think what's her name again? Gina, not Gina Bijinoa, the other Gina in Ghana. The other Gina in Ghana as well.
Oh.
We were on our channel and speaking. And I heard Dr. Keizo speak. And I see this guy sounds like the most whiny little. He sounded a bit uppity. He sounded a bit uppity, So I called my friend and said, listen to this guy or something. And my friend said, this guy. You understand? So obviously he was brilliant and all that, but he definitely sounded a bit of one of those black guys that hang around with white guys so much, and they just when they see black people, they just ignore them or don't want to associate with black people. When I see people like
Uh,
that, I just tend to ignore them entirely. Say you are insignificant. So that was my first impression of Dr.
Right, right. No, no, no. I live amongst black people.
Yeah.
I live in a country of black people.
It,
I'm probably the
it's like
most black
yeah.
person here. You guys live
Huh?
in white man's country,
Oh.
so I actually.
But I'm just saying,
that's a low blow. That's a low blow.
I'm just saying that was my first impression of you, Dr. K. When I heard you speak, I was like, okay, there's some intelligence there, but the arrogance that comes with reminds me of those black people that like that, you know, those wanna be I am part of the
Yeah,
British
I know
elite
what you
black
mean.
people, you know?
I know what you mean. Like I do. I am a supremacist, but not against black people. It's against everyone. I'm an equal opportunity supremacist. So, like,
Fair point.
definitely, yeah. I would
But the
never see myself.
question I was asking though was that would it be a good strategy for China to give Africa nuclear weapons at this stage?
To give who?
Africa.
Oh,
One
right.
African
Only
country. Just pick one African country
okay.
to give
The only way
nukes.
that would happen is if there was like a deal that was equally as good for China.
Yes. What
So
kind
what
of
does
deal would
China
that look
need?
like? What do you think
Agricultural land.
that kind of deal would look like?
You need big parts of agricultural land and access to raw minerals at really reduced price. I think that's
Yeah.
the main thing that we can give China, because China can't feed itself anymore because of their land it's kind of being depleted. So if we give them like some really nice big piece of land to do their farming and
Wait, guys,
also
I was asleep this whole time, and Niger's question and the absurdity of that question woke me up from my sleep. There is no country on earth.
you summoned Liz, yes.
Oh God. Okay. But let this guy answer his question first. What was it? So please, I really want to understand that because I gamed the whole thing out and
To
I
Niger,
felt like
can I
China
just give
would be
an
stupid
example?
not to
There's no
explore
country
that.
on earth that will give you nuclear weapons. If you want nuclear technology, my option is go to North Korea. If you give North Korea a bit of economic leeway, just trickle them a few dollars for maybe the next 10 years, you say we're going to give you X amount of dollars, they'll probably give you tech for nuclear weapons and ICBMs because of how much economically deprived they are. But any other country, they're not giving you shit.
The problem with North Korea is that I worry that they don't have enough clouds to this thing give us enough. They don't even have that many nuclear weapons. I don't think they have that many.
But the
You're talking
tech,
about
Niger.
no, the tech will take
To
too long. I think
Niger, no one is giving you anything. The only thing they can give you is the
US
tech
gave the
itself,
UK.
like the IP, the technology. But they will never give you nuclear weapons themselves, man. No country will ever give you that.
But the US gave the UK. That's what I'm saying. And
The
Russia,
US didn't give the UK
France.
shit, man.
Okay, how
The
did they
UK
get
created
their
their
nuclear
own nukes.
submarine? Oh no, then you don't know them.
There's
Sorry.
a difference between a nuclear man. Keizo, please, man, tell them. There's a difference between a nuclear submarine and an actual nuke itself, man.
Yeah, that's
Nuclear
true.
submarine just means it can
Yeah,
hold.
but,
Oh my
but
god.
Kezo knows
Nuclear
the
submarine
Trident
just means it's
nuclear
powered
submarine.
by a nuclear. Nuclear
Yes.
submarine just means it's a submarine that's powered by nuclear power. That makes it
Yes,
able
and
to
it's
stay
equipped with
underwater for longer.
nukes.
That's not a nuclear weapon.
UK doesn't create its own independent nuclear deterrent. This thing, Kezo, you are aware of that.
I think
UK doesn't
I
have
think
its
the
own.
UK succeeded in testing their own. They succeeded.
Yeah, they
That's what
tested
they did.
it, but they don't have their own this independent nuclear deterrent. It's only France that has it in Europe. Theirs is the Americans that own it. So it's possible to give. And as a matter of fact, the Chinese got ballistic missiles from Russia while they were developing their this nuclear technology. That is true. The Russians didn't hand them nuclear weapons. The Russia gave them they helped them develop the technology. That's what they did. But I'm saying, yeah, there's always a time for the first. This is no time to start developing for years. If you want to stop them dead in their tracks, you hand the technology over and you say, take the guns, take the nukes, and take the technology and build your own. And you know what I think that would mean? That would mean that for once, China would take one of the chess this in pieces off the Western board. At the same time, gain a massive ally. Now, and that is what China wants. Because anything else is the West containing China and the Chinese population getting older, and the West could even pool their this in the this in the manufacturing from China. If they do that, they could suffocate China.
Yeah,
You
also
know,
to Niger, just some advice. After 12 hours, the show is no longer recorded. So if you don't want to lose content. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh no! So after 12 hours, they're not gonna. It will be deleted.
No, anything over 12 hours is deleted. Everything else is kept. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. I'm not forced about whether they delete
To
it.
Niger. No country is ever going to give you nukes without you completely surrendering your autonomy. Please understand that. The British have surrendered completely their autonomy to the Americans. That's why America will help them on anything considering nukes.
See, but I'm telling you right now,
and not to mention, these are the same people. To Niger, you Americans giving nukes to British is like you giving technology to people you consider Bantus as well. They're the same people. These are Anglos, man. American, British, and Australians. These are all Anglos.
But how about the Chinese are not Anglos now? That's my point. And besides, it's like giving every other thing that you give to other people. You give them missiles, you give them aircraft, you give them ships. And let me put it this way too. France actually offered India a nuclear submarine. You know, so it's not like people don't share their technology. They can't do that in desperate times. The French are desperate right now, and they are offering India nuclear submarine. So if everybody is making this type of big gestures, then maybe China should take the advantage, because this is the time now where they are all jostling for positioning. If China puts, like say in the hands of Kenya, a nuclear
Niger, put it out of your head that anyone is going to give you nukes. The closest they'll come to giving you nukes is bringing their own nukes that they operate on your land.
Hypothetically, it would be a good solution to Niger, hypothetically, and all that stuff. Of course.
It's a thought exercise. So, because if you look at what is happening now, they are trying to choke China off, and as a matter of fact, I've heard somebody say it once that the Chinese and the Russians may have nothing to lose, and they just release nuclear weapons. They just give it to other countries. You see what I mean? So if they carry on,
no one is releasing nukes, man.
Why? You tell me what's so sacrosanct about nukes?
Tonight, why don't focus on developing your own nukes?
If a certain amount of nukes no. If a certain amount of nukes are imploded at the same time, I think the threshold they said is, I think around 300. There will be nuclear winter on the whole planet eventually, within a few months. That means you can't see the sun, bro. You realize what that means? That means mass genocide around the world. That means human extinction. There will be no more food crops growing. How are you going to live?
That's the reason why they will not share it. That's the reason why they will not share. They shared it with Russia.
Who shared it with Russia?
The Russians shared it with the Chinese.
They shared a bit of technology. Oh my God. That was when the USSR was trying to pull China into its sphere of influence, because they thought they would help them beat the West. No one is sharing nukes with you, man. You are a vassal state. No one is sharing nukes with you. Wake up.
What you don't understand is when vassal states are needed to act as a buffer against your enemies, you give them the tools they need. That is what strategy is. And I tell you, even they have acknowledged that these countries could feel like they don't have anything to lose, then they just give other people nuclear technology, and good luck. And then Americans will have so many people to chase around the world. They will not be able to be focusing on them anymore. You see what I mean?
Keizo. Am I the only one that thinks this is ridiculous?
Yeah. Not too much. No, you don't have anything to offer them for them to.
I think you are always saying this type of things, but you are not thinking in the context of what is happening now.
To Nigeria, why would someone give Nigeria a nuke? Maybe
because they feel like they are being suffocated. Like China is about to be suffocated. They are cutting China
to Nigeria, bro.
See, but why would
So
the nuke
they
help
will give you
China?
nukes so that you
Don't
can
get
fire it to the America. You know what that makes you? That makes you the number one target.
that doesn't make
Bro,
sense.
this is ridiculous, man. Like, am I the only one losing brain cells listening to?
War.
Hold
Not
on.
a nuclear war.
Are you saying no? Try to talk rationally. That's the part I try to get to because all this heat is not helping. You are saying if they give them the nukes, they are going to shoot it to where?
Like okay? Why would China giving nukes to Nigeria help China with its economic war against America?
Because if they give it to Nigeria, they would take Africa out of this thing, take Africa out of becoming the backup of the Western economy. Now the West will need to share power one way or the other because they don't have a choice anymore. Right now, they are suffocating China because they know they have a backup with this.
Bro, China couldn't care less if Africa exploits your resources.
Lijiasu, under the current conditions, right? We don't see any nation willing to do that. No country is going to take a nuke and give it to you like that. But tonight they're saying, hypothetically, would it be a good thing for China to do that? And he's given a reason why it will be.
That's not a good reason, because why can't America just put a nuclear stuff in Djibouti to kind of control its side of Africa? The logic's not making sense to me.
Exactly. Like no country has ever given to Niger. Let me just explain. The closest you can come is going and buying the nuclear technology from North Korea, because North Korea is so economically deprived that maybe for 1 or 2 billion they'll be willing to sell it to you, and they'll be willing to do it undercover. No other country is giving you shit, especially when it comes to nukes.
I just gave you an excuse that
they won't. That's not a good enough excuse. That's not even a small enough. Okay, why would they give it to you? No. Okay, to Niger.
The French,
they're afraid of being choked out.
Submarine to India just this year.
No one is going to empower you. Stop looking for handouts, man. God damn.
I'm not looking for handouts. Stop being funny.
You're Black American.
Saying, this guy, you need to watch your tone, because you just come and just start insulting people. You're not even making the actual point that I'm making. You say nobody. I'm not saying they should empower this in arm us. I'm saying as a strategy, would that not work for them? Because you have to see from the point of view that I look at it right now, they are trying to suffocate China.
To Niger, will they have control of the nukes that they're giving you? Who will have control of the nukes that they're giving you? Who will have control of the nukes that they?
Whoever they deem fit. See,
who will have controls of them? Okay, let's say no to Niger. Let's say to Niger. Let's say China is giving you nukes. Who will control those nukes? You or China?
And what's to stop you from using it against China and joining America?
So they'll give you control of the nukes. You're saying they'll give you control of the nukes?
Why would they trust you, Nigeria? I mean, to Niger.
They gave it. The Soviet Union. The Soviet Union not put nukes in Cuba. Silence. The Soviet Union not put nukes in Cuba. So I don't understand why you think this is impossible.
They didn't give Cuba nukes. Those are going to be controlled and operated. No. What the Soviet Union wanted was a military base in Cuba that would have nukes that would be operated and controlled by the Soviet Union.
Exactly.
The Americans also had nukes in Turkey. It didn't mean it was controlled by Turkey. It was the Americans who controlled those nukes.
Exactly.
They're not giving them nukes. They're just putting nukes on their territory. There's a huge difference.
To respond to Soviet Union. That's what they did then.
Yes, there's a difference between being given nukes and having nukes on your territory by foreign power.
Why would they give you nukes? You could just turn on them and join America. Like, why would they give you
that's true. I think that's one of the biggest fear that any nation will have, that you give you nukes, you turn on them and join this thing. But if it turns out that they don't have much to lose, yeah, I can say they will do that. And I've seen if they can do that the first time, they've done it to they did it to Russia, did it for China, and I don't see any reason that should stop them from doing that if they wanted to do it. And the Chinese, to be fair, if it comes to building nuclear power plants and reactors, that they don't have a problem doing that. These guys are mass builders. If they really want to build something and shift, all I'm saying is that as a tactic, if you want to compete with the West, like the West is already doing what I'm saying. They are offering India all kinds of incentives.
Who? They didn't give India nukes, though. We're talking about nukes. No country has ever given another country nukes. For who?
France is offering India nuclear submarines.
Do you understand the difference between a nuclear submarine and actual nukes? Nuclear
Yeah,
submarine, they
I
just
actually
use nuclear
understand the
submarines because
difference
they go further and
because
they can stay longer than
it's
most other
almost it's true, but it's almost the same because you're also
No, it's
transferring
not.
a massive
Is a nuclear
technology.
power plant the same as a nuclear weapons?
It's as close. It's similar technology.
Oh my God.
This guy is talking like he's such a
It's not.
technical
To
expert.
Niger, almost every country out there, even Ethiopia, is negotiating with Russia to build a nuclear power plant. That is like miles away from building a nuclear weapon.
Oh my. Okay, you are the
Even the
expert.
level of enrichment of
You talk with
uranium
such
that you need between
conviction
a nuclear
that you
submarine
know
and a
about these
nuclear
things
power
that
plant
well.
are
Look,
nowhere
look,
near the same
look,
thing.
look, it's not like it's impossible or away from this world that nobody can do that. Of course, we know that no country will actually do that, but it's not like it's impossible. Hypothetically, they can do that. You understand? The most realistic thing we know is that they can at least share the technology, which Russia did with China as well. They can share the technology and help in actually building it. That's what Russia did to China. So it's not like it's impossible. It's just that in this modern day, it wouldn't happen as well because of how tantamount it is.
Brother, I just said the exact same thing when I said you can go buy
Your
the nuclear
problem is that
technology from North Korea.
you see, your
Why do you
problem is
want?
that you are not thinking. You see, that's why you are thinking within the box that you know of. You see, that is the problem. You talked about being a strategist. We are thinking about the box you know of. You are not thinking about the one that the enemy will not see coming. That is the one. I tell you, the Chinese are capable of doing that because if you will not see the Chinese coming, their tactics is be where you are not expected. That is the way they operate. They're going to do things that because that takes the heat off them. The heat comes to Africa now. You are just assuming that you know how things are going to work. You don't.
The possibility is there. The potential is there. The possibility is there. The reason being, if Russia starts losing more ground as well in terms of power balance with the United States. I mean, obviously, the United States have. If Russia starts going that, they will completely distribute all that information across the world. They will make.
I saw a report yesterday that actually stated it. The guy just said it in passing that these people may not have anything to lose and they will just share the technology. And that is the truth. Because if they feel the West is pushing them to the brink,
Okay.
they will share the technology.
Why? Okay. Do you think you're going to get any of that technology without strings attached to it? You pretty much said exactly. So why would you want strings? Go and buy it. If you want, this nuclear tech, go and buy it from Pakistan or North Korea, two poor countries that you can strong arm. If you buy it from North Korea, all they will need is just some food. You can pretty much make a deal. North Korea will give you some food for 10 years since you always have famines and you don't have farmland. You give us a nuke.
I'm missing the point. If they are motivated enough, they will give it to you for free. That is the point I'm making. You don't even have to pay them.
Oh my God.
Because you don't understand how war works. You don't understand how war works. Yeah, you think you know war. If they are motivated enough, they will give it to you for free. Like take it because they know they are attacking their enemy by doing that.
Lijiasu, if Russia was backed into a corner and they had nothing left except their nukes and all that stuff, they have nothing left to bargain with. Don't you think that they could potentially bargain with sharing the information to other parts of the world that don't have it? Don't you think they could do that? To say to the United States?
No, they will not. No, they will not.
No, they will not. You see, to show you that you don't know what you are talking about.
No, they will not.
Boris Yeltsin, oh my God, let me just say something.
No.
Boris Yeltsin has threatened America with that several times. That's maybe you were not around when in the 90s. Boris Yeltsin goes to America, asks for money. When America refuses, they say, I will sell my technology. America will give them the money that they want.
Yeah, that was just a cheap negotiation tactic. It's the same thing when Putin says, I'm going to use nuclear weapons if NATO troops join Ukraine. Do you really think they're going to do it?
Keep saying that.
You guys need to understand the difference between negotiation. Please understand the difference. Niger, please understand the difference between negotiation tactics and actual threats that are being made.
Then
Those are negotiation tactics.
Why is America paying up?
Paying what?
Why is America giving them the money they asked for then? If America thought it was
do you realize what America did to Russia once the Soviet Union fell? They pretty much went in there with their vulture capitalists and they stripped them of all their manufacturing. Why do you think Russia is pretty much only left with selling oil
of the
with
ground.
selling gas, oil,
I just
and
asked a straight
agriculture.
question. You just
When they
shuffled. You know what
oh, no,
Americans did.
what
I
did
asked
they
you a
do?
straight question.
The Americans paid.
Why
The
is
Americans
America
paid.
paying off? Why is America paying them off
Who?
whenever they come and threaten
Who?
this in the Americans? Boris Yeltsin, when he goes
America
to
hasn't paid.
America and tells
Yes, you're
them,
talking
if
about
you
the
don't
era
give
of
me,
the
if you
when the
don't give me
Soviet
the money
Union
I'm
fell. That's
looking
when
for, I'm going to sell our
that's when Boris
technology.
Yeltsin was around. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
The
I
money
asked
that
you a
America
straight
gave
question.
them. Oh
You're
my!
not
The money the America gave them was for aid money, food because their people were starving during that time, and to collect all the nuclear weapons that were around the Eastern Soviet blocs at the time.
You are missing the point. When Boris Yeltsin goes there and says, if you don't give me this money I'm looking for, I'm going to be forced to go and sell the technology. And if it falls into the wrong hand, it's your problem and all the rest of it. And America gives them the money. If that was a bluff, why is America paying them?
Can I ask you a question? Iran right now is a closer ally to Russia and China, and it's a much more vital ally to those two countries. How come none of them are selling them nuclear weapons? How come none of them are selling them nuclear techs as well?
Because Iran is already close to it. Why would they need to do that anymore? They spent years building their own already.
Iran is still a decade away from it, man. Iran is nowhere near.
Go and attack them.
They haven't even tested out.
Go and
They
attack
haven't
them.
even tested out their first.
Together.
They haven't even made their first test of their nuclear weapons yet.
Why do people keep saying that? America's first nuclear
5 to 10 years away.
Hold on. America's first nuclear weapon was built during the Second World War, when it was happening. And you think it has to take a decade for Iran to build it? Is this modern technology where they have to build a reactor?
Yes,
and build
because they're under sanctions.
It takes this long. But now,
yes, because they are under sanctions, they cannot bring in the technology and import some of the stuff needed to make their nuclear armory. So therefore, they have to build everything in Iran from scratch.
Do you think Iran doesn't have more
You see,
technology?
this is the problem too, Niger. Me and you are debating, but you have.
I heard what you said. I was trying to respond. You said they cannot bring the technologies in. So I'm asking you, do you think Iran doesn't have the technology America had 1945? In 1945, today, Iran has more technology in their
Niger. Can I ask you a question?
1945.
How did the US drop those 2 bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
From the aircraft.
When was the last time you've ever seen any country that will use an aircraft to go and nuke a country? And do you even think the same technology that is being used for those nuclear weapons is being used now? On top of that, no, Iran is not in the same. No, to Niger, you cannot just. Do you realize how hard it is to build everything from scratch from the very beginning? It took North Korea 20 years to build it. It's taking Iran pretty much. They pretty much stopped and started every time they've been building these nukes because of the sanctions. Dude, you realize the amount of embargo that Iran is under? They can only sell or import oil. That's it. Like everything else, even medicine is like 20 times more expensive in Iran than anywhere else in the world, especially in Africa. They are under more sanctions than any African country would ever be able to deal with.
It doesn't mean they cannot build it.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but what we're saying is, if Russia was pushed to the edge with no more bargaining power, apart from only the last deterrent, which is firing nuclear, and they wouldn't choose that. The other option would be.
Can I ask, why are you waiting until then? So your strategy is to wait until these countries are pretty much all they have going.
No. I'm not down to wait. I'm just saying,
dude, I don't know why you guys are being hard against me. I pretty much just gave you the game plan of how you could get nukes. I said go to North Korea.
Yes, I think that's a great idea too. No one is waiting for Russia to be empowered. I think your strategy is great. But what Tunaja is saying, that if there is a possibility where some other nations may feel
you guys carry on talking. I'm just going to go and do something. Just carry on.
There's a possibility where some other nations may feel the need to share, when especially they've been backed into a corner and they have no more bargaining power. You understand what I mean? So some nations will share that. You understand? So that's what he's saying. Hypothetically, would it be a good strategy for China to do that? Of course, we know nobody's gonna do that, but it's hypothetical.
Okay, let me be honest with you. If I was China, that would be a terrible strategy from a Chinese point of view. And no one seriously in China will ever even consider that.
Explain why, because tonight I can
Okay,
explain
for the
the
same
positive
reason,
of it.
back in the days, no country, most European countries were not willing to share gunpowder technology with other countries. Those other countries had to figure it out themselves. Nuclear power is the end game. Why would you share that with anyone? It's not something that
Okay.
you just share.
Okay, the Chinese may I understand that. I understand that. That means an expensive technology. It's a very complex technology, and a lot of work, research has been put into it as well. So no one's just gonna make easily just share it like that as well. But if China was backed enough into a corner as well, and they wanted to decentralize or kind of balance the global power as well, they could share
So
that technology.
can I just say this? No one is trying to decentralize the global power. No one. China, that's Chinese propaganda that you're listening to. When they come to Africa and they say, "Oh, we're trying to balance the central power, the power, blah blah blah," all they're using, that's just propaganda for you to move away from Western powers into their power. Everyone wants to be a hegemon. You cannot be a hegemon while giving out nuclear weapon tech to everyone.
Yeah, fair enough. That's potentially true as well. But
You see, someone like Two Niger thinks people are out there playing for a draw. No one is out there playing for a draw. People are playing to win. You do not win by giving away your best tactic to anyone. Not even your enemy of your enemy. No one.
Look, Lijiasu, I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but Lijiasu, as an end goal, I think when people are pushed enough to a corner, they will do extreme things as well. You know what I mean? They will do extreme things. You know, when they have no more options left. But anyways, I think you understand that, but you don't want to accept that as well, in a way, you know.
Bro, I'm not saying that they won't be back to a corner. I'm saying they will never share that technology
Even
and
if
leave
they
it
were back,
completely in your hands.
even if they were
The
back to
closest they will come to sharing that technology with you is the similar deal to what the Soviet Union was trying to get with Cuba, where they just have nuclear military bases in your country. That's it. That is run by them.
That's
That
what
is
the
it.
Soviet Union tried to do with China. Of course, China didn't accept that, and they created their own nuclear.
Yeah, but look at China and look at any African country. Why would they don't need to give you nuclear power to completely own and dominate you? Us, do they? When have they ever needed that to bring us into the friendship?
But
Bro, you just read,
tonight
my
they
friend,
say
you just read.
hypothetically would it, Anyways, never mind. I think you discuss it. You say it will not be good. Tonight they just say hypothetically would it be a good strategy and all that stuff. So that's the point that we
Look,
debating.
I don't even know why you guys are looking towards China and Russia. When you're trying to go negotiate with someone on the international stage, you look at the countries that have what you want. Right now, it's nuclear countries. You look at the weakest link, so you can maximize what you can get and you can minimize what you have to give
I
away.
agree with that. I think
So
that
why are
one.
you guys looking towards China and Russia? Those two countries are far away from the weakest links. The two countries, by far, North Korea is the weakest link, and then second, it's Pakistan. Pakistan, it's a bit of an issue because most of it is the Pakistan intelligence is very closely linked to the American intelligence. So I'm not sure that's a good idea. Just go to North Korea. North Korea is annually suffering from famines every year. All of the good farming land was in South Korea when those two countries broke away. They pretty much have rocks, nothing more. You go to them and you say, look, we are going to provide you with agricultural produce for free for the next 10 years in certain bulks. For that, we want to take your scientists, we want to take your nuclear IP, everything, and you come in, also not just teach our scientists, but you also build it alongside them, and you give us all the tech that we need. The end.
Of course, you will also. It will be interesting because North Korea is under sanctions in the international order, so it will be interesting how you're gonna get over all
You
the
don't
sanctions.
make this deal public, of course.
Of course. So okay, that's a good question. Something I was saying when you were asleep is Lijiasu. A question: how would you go about right now, like replacing all these puppet leaders in Africa or something? How would you go about coming up with a seamless, considering the environment we live in and the external pressure that may come? You know what I mean? Because there's three things to gaining power, which is military, politics, military, the will of the people, or finances. That's the way to gain power or leadership in a country. So how would you in the current environment and external forces
For me, I've said this
look
from
at
the
gaining
beginning.
power?
Africans, Pan-Africanists like you need to start creating multinational parties. So you need to have a party that exists both in Nigeria and Ghana, so on and so forth, that challenges elections in all of these areas. And that way you can have a
so it's a way it's
so
using the
slowly and
democratic
surely.
system to come
So
out of the democratic system.
the framework that I used was the Muslim Brotherhood. So in the same way, the Muslim Brotherhood has different economic ideologies, but they have the same main core ideology, which is anti-imperialism and promotion of Islam in every country that they operate in, across the Middle East and North Africa. We need that same type of party that has Pan-Africanism and some other, maybe the 3 core or 5 tenets of whatever you want that operates in all of these countries. And in that way, you put individual pressure on all of these countries. And then you'll only need one of these parties. Wait, but you'd only need one of these parties to win an election in one country. And then you use those resources to fund those parties in another country, in all these other countries. That way, and cause social strife. I'm all for causing social upheaval, man. And then you slowly get rid of each and every one of these guys one by one. And then you create your own news network, so on and so forth.
I agree with that. That's my entire plan. What do you think about going through the coup d'etat route and installing a dictator, like a complete takeover? What do you think about the challenges that may face, or is it also possible that way?
I mean, to even have coup d'etats as a possibility, you need to first have an anchor nation that is strong enough to train your coup members, so on and so forth. That's why I say we need all these parties to be across all of Africa, and you just need to flip one big nation. So if you just flip Nigeria, you could then completely slowly bring every other West African country into your sphere. But for now, to be honest with you, I'm all about building regional blocks. So I want Ethiopia to join the. I want Ethiopia. I want Ethiopia to join the East African Federation, and maybe if that federation becomes a possibility, instead of having to take power in 15 different countries, you'll only have to take power in one country or one political system, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree as well. But because there's a more coming. What do you think will be the challenges or the pressures a coup will face on an international stage as well? If somebody, like, let's say the leader of Mali, for instance, right now, he took over the country by force and he's facing all these sanctions. You understand what I mean? So that's why I said, like,
but this is why I call these West African leaders cowards. Okay, let the rest of the world sanction them. Why are you guys sanctioning them?
It's not.
Brother, you see, even if the rest of the world sanctions them, let's just say the rest of the world sanctions them, that's fine. If Mali needs to buy food, they can go use a Nigerian bank and buy food. It comes to Nigeria. From Nigeria, they can transport it to Mali. They can use all these dirty different tactics to get around all the sanctions. In a similar way, China is helping Russia with all of the sanctions because they're pretty much using Chinese banks now to buy all the stuff that they need.
So okay. So what there's 3 things, right? Would military, finance, or winning the will of the people, the heart of the people, which is the best way to flip these kind of countries? Military, or using your money, finance, or the will of the people, gaining the mind of the people? Which is the best way, or the way you will face the least resistance in getting to power without so much of a fuss in the current environment we live in? Which will be the best way, or is it a combination of all?
Hello? What? Sorry, I was talking.
Yeah. Which will be the best way in kind of flipping some of these countries up? Is it using your finances to influence, or using the military, or
all 3,
depending on the will and mind of the people?
All 3, every pressure point you push, everything under the sun. Why use one? Everything, every weakness that they have, you push. In Mali's case, let's say Let's say there's a landlocked country that needs to be flipped, and there's a Pan-Africanist country that has access to the sea. What you'll tell them is, look here, we're banning you from using the ports until you do XYZ, and until your foreign policy changes to XYZ. You see, I think the biggest problem that Pan-Africanists made back in the early days, especially just after decolonization, the Abdul Nasser's, the Kwame Nkrumah's, is that they were too friendly with a lot of these coon countries. Ghana should have gone out of its way to coup the Ivory Coast guy, the Ivory Coast president at the time, who was buddy with the French. Egypt should have gone out of its way to coup anyone. Any of these African countries, to coup using Abdul Nasser as an example. He should have gone out of his way to coup all of these. When there was the Monrovia and what was it? The Monrovia that divide. My only problem with that is, okay, you saw the countries that disagreed with you about having one unitary African military, right? Destabilize them. Change their leaders into leaders that are more palatable to your train of thought. The end.
I think Gaddafi was doing that in the end, didn't it? Gaddafi was doing that as well. Somewhat,
if they tried to do that while they had the upper hand, they would have gotten rid of all of these Western puppet leaders, and they would have been in charge right now. But what did they do? They tried to play it nice and coy, like Niger was trying to do with Mauritania. And before they knew it, those guys were willing to play dirty, and they lost. Play dirty.
Money. Yeah, those with more money.
If you realize that your enemy is willing to be immoral, be immoral. My philosophy is this: if you go low, I will go to the core of the earth. You would not even see how low I can go. I will define new ways of going low.
You see, that's why I was questioning Keijo as well. What is a kind of low-level strategy when you go? Of course, he said he don't want to reveal. I think he took it individually as to how he aims to get there as well. But I guess in a low-level strategy in general about how we can produce the correct representative leaders in Africa.
Yes, and we also need espionage teams, off-the-book espionage teams in every one of these countries.
Yes.
So you see, like back in the day, an example of this was when the Soviet Union won the war. They spread through migration and everything a lot of Russian spies. Even till this day, they were all across Western Europe, to the point where even Americans couldn't know who they were, because they used the mass migration that was happening during World War II, and even after the end of World War II, of refugees and so on, as a way to infiltrate these countries using their spies. So what they'll do is they'll give these trained spies just a bit of money and just a communication code, and that would be it. They'll just throw them into in a bunch of refugees. These guys will have to establish. Guess what? Even their kids, those spies will even train their kids to be spies. Those kids will even be trained. Then those kids will train their kids to be spies. So they would have generations of spies within those countries. To the fact where I think you should do this thing where there was an actual PM in Britain that was a Russian spy, bro. Back in the Cold War era. Think about how highly infiltrating they were in those days. That's why the KGB is still respected. We should have those sort of systems. That's why I said we should use the Roots in Naruto. We should be using that system, bro. That guy, that is a genius move. If I had a country, I would create my own Roots. Of course, I'll call it something else. There'll be the Ambu, which is like the official one that everyone knows about, and then there'll be a Root that is even more discreet and more undercover than them, and does the really dirty stuff while keeping my hands clean.
Yes, of course, I understand that as well. But it's just the way I go about it is like currently every organization that we create as well seems to be targeted, funded, subverted, and just destroyed as well. So I'm saying when you centralize this movement as well, it then becomes a problem. It's like an easy bullseye or something. So how can we seamlessly propagate Pan-Africanism or propagate demands and ideals that we may what we want in Africa? How can we do that seamlessly without actually having a bullseye? You know what I mean?
Look, Africa is always going to have a bullseye. We are too resource rich to not have a bullseye. What you need to do is create systems. You see, we need to stop treating our political leaders like they're kings and queens. and stop falling for cult of personality. What is one thing that I'll have to say? Meaning they should be set principles, like core principles, that no political leader, no matter what they have done, even if they're the second coming of MLK, Gandhi, any of these leaders put together, that they can never break. And if they break, it's either the dropping them out of power or the bullet itself. You need to be able to threaten their lives. And the other way is you need to create a system whereby we no longer have comprador bourgeoisies, but local bourgeoisies, a national bourgeoisie. That means that
I suppose
the problem with Africa is a lot of our wealthy people in Africa make a lot of their wealth only through exports, if that makes any sense. They don't make their wealth by selling to the national or continental consumption class. So the best way is to create a bourgeoisie or rich elite that are more that gain their wealth from selling to the consumptive class of Africa instead of exporting it to Europe. And that way, you change their alliance without even by changing how they make money. So in that way, any ideal that or any policy that is targeted towards making Africa poorer, they would be the first ones to stand up and say no, because that would mean an effect on their profits, if that makes any sense. So it's all about aligning the self-interest of people to align with your self-interest.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I always said that the lack of synchronicity between the African elite and the peoples has been always something that the colonizers have taken advantage of as well. Sometimes the elite may be on the right path and the people may not be disinformed and they rise up against the leader and kill him. And sometimes the elite may be corrupt and puppet and the people are suffering underneath. So this desynchronization is not good. And some of these elites need to understand that taking the mantle of leadership in Africa can cost your life on both sides, not meaning you're safe on that side, but on this side, you will be killed. They need to know on both sides you can die.
Like you said, we need to stop electing political leaders that want to be politicians as a career goal or to make money. We need to have our warrior class being the politicians.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I said that is because the warrior class usually are the ones that are willing to be murdered, to die. You know, the politicians are career politicians. They're there to make money, and they are easily bribed as well. But the military, they've already been trained and prepared to die. That's why if you find the right leader like that, that even if it's military or not, if somebody's willing to die for the people, you know, so they that tenseness or that I can't find the word. That weight needs to be it needs to be the law of the day, that to take leadership in Africa will cost your life. It will cost your life.
Yeah, brother, I completely agree, but I need to bounce because I need to go shower and everything. So I hope you and Niger can continue the stream. Sorry, but I have to bounce. But we can continue this conversation some other time.
Yeah, I mean, Ligiasu, look, yeah, I get what you're saying, and probably we are along the same wavelength and all that, mindset and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah, we can close it off anyway because I think we've been on for quite a while now.
Yeah, no worries.
They are not going to be recording it soon anyway. The whole thing will be
So, okay, no problem.
Did you guys meet minds or something? Have you guys, come to synergy?
Look, to what Ligiasu is saying tonight has been my message always. Since from Bijunua's channel, from everybody's channel, I've always been saying it, just that people haven't heard me and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, Keizo is starting to say it as well. I don't know, maybe his pretty British accent gets him heard more. That stuff, But that's always what I've been advocating for, that using the media, the internet, to propagate an ideal that can synchronize us and all that stuff. It's always what I said. That's why I identify with it. And he's brought up some really good ideas about how we should move on, as in looking at the weakest link that has nuclear weapons. You know what I mean? Like North Korea and all that stuff. Let's say you take like a region like the East African Federation becomes strong enough and all that stuff. They've done their internal security and now they want external deterrent and all that stuff. That is a body that could definitely have a situation like that with North Korea. Even West Africa as well. Even the ECOWAS could also do that as well. Because it's not just one country. It's not just one country doing that. But hypothetically, what you say for China, I agree. I think it will be good for China. Although I don't know if they will do it and all that kind of stuff, but I think it will be an interesting last move or last ditch move if they were backed into a corner. I think it would be a good thing and all that stuff. So would they do it in the current condition? I don't know if they are at that corner yet enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We
But-
don't know. They are not. See, they may not have to do it because it may never get to that point.
Yeah.
Because this is just a flesh wound. It's not even a flesh wound. It's a scratch on China right now. So China
But
has
Tunaja, yeah, your ideas, definitely they are the tantamount. If you look at as a priority list, they are the tantamount things to do. Security, transparency, there's the things. But the reason they're not happening is because we have these leaders that are not doing it. So that needs to be addressed, you know. So I mean, but I guess once you finally discover the solution and you have the solution, there must be a time when you stop talking and actually helping to move it forward.
Yeah.
You understand?
We have to act sooner or later act. So yeah, I will be looking to talk about transparency or one of these other topics soon anyway.
Yeah.
I hope I'm able to get on. At least we are not doing a whole heap of fighting. It does get heated here sometimes too, I must say. You know, you saw how me and he was going for listening to each other just now.
I slept and I woke up again and you're still going on. So this is quite impressive. Don't you sleep tonight, Joe? What were you doing all night? You were chatting
I don't
all night.
know. I was having snacks now and again, you know,
Yeah.
while you guys were talking. So
I see.
I'll probably rest now. Actually, this is you know, you don't feel it when you're on. It's when you're off you feel it a bit.
When you're
So
off, you feel it. All right, Tunaja. Take care and all that kind of stuff.
Thanks for coming in. Nice one.
Peace.
All right. Okay. Let's see.